Listen up. This billionaire grandpa runs the biggest empire in Korea, but when things get real, he literally takes orders from a 10-year-old kid. Whether it is backing the next president or calling the absolute best time to invest in heavy plastics, this kid nails it. That genius is Dojun, and he literally sees the future. In his past life, he was just some broke kid who grinded his way into Soonyang, Korea's top megacorporation. His dad even threw a massive party to brag to the whole family. But plot twist, Dojun was just a glorified janitor there. A nobody scrubbing dirty secrets that the high and mighty wanted buried forever. But cleaning up their literal trash meant he learned every single dirty secret they had. Then out of nowhere, this hated nobody gets promoted straight to financial director. His first actual gig? Smuggling $700 million of the chairman's cash out of the country right before the cops raid the place. He actually thought the family finally trusted him, and his life was about to become amazing. Yeah, amazing if you count the incense at his funeral, because the whole thing was a setup to kill him. Too late. One cold gunshot, and it was over. A kid snaps awake, eyes wide with terror, drenched in sweat from a total nightmare. He woke up in this child's body, little Dojun 3 months ago, but every single night, the memories of his brutal death still haunt him. Dojun, what is wrong? Are you okay? His mom asks, sounding totally worried. Dojun just stares in shock, keeping his mouth shut. The woman sitting right in front of him is his new mom in this life. She used to be a massive movie star who blew up after just one film, but she completely vanished from the spotlight after marrying his dad, who was literally just a super fan of hers. His new brother is sitting right next to them, playing on his phone and complaining about his sleep getting ruined. Did you have a nightmare or what? You look super pale, the mom says gently. Dojun tries to play it cool and replies, no, I just got startled, do not worry, mom. She smiles with pure relief. That is good, sometimes you act so mature like a grown adult that it actually worries me. Oh, is that so? He stammers back. He totally gets why she is worried because he is honestly losing his mind over this entire crazy situation. Today is June 26, 1987. Pay attention here. Exactly 30 years from today is the day he died in his past life. That freezing gunshot by the lake still gives him chills. And get this, the guy who ordered his death was Jin Do-jun, the youngest grandson of the Soonyang group. The very kid who was supposed to be born 3 days after this date, whose body he is living in right now. He still has no clue why he got reincarnated into this specific kid's body. During his past life as Soonyang's loyal dog, he never once met this branch of the family, simply because they had been totally erased from the family tree and banned from even stepping foot near the company. All he ever heard were wild rumors about his parents' scandalous marriage back then. The youngest son ignored everyone to marry his love. Chairman Jin Yangsha was absolutely furious, but since there was a baby on the way, he reluctantly let the wedding happen. Right after, this family was completely cut off from the inheritance. But looking back, he actually respects his new parents a lot. While the other greedy relatives are totally ready to tear each other apart like wild beasts for stock shares, his parents chose a quiet, peaceful life instead. They stayed far away from that toxic power struggle. Honestly, you and I have to admit that is an admirable way to live. And now he is reborn as their son. Their car pulls up to a massive mansion guarded by tons of security. Dojun cannot help but gasp out loud at how insanely huge the place actually is. This is the fortress of Chairman Jin Yong-shiol, the legendary founder of the Soonyang Group. An absolute monster of an estate with 3 main buildings on over 3,600 square meters, 5 levels of parking, and 380 meters of high fences. Seeing his family roll up, the security guards bow with total respect. This view brings back bitter memories. In his past life, his very first assignment after getting hired was pulling weeds here. He literally spent more time at this place than visiting his own parents. After the chairman passes, this entire mansion goes to the oldest son, Jin Young-ki. Today, his family is here for Chairman Jin Yang-shiol's big birthday bash. The front yard is already packed with powerful elites laughing and chatting. But the moment Dojun's family walks in, those fake suck-ups immediately start whispering and throwing shade. Dojun just watches them in silence. He notices everyone here is openly looking down on his family, probably thinking they do not even need to pretend to be nice. Keeping their heads high, they hold hands and push through the crowd toward the main entrance. We are finally here, his dad says, slowly opening the door. Inside the main living room, the entire Jin family is already gathered, and they all shoot icy glares right at them. His aunt and uncle throw out some totally fake greetings like, "Oh, you actually made it?" while the rest of the relatives just stare them down with fake smiles. To him, they are just greedy vultures, waiting for the old man to kick the bucket so they can tear apart the massive empire of Soonyang. Dojun stands quietly in the corner, secretly reading everyone's shady expressions in the room. The tense silence suddenly shatters when his loud aunt screeches, "Why are you just showing up now? Do you still think you are some big movie star who can keep everyone waiting? Caking on all that makeup just to be late?" Dojun squints closely at the screaming loudmouth. This face looks incredibly familiar to him. While he searches his memories, his dad quickly bows his head and apologizes, saying he thought showing up exactly on time was fine. She snorts loudly and scoffs, whatever, you are late anyway. Right then, past memories hit him, and Dojun remembers exactly who she is. Even at 70, this crazy aunt was totally wild, swapping lovers like clothes and completely ruining her kids. Her toxic, nasty attitude never changed one bit from her youth to old age. He dealt with so much of her garbage in his past life. While he is thinking, her eyes suddenly lock onto him. Did you just get here? Dojun acts totally dumb and mumbles, yes. She glares at him, saying, why are you smiling when things are so tense? Instantly, every single annoyed eyeball in the room focuses right on the kid. Dojun calmly says, I am not smiling. This triggers her, and she screams, you little brat, how dare you lie to me? And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing her get wrecked later. Cut it out already. Everyone is literally gathered here, so why are you making such a massive scene? The annoying aunt refuses to let it go, still targeting the kid when suddenly a deep booming voice completely cuts off the drama. Who dares to scream in my house? Instantly, the entire room drops into a dead, suffocating silence. Let's watch closely as everyone turns to see this terrifying giant stepping down the stairs. Seriously, each of his heavy footsteps feels like it is literally crushing the heartbeat of everyone in the room. Everyone glues their eyes to the floor, barely even daring to breathe. Even Dojun's entire family bows down with total respect. That is Jin Yangxiao, chairman of the Soonyang group, a living legend and the ultimate boss of this family. Their absolute terror does not just come from his insane authority, but the mind-blowing wealth he completely controls. Fear of losing their inheritance, fear of getting backstabbed by siblings, fear of losing that sweet billionaire status. All these paranoias tangle up, making this old man an absolute king whom nobody dares to defy. In his past life, even though Dojun worked like a dog for this family, he never got anywhere near this close to him. Father, we have arrived. Dojun's parents awkwardly bow in greeting. Grandpa glares over, his ice-cold eyes terrifying Dojun's older brother, who instantly hides behind their mom. The old man says nothing, just staring dead at his youngest grandson. Dojun thinks to himself, this cowardly brother is probably why Grandpa did not even bother opposing that marriage back in the day. Suddenly, a shiver runs down his spine as Grandpa's murderous gaze locks right onto him. The old man slowly stomps over, radiating such pure killer aura that Dojun starts shaking, totally holding back his tears. He holds his breath, terrified of what the old man might do. But pay attention here, because what happens next is a complete 180-degree flip. His scary face melts into a massive, surprisingly warm smile. Oh, my sweet puppy, it has been way too long. I told you to come visit your grandpa more often. Dojun stands frozen, completely shook by this sudden kindness. Grandpa gently pats his head. I got something special for my little puppy. Are you curious to see what it is? While Dojun is standing there totally clueless, the rest of the family looks like they are literally about to explode from pure jealousy. His aunts and uncles grit their teeth, unable to believe their eyes, and even Dojun's parents are speechless. Inside Dojun's head, only one major question remains. What on earth is actually going on here? Why is he only showing love to me? Dojun seriously wonders if some random ghost possessed this old man. Next, all eyes turn to a massive 3-tier cake with the number 66 glowing on it. Grandpa blows out the candles with one puff, and the room instantly erupts into loud applause. Everyone claps furiously, trying to outdo each other just to suck up. Chairman, happy birthday! We hope you have an amazing day. The guests start throwing out cheap flattery. Happy birthday, Father. We wish you great health and a long life of 100 years. The greedy uncle and annoying aunt quickly fake their smiles. Happy birthday, Grandpa! The other grandkids join in the praise. Only Dojun's father silently sighs, saying absolutely nothing. Dojun himself stands there totally bored, feeling lost in this crowd of shameless gold diggers. While he is standing there cringing, his ears catch a demanding voice calling out, Sister-in-law, bring more food over here. Dojun glances over and sees his mom struggling with a heavy tray loaded with wine and glasses. Even though she is treated like a servant, she just smiles patiently. Meanwhile, his annoying aunt looks smug as hell. Hey, Junior, throw the drinks on ice so they actually get cold. Another aunt joins in on the bullying. Sister-in-law, clean up these empty bowls already. Dojun's mom runs around like a spinning top, working non-stop, but his toxic aunts still refuse to give her a break. Hey, hurry it up, do not you see everyone waiting? After yelling at her, they go right back to laughing and eating like nothing happened. Watching this absolute disrespect makes Dojun shake with pure rage. Seriously, there are literally dozens of servants standing around, yet his mom is treated like trash. You and I would be furious too, but he is powerless as morning memories flash back. He remembers his mom gently buttoning his shirt, her warm hand brushing his cheek as she smiled. My son looks so incredibly handsome. Even though he is still adjusting to this new kid body, that warm motherly love helped him adapt super fast. But just as he is basking in that sweet memory, his aunt's toxic voices completely shatter the peace. What on earth is taking so long? Hurry up and go wash the dishes in the kitchen. Dojun's mom is stunned, but with zero power here, she has to quietly obey them. Dojun clenches his fists, holding back his explosive anger. Fine, just wait. I will definitely make sure everyone treats my mom with real respect soon. He turns away, looking over at the crowd of bootlickers laughing around Grandpa, who stands in the center holding a glass of wine. This whole toxic situation only happens because Grandpa treats his parents like complete garbage. Dojun realizes this, flashing back to when Grandpa took him to see a surprise earlier. Well, how is it? I prepared this gift exactly as promised. Do you like it? Grandpa asked. Back then, Dojun was completely frozen in absolute shock. Standing right there was an incredibly detailed, super expensive toy wooden horse. He wondered, a horse? Did the original kid actually beg Grandpa for a horse before? What is crazy is that this brutal, heartless old dictator is actually smiling warmly at him. This unexpected affection makes Dojun highly suspicious. Did this old man suddenly grow a conscience after throwing away his own son? Or maybe, even though he was forced to accept this marriage, he is low-key forgiving his son by treating me well. This theory actually makes sense. Since he is already reincarnated in this kid's body, Dojun decides to test how close he can get to this powerful boss. Making his move, he cutely calls out, "Grandpa!" Grandpa lets out a surprisingly friendly hum. Dojun continues, "I like real horses way better than these cheap plastic toys." Grandpa's eyes widen instantly. "What did you say?" "I prefer real cars over these cheap toy cars. I also like real massive ships that float on the actual ocean, not just tiny boats in a bathtub." The second those words drop, Grandpa's gaze instantly shifts from a sharp bullet to a massive cannon aimed directly at Dojun's soul. Dojun suddenly gets nervous, realizing he might have flexed a bit too hard. Grandpa growls, "Dojun, do you even know what real things actually are?" Knowing he cannot hesitate, Dojun decides to play the innocent 5-year-old while dropping a heavy hint. "Yeah, the real stuff that you build, Grandpa. You make actual cars, ships, and televisions. I love those things." Grandpa listens closely and leans in real tight. He stares straight into his grandson's eyes, trying to figure out if this kid has some insane courage or is just completely crazy. Stared down like this, Dojun thinks, "I am dead meat. How will the chairman take this? Stick with me to find out if he survives. Will he actually pass this insane test?" Suddenly, Grandpa's expression shifts again, playing the gentle old advisor. "Alright, you and I are diving into one wild revenge story." Grandpa tells Dojun that wanting the real deal means facing brutal, life-threatening danger, but if he settles for fakes, he can just live a chill life. Dojun just smirks inside. Didn't this old man treat me like absolute trash in my past life before getting me killed? Like a cheap threat is going to scare me now. Not a chance, old man. Seeing the kid completely unfazed, the grandpa serves up a challenge. "How about this instead? If you want those real items, get perfect scores in every single class for the next year. Do that, and I'll buy them for your next birthday." Dojun is completely stunned by the offer. Is this old guy seriously looking down on me? Sure, my past life college was just a local school, but it was still a pretty famous university. Plus, to climb the ranks at Soonyang Group, he worked so hard he barely slept. And now his ultimate quest is just getting top grades in elementary school? That is literally a joke. "What? No confidence?" Grandpa asks with a smirk. Dojun laughs inside. "Please, this is going to be the easiest level up of his life." He politely replies, "So I just need perfect scores, right?" "Exactly," Grandpa says. "I'll be waiting for your report card." With the deal locked in, Dojun heads back to the party, plotting how to rewrite his fate one step at a time. But before he can plan his next move, a sketchy guy cuts him off. "Follow me, kid. The boss said to take you guys to the game room." Seeing this guy's face, Dojun freezes as past life trauma hits him like a truck. On that fateful day, it was this exact cold voice and face that delivered the final blow. And pay attention here, because this is the exact guy who ordered our main character's murder in his past life. Talk about an ultimate snake in the grass. Dojun stands there paralyzed, glaring at the manager's back. "Chill," he tells himself. "I'm Dojun now, not Hyun-woo. I can't blow my cover and lose my mind yet." He quietly follows the kids to the toy room. "Oh, sweet, a rocking horse," his cousin Songjun yells. "Get out of the way, I'm going first." He shoves the other kids aside and hogs the toy. He rides it, laughing like he owns the place. "Giddy up, horse, move faster!" Seeing this spoiled brat act so high and mighty makes Dojun's blood absolutely boil. He clenches his fists, ready to step up, but his older brother spots him and grabs his hand to stop him. His brother and family are used to just taking this bullying quietly, but Dojun? No way. He flashes a wicked smile, brushes his brother off, and walks straight up. Standing before his trash cousin, Dojun quickly schemes. First, he needs to teach this loudmouth brat a serious lesson. Second, he realizes he needs to make an epic impression on Grandpa. He looks the kid dead in the eye. "Yo, that horse is mine." Seongjun stops laughing and sneers. "What did you say?" "I said it's mine. Get off now," Dojun growls. But the cousin just keeps laughing like a clown. "So what if it's yours? I'll play however I want, haha." The other cousins jump in, laughing at Dojun's face. This kid actually thinks it's his. Without a word, Dojun grits his teeth and unleashes a savage kick. The wooden horse snaps in half, crashing down onto Seongjun's leg. We both saw that payback coming, right? The wood snaps, crushing his bratty cousin's leg as he screams in total agony. The kids who were just laughing are now completely pale, but Dojun just stands there, totally cold and chill. Well, his leg is pinned. He calmly watches as the other kids panic and run to find the adults. Songjun is still crying like a total baby. Dojun walks over, leans down, and warns him. "Don't you ever touch my stuff again, got it?" The brat is furious but too hurt to fight back. Seongjun, a woman's voice screams. Hearing his mom, the kid starts wailing even louder. Mom, it hurts, help me. His aunt storms in, sees her precious boy hurt, and starts screeching. The other snobby aunts rush into the room right behind her. The aunt and cousin are crying together in the corner. Dojun spots his own mom walking in last, looking completely shocked. He even winks at his mom, signaling an easy victory. But before he can celebrate, a brutal slap lands right on his face, making his head spin. Are you insane? The aunt shrieks. Before he can even react, she swings again. Dojun takes 2 hard hits, his cheek swelling up immediately. The furious aunt raises her hand for a 3rd strike. How dare you hurt my son? Right then, Dojun's mom rushes over. She doesn't fight back, but she tightly shields Dojun, taking the hit for her son. The aunt screams to get lost, but mom begs, please forgive him. Dojun is stunned in her embrace, his gentle mom holding him tight, terrified he'll get hurt again. Seeing her humble herself like this makes his stomach turn. The aunt snarls and tries to beat them both up. Suddenly, a thunderous voice booms through the room. What on earth is going on here? Everyone instantly freezes in terror. Grandpa stands there like an absolute boss, his icy glare scanning the room. The aunt backs down, stammering father. Grandpa cuts her off, not wanting to hear any of it. Guests are outside and you're making a scene? Take the boy to the hospital now. Faced with his ultimate authority, the annoying aunts pack up their spoiled kid and leave the room, totally silent. The room suddenly goes quiet, leaving only Grandpa and Dojun's mom. The kid waits for the boss's verdict. Dojun, stay here, Grandpa orders, glaring coldly at the worried mother. She hesitates, terrified of leaving her young son alone with the infamously strict head of the family. Knowing she's totally scared, Dojun gives her a reassuring smile. Go ahead, Mom, I'll be right out. She reluctantly nods and leaves without saying another word. As the door closes, Grandpa speaks up. Did you do this? Yes, Dojun answers instantly. So what do you and I think he says next? Staying totally cool, Dojun gives him the most savage, calculated reply. Yo, you and I are about to watch the ultimate power play. Because that horse is mine, a gift from you, Dojun says, shocking his grandpa. The kid's voice is young but dead serious as he adds, but Kongjun tried to steal it, so I smashed it. If it is broken, then nobody gets to play with it. So you did that to stop him from stealing? Grandpa asks. Yep, totally. Dojun says it on purpose, straight up betting on how the king of Soonyang will react. He stares right into his grandpa's eyes and suddenly the old man bursts out laughing. His laugh gets louder and totally savage. Dojun smirks inside because he knows Chairman Jin Yangxiao does not want some weak-ass grandkids. What he loves is pure predator instinct, the ruthless vibe of a king who refuses to let anyone touch even an inch of his turf. This is the exact savage trait needed to survive in this dog-eat-dog world. Stopping his laugh, Grandpa gets dead serious. Even if you did not mean to hurt him, your stunt got your brother injured, so you are getting punished. Dojun bows like a good little kid. Grandpa turns around and says, follow me. Dojun slowly tags along, acting all sorry, but on the inside, he is absolutely celebrating. The second Grandpa opens the door to this room. Dojun almost lets out a massive gasp. In front of him is a massive, insane space with a huge conference table and tons of heavy hitters sitting dead serious. Dojun gasps, seriously unable to believe his eyes. Sure, Soonyang headquarters is on the 27th floor, but this mansion is the real holy ground where every life or death decision of the empire is made. Only the top subsidiary bosses and the most powerful elites are ever allowed in here. Grandpa walks in looking like an absolute boss and sits in the highest chairman's seat. For a second, Dojun flashes back to his past life, slaving away for Soonyang for over 10 years. He visited this mansion tons of times back then, but never once crossed this threshold. Yet in this life, he is already inside. Now, watch closely as his punishment of kneeling by the bookshelf turns into the ultimate opportunity to spy on them. This punishment is literally the perfect cover for him to gather intel. Peeking over, Dojun sees his oldest uncle and his cousin sitting right in the front row. He realizes that prime spot should belong to his own dad, but instead, Jin Songjin is sitting there acting like he owns the place. Even though the dude is only 20, he is already treated as the chosen heir. The meeting kicks off, the tension gets super heavy, and Grandpa finally speaks up. So how should we handle this? One director carefully speaks up, saying, Chairman, you know he is a guy who knows how to play nice. Even if his term is ending, he is not going down easily. Are you saying this family is not afraid of anything? Grandpa asks, voice dripping with sarcasm. Not afraid of anything, so you think they are strong? The director stammers, and Grandpa pushes even further. That faction has been solid for ages, and I hear the government is about to deploy the military, right? Yes, that is correct, sir. Hearing the word military, Grandpa goes dead silent, thinking, while the whole room starts whispering like crazy. Sitting in the corner, Dojun pieces it all together. Term limits, military force, protests. He realizes this is not just about business anymore. It is about the fate of the entire country. Another worried voice speaks up. We seriously need a backup plan. Protests are exploding nationwide and the crowds are getting absolutely massive. If the military steps in to crush them, the backlash will easily double. But while his crew is panicking, Grandpa stays completely chill, dropping some sharp analysis. Are those protesters really not afraid even with spears at their throats? The anger of the public is burning out of control. If you put out the fire, they will fear you. But bringing the military is just pouring fuel on it. You and I both know this simple logic, but the current government is way too dumb to get it. A loud slam on the table shakes the entire room, making the heavy air even more suffocating. Grandpa Jin Yangxiel glares, screaming at everyone in the room. And then what? Are you telling me to hide and save my own skin when the government falls? Do your brainless heads think the next president will be from the opposition? One shaking director stammers, "Yes, there is a chance of that, sir." The second he finishes, Grandpa slams the table again with some earth-shattering force. Every director in the room goes dead silent, too terrified to even breathe. Still absolutely furious, Grandpa screams, "A chance? It is either yes or no. Do you think I have time to sit here and listen to your totally useless, wishy-washy guesses?" The whole room bows in unison, apologizing. Grandpa snaps back, voice still dripping with anger. "I only need one answer. Which side are we backing?" Called out of nowhere, the vice chairman flinches hard. "Yes, of course, chairman." Grandpa points right at his face, saying, "You speak first. Who is it?" The vice chairman stammers, I think, then freezes, sweating bullets. Both he and the uncle's son sitting next to him keep their heads down. Watching from his corner, Dojun narrows his eyes. He instantly recognizes this vice chairman, the exact trash who framed him and ordered his hit in his past life. The guy finally regains some composure, standing up to say, "Not just the current government, but the successor is also in deep trouble. Protests have raged nationwide for 7 years, so I think things will only get slightly worse." Hearing someone finally speak, the rest immediately agree like a flock of mindless sheep. "I agree, same here. Those who do not join the bandwagon just keep their heads down in silence." Dojun shakes his head, knowing the president will resign in just 3 days. The Blue House definitely has a plan, so is mighty Soonyang really this clueless about the biggest intel? Dojun realizes this is the sad reality of this giant company back in 1986. Instead of planning real business strategies for these massive changes, they only care about betting on political sides. Such a narrow mindset and zero vision. Dojun really expected these supposed genius minds to think on a whole different level. Out of patience, Grandpa waves them off, screaming, "Enough! Get out! Go find some actual accurate information for me right now." They leave like they just got paroled, bowing quickly. Dojun sighs, completely bored. This elite high-level meeting is basically a clown show about picking sides. Once the room empties out, Grandpa sits down relaxed and says, "Come over here." Dojun tries to stand up, but his legs are completely numb from kneeling so long. "Crap, my legs are dead. I cannot even stand." He groans inside but forces himself to walk steady. Out of nowhere, Grandpa actually praises him. "Dojun, you did great. You knelt all that time without a single complaint. Even adults fidget, but you kept your back straight. Trust me, you and I are about to see him climb to the top." Yo, let's jump into how Dojun totally lost track of time listening to stories, accidentally scoring major points with his grandpa. But then the old man goes, "I have a question." Grandpa squints, asking why he's acting so different lately. Dojun freezes for a second, but quickly plays along, replying with this totally fake, miserable face, "Because I just can't take it anymore, Grandpa." "Say what?" Grandpa raises an eyebrow. Dojun complains that his parents always let people walk all over them, so he felt forced to do the same, but now he's just way too mad to take it. Dojun is scheming hard as he speaks. He knows he has to sell this sob story, wishing he could squeeze out a single tear to seal the deal. But before he can even start crying, Dojun is totally shook. Grandpa walks over and pulls him into a tight hug. "What the hell?" Dojun panics. This reaction is completely off his script. Is this cold-blooded tycoon actually feeling sorry for his little grandson? Seeing his chance, Dojun decides to drop an absolute bombshell to give the old man another massive shock. He looks up and says, "Grandpa, you should just become friends with all 3 of them." Pay close attention here, because this throws the old man off completely. "What did you say? Make friends with them? How?" "The 3 guys you mentioned earlier, Grandpa." He means the 3 candidates running for president. Grandpa stares at his grandson, waiting for a real explanation. Dojun acts completely innocent and goes, "Well, the president is the most powerful person in our country, right? Since we don't know who's going to win, we should just befriend them all. Any of them could actually become the president. So we've got absolutely nothing to lose by playing both sides." Grandpa stands frozen like a statue. "Am I right, Grandpa?" Dojun asks. Suddenly, the old man bursts into a loud, wild laugh, grinning from ear to ear. "Of course you're right. The more friends, the better." He laughs out loud, absolute satisfaction and pride shining in his eyes. Dojun breathes a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished for today. Grandpa tells him to head out and send Jin Sungjin in. Dojun quickly nods and turns to leave. Watching the kid's small back disappear, Grandpa is lost in thought. But check this out, Dojun flashes a victorious smirk. He completely fooled the slickest old fox in South Korea. Right after, Grandpa picks up the phone to call a mysterious contact. His voice turns freezing cold. "From now on, I want you to keep a close eye on all 3 of them." The guy on the other end hesitates. "You mean all 3 candidates?" "Yes, even the VIP, and tell them Soonyang wants to help resolve the messy political situation." Once his subordinate gets the orders, Grandpa hangs up. Leaning back, he smirks, amazed that a grandson so incredibly young could pull off such a brilliant next-level move. Right then, a knock on the door cuts his thoughts short. Jin Songjin creeps in, nervously asking, "Grandpa, did you call for me?" Grandpa replies in a weirdly gentle voice, "I've always been your grandfather, haven't I?" Jin Songjin lets out a quiet sigh of relief and mumbles, "Oh yes, Grandpa." Grandpa slowly probes further, asking if he has his own thoughts since he was just listening today. Jin Songjin, with a naive, cocky confidence, quickly speaks up. "Well, protests are exploding right now, but since the president deployed the police and military, I'm sure the whole situation will be shut down very soon. So you want me to support backing the current regime?" Jin Song starts stuttering, yes. Since he is both a close friend of the current president and the chosen successor, he has a massive chance of winning the next term, right? Grandpa flashes a totally unreadable smile. "Sure, I'll follow your genius advice and take a side then." Jin Songjin can't even believe his own ears, asking in total shock, "Really? Are you serious, Grandpa?" Seeing Grandpa stare in dead silence, absolute panic paralyzes him. He stands glued to the floor, shaking and clueless on what to do. Seeing this sad display, Grandpa is deeply disappointed. I only asked for his opinion, and he is already this terrified. The image of his bold, badass youngest grandson suddenly pops into his head, making him sigh in total frustration. "Whatever. Just get out," Grandpa waves his hand. Jin Songjin has zero clue what just went wrong, getting grilled with questions only to be kicked out like a dog. He bows and trudges out, looking completely miserable. Meanwhile, Dojun is lurking around the corner of the hallway, watching the entire train wreck with a massive, satisfied grin. Grandpa slumps back into his chair, letting out a massive sigh. Why does it have to be the youngest grandson? That incredible political instinct should have belonged to his oldest grandson. On the car ride home, a heavy silence fills the air. Dojun's mom quietly asks her husband, "So, what did father say to you in private?" Driving the car, the dad replies, "He told me to focus way more on the kid's education." His wife is completely shocked. The dad looks at Dojun through the rearview mirror, his voice dropping. "Dojun? Yes, Dad? I am not going to scold you for what you did at Grandpa's, since you already knelt as punishment." Dojun mumbles, "I am really sorry, Dad." Dad keeps his voice warm. "It's fine. At least you learned your lesson. Also, Grandpa mentioned he's going to hire private tutors to teach both of you." Hearing the word tutor hits the older brother like a bolt of lightning, and he screams, "What? Tutors?" Dad gently reassures him, "If you really hate it, Jin Hyung-jin, you don't have to study." Then he turns to his youngest, "What about you, Dojun?" Dojun thinks to himself that this basic schoolwork is a joke. He could probably teach the tutors, but he knows better than to defy Grandpa. "I will do it," Dojun says firmly. His dad, feeling a bit worried, says, "Seriously, if you don't want to, you don't have to." "No, I actually really want to study," he insists confidently. "All right then, if you're sure, I will let your grandfather know." With that, the dad stares out the window, deep in thought. Suddenly, the older brother, Jin Hyungjun, nudges Dojun's shoulder and whispers, "Hey, you did amazing today." Before Dojun can even ask, his brother grins. "You made that annoying brat Jin Songjin cry like a baby. Epic move." Jin Youngjun chuckles and looks back out the window. Dojun just shakes his head at his brother. This kid definitely has some major pent-up grudges. On June 29, 1987, the president's booming voice echoes from the radio. "My dear comrades and fellow citizens of the nation, as our country faces severe threats from deep divisions," Dojun sits comfortably back in the car, calmly sipping his banana milk while listening to this legendary history-making speech. This is the famous June 29th declaration, paving the way for direct elections this coming September. From this exact moment, the cutthroat power struggle of a brand new era begins. Drinking his milk, the kid wonders how Chairman Jin will play this massive political chessboard. The car pulls up to their house. Dojun gets out, hands in his pockets, walking in. As he enters, the maid rushes over, whispering, "Dojun, your grandpa is here. Trust me, this is about to get wild. Yo, you and I are jumping right into this crazy family drama." Dojun completely freezes because his scary grandpa just pulled up way faster than expected, screaming his lungs out at his mom inside. Before Dojun can even process this, his mom fires back with a shaky but surprisingly firm voice, saying she and her husband do not want a single piece of the family company. "We are keeping our hands clean." "But Grandpa?" the old man straight up roars. His mom stares at the floor, too terrified to look the old man in the eye, but she still finds the guts to stand her ground. She tells him that even though he wants 10-year-old Dojun to run the family empire someday, the kid is way too young and deserves to choose his own path. Grandpa completely loses his mind. "Are you stupid? Do you even know what owning these shares means? It means I am finally accepting your broke family as my real heirs. And you are throwing away this final chance?" His mom falls to her knees, crying and begging. "I am sorry. We just want a peaceful life where our kids can do what they actually love." Grandpa gets so furious his blood pressure spikes, leaving him speechless. Right as the tension hits its absolute peak, Dojun steps inside, calling for Grandpa. The little boss walks up and calmly blocks his mom. Grandpa flips his mood instantly. "Oh, look at my favorite little puppy." He happily scoops the kid up in the air, asking if he just got back from school. Dojun is shocked by the sudden lift, thinking this old dude is surprisingly jacked. From up there, he looks down at his mom kneeling. His mom was always the quiet, submissive type who never dared to argue with the chairman, but today she is risking everything just for his future. Dojun is genuinely touched, feeling a massive wave of respect for her. "Grandpa, are you mad?" Dojun asks with the most innocent puppy eyes. "No way, how could I ever be mad at you?" The old man lies, still sounding super salty. "But you were yelling so loud, I got scared," Dojun mumbles. Seeing him act timid, his mom quickly jumps in to cover for him. "Grandpa isn't mad, sweetie, we were just having a discussion." Dojun rolls his eyes inside. Do these people really think he is a clueless kid? Still, he keeps playing his innocent little role. "Please do not fight over me. I am not going to grow up and do what mom wants anyway." This random savage line completely stuns them both, silencing the room. Grandpa looks totally triggered, but Dojun is laughing his head off inside. Stick with me here, because this legendary old tyrant actually gets super salty over a 10-year-old's comment. Seizing the moment, Dojun boldly announces that he is going to grow up and become a massive group chairman, just like his legendary grandpa. The old man freezes for a solid second, then suddenly bursts out laughing. His loud, booming laugh echoes through the house, grinning like an absolute maniac. "Haha, that is my blood right there. The old sayings do not lie. My grandson inherited all the top-tier genes of our family." Only Dojun's mom stands there in absolute shock. Grandpa turns to her, his eyes finally softening as he asks, "How about that, my daughter-in-law?" No arguing now, Dojun literally said he wants to be a major businessman. His mom stares in pure shock, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears as she holds back a sob. She bows her head, her voice cracking as she offers to brew him some fresh hot tea. Then she quickly bolts to the kitchen to hide her tears. "All right. Dojun, let's head to your room," Grandpa signals, "since I have some serious business to discuss." Dojun watches his mom walk away, deep in thought. Why is mom getting so emotional? She looked like she was about to cry. Is it because Grandpa finally called her daughter-in-law? That is probably the first time he ever acknowledged her instead of keeping his distance. While mom is busy in the kitchen, they head into Dojun's room. The second the door shuts, Grandpa cuts straight to the chase. "Dojun, do you remember what we talked about the other day?" "Which one, Grandpa?" The kid acts totally clueless. "I mean the three powerful friends. Remember?" Grandpa smiles deviously. "Oh right, I remember now," Dojun replies, secretly laughing inside, like he could ever forget that. The old man definitely showed up today because of this. He whispers that to make a good impression, he sent over some major slush funds as gifts, just like Dojun suggested. Dojun is genuinely shocked by how fast this old man moves. Dropping massive illegal funds just because of a kid's casual suggestion is honestly some terrifying boss-level behavior. Grandpa sighs and continues. "But things are different today. Those three powerful friends are done playing nice and have started fighting. Number 2 and number 3 teamed up to crush number 1. Now Grandpa is forced to make a choice and pick only one side to back." Dojun politely cuts in, playing dumb to steer the talk. "But Grandpa, those three all want to be president, right? It sounds just like electing a class president at my school." "Exactly, they are fighting for class leader." Dojun blinks innocently. "So if number 2 and 3 team up to win, do they get to share the top spots?" Grandpa shakes his head. "No kid, there can only be one king. Only one person gets to lead." Dojun pretends to think super hard about this and then gasps. "But that makes no sense. Why would number 3 help number 2 for free when only one of them can actually win the crown?" Let's pause here because this kid's logic completely freezes the old man. Grandpa pushes, asking if they shouldn't team up. "No cap, why would anyone help for free? Even the average kids in my class do not work for nothing, so why would a top candidate do it? Especially someone who is fighting to be number 1. Number 3 will never help unless there is some massive secret payoff." Chairman Jin stands there like he just got struck by lightning, muttering that their entire alliance is a complete lie. Dojun, using his cheat code past life memories, knows this alliance is just a fake show. Those two are totally backstabbing each other. But he is not about to spoil the future. He just wants to plant a tiny seed of doubt using basic kid logic. With the old man's massive brain power, that is all he needs to calculate the truth. Grandpa starts plotting immediately. None of the high-level company executives or genius political advisors suspected a thing about this fake alliance. Only Dojun, a literal 10-year-old, saw right through their massive trap. The kid might not understand complex politics, but he totally gets human greed and desire. Looking at his young grandson, Grandpa is absolutely blown away with respect. He pats Dojun's head, hyping him up. "How are you so insanely smart? What is actually going on inside that little brain of yours?" Dojun just hits him with a totally innocent smile. And that is where we leave it, with Grandpa falling hook, line, and sinker as his luxury car rolls down the highway. Stick with me. You and I are about to dive into this insane story. Dojun is staring out the window, remembering how his new parents lost their minds when he insisted on visiting Gangneung. When his mom asked why, Dojun straight up lied with a perfect teacher pet excuse. He claimed his textbook said it was the only place in the country touching the Northern Sea, and he just had to see it. It sounded like a total nerd trying to study, but his actual motive was incredibly deep and depressing. He did not travel all this way for the ocean. He came to check on something that was eating him alive. Right now, how was his past self, Yoon Hyun-woo, and his dirt-poor family surviving? Dojin stops right in front of his old familiar house, his heart pounding with pure emotion. He finally found his old home. But right then, total panic kicks in. If he actually runs into his parents, what the hell is he even supposed to say? What if he accidentally calls them mom and dad? While Dojin is stressing out, he spots a super familiar sight through the window glass. His real parents are hanging laundry together, totally smiling and happy. That simple view hits him right in the feels, making his eyes tear up instantly. He whispers under his breath, "Dad, Mom, you are actually still alive and doing well." But suddenly, the old iron gate makes a loud screeching sound, swings wide open, and his mother from his past life steps outside. She sees this random kid standing there and kindly asks, "Hey kiddo, is everything okay?" Dojin literally has to bite his lip to keep from sobbing out loud. His beloved mother is right there, but she is looking at him like a total stranger. Then his dad walks out too, asking his wife what is going on. She turns around and says some kid is crying at their gate. His dad, looking as kind and gentle as ever, bends down to look at Dojin. "Are you lost, kid?" Dojin quickly wipes his tears and says, "No, I am just looking for a friend." His dad is surprised. "A friend?" "Yeah, my friend Hyun-woo." Hearing that name, the parents look at each other completely confused. Who is Hyun-woo? They do not know any kid around here by that name. His dad is totally baffled, but his mom thinks about it and says she will ask Hyun-ji if there is a kid named Hyun-woo at her school. Okay, pay attention right here because this is the exact moment everything gets super weird. Dojun is shocked. Hyun-ji? He quickly asks who she is, and his mom says she is their daughter. A cold shiver runs straight down Dojun's spine. In his past life, there was absolutely nobody named Hyun-ji. Even worse, his parents have absolutely zero clue who Hyun-woo is. Has his past self been completely erased from this reality? Cut over to the massive, intimidating office of Chairman Jin Yang-cheol. The latest newspaper reporting on South Korea's new president is sitting on the desk. Chairman Jin sits there deep in thought, staring hard at the massive headline. Turns out his young grandson Dojin was straight up 100% right. Months ago, when the government collapsed, all the massive conglomerates rushed to kiss up to both candidates, Kim Young-sam and Kim Dae-jung. Everyone thought one of them would win, but luckily he trusted Dojun's advice and backed the actual winner with the biggest gift, while only tossing some pocket change to those other guys. Chairman Jin smirks with absolute pride. Who could have guessed that a kid's crazy prediction would save their entire corporate empire so spectacularly? Back in his private room, Dojun drops the exact same newspaper onto his desk. So far, history is playing out exactly like he remembered. But the random appearance of this girl, Hyun-ji, instead of himself, is a massive wake-up call. Yeah, I know what you are thinking. The butterfly effect is already kicking in, and it is going to mess up all his plans because the future is no longer set in stone. If this crazy timeline keeps shifting, his cheat code of future knowledge will become completely useless. Dojin realizes he needs to make his move super fast. Before he turns 20, he has to hoard a massive mountain of cash to take over the Soonyang group, because in 10 years, Chairman Jin Yang-cheol is going to get terminally ill and die. Before that happens, Dojin must grab as many shares as possible to hand over to his father. This will spark an all-out war between his dad and his oldest uncle. But even more critical is the brutal car crash when he turns 20. He has to prevent his own past life death. Back when he was just Hyun-woo, basically a servant cleaning up after the Jin family, he remembers his current family died in that crash. But since his current family was completely cast aside and forgotten back then, he never bothered to look up the details. Now, he is seriously regretting that massive mistake. For now, the immediate plan is simply to survive that fatal accident. He wonders if keeping old Chairman Jin alive just a little bit longer could actually change things for the better. While he is totally lost in thought getting dressed, a sudden knock on the door cuts him off. It is his current mother. She smiles warmly and says, "It is time to go, sweetie." Dojin slaps on a polite smile and replies, "Yes, Mom." He knows that no matter how much he overthinks it, he cannot solve all these wild mysteries right now. Plus, he is living under constant, intense surveillance at the massive Soonyang headquarters. But today, he is greeted by his grandfather's classic, super doting face like usual. "Oh, is my favorite puppy here?" Dojin immediately runs over, giving him a huge hug and pretending to be ecstatic. "Grandfather." But on the inside, he is totally cussing him out. No matter how much he practices, acting fake like this is incredibly exhausting. But hey, to survive, you gotta put on a show for this sly old fox. His grandfather waves him over with rare excitement, saying, "Kid, come sit down." Dojun politely sits across from him and looks around. The room is absolutely massive and luxurious, just the two of them. No secretaries, no guards, completely private. He definitely wants a private talk, Dojun thinks to himself. Makes total sense. His grandfather was stressing out all morning, but as soon as the election results came in, he went absolutely wild because his massive political gamble paid off big time. Seeing that incredibly rare, gentle smile on the usually cold and heartless chairman's face, Dojun pretends to be totally innocent, asking, "Grandfather, what happened today to make you so happy?" The old man snaps out of his triumphal thoughts, but the new president's voice is still ringing in his head, saying, "I will never forget your help, Chairman Jin." The powerful chairman grins proudly, looking at his cute little grandson, and says, "Just seeing you makes me happy. I will get you all the delicious treats and cool toys you want." Dojin acts shocked, asking about his test scores. Seeing the old man's blank face, Dojin knows he totally forgot his promise. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, this revenge is going to get wild. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character pull off the craziest political power play ever. Even so, Dojin keeps acting like a good little grandson, bragging that he got straight A's on every test. The old man is shocked. Perfect scores on everything? Yeah, I was the only one in the entire class who got perfect grades, Dojin says, acting super proud. This makes the chairman burst out laughing, but then he sighs with regret. Man, what a drag. It is way too late now, so I cannot buy you that horse I promised anymore. Dojun secretly sneers. Who even cares about some trash horse? He is going to use this chance to grab something way bigger. He acts totally understanding, saying, "It is fine, I do not even know how to ride yet. I can just learn how to ride during winter break. And you can buy it for me then." "But grandfather, if it was not for the horse promise, why did you call me here anyway?" The chairman looks at Dojin, his eyes practically glowing with greed because he knows this kid is about to make Soonyang insane amounts of cash. Seeing his chance, Dojin drops the hammer. "So you can buy me something way more expensive than a horse, right?" The grandfather rubs his chin, agreeing that it should be something massive. "Let us see. What should I get you instead?" Dojin quickly acts worried, steering the conversation. "Grandfather, if I get a horse, does it have to stay at your farm on Jeju Island? But that is way too far. I cannot just fly to Jeju Island every single day to ride, you know?" The old man nods. "True, you have a point there. So what should we do?" Right then, there is a knock, and waiters roll in massive carts of food. The table is packed with insane luxury dishes, enough to feed a whole village. Classic filthy rich flex. "Let us eat and think," the old man waves. Dojin acts polite, saying, "Please dig in, grandfather." As they start eating, the chairman suddenly gets a wild idea. "How about I buy you your own farm?" Now, here is the part you and I need to watch closely. His real plan is finally working, and Dojin is screaming with joy inside. The grandfather promises to put the farm in writing, telling him to visit whenever. Dojin puts on a massive show of pure excitement. He yells, "Oh my god, thank you so much," and hugs the old man. Dojin knows that to these ultra-rich snobs, land money is pocket change when they are happy, but for him, this is the ultimate foundation for his future revenge. Dojin looks up and asks, "But grandfather, where exactly is this farm going to be?" The old man says, "Not far north of Seoul, in a place called Bundang. There is already a ranch there, so I will just buy it for you." Dojin freezes. No way, that is not where he wants it. He needs a different spot, somewhere with insane future potential. Seeing Dojin look down, the grandfather asks, "What is wrong? Do you not like it?" Dojin hesitates, using his prepped excuse. "I like it, but we live in Gangnam, and going north is way too far." The chairman laughs. "Far? You are a picky kid, huh? But south of Seoul, around Gangnam, there are absolutely no farms at all. We can just build one, grandfather." The old businessman, who spent his whole life in cutthroat markets, is totally shocked by this bold, innocent remark. "What? Build one from scratch?" The old man bursts into a loud, booming laugh that echoes through the entire room. Dojun just stares at the laughing old man, thinking, what the hell is going on? Did I say something wrong, or did this crazy old guy figure out my plan? The grandfather finally speaks. "Out of 48 subsidiaries under the Soonyang group right now, I only built 18 of them with my own two hands. The rest were just bought and merged." Dojun does not fully get the deep meaning yet, so his grandfather keeps explaining. "Most of the companies I started myself were during the early days. He means that only when you lay the first bricks yourself do you form a deep bloody bond with the company, sparking a fierce desire to make it huge. You and I both get it now, right?" Did this old fox really take my childish remark and turn it into some deep philosophy? Unexpectedly, the grandfather is totally sold. He places a trusting hand on Dojin's shoulder. "I love your bold mindset of just building it. Excellent. I will personally back you on your very first steps, Dojun." Dojun just nods, but his brain is still lagging hard. Is this old guy really about to teach me business step by step like some mentor? He wonders. Anyone out there? The grandfather suddenly barks with authority. Instantly, he orders the staff to bring a map of Seoul and Gyeonggi. Dojun is secretly thrilled. Bringing out a map means he is finally about to get some free land, right? Under the expensive, glowing chandelier, they wait. A few minutes later, the map is spread across the table. The old man wants to test the kid's eye for value. He hands Dojun a brush and sets the challenge. "Mark the exact spot where you want to build this farm." Dojun's brain goes into overdrive. He secretly wants to build dozens of farms all over the country. If he locks down areas where land prices will skyrocket in a year or two, he will have a massive advantage in the fight for Soonyang. Seeing the kid hesitate, the grandfather chimed in with a quick warning. "Choose wisely. You cannot pick expensive central Seoul, and you have to avoid the southern inner-city areas of Gyeonggi province too." After some fast calculating, Dojun marks a spot decisively on the map, saying, "Right here, grandfather." The old man squints at the location and asks, "But this is pretty far from your house. Is it?" Dojun plays the clueless kid again. Despite being curious, the grandfather orders his secretary to go check the status of that land immediately. The employee quickly nods his head, packs up the map, and immediately rushes out of the room. Watching him leave, Dojun lets out a massive sigh of relief because the old man did not grill him on why he chose that specific land. The room goes quiet again as they eat. Dojun keeps acting like a sweet, polite kid to stay on his good side. Sipping premium tea, the grandfather asks, "How is school? Making lots of friends?" Even though he replies smoothly, Dojun actually has zero friends. How could a 40-year-old man in a kid's body find anything in common with snotty children? Suddenly, there is a knock, and the employee returns with the map. "Stick around, because you and I are about to find out if this insane gamble pays off. Yo, stick with me because we are about to watch the ultimate power play begin." Grandpa asks his assistant about the land, and the guy says, "Sir, this Greenbelt zone has insanely strict development rules. It is literally just a trash countryside filled with melons and cucumbers. The roads are absolute garbage, making it nearly impossible to access. Plus, mostly low-income families live there. Experts say this place has zero potential to grow." Hearing this, the old chairman starts plotting his next moves in deep thought. He mumbles, "We could build a farm here." But his eyes show some shady, hidden schemes. His fingers start tapping rhythmically on the wooden table, over and over. That intense tapping makes even Dojun sweat bullets just sitting next to him. Finally, the old man stops tapping. Looks like he finished his mental math on the profits. He barks a cold order to his assistant to find out how much land they can grab there. "Buy up every single plot of land that is over 50,000 pyong for me." The assistant scurries off to obey. Hearing that massive number, Dojun's is low-key screaming with absolute joy inside. All he can think right now is absolute jackpot. Once they are finally alone, Grandpa tells him gently, "My boy, the land you picked is just some trashy, undeveloped plot with zero value right now. If it were me, I would never buy it." Dojun acts confused to play along. "Why is that, Grandpa?" "Because this land will take forever to go up in value. Who knows if I will even be alive to see it. So for me, it is a waste of money." "But you are different." "Why am I different, Grandpa?" The old man patiently explains, "Because in 20 or 30 years, this land might become an insanely expensive area. You still have plenty of time to wait and watch it transform. So just look at it as a little savings account I am gifting you." Dojun nods his head like a maniac, saying, "Yes, I will always remember your wisdom, Grandpa." He acts like a perfect, loyal grandson, but inside he is laughing his head off. Hold this land for 20 or 30 years. No way. He knows that in just 2 years, this place will be developed into the new city of Bundong. By then, he will own over 50,000 pyong of pure goldmine land right in the city center. Dojun cannot even hide his hype, enjoying his food while tasting sweet victory. Now check this out. Things are getting super tense inside Chairman Jin's office. Sitting in his expensive leather chair, Chairman Jin glares down at his 2 kids standing nervously in front of him. "You want me to fund the election in Dongno?" he asks suspiciously. His daughter, Seo Yun, quickly speaks up. "It is his first time running, but if my husband wins a high office, it will be huge for you and Soonyang, father." But all she gets in return is a cold, savage smirk from the chairman. He shuts her down, saying, "The politician currently holding office in Dongno is already my loyal puppet. If I call him at midnight, he comes running instantly. Your husband needs to just be happy with running for office in Suwon. We have tons of Soonyang power plants and contractors there. You can easily win without wasting a single penny on bribes." Hearing this, Seo Yun boldly questions her dad. "Are you too cheap to invest in my husband?" The chairman flies into a rage at her backtalk. "I already paved the path for him to become chief prosecutor. He was the one who said he did not want to be a congressman." Son-in-law Choi hangs his head, quietly whispering an apology to his father-in-law. Seeing her husband get roasted, Seo Yun defends him aggressively. "Is my husband not good enough? His family is one of the most elite in Korea. Even without the Soonyang brand name, he can easily win. Any political party would beg to have him at the top of their list." The chairman mocks them with a brutal, sarcastic laugh, completely crushing his son-in-law's fragile pride. "The top lawyer family in Korea? That is hilarious. I used my own massive cash and power to make Choi's father the chief prosecutor. Even your current job as the chief of inspection was handed to you by me. Do you clowns even know why?" Seo Yun is dead silent, too scared to make a sound. Chairman Jin continues roasting them without mercy. "I wanted your family to be my loyal guard dogs protecting Soonyang. Got it?" His face shows pure disgust for his pathetic son-in-law. Choi's face turns pale, bowing his head even lower, clenching his fists in anger but not daring to speak a single word. "You and I both know that with one phone call, his entire family would be kicked out of the legal world instantly. Do you hear me, son-in-law Choi?" the chairman growls. "Stop dreaming of things way out of your league. Just stay in your place and eat whatever scraps I choose to feed you. Pass my warning to your family. If any of you get greedy again, I will ruin your entire household." Choi replies, shaking with fear, "Yes, father, I understand." After shutting down his son-in-law, Jin targets his daughter. "Seo Yun, do you not want to run the department store I gave you anymore? She flinches, her face turning totally white. Did he catch on? Her real plan was to push her husband into politics for power, then turn around to crush her brothers and steal Soonyang for herself. Terrified of how sharp her father is, she quickly bows and begs for forgiveness. Just stay happy with what you have, the chairman warns. If department store sales drop even a single tiny bit, I will replace you on the spot. The humbled couple slowly drags themselves out of the room, completely drowning in pure embarrassment. Over in the corner, Dojin sits quietly, acting like he heard nothing. He is sipping his milk box, but his brain is busy analyzing the whole drama. Seo Yun and her husband just got their greedy dreams totally crushed. They must be stressing out big time about losing their entire inheritance. Whatever, I will deal with this couple later. The moment the door closes, Chairman Jin flips his attitude 180 degrees. He looks at his cute little grandson, and his voice becomes surprisingly sweet. My little Dojin, were you bored sitting here all this time? Dojin looks up with innocent, crystal-clear eyes. No, Grandpa, I was just reading my book. Oh, really? That is a great habit. Remember to always bring a book wherever you go. Grandpa nods happily and hands him a thick envelope. Take this, kiddo. Dojin looks totally lost. What is this, Grandpa? The old man smiles warmly. These are the land papers you wanted, totaling 265,000 square meters. Dojin is confused. He only asked for 50,000 pyong, so why did he get an extra 30,000 pyong? He quickly asks to clarify. Grandpa bursts out laughing. Kid, you actually remember the exact numbers? Dojun smirked inside, having carefully calculated his reply to score major points with his grandfather. In business, knowing your exact numbers is absolutely everything. Grandpa is super impressed. Since the small plots had too many owners, he bought extra to round it up. And trust me, you and I are going to watch this kid build an empire. Stick with me here. Our main character just bagged thousands of square meters of prime land for free. He did some quick math. In like 2 to 3 years, the payout for this 265,000 square meters of land would skyrocket to 16 billion won. When Grandpa asked if he liked it, he did not even hesitate to answer. Yeah, I love it. Like who wouldn't? Back then, a luxury Yunma apartment cost just 75 million won. With that massive future payday, he could literally sweep up 200 of those bad boys. Hyped about his filthy rich future, Dojin ran over and threw his arms around his granddad, totally playing the cute, grateful grandson. Hugging the old man, Dojun smirked. I mean, if someone hands you a massive 16 billion won fortune on a silver platter, you definitely play the adorable little grandkid to absolute perfection. 1988 was a seriously wild turning point for South Korea. South Korea's brand new constitution officially kicked in, finally opening the era where citizens voted directly for their president. That same year, the president dropped the historic July 7th declaration, pushing major new policies for inter-Korean peace and better global relations. Local self-governing was finally restarted after 38 long years, bringing back state audits after 16 years of zero action. Even though the exchange rate hit a crazy $600 and the economy ran into the three lows era, meaning low interest, low oil, and a weak dollar, people still flooded into Seoul like crazy, making capital real estate prices skyrocket overnight. Desperately trying to cool down this wild housing fever, the government suddenly announced plans to build 2 million brand new homes. Even with massive projects announced in Espion, Dongdong, and Pyeongchon, the crazy housing demand wouldn't budge. Then 1989 rolled around, and the official locations for those brand new urban development zones were finally locked in: Songnam City, Bundong, and the San District. Right inside the chairman's office, Jin Yangxiu was staring at the very first official urban development announcement. He burst into a shocked, ecstatic laugh. Spinning around, the chairman asked, Secretary Lee, do you know exactly where the land I gave Dojin is located? Yes, sir, I do, Secretary Lee replied. Chairman Jin pointed excitedly at the map. Look right here. Isn't this exact spot the one they just chose for the brand new city development? Now pay attention here. This is where it gets crazy. The land the kid picked skyrocketed hundreds of times in just 1 year. The chairman laughed, completely blown away. But you know the absolute wildest part? I actually tried to talk him out of it, but the kid absolutely insisted on picking this exact wasteland. With that, his booming laughter filled the entire office, totally pleased. Suddenly, he got dead serious. If Dojin grows up to be a genius, keep a close eye on him. Because if I split Soonyang into 3 or 4 pieces for my kids, they'll tear each other apart trying to steal the whole thing. I have to stop that, and Dojin might just be the wild card. Secretary Lee bowed deeply. I'll keep that in mind, sir. While Chairman Jin stared at the map, still laughing, Dojin was back in his room that night, staring at his brand new bank book with his jaw literally on the floor. He stared at the balance. 14 billion won. He quickly strategized. Sell 199,000 square meters now, and hold on to 66,000 until the value peaks even higher. That put his total net worth at a cool 20 billion won. Remembering how Grandpa told him he could spend his cash however he wanted, Dojin was absolutely buzzing. At this crazy rate, he knew that land would easily be worth over 100 billion won in 30 years. I know what you are thinking. Big money means big drama, right? Sure enough, A sudden knock on the door dragged him back to reality as his parents walked in looking dead serious. Dojin quickly wiped the grin off his face. "Sure, what's up?" Sitting across from him, his mom asked in a gentle but seriously concerned tone, "What are you planning to do with all that cash?" Dojin kept his cool, using his grandfather as the ultimate shield. "Well, Grandpa said I should just keep it safe in a bank account for now." His parents exchanged a relieved smile. Dojin knew they were just stressed because a kid was holding a massive fortune. "Aren't you going to buy anything for yourself?" his mom asked. "Nah, you already bought me everything I could ever need," he answered, playing the perfect angel. But then, Dojin blurted out, "Wait, is there something you guys wanted to buy with it?" His parents froze like they'd been electrocuted. They stared at him, totally caught off guard and visibly rattled. Out of nowhere, his dad stood up, his face completely dark, and stormed right out of the room. Dojun watched him leave, totally clueless about what he said to trigger such a harsh reaction. Left alone, his mom let out a heavy sigh and held Dojun's small hand. "Your dad was just caught off guard, sweetie. We will talk about this some other time, all right?" All Dojun could do was mumble, "Okay." His mom stood up and quietly left the room. Outside, his mom found his dad standing alone in the dark. "He is just a kid, he meant well," she said softly, trying to comfort him. "Do not take it to heart." He stayed silent before speaking up in a cracked voice. "I am not mad at him. I am just ashamed of myself." When he asked that, my heart actually started racing. I actually thought, here is my big chance. As a father, greedy for my own son's savings, I just felt so pathetic. His wife smiled softly and grabbed his hand. "Honestly, that money is just too massive." To be fair, I felt the exact same way. I honestly kept imagining our whole family moving abroad, finally escaping this endless financial struggle. Looking at each other, they both let out a soft, relieved laugh. Overhearing everything from behind the door, Dojun realized how deep their love and pride really were. Their self-respect as parents was just on another level. A bit later, Dojun walked over to his dad reading the paper on the couch and mumbled, "Hey Dad, I'm sorry." His dad looked up, surprised. "Why are you apologizing? I'm not mad at you, just shocked. By the way, what do you want to do when you grow up?" Looking his dad straight in the eye, Dojun declared firmly, "I'm going to do whatever I want." Amused, his dad asked, "Oh yeah? Like what exactly?" Dojun replied, "I want to run a conglomerate even bigger than Grandpa's." Hearing Dojun's insane goal, his dad Yoonki literally snorted and burst out laughing. His chuckles quickly turned into a roaring laugh, like he'd just heard the funniest joke ever. Dojun just watched him calmly. He knew exactly why his dad was cracking up. Soonyang was already the undisputed #1 empire in Korea, an unbeatable peak. A literal little kid declaring he'd build something way bigger than that? It sounded like complete science fiction. Once his laughter faded, Yoonki smiled warmly. "Man, you've got some massive dreams, and trust me, you and I know he's going to make them reality. Alright, you and I are about to watch this kid absolutely play the system." Dojun snatches his chance, begging his dad for help, and turning Yoonki's smile into a stressed frown. His dad sighs, claiming he is totally useless here. He has zero interest in the family business. Sure, he went abroad for business school, but his heart belongs to making movies, not corporate grind. "I know that," Dojun cuts in, eyes gleaming. "But you studied business in the United Kingdom, right? So you must have some seriously genius classmates from back then, do you not?" Yoonki completely freezes, staring at his 10-year-old kid in absolute shock. He honestly feels like he is talking to a sharp business partner headhunting talent, not a 10-year-old child. Meanwhile, over at the Soonyang headquarters, pure tension chokes the vice chairman's office. "What? That little brat got 14 billion in land compensation, and if he sells the rest, he bags another 10 billion? The uncle roars, face red and veins popping. His son, lounging on the couch, just whines about how jealous he is of Dojun's insane luck. With that cash, just the bank interest alone is 2 billion a year. That kid could literally buy 20 luxury apartments in Gangnam every single month. Crash! The uncle slams the table furiously, screaming right at his son's face. "That is not the point, you idiot!" The son flinches, shutting his mouth instantly. The uncle grinds his teeth, his voice dropping to a harsh hiss. "Your grandfather never throws money away. But watch closely here because this favoritism is insane. Grandfather literally built a ranch for that kid, transferred the title, and paid millions to hush up the drama." Hearing this, the son starts sweating bullets, finally realizing how bad this is. But the uncle is still furious. "Look at yourself. Did he ever give you land or a savings account? Never. He thinks you are worthless, yet you are sitting there counting petty interest? Pathetic." After screaming, the uncle collapses into his chair, eyes filled with scheming, dirty thoughts. Soon, he orders his goons to keep eyes on Yoonki's family. Days later, Yoonki brings a stranger home and tells Dojun that this is his old college buddy. The man smiles with absolute confidence and swag. "Nice to meet you, kid. I am Oh Se-hyun." After greeting him, Oh Se-hyun asks to speak with Dojun alone. Yoonki is surprised but respects his friend and leaves them be. Dojun stares, unable to believe his dad knows a future legendary investment shark. Oh Se-hyun asks if it is true that he wants to be a businessman. "That is right," Dojun answers confidently. Oh Se-hyun raises an eyebrow. "No way," Dojun replies calmly. "I want to run a conglomerate bigger than grandfather's." Oh Si-hyun laughs. In Korea, Soonyang is already #1 and you want to beat that? Wow, you have some massive ambition. It is not ambition, it is a dream. Dojun corrects him, remaining totally chill. Ambition like granddad, romantic dreams like dad? Oh Si-hyun nods. Dojun cuts the small talk, asking if he runs a massive company too. Yeah, a massive one, Oh Se-hyun says. But I am different from your grandpa. My job is to make rich people even richer. So you must meet tons of wealthy people. Can you help make my money grow too? Dojun asks, cutting straight to the point. Oh Si-hyun is shocked by this kid's guts. Look, kid, I only came here for your dad. You cannot be my client. Why not? Because my clients are super rich. A kid's pocket money does not fit in my investment portfolio. Dojun stares into Oh Se-hyun's eyes, his voice losing all childish tone. Did my dad not tell you how much cash I have? And honestly, you and I are going to love this kid's flex. I have 14 billion cash and 10 billion more after selling the rest of the land. There's 24 billion. Am I qualified? Silence fills the room. Oh Si-hyun freezes, his smirk vanishing. As a financial expert, he knows exactly what that kind of money represents. But 24 billion coming from a 10-year-old kid is just straight up impossible to believe. In his past life, rich heirs had fortunes, but that was decades later. Right now, in the 80s, a kid with this much cash is unheard of. 24 billion now is worth hundreds of billions in 30 years. The heavy silence puts immense pressure on Oh Se-hyun. He mutters to himself, completely unable to process the bombshell info he just heard. Seeing this, Dojun drops another bomb. Yeah, I will have 10 billion more this year. Oh Se-hyun finally snaps out of it. Taking a deep breath, he looks at Dojun like an equal partner, agreeing to talk. Dojun then slides a notebook over to Oh Se-hyun. This is my personal investment plan. Oh Se-hyun hesitates, grabs the book and flips it open. The very first page makes his eyes pop in shock. As he flips through pages 2, 3, 4, and 5, cold sweat starts pouring down his face. Every single number and line Dojun wrote is so incredibly sharp that it leaves Oh Se-hyun completely speechless. Meanwhile, Dojun acts totally innocent while casually sipping his banana milk, wondering how this big investor will react. He calmly watches every single shocked micro-expression cross the older man's face. Oh Se-hyun closes the notebook with deep respect, asking Dojun how on earth a kid his age could know all this. Dojun smirks, saying he is way smarter than he looks, but Oh Se-hyun is still highly skeptical, shaking his head. This is literally impossible. I do not believe a 12-year-old wrote this. Did someone else draft this massive masterpiece for you? Even elite business students from top universities could not pull off these strategies. Dojun just gives a smug smirk and fires back. Those college students are not the grandson of a chairman, and they do not dare to dream as big as me. So what do you and I take from this? The kid spent 3 years studying his grandpa to steal his genius. And trust me, the payback is going to be absolutely legendary. Yo, you and I are about to watch the ultimate power play because this crazy plan is clearly backed by that old fox chairman Jin Yangchul. He grills the kid about being influenced by Chairman Jin. Hearing that, Dojun knew he just played the perfect winning card. Even if he is a genius, no 12-year-old could make a massive plan like this. Using his grandpa as a shield is the ultimate cheat code here, so he flashes a sneaky smirk, instantly playing dumb to lock in his trap. I am always hanging around Grandpa, so he tells me all kinds of top-secret stuff. After dropping that bomb, Oh Si-hyun gets ready to leave. At the door, Dojun's dad notices his buddy looking totally stressed out and asks, "What is wrong with you? Why the super serious face?" Oh Si-hyun shoots back, "Why did you hide that 14 billion won thing from me?" The dad blanks out for a second, then goes, "Oh, that? I thought you would judge a kid having that much cash, so I kept quiet." Oh Si-hyun shakes his head, completely serious. It is not even about the money. That kid is definitely not normal. Dude, I seriously think your son is a straight-up genius. The dad laughs it off, saying, "Really? I mean, Dojun gets good grades, but..." Si-hyun cuts him off. "No, I am not talking about school." The two of them just stare at each other in dead silence. Suddenly, Oh Si-hyun turns around and mumbles, "Whatever, I need to go wrap my head around this. I am out." He storms straight out the gate, leaving the dad standing there totally clueless, wondering if his own kid is actually some kind of mastermind genius like his buddy said. Meanwhile, Dojun is watching them from the window. Seeing his dad look up, he quickly acts dumb and waves like a totally innocent little kid. Looking at that goofy face, how is he a genius? But hold on, here is where it gets crazy. A few nights later, Oh Si-hyun is back at Dojun's place to confirm the final plan. "So you are saying, since you got this classified info straight from your grandpa, you want me to run this insane investment plan?" Dojun gives a solid nod. Both of them go dead silent, calculating their next moves. Si-hyun nods. Yeah, an investment plan backed by the massive vision of Soonyang's chairman is obviously on a whole different level compared to normal plans. He stands up, throwing his basic guide in the trash, since it is totally useless now. Dojun smirks. To get this clever, experienced adult to take orders from a kid, using Grandpa's legendary name was definitely the only way. Oh Si-hyun goes on, saying they can set up an investment firm in America by the end of the year. You will own 100% of the shares, and the cash stays there until you want it out. But you will have to pay for the setup and running costs from your own pocket. Dojun just smiles, totally chill, and says, "Just do your thing, uncle." Oh, and there is one more favor I need. A chill runs down Sehun's spine. Seriously again? What kind of crazy bombshell is this kid going to drop on me now? He stares at Dojun's sweet, innocent-looking smile, feeling totally lost. Once they finish up, Sehun rushes out, letting out a massive sigh of relief as he heads down the stairs. Dojun's dad spots him and asks, "Why the dramatic sigh? Did my kid cause trouble again?" Sehun pats his shoulder, groaning, "Dude, I am so jealous. Your kid is insanely smart." The dad is still completely clueless. "Why are you saying that out of nowhere?" Sehun flops onto the couch and spills the beans. "I just talked to him upstairs. Dojun is down to invest, but he is only putting in 10 billion won." The dad gasps in shock. 10 billion? What about the other 4 billion won? What is he doing with that leftover 4 billion? Let us pause here, because this is where the kid's genius plan actually makes sense. Didn't you want to start a movie studio? If that studio happens, you would easily be the top choice for chief executive officer. The dad's eyes pop open in absolute shock. Before he can even ask, Sehun smiles and calmly continues. "Right now, a normal Korean movie costs about 150 million won to make. With this 4 billion capital, you could fund at least 10 major movies." Hearing that crazy massive number, the dad gets totally dizzy. Sehun casually drops the bomb that this was all Dojun's own calculation. "If you bring in outside investors, you can make even more movies. You will be totally free to create whatever art you want." Ending his speech, Sehun just keeps hyping the kid up. He is seriously way too smart. He knew your pride would make you refuse straight cash, so he planned this movie studio trick. Now, even if you try to say no, you are basically forced to run it. Hearing this, the dad hangs his head, completely touched and a bit embarrassed by his son's insanely thoughtful gesture. The two men sit in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, over at Chairman Jin's massive mansion, the vibe is totally different. The old man is staring at a file, asking his secretary coldly, "Who is this guy?" "That is Oh Se-hyun, head of PowerShares Korea, sir," the secretary answers politely. The chairman glares at the resume. "Is this guy Yonki's old classmate?" "Yes, sir. He and your second son went to school together back when they studied in England." The secretary hesitates for a moment, then whispers, "But young Master Dojun is seriously on another level, right? Instead of dumping his money in a boring low-interest bank like other kids, he hired a professional investment firm." The chairman slams the file down on his desk. "Go meet this guy and check him out. For all we know, he might just be a greedy parasite trying to steal my grandson's massive fortune." The secretary quickly bows and leaves, leaving the chairman alone to think about his youngest grandson. He thought the kid would just play nice, but instead, he is taking wild investment risks. Honestly, instead of being worried, the old man is actually loving it. That raw ambition, refusing to settle for tiny bank interest, the kid is exactly like him. Then, in May 1989, world history completely flips. About 2 million citizens across 3 Baltic states join hands, forming an epic human chain stretching over 600 kilometers to demand their freedom and independence from the Soviet Union. They called this historical event the Baltic Way. That same autumn, while people in Korea are celebrating their holidays, over in Europe, Hungary suddenly flings its borders wide open. East Germans start escaping to the west in huge waves, signaling the fast collapse of the entire Eastern Bloc. While the whole world is watching these massive political shifts with bated breath, Dojun is quietly building his own insane financial empire over in New York City. He sets up his investment headquarters, owning 98% of the shares, while Sehun and his crew keep the rest. In November 1989, they finally touch down in America. Staring at a massive skyscraper in Manhattan, he freezes, whispering, "This is my company. Stick with me because his world takeover starts right now." "Alright, stick with me here." Sehun shrugs at this absolute dump of a building, saying he just wanted to save some cash on a cheap office. But to Dojun, this place is not a dump at all. In his eyes, it is practically glowing with the golden light of the future. Sure, in a fancy place like Manhattan, this office looks totally basic. But for him, it is the official birthplace of an epic dream called Fantasy's Investment, the Company of Miracles. Sehun thought the name was way too childish and dramatic, but Dojun refused to change it. He is going to use this exact spot to pull off some seriously insane miracles. The two of them head inside. While Sehun is busy checking out the old gear, Dojun steps into the massive main office, totally hyped that this is actually happening. He is going to raise a straight-up beast here, a monster big enough to completely swallow the massive Soonyang group whole. Suddenly, a loud group of foreign guys walks right in, super hyped to see Sehun after a long time. After some quick greetings and laughs, Sehun suddenly gets dead serious and directs all their attention straight toward Dojun. "Alright team, say hello to your new boss. This is Jin Dojun, the Chief Executive Officer of Fantasy Investment." Dojun is stunned, while the staff just stares at this tiny Asian kid. Sehun whispers to him, telling him these are the crew members who will ride with him, and that he already gave them a quick heads up. The staff quickly straightens their clothes and bows, but instead of freezing up under their stares, Dojun just smiles coolly and introduces himself in absolutely flawless English with a mind-blowing, native-level accent. The whole room goes dead silent. Everyone is totally jaw-dropped. Si-hyun stutters, asking how on earth Dojun even knows English. Dojun just shrugs and says he self-taught himself a bit. Si-hyun starts sweating bullets. A bit of self-study? The kid literally sounds like a native speaker. Now pay attention here. They have zero clue he is a reincarnated beast who went to a trash college in his past life and had to grind 100 times harder than everyone else. To survive and claw his way up inside the Soonyang group, he studied languages day and night, determined to speak better English than those fancy Ivy League graduates who had everything handed to them. All that hardcore studying is now his ultimate weapon. Out of nowhere, Dojun speaks up, telling them he knows it is a bit sudden for a first meeting, but he needs them to start digging into a specific company immediately. Si-hyun's eyes go wide. He is totally panicked, having absolutely no clue what his mini-boss is plotting. The whole office goes into a frenzy, with nobody able to guess the kid's move. Si-hyun is already getting a massive headache, so he just asks him straight up. He asks which company they are targeting. When Dojun drops the name Ma Computer, which later becomes Ma Bello, the staff almost loses their minds, staring at him in complete disbelief. A basic computer company? But Dojun just keeps his smug smile and makes a bold claim. He says it is going to be their very first investment target, then starts breaking things down like a certified pro. He explains that at age 12, Ma Bell was already making serious money off middleman fees and stamp auctions, connecting buyers and sellers directly. From there, he launched multiple businesses and totally crushed the game with smart, hyper-focused marketing. Later on, he founded Ma Computer, turning it into a massive global tech empire. The whole team is left completely speechless by the pitch. Even Si-hyun, a seasoned veteran in the investing game, starts sweating hard. He asks how Dojun even knows this tech brand inside and out. Dojun smiles and drops some heavy facts. At age 12, that guy made $2,000 selling stamps. By high school, he was pulling in cash by running a newspaper business. You and I know our boy has the future mapped out, but Si-hyun is totally stressing. He asks if they are really dropping a literal fortune over some childhood success stories. Sure, he does not have a filthy rich grandfather backing him up like I do, but he was making cash at my age. Is a genius like that not worth the gamble? Dojun fires back with savage logic. His old soul attitude completely shuts Si-hyun up, and the whole office starts whispering in shock. Left with no choice, Si-hyun orders the team to instantly gather every scrap of info on Ma Computer and Ma Bello. The crew scrambles to work, and Dojun just smiles, totally satisfied watching his new office buzz with energy. A few days later, Dojun is pretty shocked to learn that Ma Bell wants to meet at a cheap burger joint. Si-hyun is feeling super negative, warning him that their chances of locking down this deal are almost zero. Dojun calmly says he knows they just scored a $30 million funding round from someone else. Si-hyun flinches, completely shocked that the kid already knows. If this was last year, they would have rolled out the red carpet for us. In investing, timing is literally everything. Dojun quickly calculates his entry and exit plans, admitting they are a step late. Si-hyun nods in agreement, saying that the guy choosing a cheap fast food joint just proves this meeting is not a big deal to him at all. Si-hyun mentions he had to bust his butt just to get him to squeeze them in. Dojun sighs, looking slightly let down. Si-hyun tells him to hurry up inside. They step into the noisy, packed fast food joint, looking around until a voice suddenly calls out to them. They spot a super young guy waving them over. Dojun watches him, intrigued by his casual vibe. This is Ma Bell. At age 27, he will become the youngest billionaire in the top 500, and by 34, he will hit the top 5 in America with over $21.4 billion. After some quick handshakes, Bell points at Dojun, asking who the kid is. Sian quickly makes up a story claiming Dojun is his absolute biggest fan. Bell thinks that is hilarious and bursts out laughing. The three of them sit down, and Bell skips the small talk entirely, telling them to make it quick, because he has to head back in 15 minutes. Si-hyun rushes to pitch the fantasy investment, but before he can even bring up the massive cash and benefits, Bell totally shuts him down, saying his pockets are already full of funding. Dojun knows Bell is acting cocky because of that $30 million bag. Completely unfazed, the kid speaks up, laying out a plan to drop $15 million to become the majority shareholder of Ma Computer. Hearing this little kid talk about crazy amounts of cash, Bell is completely stunned, asking Si-hyun if this kid is his son. Si-hyun shrugs and tells him no, the kid is actually his boss, leaving Bell utterly mind-blown and full of questions. He snorts, then bursts into loud laughter while slamming the table. He turns to Dojun and tells him he has 2 questions. He asks who told him about the stamp deal, but Dojun just drops a savage comeback. This is a $15 million play. Did you really think we would just wing this? Stick with me, because this kid is about to change the game. Alright, you and I are about to watch this kid absolutely play these rich boomers. But I already told you, we are done taking outside investments. So what is your actual play here when I hold over half the board's voting power? My word is absolute law. Dojun stares straight into Bello's eyes, casually dropping a massive bomb. I bet your company goes public with an IPO in about 6 months. That completely shuts Bell up, striking his absolute weakest spot. The kid is laughing on the inside. This guy is probably shaking, wondering how a teenager knows his most closely guarded secret. Looking his opponent dead in the eye, Dojun confidently lays out his move. I am going to use straight cash to buy up every single share of your company on the open market. With $15 million, that should make me the majority shareholder, right? Oh, and there is one more thing. I can pull together another $10 million in cash this year. Bell feels a chill run down his spine. His brain literally cannot process the crazy galaxy brain calculations of this tiny Asian kid. Before the guy can even recover, Dojun strikes again. As the majority shareholder and main investor, I demand a seat on your board and direct control over your entire business strategy. This is a non-negotiable deal breaker. The two grown men sit there in absolute silence, hanging on a kid's every word. But then, Dojun smirks. If you take this deal, I will hand all my voting rights right back to you until the day I decide to sell my shares. And I promise to let you buy them back first, at exact market value when I sell. Hearing this, Oh Se-hun completely panics and cuts in. He quickly apologizes to Bell, drags Dojun aside and whispers, "Are you completely insane? You cannot just make calls like that. Normally, buybacks are priced way above market value to cover risks and protect control. Why sell at market price?" Seeing Oh Se-hun freak out, Bell bursts out laughing, slamming his hands right onto the table. "So it is true. This little kid is actually your boss, and here I was doubting it this whole time. Haha!" Bell turns to Dojun, looking totally intrigued. "What is your name, young man?" Dojun smiles, sticking his hand out. "My English name is Wagon." Bell nods, locking the name in his head before slamming the table with finality. "All right, Wogo Jane, let's get into the details." Dojun smirks. He knows this game is already won. Now watch closely, because everything is going according to plan. He still does not get why Dojun would be so foolishly generous. Flying back to Korea in first class, Oh Se-hun just cannot stop overthinking it. "I will be busy as hell until this deal is wrapped up. But there is a catch. They definitely will not accept all $15 million. What do you want to do with the leftover cash?" Dojun casually flips his newspaper and replies, "You and the analysts run the numbers and find some hot spots. I will make the final call." Oh Se-hun shakes his head in absolute disbelief. "You seriously blow my mind, especially that negotiation with Ma. I still cannot wrap my head around it. I tried putting myself in the shoes of some genius kid to understand, but it still makes zero sense." Dojun suddenly turns with a knowing smirk, pointing right at his temple. "Actually, I am a reincarnated soul from 30 years in the future, uncle. That is why inside this little kid's head are the memories and business mindset of a seasoned 40-year-old corporate player." Oh Se-hun freezes completely for a few seconds. He narrows his eyes, staring deep into Dojun's soul before letting out a loud sigh. "Stop messing with me, kid. You watch way too much sci-fi. I am really not in the mood for these stupid jokes." Dojun just bursts out laughing. "You do not find that funny? You and I both know it is true," but Oh Se-hun just mutters, "Honestly, if that crazy theory were actually real, meaning if this really is the mind of a seasoned 40-year-old businessman, then everything you do suddenly makes total sense. Nobody could ever question your skills." Hearing that, Dojun just laughs it off. The plane slices through the clouds towards Seoul. At the Soonyang Group headquarters, the chairman's trusted secretary is carefully reporting the results of the New York investigation. "Chairman, the reports show they only went for basic sightseeing and shopping." Chairman Jin Yangcheol snorts coldly while flipping through a stack of documents. That old fox Oh Se-hun went with him, which means this was business, not some vacation. The secretary quickly bows, promising to dig much deeper, but then he hesitates, acting completely nervous. Chairman Jin gives him a razor-sharp glare. "Why are you acting so scared? Spit it out." Only then does the secretary find the guts to speak. "Sir, your son Yoon-ki is currently setting up a movie production company. Almost all the paperwork is done. Word is he plans to shoot 2 movies at the same time next year." Hearing this, rage boils up inside Chairman Jin. He grits his teeth, growling, "This is Dojun's money again, isn't it?" "Yes, the boy gave his father 4 billion won." 4 billion? Chairman Jin's hand clenches into a fist, shaking with pure rage. But he takes a deep breath, his eyes turning cold and ruthless. Fine, Dojun needs to taste failure once to open his eyes. If you want respect, you cannot just buy people off with cash, especially when mixing business with family. The secretary is shocked. "Sir, you mean Dojun?" "Exactly." Chairman Jin believes even if Yoon-ki is his father, Dojun must learn this painful lesson himself. You never throw money out the window without seeing a clear path to profit. 4 billion is a cheap tuition fee to make him tougher, cutting out his soft side of desperately trying to prove himself to his family. The secretary asks hesitantly, "But sir, what if Yoon-ki's movie actually succeeds?" Chairman Jin sighs, waving his hand. "Yoon-ki is just an idle dreamer. He has zero real talent. Has he ever run a business? If making movies was that easy, why would so many people go completely bankrupt over it?" The secretary shuts up immediately, not daring to argue, but in his mind he secretly thinks otherwise. If even a single movie hits, we would have to completely reevaluate young Master Dojun's incredible investment skills and eye for talent. Meanwhile, back at Dojun's place, Oh Se-hun reports the latest progress to his tiny boss. "We are putting $9 million into our main project. I also picked a few potential candidates for the remaining $6 million. With that, he slides a stack of files over to Dojun. Flipping through the list, Dojun's eyes suddenly light up when he spots a ridiculously familiar name. He gasps in pure excitement. Microsoft. Oh Se-hun immediately stops him. Sounds totally foreign, right? Honestly, I do not know much about them either. Rumor says investing there is extremely risky. His uncle is totally clueless, but Dojun knows the future. And trust me, you and I are about to watch him build an absolute empire with Bill Gates. Alright, you and I are jumping into a killer story about a kid playing the market like a god. To Dojun, danger isn't even a word. When he asks why, Si-hyun explains their operating systems are totally flopping. His uncle says they plan to drop version 3 next year, but with this massive losing streak, their future looks totally dead. Plus, IBM is prepping their own operating system to dump Microsoft. Hearing this, Dojun racks his brain, trying to remember if they launch Windows 3.0 or 3.1 next year. Whatever, a year or two off won't kill him. He turns and asks, "So what do you think, uncle?" Si-hyun sighs and totally admits the truth. "Honestly, I'm kind of interested in Microsoft." Dojun smirks, realizing this old guy actually has some guts and wants to gamble on a fresh new market. He locks it in. "Let's do it then. I bet we'll get super lucky." His uncle laughs. "Alright, fine." Then Dojun suddenly flips the script. "Hey uncle, can you sell my land in Bundang?" Si-hyun's eyes pop out. "Wait, sell? We should hold until prices peak." Dojun just laughs, saying he can't ignore their company in New York. "If we dump $15 million into those two companies, we need fast cash to run things and invest elsewhere." You get his play? Si-hyun nods. "Fine, but we only use half of that cash. The other half stays locked away for safety." Once Si-hyun leaves, Dojun collapses into his chair. Now pay attention here, because this is where the real mastermind plan starts. He's just using cheat codes from his past life, not some genius guru. In his past life, he was a nobody office drone who never touched stocks or set foot on Wall Street. His entire cheat sheet is just random news he remembered from the future. Sure, he doesn't know the exact split second to buy every single stock, but he knows one massive industry that is guaranteed to become an absolute goldmine 30 years later, and that's movies. Out of thousands of Hollywood movies, he knows every single massive box office hit completely by heart. He absolutely cannot fail. Dojun lets out a devious grin, already counting his future cash. Cinema is his ticket to becoming the king of Hollywood. Days later, Si-hyun drops off some fresh files, muttering, "I have no idea why you want this trash, but here you go." He slams a folder of film investments on the table, and Dojun immediately devours it. Si-hyun asks, "You giving this to your dad? Since we can import these films back home." "Yeah, something like that," Dojun mutters, his eyes completely glued to the pages. Suddenly, Dojun freezes. "You and I know how much that hurts. A massive future blockbuster is already snatched up by another distributor. Damn it, if his dad's company distributed this, it would have been a massive hit and paved the way for all their future movies." Just as he is losing hope, another title catches his eye. He urgently asks, "Uncle, is this filming right now?" Si-hyun blinks. "Which one?" Si-hyun shrugs. "Oh, that tiny project? It hasn't even started shooting. The director and lead actor are total rookies. Wait, actually, the lead is just some kid, like your age." He warns Dojun to pass. But why? The studio approved $14 million, but the budget blew up, pushing the project over to Fox. They're still reviewing it. Si-hyun says, "Look, even I know a movie this messy from day one is bound to crash and burn." But Dojun doesn't care about his uncle's doubts. He demands, "Uncle, I want to invest in this, dump in as much cash as possible." Si-hyun scowls, his voice turning dead serious. "Kid, stocks and movies are two completely different ballgames. If stocks crash, we can at least cut our losses. But if a movie fails to break even, we lose every single penny instantly. There's no backup plan." He snaps, "This isn't investing, it's straight up gambling." Dojun, who actually holds the cash, is basically begging, "Just this once, please. I promise I'll never ask for movie money again." But Si-hyun firmly shuts him down. "No way." Si-hyun yells his name, making even Dojun jump. His face goes completely cold, and he looks totally pissed off at the kid. Dojun understands why the old guy is losing his mind, but he knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. Fantasy investment absolutely cannot pass up this golden opportunity to carve their name deep into the Hollywood scene. We're not talking double or triple profits here, we're talking 10 times that amount easily. Looking his partner dead in the eye, Dojun says, "If we lose, it's my cash. Plus, you promised my parents you'd let me run wild." Si-hyun's jaw drops at how insanely stubborn this kid is. He's fuming but completely cornered. Then Dojun drops the ultimate mic drop. "Besides, even if I blow every single cent of our company capital, who cares? My grandpa is literally the richest man in Korea, right?" That bratty, flexible line shuts Si-hyun up completely. He takes a deep breath to keep from exploding, then sighs in defeat. "Fine, whatever, do what you want, I give up." Dojun smirks and adds, "Make sure my dad's company gets the Korean distribution rights." Easy enough. "Honestly, we are probably the only crazy company willing to dump cash into this garbage project anyway." Si-hyun snarks back. "Anything else?" "Nope, that's it." Si-hyun immediately snatches his briefcase and bolts, grumbling that he'll handle it and report back later. Dojun's mom comes out to invite him for dinner, but Si-hyun is way too ticked off and declines immediately. "Sorry, but I really don't have the appetite today, I'm heading out." His mom watches him leave, totally confused, and asks Dojun if he is okay. Dojun, what's going on? Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry, Mom. Dojun smiles to calm her down. He knows that once those massive box office numbers drop, his uncle's anger will melt away. Clutching the script, Dojun grins, and trust me, you and I are about to see him win big. The cover proudly reads, Home Alone. As time flies by, everything plays out exactly like Dojun planned. Once Microsoft drops Windows 3.0 and enters the personal computer market, tech stock prices start absolutely skyrocketing. Ma Computer stock keeps shattering records, dumping massive profits right into fantasy investment. Alright, you and I are about to watch this kid pull off the most insane money play ever. Since they just crushed it in tech, Oh Si-hyun is all smiles around Dojun, totally forgetting his anger. He even tries to act big, comforting the kid that their $8 million loss on Home Alone is no biggie and they will break even soon. He waves his hands around, trying to flex how generous he is. But Dojun, harboring the secret soul of a seasoned 40-year-old man, just laughs to himself. He knows this dude is going to have to eat his words real soon. And yep, reality slaps Si-hyun hard way faster than expected. He runs straight to Dojun, looking absolutely hyped and totally unable to believe his own eyes, screaming, Do you know what just happened? Just the net profit from that movie hit 33 billion won, 6 times their original investment. And get this, that is only the US box office. Seriously, a global release will make this number go absolutely berserk. Compared to every other middle schooler on Earth, you are basically the richest kid alive. Dojun just shrugs. But uncle, I am in middle school now. Oh, Si-hyun freezes. Dude completely lost track of time. He panics. Wait, you are starting middle school this March? If you are studying all day, who is going to make me rich? Right then, Dojun's dad walks in looking totally depressed, and Si-hyun asks, What is up, man? Still struggling with that movie of yours? No theaters willing to screen it yet? The dad sighs deeply, sounding miserable. Do not start. They have open slots, but they keep rejecting me. They said they have to save screens for some Home Alone movie that is blowing up this holiday season. Si-hyun holds back his laugh, acting completely shocked. Wow, is that flick really so hype that theaters are blocking out schedules? Yeah, apparently this family comedy is literally breaking every single box office record. Dojun's dad sighs, too ashamed to look at them. He says his movie stands no chance until Home Alone finishes. Now pay attention here, check out the sneaky look these two exchange. They both know exactly who actually owns that massive blockbuster. Dojun chimes in with a sneaky suggestion. Dad, how about you give them an ultimatum? Tell them if they play your movie, they get the exclusive rights to screen Home Alone. The holidays are prime time for cash, after all. Dad freezes, then his brain finally kicks into gear. He stares at his kid like he just discovered a literal goldmine. Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? He grabs his files, dashing out the door while yelling that they will celebrate later. Dojun watches his dad vanish like a hurricane, leaving him and his uncle cracking up at the sheer chaos. That is when Oh Se-hyun suddenly remembers one massive detail he totally forgot in all the hype. How on earth did this kid know they would land such a juicy contract? But with future memories on his side, Dojun is already planning his next massive level up. He tells his uncle, Hey, make me a list of all the movies scheduled to shoot this year, will you? I am planning to dump $200 million into them this time. Hearing that insane cash amount, Si-hyun panics and tries to talk him out of such a crazy gamble. But Dojun just grins, asking, Hey uncle, what is the average return rate our fantasy crew over in New York usually pulls in? Si-hyun crunches the numbers and sighs, about 600% a year. And honestly, that is the absolute lowest return from any deal you have touched. Right after saying that, he realizes he just played himself. He is completely outmatched by this kid's big brain energy. Dojun just smirked at his stunned uncle, who is totally out of arguments. Si-hyun finally surrenders. Fine, I get it. I will get that list ready for you. Once his uncle leaves, Dojun collapses onto his bed. His body is resting, but his brain is still overclocked and running at full power. Now he is in middle school. He has got to keep top grades to impress Chairman Jin. You know how crucial this is for his master plan, right? For the next 3 years, things should be chill. His investments are literally on autopilot, just picking guaranteed blockbusters and printing money. As he is plotting, his mom knocks and peeks in, asking if he is done talking business. Dojun sits up politely, and seeing him free, she asks if he wants to grab some food. He happily agrees. The next day, Dojun is chilling at home when he suddenly hears someone stomping like crazy up the stairs. It is his innocent dad, rushing to head out. Dojun asks where he is going, and his dad, scrambling to put on his shoes, replies with pure nervous excitement. My movie premieres today. I am just running over to the theater to check out the vibe. I will be right back. Dojun chuckles at how wholesome his dad is. Once he leaves, this middle schooler acts like a total boss, crossing his legs and reading the financial news like a seasoned investor. He is searching for hot news or massive trends when suddenly a wild headline catches his eye and completely stops him in his tracks. He slams the paper down, double-checking every single word. Every major news outlet is straight-up attacking Hazen Motors in unison. Dojun frowns, racking his brain. In his past life, this scandal definitely did not happen in 1991. Hazen was supposed to survive until 1997 before Deong Group bought them out. He starts sweating. Did his butterfly effect just warp the entire timeline? Or is this some dirty play by a competitor or even a stealthy government move? Dojun does not wait around and runs to find his mom. Seeing him so panicked, she asks what is wrong, probably thinking he is just going to beg for allowance money. But nope. Dojun demands to know when they are visiting Grandpa. She says tomorrow, but he shakes his head. No way, I cannot wait, we have to go right now. Seeing how dead set he is, she finally gives in, telling him they will go right after breakfast. But she warns him to be careful and not trigger Grandpa at all. If he loses his temper, we might lose our entire inheritance. Then Dojun remembers and asks, wait, are you not going to see Dad's movie premiere? Today is literally the big release. His sweet mom sighs, admitting she is just too stressed and terrified that nobody will show up to watch it. Dojun knows a basic reassurance won't work here since his mom has absolutely zero clue about how massive his dad's movie is going to be. She probably thinks the movie is a total flop anyway. He only opens the door, but how their lives change is something they have to experience themselves. Watching his family win from behind the scenes is the most satisfying thing ever. Stick around to see what crazy move he pulls next. Alright, you and I are back in this crazy game of rich family betrayal. At Chairman Jin's mansion, a maid says the boss is busy, so Dojun waits in the lobby. He spots two weird pairs of shoes outside and cannot stop staring. Walking over to the couch, Dojun starts putting the pieces together. The hit piece slamming Asian Motors dropped right before the holidays, and this top-secret meeting started at the crack of dawn. These random clues are totally driving him crazy. He just cannot find a solid lead yet. Waiting there is absolute torture, while those greedy old schemers are plotting God knows what behind those locked doors. Meanwhile, in the study, Chairman Jin locks eyes with his oldest son and barks, "Do you actually have the guts to take over Asian Motors?" Hearing this, the uncle snaps to attention like a hyped-up soldier. "Yes, father. This is our golden ticket to climb to second place in the industry. I will definitely buy out Asian Motors and secure that #1 spot for us." Chairman Jin nods, totally pleased. "Consider it done, I am putting you in charge. Draw up a solid plan with the department heads. We must acquire Asian Motors by the end of this year. If you pull this off, I will hand over the entire automotive division to you." The uncle and the secretary are absolutely floored. But a second later, the uncle cracks a smug grin, already dreaming about the mountain of cash and power coming his way. Watching from the side, the secretary's brain starts working overtime. Handing the automotive branch to Jin Young-ki is basically the same as giving him the keys to the entire Soonyang group. Now, pay attention here. Secretary Lee is sweating, wondering if the old man already picked his heir. But before they can think, the chairman's booming voice cuts right through the heavy silence. He turns to his eldest son, asking if he is too chicken to take the job. Vice Chairman Young-ki bows his head fast, his voice shaking with pure excitement. "Not at all. Thank you so much, father." Chairman Jin stares at his son with unreadable eyes, then dismissively waves his hand. "Get out there and remember, business is war, so do not make any brainless mistakes. No need to show up early tomorrow. Just be here for the New Year ancestral rites. Time is money now, so get to work." Young-ki nods like a maniac, bows, and quickly scrambles out of the room. He struts out looking so incredibly thrilled that Secretary Lee and the chairman just stare until he disappears. The secretary leans in and whispers, "Looks like the vice chairman got a massive lucky money bonus this year." The chairman raises an eyebrow, asking what that is supposed to mean. The secretary replies, "Well, did you not basically just announce your succession plans?" But the chairman's smirk turns wild and incredibly sneaky. He chuckles. "Did I ever say I was going to hand over the entire Soonyang group to him? I only promised him the automotive division." The secretary is stunned. The old man is playing 5D chess. The chairman calmly sips his tea and starts explaining. "If he buys up more than half of the car shares owned by our subsidiaries, I still protect our group's core control. That is my actual play here. And yeah, that car division is still a pretty sweet prize." The secretary sighs in awe, saying the vice chairman will be totally crushed when he finds out. The old fox laughs, disappointed. "No way, it will just trigger his greed and make him fight harder. Young-ki is just as clueless and naive as you are." The secretary has absolutely nothing to say to that. The old man is a straight-up genius, always staying 5 parallel steps ahead of everyone else. We both know Dojun is not done digging, so that afternoon he slips into the study. Seeing his grandpa grinding away, he asks sweetly, "Are you seriously working on New Year's Day?" The chairman looks up, his stern face softening as he sighs. "There is too much to do. But I am finally wrapping up." Dojun walks closer, scanning the luxury room. His eyes lock onto a newspaper sitting on the desk, the exact same one he read this morning. "Just as I thought," Dojun says to himself. Today's meeting was definitely about Ajin Motors. He puts on his best innocent kid face and says, "You seem happy today, Grandpa." I saw Uncle grinning from ear to ear on his way out. The chairman just grunts, saying he is just happy because of the holiday, quickly folding the document like he is hiding a secret. But you cannot fool Dojun. This kid has the soul of a savage 40-year-old corporate player. He keeps digging, asking if he can ask a quick question. The old man stays calm and asks what it is, while Dojun stares hard at that folded automotive file. A wild theory pops into Dojun's head. What if his own grandfather is the mastermind pulling all the strings behind this massive media scandal? Seeing him spacing out, the chairman asks why he went quiet. Dojun snaps out of it, quickly covering up by saying, "Oh, I just saw some crazy news today." "Is it about Ajin Motors?" The chairman nods, asking why that seems weird. Dojun plays dumb, looking completely innocent. "Well, usually when the media talks trash about Soonyang, you throw a massive tantrum and demand to find the writer. But today, you are super chill." The chairman laughs, totally impressed. "Spot on, you have got a killer memory, kid." He gets excited and starts teaching him, saying newspapers are basically just selling words for cash. Selling words? Dojun plays dumb. Exactly, those articles might look innocent, but they are always tied to money. For example, an article whining about Seoul's traffic is actually just clearing the path for construction companies to score massive road expansion deals. Dojun hangs on to every single word. The old man points to the paper, asking who stands to make a fortune from these articles bashing Ajin Motors. Dojun fires back instantly, simple. The rivals who want to watch Ajin Motors burn to the ground. The chairman roars with laughter, calling him a genius while ruffling his hair. But inside, Dojun's mind is absolutely blown. Holy crap, it was actually him. The very first person to strike a blow against Ajin Motors is his own grandfather. Panic starts setting in. In his past life, Daehan Motors was the giant that swallowed Ajin Motors, not Soonyang. Did Grandpa fail this deal in the original timeline, letting Daehan swoop in and take everything? The next day, New Year vibes take over the Jin family mansion. Early in the morning, the kitchen is absolute chaos with chopping and clinking plates. Chefs are hustling hard, and maids are running around carrying steaming hot dishes straight to the banquet table. An 8-meter table is stacked high with crazy expensive delicacies. The entire Jin dynasty has finally assembled. Chairman Jin sits at the head, radiating pure boss energy while everyone eats in terrified silence. And trust me, you and I can definitely feel the storm that is about to brew. Yo, you and I are about to dive into the most chaotic family dinner in Manhwa history. First, we got the only daughter creeping in, then the oldest and second sons lining up. The youngest son, Yonki, and his family are sitting like stone statues, not even daring to breathe. This super rich dinner table is loaded with crazy expensive food, but the vibe is straight up suffocating. Since Dojun's parents have the lowest status in the entire family, they're sitting in the corner, looking totally intimidated. Dojun, on the other hand, is the loaded favorite grandkid. He's just chilling and enjoying his food, not caring about anyone. Out of nowhere, his oldest uncle pretends to be a caring brother and asks about Dojun's dad's new movie release. His dad is so shocked anyone in this family is actually acknowledging him that he just stammers, too flustered to answer right away. Hearing about his useless youngest son, the chairman just scowls in absolute silence. But after taking a deep breath, Dojun's dad holds his head high and speaks up confidently. He says it's doing great, and that they've already sold nearly half the tickets in just that one theater. Hearing this, the oldest uncle fakes a smile and acts totally impressed. His uncle asks if his debut film is really that massive of a hit. His dad just smiles humbly, saying it's only day one, so they'll have to wait until it leaves theaters to see. Watching his dad finally find his backbone and talk back with confidence makes Dojun's day. He's totally hyping him up inside, grinning while he eats. Right then, his arrogant, heavy-set second aunt decides to act like a boss. She shoves her empty bowl toward Dojun's mom and snaps, "Go to the kitchen and get me some more soup." Watch closely. His sweet mom just nods, ready to fetch it. But seeing this, it makes our main character's blood boil with rage. This old lady never changes, always finding any excuse to treat his mom like a servant. Dojun's dad is absolutely fuming too, but he's forced to swallow his anger. Suddenly, the chairman's powerful voice slices through the heavy tension, ordering his second daughter to pour him some soup instead. Dojun's mom freezes in shock, while Dojun and his dad are left completely clueless. The second aunt freezes, thinking she completely misheard. But the chairman gets annoyed, shoves his bowl right in her face, and barks, "Are you already deaf at your age? I told you to get me soup." She jumps terrified and quickly stammers an apology. "Yes, father," she stammers, scrambling to snatch the bowl from his hands. She doesn't dare waste a single second because she's terrified of angering her walking ATM. The other aunts on the table also breathe a massive sigh of relief. Dojun's parents are still in absolute shock, just staring blankly at the chairman. Meanwhile, the most powerful man in the room just calmly keeps eating. Dojun smiles, realizing his grandpa just publicly protected his parents, instantly validating their worth to the entire family. From now on, absolutely nobody in this household will dare to bully or look down on his parents again. He lets out a dark smirk. Normal kids would probably be crying happy tears right now, but his mind is already way too busy plotting how to betray the old man. Right after dinner, Dojun sneaks toward his study. After looking around to make sure the coast is clear, he slips inside. His target is the massive strategic report his grandfather left on the desk yesterday. To block his grandfather's next moves, he needs to know every single detail of this plan. Finally, Dojun spots the stack of papers sitting right there on the desk. He quickly flips through the pages, completely losing track of his surroundings as he sits flat on the floor, scattering the documents everywhere. The more he reads, the more Dojun realizes something is seriously off. This isn't just some basic plan to take over Hajin Motors. It's an insanely detailed proposal, pushing for a massive restructuring of the entire auto industry, packed with custom policies and direct support options from the government. The files argue that letting Daewoo Motors buy Hajin would create a dangerous monopoly. Therefore, the report concludes that Soonyang Motors is the absolute perfect candidate for the takeover. I know what you're thinking. This old man is a total snake, right? He basically rigs the laws, feeds them to the government, and they just dance to his tune. In other words, the Soonyang Group and the government are basically in bed together. Dojun bites his nail in frustration. There is absolutely no loophole for him to exploit here. Now what? If he backs down now, Hajin Motors falls to Soonyang, and his entire plan goes down the drain. Deep in thought, Dojun doesn't even hear the footsteps creeping up behind him. What do you think you are doing in here? That familiar voice makes Dojun's heart drop. He freezes up completely, his face turning pale as he gets caught red-handed in the act. He slowly looks up, desperately holding on to a tiny shred of hope. But standing right over him is his grandfather, the ruthless and powerful chairman, with his face flushed red with pure rage. Looking down from above, he sees Dojun sitting on the floor, looking like a guilty kid begging for forgiveness. Trapped on the floor, Dojun looks straight back at his grandfather, desperately trying to keep his cool for an excuse. "I'm sorry, I just wanted some papers to study." The tension in the room is heavy. But then, his grandfather's angry face suddenly softens into a light smirk. He asks, "So did you find the answers you wanted?" Dojun is incredibly relieved, but he acts dumb, scratching his head like an innocent kid. "I just skimmed it, so I didn't really understand much." The chairman gets serious again, lecturing him. "Too bad you didn't get your answers. Being curious is great, but don't you ever come in here without my permission again. Got it?" Off the hook, Dojun breathes a sigh of relief, quickly cleans up the documents, says his apologies, and rushes out of there. He barely survived this crisis, but his future plans are still in deep trouble. He expected a simple buyout strategy in that report, but reality was way more complicated than that. Walking away, Dojun keeps racking his brain, trying to find another way to turn the tables on this deal. Right before exiting the door, Dojun suddenly stops and looks back at his grandfather. Chairman Jin is still sitting there, smiling warmly, as if he isn't currently plotting to ruin lives. Dojun bows deeply, but a wild idea suddenly hits him. The one he needs to stop isn't his grandfather, it's the government itself. How does he distract the government so they completely lose interest in Soonyang's proposal to restructure the entire car industry? So Dojun taps into his past life memories piece by piece and smiles because he knows what's coming. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this next part." The next day, the chairman's office is heavy with tension. Chairman Jin leans back as his secretary reports, "Sir, our investigation shows all the rumors are completely true. All right, you and I are diving into the ultimate rich kid revenge story, where this reborn teen is about to break the system. While some old boss bribed officials for land, his assistant is literally shaking. I am scared this scandal is going to blow up and won't die down easily. We seriously need to cut off all contact with the Blue House right now. Should we pause buying those Hajin Motor stocks too?" Throughout the report, Chairman Jin taps his fingers on the desk, and each slow tap hits the assistant's brain like a heavy sledgehammer, making the poor guy sweat absolute bullets. "You useless idiots," the chairman barks. "I literally warned you guys not to buy land under this trash government." He straight up orders them to pull out of that risky bet immediately. His eyes land on the government-backed auto buyout proposal sitting on the table, and now it just looks like straight-up garbage. Furious, he grabs the entire file and tosses it right into the trash can. Meanwhile, back at Dojun's place, the kid is just chilling and sipping milk. He gives himself a quiet pat on the back. "Thank God I remembered this massive Hanbo scandal." Leaking that anonymous tip to the press finally paid off big time. Setting down his empty carton, Do-jun flexes a smug, victorious grin. With a massive mess like this, the government is going to be stuck doing damage control for a super long time, leaving them zero brain power to even care about Soonyang's proposal. Hajin Motor is finally safe in my hands. The next day, Do-jun drops by Oh Se-hyun's office and says, "Hey uncle, it's time you came to work for me full-time." Se-hyun stares at this kid like he is tripping, completely lost. But Do-jun just stands there acting like a straight-up boss. "Quit working for power shares already and focus all your energy on fantasy investment. You own 2% of my company anyway, and since we are absolutely crushing it, I can pay you a crazy fat salary." Se-hyun chuckles and claps back. "What if I say no?" Do-jun looks totally confused and asks, "Why though? Why would you skip out on such a sweet deal?" "Look at the facts," Se-hyun says seriously. "You own 98% of the shares and make every major call, and honestly, you never miss a single target. So what am I even here for?" Se-hyun gives him a knowing look. Do-jun finally gets the vibe, realizing, so it's a professional pride thing. Time to bait this talent. The kid quickly cooks up a new pitch, saying, "I am opening a branch right here in Korea. I am setting aside some cash to run the local office, plus my grandpa's slush fund needs a sneaky manager." Hearing this, Se-hyun's jaw literally drops. Do-jun knows that while investigating Se-hyun, his grandpa realized the guy is an absolute genius and recently started handing him some massive top-secret projects under the table. Se-hyun freezes, thinking, did Chairman Jin actually leak this crazy secret to a kid? Or did this absolute monster somehow extract the info out of his own grandpa before he could even blink? Do-jun drops the final hammer. I will just pull our cash out of Martin Computer. That money plus Grandpa's slush fund will all be under your total control deal? Se-hyun gasps in pure horror. Wait, what? You are pulling out of Martin Computer? Yeah, I am selling everything early next year, Do-jun replies casually. This time, Se-hyun loses his absolute mind, jumps up and screams right in the kid's face, are you insane? Martin Computer is literally our cash cow. Why quit now? Ever since they went public, their stock has done nothing but print money. That's a diamond-tier asset. Are you just throwing cash out the window? Do-jun stays totally chill, acting like it's no big deal. Now pay attention, because this kid knows exactly what he is doing. So what do you think of my offer, uncle? Don't get it twisted, I am asking nicely. Hearing this cocky brat talk like he owns the place makes Se-hyun's blood boil. He stares out the window, completely ignoring him while thinking, what an annoying little punk. Even though he is absolutely fuming, he forces himself to swallow his anger and replies, fine, I'll list out my terms and hit you up later so we can discuss details. Hearing this, Do-jun is secretly celebrating inside. He thinks, perfect, whatever terms he wants, I was already planning to give him everything anyway. Right now, I desperately need a partner like Se-hyun, an adult who doesn't treat me like a baby, who is smart and possesses serious real-world experience. Most importantly, the guy is an absolute finance beast who won't ever get pushed around or ripped off. Until I'm officially an adult, Se-hyun is the only person on this planet who can represent me. Suddenly, Se-hyun turns back and asks, hey Do-jun, just one quick question. Where are you actually planning to dump all those massive profits from Martin Computer? Next up? I'm dumping it into the Japanese market, Do-jun says flat out. And trust me, you and I both know that name alone is going to raise some serious red flags. He stomps his foot and practically screams in protest. No way. You read the papers, kid. If their bubble economy bursts, Japan is going to be the absolute epicenter of a massive crash. Do-jun, still acting like a calm, ultra-rich heir, replies smoothly. Look, uncle, the most dangerous place is also where the biggest bags of cash are hiding. Don't you know that better than anyone? Se-hyun is incredibly pissed, but he can't do anything to stop this crazy kid. He tries to explain that's just a cheap theory for lucky fools. Out of 100 people rushing to their doom, maybe one catches a break while the other 99 go completely bankrupt. Do-jun just smirks with absolute confidence and claps back. So you don't think I will be that one lucky survivor out of 100? The kid's insane, borderline arrogant confidence leaves Se-hyun totally speechless, staring blankly with absolutely nothing left to say. Seeing Do-jun still wearing that mysterious smirk, he groans, stop smiling like that, you are literally creeping me out. Meanwhile, over at the Soonyang family mansion, the vibe is looking way more depressed than the actual weather outside. The oldest uncle Jin Young-ki is busy interrogating his son. How did your meeting with Grandpa go? He told me to stay in Europe until I turned 30, the son replies. Hearing that, the uncle completely loses his temper, barking, and then what? Did you dare throw an attitude at him? The son scowls. Who do you think I am, Dad? I am not stupid. Obviously, I just smiled and promised I would do my absolute best. Hearing this, the uncle finally chills and says, good job. Then he turns to his 3 kids, warning them seriously, you are all grown up now, so tattoo my words onto your brains. Grandpa definitely has spies watching your every single move. If any of you mess up even a tiny bit, we are all going down together, and I am not taking the fall. The younger siblings are totally tuning him out, looking miserable under this lecture. But stick with me, because this family drama is about to explode next. Yo, you and I are about to dive into some serious rich family drama, where this boomer dad tries to force an arranged marriage right after graduation, but his daughter straight up cuts him off before he can even finish. She is like, oh my god, Dad, what century are we in? Marriage right after college? Chill for a few years. But the old man totally loses it, screaming, you better listen to me, you brat! Getting absolutely blasted, she has to lock down her sassy attitude and play dumb, pretending to be terrified just so her allowance does not get cut off. Then the uncle points right at his kids, deadass warning them, you guys only live this luxurious life because you are the grandkids of Chairman Jin Yangxiul. If he dumps us, our rich lifestyle is basically cut by more than half. The oldest son tries to break the tension, asking, why are you suddenly talking like this, Dad? The dad looks at them, totally frustrated, and snaps, are you guys blind or what? Can't you see Granddad has been acting totally different since last year? Right now, he is obsessed with our youngest uncle and that kid Do-jun. But the oldest son talks back, saying, yeah, sure, Do-jun is the favorite right now. But Granddad never even treated our youngest uncle like real family. He would never start caring about that whole family, just because he spoils Do-jun. The other 2 kids just sit there looking miserable, not knowing who to side with. Their dad sighs heavily, telling them, listen up, even though Granddad is incredibly busy, he is actually taking time to watch movies produced by the youngest uncle. Hearing this, the whole family is completely shook, frozen like statues. The dad continues, think about his age, guys, granddad does not have much time left. So don't screw up before then. Once the Soonyang group is officially mine, you guys can live however you want and I'll fund it, got it? Thinking about that sweet free-spending future, the kids' eyes light up and they nod like crazy. After lecturing them, the dad angrily kicks them all out. Now watch closely, because once those three quickly sneak out, the uncle is left completely alone, and his massive headache really begins. He kicks himself for failing to take over Ajin Motors last year. Ever since that flop, big moves in the company are happening without him knowing. All the messy issues he struggled to fix at the subsidiary were suddenly handled smoothly under the direct orders of his father. Rumors are already spreading about changing who gets the inheritance. Some branch managers are even bold enough to bypass him and report straight to the chairman. Granddad is definitely changing. He slams his desk in pure rage, thinking about Dojun, realizing his father has absolutely zero guard up against that kid. One grandchild is literally shaking up the whole family hierarchy. Is Granddad thinking that if his own kids are incompetent, he should just toss them aside? As the uncle spirals in panic, Fantasy Investment in New York just allocated 10% of their capital to set up a brand new branch in Korea. Oh Si-hyun is officially running the show as the representative director for both headquarters. His bond with Dojun, the crazy young major shareholder, is getting tighter. Oh Si-hyun still respects the kid, but he is not aggressively shutting down his ideas anymore. Dojun is low-key hyped that this veteran finance genius is finally starting to listen. Instead of immediately saying no, Oh Se-hyun actually drops solid data-backed analysis to discuss things together. Today, it is another massive brain battle between them. Oh Si-hyun is facing a tough choice, pleading with him to think it through. Are you really selling all your Martin Computer shares? Not even keeping a tiny bit? Dojun calmly sips his tea, saying, Uncle, 100 times profit is enough. We gotta know when to stop. Let us pause here. See, Dojun is built different, and Oh Si-hyun had to accept it. As Oh Si-hyun is about to leave, he spots a file on Dojun's desk, skims through it, and gasps, wait, I am actually looking into this company too. This is a super tough target. Their revenue last year hit 100 billion, which is basically 800 billion now. That puts them in the major league. Dojun nods, agreeing they are no joke. Oh Si-hyun's eyes light up as he adds, this company has a crazy strong connection to the tech industry. And as you know, the more tech booms, the bigger they get, their potential is limitless. Dojun smiles, staring at the S-Bank folder. He had this planned all along, but asked Oh Si-hyun for suggestions first just to show respect. Talk about masterclass moves. Their minds align perfectly. Dojun casually asks what makes them so tough to get. Oh Se-hyun frowns. I doubt they even need investors, plus their founder is a beast. He is a third-generation Korean-Japanese living in Japan. Dojun obviously knows him. That is Masayoshi Son, a living venture capital legend who is about to rewrite global tech history. Are they planning to go public yet? Dojun asks. Oh Si-hyun shakes his head, saying not yet. Dojun is privately celebrating. The window of opportunity is wide open. Past life memories rush back, and he remembers one crucial detail. Once S-Bank goes public, their share value is going to grow absolutely crazy, rising over 100 times compared to the start. Dojun calmly says, you know, my grandfather taught me that everything in this world has its own price. It is about how each person values it. If you satisfy their high expectations, they will sell immediately. Oh Si-hyun listens closely, waiting to see what his teenage boss does next. So how much are you offering? Oh Si-hyun asks. Dojun smirks, cleverly tossing the ball of responsibility right back to his uncle, asking, what do you think? Baffled by the sudden counter-question, Oh Si-hyun thinks for a moment and raises 5 fingers, meaning 5 times their current valuation. With this rate, after they go public, we can easily pocket about 30% profit in their very first wave. Dojun chuckles and shakes his head, saying, if we only offer 5 times, I am afraid they will not even spare a glance at our proposal, uncle. Oh Si-hyun scratches his head, totally confused. But that is already incredibly high. No other investor would dare go higher, because any more would make the risk way too crazy to be worth the investment. Dojun smiles with the total confidence of someone who literally knows the future. He is like, in that case, we just have to pay higher than absolutely everyone else. Simple as that. Losing his patience with the kid playing hard to get, Oh Se-hyun gets restless and snaps, so how much do you want to offer? Dojun looks straight into his eyes. I predict their share value is going to shoot up 100 times, so I am planning on paying 50 times right now. Say what? Oh Si-hyun looks like he just got struck by lightning, completely speechless. And honestly, you and I are probably just as shook. Alright, let's dive into this crazy setup where a 50 times return sounds like an absolute joke. But our boy Dojun is just casually talking about it, like it is the weather, telling his uncle not to freak out. Martin Computer already blew up 100 times over, right? So why would S-Bank, this massive future titan, not be able to pull off the exact same thing? Oh Si-hyun is straight up panicking now, trying to shut this down. What if it fails? SoftBank is not some product-making machine like Martin Computer. They are just a distribution and investment firm. 100 times return? That is insane. If we mess up, we lose everything. This is literally just gambling. Dojun just smiles, picturing that powerful future billionaire, and speaks with deep meaning. You cannot force your rivals to negotiate if you do not hold heavy cards in your hand. If we are playing cards, we have got to see who wins and loses, right? Nobody plays this game alone. Hearing this deep philosophical stuff from a kid who is not even 12 yet makes Oh Se-yoon doubt his own ears. How is this kid thinking so far ahead? Is this just the overpowered blood of a billionaire family at work? Trusting the Jin family's legendary business instincts, Oh Se-hyun decides to throw his doubts out the window. He stands up, letting out a heavy sigh. Fine, since you seem to have the god of wealth on your side, I will bet on you this time. Just do it your way. He heads for the door, but stops and turns back with a super serious face. But listen, Dojun, getting hooked on gambling will ruin your life. Remember that. Dojun is a bit stunned because he has not touched a single gambling card in this entire lifetime. But knowing his uncle means well, he smiles to reassure him. Do not worry, this will be my very last reckless bet until I am finally an adult. Se-hyun smiles, totally satisfied, and walks out, leaving Dojun alone with his master plans to build a future empire. The next morning at Dojun's place, Oh Se-hyun walks in with a massive stack of files. He grins, saying he bought 5 million shares, 35 times the original amount. You and I both know he has got this, right? Oh Se-hyun plays it cool, and Dojun just smirks, telling his uncle to relax because everything is going according to plan. Watching Dojun sip his milk, Oh Se-hyun cannot help but ask, "So, are you really selling off all our shares in Martin Computer?" Dojun just nods with a smile. "We already made 100 times profit, so no regrets. Once we clear out Martin Computer and invest in Powerhand, you can take full control of the remaining cash. Next year I am starting high school, and I want to spend the next 3 years completely focused on studying." Oh Se-hyun is shocked to hear a kid give up crazy money so easily. He laughs, saying it is the first time a kid talking about studying actually sounds legit. Since you are always top of your class, you are definitely aiming for S University, right? Probably majoring in economics or business? But Dojun completely shocks him. "Actually, I am going to law school." Oh Se-hyun is totally stunned. "Law school?" "Yeah. I am already surrounded by Korea's top business minds, like my grandfather and you, who studied business in the United Kingdom. If I study business too, what makes me stand out?" "So what do you expect to learn from law? You trying to become a prosecutor?" "Not at all," Dojun replies casually, leaving Oh Se-yoon even more confused. "I just want to prove myself." "Prove what exactly?" "To show everyone that the third generation of this billionaire family is not just about making easy money. Even if big families get kids into S University, none have been smart enough for law school." Hearing this absolute iron will, Oh Se-yoon gets chills down his spine. No billionaire descendant has ever been smart enough to pass the S University law exam. When the chairman hears this, he is absolutely blown away. He instantly remembers the bragging of Chairman S. Hun at the Federation meeting. His eldest grandson getting into S University had become the talk of the town. Everyone knew it was rigged, but he kept bragging. "Stick around, because things are about to get wild. Alright? Stick with me because you and I are about to watch a rich old dude completely rig the system." He sent his secretary and 10 reporters to S University to find the department with the absolute lowest competition rate, locking in a spot just 6 hours before the deadline. So the kid gets into some random department like Eastern philosophy or Oriental history. On a level playing field, he had zero chance of getting into S University. But even as a major chairman, the old man was still human, meaning he bragged about it for an entire year. Talk about cringe. But if Dojun actually got into S University Law School, now that would be a completely different story. Because law school is one place you cannot cheat. Your score is your ultimate proof of power. The chairman immediately perks up and asks, "Is it true? Did you apply to S University Law School just for me?" Dojun flashes a totally innocent smile and says, "Of course. Why else would I study law when I have zero interest in becoming a prosecutor?" The chairman stares at his grandson, totally choked up and wearing the proudest grin ever. Turns out plenty of people made his wealth grow, but no one ever made him feel this genuinely happy. His youngest grandson really pulled at his heartstrings like this. The chairman gets emotional and says, "All right, you get into S University, and I will give you literally any enrollment gift you want." Dojun laughs and says, "Thank you, Grandpa." But inside, he is thinking you better remember that promise. Because he does not just want a fancy imported car. He is aiming to steal the entire throne of the Soonyang Group. By July 1994, Powerhand stock peaks at 18,900 yen per share. Right after listing, the company bags an insane 200 billion yen. With massive global ambitions, Chairman Sundong-Uis announces they will aggressively chase strategic mergers and acquisitions. Meanwhile, Dojun's starting investment fund of just $230 million totally skyrockets to a massive $850 million in a single year, bringing in a net profit of $620 million. Now watch closely because right before the bubble bursts, he pulls his money and stops investing. Along with these multi-million-dollar deals, Dojun grinds hard on his studies through 3 years of high school. He occasionally funds some Hollywood movies, but honestly, that is just a side hobby. If people think backing James Cameron's Titanic is a crazy risky gamble, he is totally fine with that. As for family, his older brother Jin Hyung-jin finishes high school, but because he fails to get the grades for a top-tier college, he heads to America to study. Being ignored by the family actually plays to his advantage, letting Jin Hyung-jin pursue his music passion with zero strings attached. So he leaves for the States. Now all eyes in the Soonyang family are locked on Do-jun. This high school senior is expected to be the very first in the family to pass the prestigious Seoul National University law exam. Everyone is watching him with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, while only his parents and grandpa have full faith in him. Just a day before the big exam results drop, the chairman is already beaming on the phone, bragging his head off. My youngest grandson ranked 39th in the entire country, not just his school but the whole nation, haha. For humanities, he is easily in the top 10. The perfect score is 400, and my boy got 367. Only 6 points behind the national top ranker. Not much difference, right? The chairman just cannot stop flexing. Hanging up, he stares at the report card. Now you and I can see his pride exploding as he mutters, "Is SNU even prestigious enough to train my amazing grandson? He should go to Harvard or Oxford. I promise to pay tuition for those without scholarships." But with scores like this, he is definitely landing a full ride anyway. He fake sighs, pretending it is a real headache. After another quick call, the chairman flips through his contact list again. He tells his secretary to summon the PR chief immediately. That afternoon at the mansion, he hands over the test scores. The PR head skims it and bows respectfully. "Congratulations, sir." But the chairman coldly cuts him off. "Drop the congrats, get this story leaked immediately, and arrange for reporters to shoot photos of Do-jun tomorrow." The PR chief is totally lost, so the chairman snaps, "Are you slow? What do you think people will say? They whisper that my family only relies on money and connections to enter top schools. But tell me, can money and power buy a near-perfect score like this? Make sure those rumors vanish after tomorrow's article." The PR chief quickly replies, "Understood, sir." The chairman smiles, completely satisfied with his grandson's achievements. The next day, reporters swarm Do-jun like he is some big-shot idol, but he stays totally cool during the interview. "Over the past year, I had the absolute best tutors guiding me through every single subject." He casually mentions that the tutoring cost is worth 15 years of a reporter's salary, leaving everyone shocked. His parents stand nearby, cringing hard. Being ridiculously rich, Do-jun does not even realize his words just stun the room into silence. He asks, "Is something wrong? Did you expect the richest kid in Korea to only study from textbooks?" A reporter stammers, "No, not that." The crowd starts whispering, "Who actually got the top score?" Someone confirms it was a student from Jeju Island. Do-jun says, "You guys should go to Jeju for that story, but write about me instead. See ya." The reporters obediently nod, "Yes, sir." Do-jun wraps up, "I know you came here to hype me up. My grandpa reads a lot. He will be thrilled to read how deeply I study from reference books." Do-jun ends the interview, leaving the press corps completely speechless. Only his father stands quietly to the side, chuckling. It is now the 1997 spring party at Soonyang Group. Amid the loud chatter of the elite crowd at this high-class party, Do-jun quietly sips fine wine. Suddenly, a familiar face approaches him. "Well, look at our youngest. Heard you are making major waves lately." It is Sung-jun, his older cousin, acting friendly but sounding totally sarcastic. "I saw your interview. Congratulations, kid." Sung-jun extends his hand. Do-jun puts on a thrilled face, happily shaking hands. "Thanks, brother Sung-jun, and welcome back to Korea. I am glad you are home." But as they shake, Sung-jun whispers maliciously, "Watch your step, future prosecutor." Do-jun just smiles innocently. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Yo, stick with me." This future chairman of Soonyang thinks he's a god, telling our guy Do-jun that he's only fit to be some corporate M&A lawyer. Sung-jun freezes, totally losing his cool. "M&A? Grandpa actually said that?" Do-jun just keeps it casually cool. He didn't spell it out, but Grandpa said a law grad is better off as a lawyer than a prosecutor. Do-jun takes a sip of water, secretly laughing at how brainless this cousin is. Without his family's massive backing, this dude would be a total joke. Sung-jun gets all hyped up again and starts firing questions. "Really? Did Grandpa actually say that? You seriously want to be a lawyer too?" Do-jun keeps his mouth shut for a second, plotting. This cousin is low-key the smartest of the bunch. He's actually recognized by Chairman Jin and even crushed the civil service exam. Is this guy going to be a major threat later? But hearing Grandpa wants him in law to support the family biz is a relief. He probably wants him as his main weapon. Do-jun pretends to play dumb, stammering, "I am not really sure yet. Being a judge isn't really my vibe. I am leaning more towards being a prosecutor or a lawyer. I will figure it out while I am in school." He could easily tell this clown what he wants to hear, but let's take it slow. Sung-jun puts on a fake nice guy face. "Totally, you have plenty of time. No rush. You just finished high school, so don't stress. If you don't want to sweat over some minor low-level job, just hit me up. I will find you an easy desk job in the company." Haha. Do-jun throws him a polite thank you to keep him happy, but secretly notes this guy's actually leveled up a bit. Staying this chill after his time abroad is some serious character development. But of course, Sungjun is still just fake flexing his big brother energy. We gotta make sure our little nerd bro has some real fun. Follow me after this party, and I will show you how wild and exciting the real world actually is. Once their little brotherly drama show wraps up, Sungjun walks away. Dojun watches him go, whispering, "Yeah, go ahead and enjoy your life right now, because soon those pretty little memories are gonna be the only thing you have left." Now pay attention here, because this is where the Leech family members start crawling in. Dojun's aunt suddenly interrupts with this super fake, kissing up voice, asking how he scored so high. She wishes her own kid was even half as smart. Then her husband jumps in, bragging that he finally has a junior on this side of the family. He tells Dojun to ask him anything when studying. But his wife is immediately triggered, snapping back, "A junior? Did you even graduate from S University, dude?" She roasts him, saying he's never even seen the campus gates. He snaps back, "I didn't mean from the same college, I meant at the Judicial Research Institute." Her attitude flips instantly. "Oh, amazing! Dojun, you should totally hire him as your tutor. Since he lost the election, he just sits around doing absolutely nothing anyway." Dojun suddenly remembers. Oh yeah, this uncle completely flopped in the April elections. He didn't know his limits and ignored Grandpa's warnings, running in the Soon district like an idiot. And his aunt even embezzled department store funds to finance his campaign. Total waste of cash. Watching them bicker, Dojun knows they are totally broke and hurting for cash. He smirks, playing along. "Uncle, are you planning to run for office in Soon again next time?" The uncle gets all pumped up, declaring, "Heck yeah! No way I am stopping now. I will finish this run and climb straight to the top of the food chain." Now I know what you're thinking. Is Dojun really gonna help this loser? Well, watch this. He just plays innocent and says, "I know you're super proud of my high scores, uncle." The uncle drops some heavy hints about the upcoming by-election, but Dojun cuts him off. "I got you, uncle." The guy is totally stunned. "You gotta win this by-election, and I will find someone to sponsor your whole campaign." The couple's eyes literally light up with dollar signs. His aunt starts kissing up, calling him an absolute genius who gets things instantly. Seeing them take the bait, Dojun sets the hook deeper, offering to fund them directly. "After all, you're my industry senior." The uncle is totally confused, asking, "You? Where are you getting that kind of cash?" Dojun just grins. "Don't you remember? I still have a massive pile of cash from selling that Boondong land untouched in the bank." The uncle's brain finally registers the insane amount of money. Dojun is secretly scheming. Getting this puppet into Congress will help him control some serious political power later. The uncle grabs Dojun's hands, basically crying tears of joy. That night, they roll out in a luxury ride. Dojun asks where they are heading, but his cousin just plays mysterious, telling him to shut up and follow him. "I promised your dad I'd take you out for a few drinks." The car pulls into this massive hidden estate packed with insane luxury sports cars. Seeing Dojun look around, Sungjun laughs. "First time here? This is just a private hangout spot for me and my rich buddies. Dad never comes here. Whenever you need some quiet time, just crash here." But Dojun immediately recognizes this place. It's actually the private villa of Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. In his past life, a low-class guy like him could never step foot here. A servant runs out, bowing, and Sungjun immediately asks if she's waiting inside. The servant stammers that the actress Yoon Hyun-woo had a sudden outdoor shoot and couldn't make it. Sungjun's face instantly darkens as he mutters her name. She's basically the hottest actress on TV right now. But out of nowhere, whack! Sungjun unleashes a brutal slap right across the servant's face, screaming that today was supposed to be an important day. He goes full beast mode, punching and kicking the poor guy while shouting endless slurs. Even though the guy collapses in pain, Sungjun keeps stomping on him like a wild animal, screaming they should have dragged her here by her hair if they had to. This trigger scene makes Dojun's blood boil. It hits way too close to home, reminding him of how brutally he was abused in his past life. The cousin keeps screaming like a maniac. Seeing this poor servant get absolutely destroyed, Dojun decides it's time to step in and shut this madness down. The second Dojun speaks, the beating stops. Dojun sighs, sounding totally annoyed. "Bro, wasn't this party supposed to be celebrating my big exam win? I'm totally over it now. Take me home." Sungjun looks at him, showing a quick flash of regret. They stand there in dead silence, with only the beaten servant's painful sobbing filling the room. Finally, Sungjun backs down, saying he forgot Dojun is a softie and the star of the night. He lets the servant off, telling him to thank Dojun. The guy runs to the car but freezes when Dojun calls out to him. "Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "Hey, you and I are jumping right into a wild revenge setup." Dojun says, "Please drive me back." The terrified servant nods his head frantically. When his cousin asks why he is not staying until morning, Dojun claims he is too exhausted from meeting so many people. Surprisingly, his cousin does not object. "Sure, do whatever you want," the cousin says. Dojun smirks inside. A golden opportunity just landed in his lap, so why waste any time here? He glances at the driver waiting in the car and smiles. It is time to steal this loyal dog right from under Jin Young-ki's nose. Inside the house, premium alcohol covers the table as the cousin warmly invites Dojun to take a seat on the living room sofa. The cousin grabs a bottle, laughing. "Let us start light. Have you ever tried beer?" he chuckles, pouring some of the golden liquid into Dojun's glass. Dojun calmly takes the glass and downs it in one shot like it is just barley water. He is definitely used to this kind of stuff. Emptying the glass, Dojun reaches for another bottle. The cousin is impressed, praising him for his high tolerance and perfect table manners. While pouring another round, Dojun asks a question that completely freezes his cousin. By the way, would it benefit you more if I became a powerful prosecutor or a lawyer? Now pay attention to this part. The cousin has absolutely no clue what Dojun is plotting. He just thinks this kid is trying to act all grown up. The cousin raises his glass and quickly drains the drink that Dojun secretly calls a barley smoothie. Putting down the empty glass, he adopts a fake, serious tone. He says that beside grandfather is Hakjai, and beside his own father is Lee Hak, but they are still just outsiders. We are cousins, but we need to stick together. Dojun acts totally clueless, playing along. Brothers? His cousin replies with a super fake, awkward smile. Exactly, he says, pouring more beer. While Dojun acts confused about his true intentions, his cousin continues. Back in Europe, no matter how loyal subordinates pretend to be, the harsh truth never changes. He flashes a wicked, shady smile, knowing everyone has their own hidden agenda. This is hilarious to Dojun. The guy tries so hard to act like he is not paranoid, yet blames circumstances for his complete lack of trust in anyone. His cousin adds, just look at it this way. The massive gap between the money giver and the receiver can never be bridged. But family is different. It is about sharing the highs and lows, not a transaction. Holding his glass, Dojun finds this trash talk absolutely ridiculous. The old Dojun from his past life might have bought this crap, but not now. He knows this exact cousin threw his own brother into prison to steal the family wealth. The cousin continues his fake act, asking if Dojun wants to help him. He says he never actually cared about the exam results or anything else. Why do you not care? Dojun asks. His cousin maintains his fake, warm expression. Exactly, no matter what you do, I will always have your back. I will make you the second in command of the Conglomerate. Hearing this, Dojun smirks coldly. Out of all the cousins, you are the only one I trust. The others are total losers who can never run a company. I need someone smart like you by my side to lead the way. You saw that coming, right? Dojun is quietly analyzing whether this guy wants a rival or a sidekick. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the door. Dojun sits completely still, keeping his innocent face on, as two attractive women walk in to greet them. The cousin grins and welcomes them. Dojun immediately recognizes them as famous stars from TV and music shows. The two girls fake a sweet smile when they notice him. Oh my, is this our first time meeting him? Suddenly, Dojun stands up, shocking everyone. He says, I mentioned earlier that I was feeling a bit tired, so I will head out now. His cousin acts understanding, promising to call him later. He stares intensely at Dojun's back as the kid leaves the room. Once outside, Dojun loosens his tie with a massive sigh of relief. He had to hold it in for so long, and his new body is feeling a bit dizzy from the alcohol. Luckily, the fresh air helps. The driver is still waiting in the car. As Dojun approaches, he sees the man asleep, with bruises from his recent beating still on his cheek. Dojun feels a wave of sympathy, realizing making a living is incredibly tough. He walks around to the passenger side, opens the door, and gets in. The driver suddenly wakes up, apologizing for dozing off. Dojun quickly apologizes for making him wait so long, but the driver tells him to sit comfortably in the back seat. I am no young master or big official. Sitting back there is awkward. Just drive, Dojun insists. The surprised driver quickly gets to it. With a nod, he starts driving. The car slowly rolls away from the house. In the dead of night, they speed down the empty highway like an arrow through the dark. The polite driver offers to turn on the radio, but Dojun gently declines. Suddenly, his tone shifts to ice cold. Why do you call me young master? It sounds so cringy. The driver freezes, completely clueless on how to answer that sudden question. Without waiting, Dojun presses on, asking if he works in the strategic planning room. The driver flinches. Dojun continues calmly, like he is just talking about the weather. I talk to grandfather a lot, so I know the planning department is split into two distinct groups. One is for the elite from top universities, running the actual strategy for the conglomerate, and the other group consists of regular folks who are only hired to clean up the messy crap left by the family's spoiled heirs. Hearing this, sweat begins to pour down the driver's face. His hands shake so violently, he almost loses control of the steering wheel. You are definitely in that second group, Dojun adds, carrying the exact vibe of Hyun-woo in his past life. This direct hit to his pride makes the driver's veins pop as he grips the wheel, showing sheer humiliation on his face. Seeing this, Dojun suddenly shifts his voice, offering some fake comfort. Actually, you are way luckier than those elite students. The driver is left completely confused by this bizarre compliment. Just look at the chairman's age, Dojun says, sounding like a macroeconomics professor. He is almost 80, and he does not have much time left. When he dies, 3 uncles and an aunt will tear Soonyang apart. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this epic battle begin. Okay, you and I are about to watch a literal kid play a whole billionaire family like a fiddle. The driver has zero clue why Dojun is spilling these crazy corporate secrets, but our boy knows they will be worth a fortune later. We are talking about cash that top-tier business grads would have to grind their entire lives just to dream of. Suddenly, the driver completely loses it and barks right at him, asking who he actually is. What are you even hinting at? That total lack of respect instantly triggers Do-jun's dark side. He warns the guy to drop the tone before things get ugly. Just drive carefully. The driver's face goes totally pale, and he immediately shuts his mouth, completely crushed by a 10-year-old. Telling him he is tired and wants a nap, Do-jun orders the guy to wake him up when they arrive. Even though the driver is absolutely seething at being bossed around by a kid, he has to obey and speeds back to the mansion. Then in 1997, the massive Hanbo Group, a giant steel empire on the West Coast, collapsed in spectacular fashion. Once ranked 9th in credit and 14th in assets, with 22 major subsidiaries nationwide, Hanbo is now literal ash. Over 70 financial institutions, including specialized banks, are dragged straight down into this toxic, incredibly dangerous economic spiral. In this wild season, the top predators are heavily wounded, and the savage war for the remains has officially started. Inside the chairman's office, the tension is thick enough to choke on. The old man slowly repeats the massive number, 2.37 trillion, staring down his frozen board. He asks if that figure is real, but the dead silence only pisses him off. When he snaps at them for ignoring him, the vice chairman quickly stammers that it is indeed correct. The chairman breaks it down. If Hanbo is worth that much, Dayong will definitely bid 2.37 trillion. Plus, since Dayong already has steel tech, they have a massive head start. So how much should Soonyang actually spend? Another heavy silence fills the room before the chairman directly points at Jin Dongki and demands his thoughts. Dongki quickly replies that they should bid 1.8 trillion. The chairman growls, asking why, and Dongki explains that is the absolute maximum cash limit Soonyang can scrape together right now. The old man asks if they are just going to hand the win to Dayong. But the board quickly begs him not to take on more debt for this deal. Now look closely, because here is where the real power play starts. They think 1.8 trillion is reasonable, but the chairman slams the table, yelling that this is a public money war. Dongki argues they have to prove that acquiring Hanbo will give Soonyang the ultimate, most insane business synergy. Since Dayong already has the tech, their potential synergy is basically zero. The vice chairman scowls but stays totally quiet. The chairman fiercely demands a killer report, showing off Soonyang's unstoppable power if they take over Hanbo. It needs to be so flawless it literally blows the evaluation committee away. He gives them exactly 1 week to prep, then mockingly asks if anyone else has a brain. Is 1.8 trillion really the absolute best they can do? Right in the middle of that suffocating tension, a bold voice suddenly rings out, shattering the heavy silence. 2.5 trillion. That massive number totally freezes the vice chairman and his son. The entire room goes dead quiet, and Chairman Jin glares over at the guy who just spoke up. Demanding his reasoning, the chairman stares at the Soonyang Construction CEO, who quickly stammers that when it comes to bonds, there is barely any difference between them and Dayong. So, it does not even matter who gets Hanbo. We just need to throw down way more cash than necessary to completely shut down any rumors of an unfair deal. Hearing that, the vice chairman and his son are looking seriously pissed off. The chairman pushes him on where they will get that extra cash, and the director explains that their construction division owns a prime piece of land meant for high-rise apartments. They can mortgage the land to secure 700 million, but the chairman frowns, demanding to know where the rest comes from, since they cannot just sell unbuilt apartments. The director confidently promises that the construction branch will handle it completely, so the chairman does not have to worry about a thing. Now, you and I both know what is really happening here. The old man is secretly thrilled because this solution bypasses the red tape and solves his immediate problem. Plus, if anything goes south, Director Hong takes 100% of the blame, keeping the chairman completely safe. He would not even have to lie about being clueless because he technically is. Still, the chairman plays it cool and tests him, noting that Director Hong seems insanely confident about raising that 700 million. It is not pocket change you just find on the street. Hong panics and waves his hands, asking what the boss means, while the vice chairman silently plots how to twist this for his own gain. The next day at the mansion, the secretary reports that, just as they predicted, Dayong officially dropped a bid of 2.3 trillion. The old man laughs, calling it classic Dayong style since their chief never plays cheap tricks. The secretary hesitates, asking if they are actually going through with bidding 2.5 trillion. The chairman fires back, asking if he should not. The secretary warns that doing this will absolutely choke the entire group's cash flow for a very long time. Turning to Do-jun with a sneaky smirk, the old man asks him if throwing raw cash is really the only way they can get this deal done. He waits in silence for his grandson's take, and Do-jun just smirks, knowing this old man is a total villain who absolutely loves playing mind games. Playing along, the kid politely asks for a hint, so the old man drops a metaphor about how even selling a tiny branch means finding someone who wants to grow it. Nobody wants to sell to some loser who is just going to burn it for firewood. Hearing this, Dojun acts like he finally gets it. The secretary catches on fast, asking if Daeyong just wants to strip Hanbo's assets and sell them off. But the chairman instantly brushes that aside, saying their rivals do not matter. He tells him to just look at it from the perspective of the grower and seller. The secretary sighs in relief, and the old man turns to Dojun to ask if that hint was enough. Dojun nods and says if Daeyong wins, they will just build apartments on Hanbo land to flip them, while exporting all the machinery, meaning the steel giant is completely erased. But Soonyang is new to steel, so they would actually build Hanbo back up just to show off their power to the world. The chairman laughs with pride, joking that he gave away too much, while Dojun quietly calculates if this play will actually work out. Daeyong has massive connections, so even if they want to scrap Hanbo, they will still have tons of backers. Playing dumb, the kid asks how much they actually need to spend to take over Hanbo. And trust me, you and I are about to watch this kid completely break the old man's $1 trillion plus $1 billion limit. It is going to be epic. Alright, you and I are about to watch an epic corporate war unfold. The secretary warns that a 500 billion won gap is too massive, but Chairman Jin just sneers and demands the perfect bait. Dojun realizes the ultimate bait is the media itself. Since the press is the loudest megaphone to play this game, he immediately plots to leak the spicy news. The news has to scream about saving the steel industry as the nation's backbone, crushing the evaluation committee under a massive wave of public pressure. But then he questions himself. Is gambling 500 billion won really just a crazy risk, or is this selfish old man planning something even wilder? Right then, the image of that cunning old fox flashes in his mind as the chairman's voice echoes back. Watch closely, kid. See how I handle this and exploit the very employees I spent decades raising for this moment. And just like that, Dojun fully decodes his grandfather's ruthless, cold-blooded master plan. Now here is where the tension builds. The meeting wraps up and the old man pulls Dojun aside, acting all sweet about orientation after greasing the dean's wheels. He tells him to treat them to dinner sometimes to turn them into useful puppets later. Dojun just nods along, playing the perfect, obedient grandson. The chairman adds that he has got a smart helper waiting outside to handle the small stuff, someone totally trustworthy. Dojun puts on a fake excited smile, thanking the old man endlessly. Stepping out of the office, Dojun is greeted by a massive shocker, a tall, imposing dude standing there, bowing with ultimate respect. The guy introduces himself as Assistant Kim from the Strategy Division, hoping to learn from him. Dojun takes his card, drops a polite greeting, and hops into the sweet luxury ride Kim set up for the trip home. As they cruise smoothly down the open highway, Dojun stares thoughtfully out the window before breaking the silence to call out to Assistant Kim. The assistant responds instantly. Dojun asks him who actually set this up, throwing a wild guess out. Was it the vice chairman? But Kim says it was actually Chief Lee. Dojun digs deep into his memories of that name, realizing this guy is the chairman's most loyal shadow, sticking by the old man until his very last breath. That means this assistant might actually be someone worth trusting. He keeps probing, asking if Kim reports directly to the strategy chief, or to him. Assistant Kim flinches, totally caught off guard. He stammers that it is his first time ever being asked something like that. Dojun cuts straight through the crap, asking why he is acting shocked when they both know he is just there to spy. Kim recovers quickly, insisting he does not report directly to him. He asks Dojun if there's anything specific he should keep in mind. Dojun eyes his new shadow, thinking this guy is sharp, even if he still has to report back. He shrugs and tells him to just report the cold, hard truth. Spying is his job, but since Chief Lee is his direct boss, he should just follow orders. Kim stands there totally dumbfounded by this absolute boss move. Dojun is betting that during this long drive home, the assistant will figure out exactly which side he needs to play on. The next day, Oh Se-hyun is stressing out at Dojun's place, warning him they need to back off before Hando gets snatched up by the big players. He explains that even if they buy it, they will just split the company up to sell it off, which is a massive waste of time. Finding a buyer after this fierce bidding war could easily take over a whole year with zero guarantees. But you and I both know Dojun is not standard. He cuts him off, saying he just wants to wreck the auction, leaving Se-hyun totally baffled. He points out this is a direct showdown between Soonyang and Daehyun, but Dojun just sneers. He claims he simply wants to lend his grandfather a helping hand. Soonyang has to win Handu. Seriously, every single time Oh Se-hyun talks to this teenager, his mind gets absolutely blown to a whole new level. He sighs, admitting that since the boss wants it, he has got to deliver. He asks what his move is, and the very next day, news channels explode with major updates about Miracle Investment. This American-backed investment firm just officially threw down in the war for Handu, dropping a shocking bid of 2.5 trillion won. The news anchor rolls the footage of the Miracle CEO. On screen, Oh Se-hyun bluntly states that companies rise and fall all the time, and Handu is no exception. They have zero obligation to keep it alive forever. They just see Handu's core value and are totally confident they will snatch it up. A reporter asks what their next move is if they win. Oh Se-hyun replies that they are investors, not babysitters to manage the company. He says the steel mill will go to whoever wants it, while Hando's prime land will be liquidated directly to construction firms. The reporter presses on, asking if they are basically planning to cash out on everything immediately. Oh Se-hyun acts totally annoyed, snapping that the only real issue is the creditor banks must choose the highest bidder if they want to claw back their bad debt. Otherwise, those banks are going down. Boom, the television is aggressively switched off. In another room, the chairman's secretary sits right across from Oh Se-hyun. The secretary fumes, asking if they are really dragging the massive Handu acquisition into this mess just to play some stupid games. Oh Se-hyun responds with pure attitude, asking if they seriously dragged a busy guy like him out of bed just for this. That arrogant brush-off makes the secretary totally lose his mind. He points a finger right in his face, screaming if he even has any clue who he is actually pissing off with this reckless attitude. He remembers the chairman smashing his TV remote in absolute rage, screaming to drag that punk in immediately for trying to steal a meal that was already served up. Oh Se-hyun just chuckles casually and stands up, telling him to rewatch the interview very carefully to see how the grandson is actually helping his grandfather out. The vice president is left standing there completely clueless, while Oh Se-hyun bails, claiming he is too busy and has a hot meeting with the lenders. The secretary starts putting the pieces together. Wait, the grandson is Dojin? He said Dojin is helping the chairman? And then boom, it hits him. To Soonyang, Miracle Investment looked like a dangerous random rival crashing their party. But with Oh Se-hyun steering things, he is actually hyping up the media to favor Soonyang. Realizing this brilliant plan, the secretary finally lets out a massive sigh of relief, knowing they are safe for now. He sinks back into the sofa, muttering about how this has turned into a messy corporate love triangle. Right then, his phone rings with a call from the Daehyun chairman, and trust me, you and I are about to watch this whole corporate world burn. Yo, let's jump straight into the craziest revenge setup. The secretary rushes in to report that Oh Hyun wants to play bait for them. The shocked chairman gasps, "Did he seriously say that?" "Yes, sir, he did." The secretary explains this scheme is a collab between him and Dojin to back the chairman. The old man busts out laughing, completely hyped. "What? Dojin is actually pulling strings to help me?" With the news locked in, the chairman laughs even harder. He is low-key thrilled, thinking his own useless kids only leech his cash, while his epic grandson is out here rallying American investors just to save his skin. The secretary lays out the battle plan, saying they are dropping a massive storm of negative press on fantasy first thing tomorrow. We will blast them with savage terms like money-grubbing predators, speculative capital threats, and national wealth drainers. The chairman leans in, asking, "What is the next play?" "I will get our guys on every major talk show and bring in a bunch of economics professors to hammer the point home," the secretary replies confidently. The chairman asks if they should drag Dang into this. The secretary nods, explaining Dang already owns a steel mill and is only targeting Haino to grab land and build apartments. One tiny stone thrown in will trigger a massive wave of drama. The secretary reports with a smug smirk. On the other end of the line, the chairman agrees, saying the timing is absolutely flawless. He happily wraps up, noting that while exposing Dang early on is risky, Oh Hyun just handed them a golden ticket to win big. The next day at S University, the playground for ultimate elite rich kids, Dojun casually strolls toward the main lecture hall, hands in his pockets, not even bothering to carry a single book. Now watch closely, guys. Right inside this boiling hot chaotic hall, packed with elite students eating hot pot under scorching heat, everything suddenly goes dead silent as every single eye locks onto the entrance. Dojin struts right in, looking cool and confident like a model walking the runway without a single care. Dripping with that rich air flex, it is like a literal glow radiates off him, forcing everyone to stare. He walks straight to the last empty seat and sits down like he owns the place. The tables are loaded with hot pot, lobsters, and stacks of beer. This insane feast looks way too wild to be happening inside a college campus. Dojin thinks to himself, if I only had the brain of a clueless third-generation rich kid, how would I react here? I would probably just sit down looking completely lost. Just then, an older guy grabs the mic, introducing himself as a class of 95 senior. After some talk from the class of 53 rep and the professors, the freshmen start their intros. First up is some country kid rocking a tragic bowl haircut. He introduces himself, followed by another guy looking half dead who vows to defend the nation's laws. Even a kid from Jeju Island steps up to claim his spot in the crowd. Dojin realizes he is living in a truly golden era. A time when elite colleges were actually open to raw talent from anywhere in the country, before Gangnam Trust Fund kids totally rigged the game. It is a rare era where grind and hustle still meant something. Right as he is vibing with this rare moment of social fairness, an older girl wearing glasses next to him suddenly shoves a microphone right in his face. Dojin takes it reluctantly, gearing up to introduce himself. Every eye in the lecture hall, from the noisy party crowd to the quiet observers, drops on him. "Hey, can I go a bit long with this?" Dojun asks politely. The senior waves her hand, telling him to go right ahead. Dojin bows, starting with some calculated humility. "You guys probably know me. I am Jin Dojin, the lucky kid with a crazy rich tycoon grandpa. That luck is the only reason I am here today. A few students chuckle, but most of them just keep a straight face. Because they all know respect here cannot just be bought with daddy's cash. He keeps going, saying he wants to be friends, even if it seems tough. So I want to prove my worth. Senior, if I give gifts to my classmates and seniors, does that count as bribery? The older girl laughs, explaining that it is not quite like that. Real bribery requires actual material value. In this case, the gift you are giving is just the abstract value of friendship. Dojun blinks, pivoting immediately. What if I give expensive gifts to the professors instead? This time, a professor nearby cracks up and says yes, absolutely. Professors hold the ultimate weapon of grades, and grades are definitely not abstract. Dojun sighs in relief, acting completely reassured. And here's the part where things get wild. Out of nowhere, the whole crowd loses their minds as guys dressed in sharp black suits start wheeling in massive cardboard boxes. A huge wave of whispers sweeps the room, everyone buzzing with pure hype for free stuff. Dojun seizes the moment to make his final play. My grandpa taught me to always drop gifts that blow expectations out of the water. On cue, the staff start handing out boxes to everyone. Their jaws literally hit the floor when they open them to find Soonyang's unreleased laptops. This is the Pentium model Dojun hypes, packed with a beastly Intel chip and insane hard drive space. But as he geeks out over the specs, he notices nobody is listening. They are just drooling over the free luxury gear. Annoyed, Dojun drops the mic and cuts his speech. They only care about the flashy machine, completely ignoring the core value he is pitching. He flashes back to a few days ago in the chairman's study, where his grandpa flipped out over the request. Do you know how much 200 laptops cost? They are 3 million each, totaling 600 million won. Yes, but that is the price for ultimate clout and promo, Dojun calmly replies. His grandpa frowns, asking promo? He did not get the vision. Dojun explains with insane maturity that when S-University elites, the absolute top minds of Korea, flex these laptops everywhere, it will create massive organic hype. This sends a strong signal that our tech isn't just for stuffy office workers, but the cool young crowd too. The chairman is still skeptical, saying school promo is too limited. Exactly. Which is why we need a follow-up strike. Dojun's reply leaves his grandpa even more confused. Since we launched late and missed the semester start, we need special student discounts, cool academic events, and a massive photo shoot right on the S-University campus. Grandpa still hesitates. So Dojun drops the ultimate flex. If you are too stingy, I will use my own cash. You know 600 million is pocket change to me. This brat, the chairman fumes, trying to make me look like a cheapskate to my own grandson. Dojun just smirked at his grandpa's tantrum. But wait, why only 200 laptops when there are 400 students? Trust me, you and I are about to see how this genius moves next. Alright, stick with me. Dojun politely tells his grandpa that only half of the freshman class got invited to this party. This basically means only the ones who showed up get the real prize. Chairman Jin is totally lost and asks his grandson what the difference even is, so Dojun just chuckles with ice-cold confidence. That is the whole point, Grandpa. You cannot treat the kids who showed up the same as the ones who flaked. Now watch closely. He says he needs to show everyone that only those loyal to him get the bag. Hearing this, the old chairman slaps his knee in pure excitement. It actually hurts a bit, but he keeps it real. Exactly. If you want to recruit top talent, you need a carrot and stick strategy. Dojun knows he totally nailed his grandfather's vibe, so he just smirks without saying a word. Meanwhile, back at the college freshman party hall, the atmosphere is crazier and more hype than ever before. Everyone is drooling over these brand new laptops and flexing the specs. One kid even screams that he is going to sleep hugging this beast of a machine tonight. They are losing their minds over this insane free gift. Dojun just watches, totally satisfied, because this was his master plan all along. Suddenly, Assistant Kim walks up, respectfully hands over a stack of papers and whispers, "Young master." Dojun skims the files, realizing that a few students actually had the nerve to reject his massive giveaway. These guys are definitely going to need some special attention later. Cut to a few days later, and the campus vibe has completely flipped, and it is not just because of the April-spring weather. Walking from the school gates to class, Dojun is suddenly the most popular guy on campus, with random students constantly trying to walk with him. He walks into the lecture hall like a straight-up rock star returning from tour, but then a familiar voice calls out, making him freeze in his tracks. One of his buddies is like, "Man, this laptop is ruining my grades. I just want to play games all day instead of studying." Dojun laughs it off, throwing back a savage, calculated joke. "Oh, really? Well, my actual plan was to give these toys to my rivals so they would fail all their exams." Another friend fires back, "Well, you did not have to give them to us then." Some classmates start throwing side eyes. You and I know Dojun is playing chess here, as he notices a guy sitting all alone up front. The kids who rejected the laptops are staring with pure jealousy. He thinks to himself, maybe I should host another massive giveaway during the May festival. Out in the hallway, Dojun stops when he spots someone carefully grabbing a steaming cup of coffee from one of the campus vending machines. This cheap coffee actually smells like a premium brand. Dojun slowly walks over to check out the guy with glasses standing there, remembering him as one of the dudes who rejected his free laptop. He wonders what kind of massive ego would make someone reject a 3 million laptop, which is basically double the starting salary at a major corporation, just to protect their pride. The glasses guy drops another coin in, looking pretty thirsty. Dojun decides to stroll right up to him and start a conversation. I heard you rejected the laptop, which honestly surprised me. The glasses guy spins around, totally annoyed, and snaps back. Did you expect me to jump at your charity and kiss your feet? Dojun acts completely innocent, saying he did not mean that at all. But internally, he laughs at this clown's fragile pride. I already know you are some rich third-generation heir, so you do not need to brag. Are you seriously trying to buy off your own classmates with cash now? Dojun hits him back with pure logic. If an upperclassman bought you a cheap 1501 meal, would you throw a tantrum and call that bragging too? Or a cheap coffee from this machine? The glasses guy totally loses his mind and yells, "Are you seriously comparing a cheap coffee to a laptop? They are literally the exact same thing." Dojun says it so coldly that the guy is completely stunned, making Dojun laugh internally at how shocked this kid looks right now. Sure, kids this age think pride is everything. But once he hits the brutal real world and gets crushed, he will quickly realize that pride is just a massive waste of time. The glasses on his face practically shake from the sheer rage he is trying to hold back. He snaps at Dojun, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking. Dojun just replies with the most arrogant casual energy, saying everything is the same to him. You are out here counting pocket change, from tens and hundreds up to thousands. Meanwhile, I only look at numbers when they start hitting millions, billions, or even tens of billions. Anything under 100 million won is just pocket change. So to me, a premium laptop or a cheap coffee are literally the exact same thing. He intentionally acts like a massive bully, because he knows putting this kid in his place now is the only way to establish absolute dominance and stop him from causing trouble later. When someone offers you a free cafeteria lunch, you grab it instantly, right? And if you see change on the ground, you are going to bend down and pick it up. Your pride magically disappears in those tiny moments. So why does that ego suddenly kick in when a 3 million laptop is literally dropped in your dorm room? Dojun stares him down and drops a cold truth. If that is what you call pride, then it is honestly completely worthless. He finishes his speech with a total power move, tossing his empty coffee cup directly into the trash can with a perfect shot, leaving the glasses kid standing there completely speechless. Dojun just turns and walks away, leaving him standing there in total shock. Outside, the sun is shining bright as students are chilling and running around the campus. A few groups of students are gossiping about some rich girl, while Dojun wraps up a quick chat with one of his college friends. The guy walks off, leaving him chilling by himself in the crowd. Dojun thinks to himself how boring everyone is, since all of their reactions are totally predictable and basic. Suddenly, a tall kid dressed in hip-hop gear walks up and calls out his name. He says, "Hey, you might call those laptops a gift, but let's be real, it was a straight-up bribe." Dojun instantly remembers that this kid also turned down the free laptop. So he asks, "Why do you call it a bribe?" The hip-hop kid sits down and explains that bribery is basically accepting a huge gift in exchange for doing a favor later on. Dojun plays totally dumb and says he is not some government worker, plus he never actually asked anyone for a single favor. The hip-hop kid laughs, asking if people only bribe right before they need a favor, or if they are just setting things up for the future. And trust me, you and I are going to love this kid's confidence when he says he is going to be a prosecutor, so bribing him now makes perfect sense. Yo, you and I are about to watch our main character pull off some legendary mind games. Dojun looks at this guy like he is a straight-up alien, smirking silently. Then the hip-hop dude asks, "Did you learn that trick from your grandpa?" "Nah, I am just the youngest grandkid, so my grandpa basically ignored me and only trained my cousins," Dojun says, making the hip-hop guy suddenly feel bad for him. "So you are just an outsider in the Soonyang group then?" Dojun sighs dramatically and acts like that is exactly the case. He plays along with a bitter tone, adding, "My dad was the chairman's youngest son and got sidelined super early, which is why he ended up just making movies." Hearing Dojun trash talk himself, the hip-hop guy actually feels sorry, asking if he is just a third-generation tycoon in name only. And Dojun just nods like, "Yup, pretty much." They stare at each other so intensely it gets weirdly romantic, until the hip-hop guy scratches his head, muttering that Dojun almost had him totally fooled. Dojun finds this dude hilarious and wants to see his next move, but then the hip-hop guy suddenly asks if it is too late to get that free laptop. This cracks Dojun up, knowing that people who do not want handouts usually do not make enemies. Looking at the older-looking guy, Dojun asks straight up if he retook the entrance exam 3 times. Getting called out like that hurts. The hip-hop guy snaps, asking if Dojun is calling him old, so Dojun immediately tries to pacify him with some free tech. "I will give you a laptop to apologize," Dojun says, but the hip-hop guy just stands up, brushes his pants, and says maybe next time. Walking away, the guy calls out that he will forgive him just this once. Dojun realizes the dude genuinely did not want the gift but just wanted a bail before he got handed one. Dojun shouts back, asking how old he actually is, but the hip-hop guy just flips him the bird without even turning around to look at him. The next day, the lecture hall is packed with students rushing to class. Meanwhile, a girl is gossiping with her friend who wears glasses. Dojun asks his buddy if that girl is Seo Minyoung, and his friend confirms it. She is busy fixing her hair, clearly knowing she has got eyes on her and playing it up. Dojun is totally speechless, staring at her, but his four-eyed buddy warns him not to even think about making a move on her. Dojun is totally clueless, asking who, but his buddy scowls, telling him to leave Seo Minyoung for the rest of them since rich heirs usually date celebrities anyway. Dojun laughs off the ridiculous advice, telling him to stop talking nonsense, then mentions he did not see her at the freshman welcome party. His buddy replies that she only showed up briefly and bailed, disappearing right when the whole laptop giveaway chaos started, and everyone went crazy. Dojun flashes his classic smug rich guy smirk, murmuring that he was just asking randomly. Up front, the professor announces that he is replacing their boring final assignment with a completely new challenge. The project requires analyzing major controversial social events happening in the country. Specifically, things that challenge constitutional values. You must dig deep and bring a fresh perspective, with a hard deadline at the end of the semester. Dojun immediately thinks this tough assignment is way too brutal for first-year students, even if it is perfect for seniors. The professor then admits it is too tough to tackle alone. So, you will be split into teams of 5. The roster is printed on the back page, so find your teammates. Now, let us begin the lecture. Dojun is thrown off when he realizes they have been pre-assigned. He stares at the sheet, freezing for 5 seconds, because one name on the list jumps right out at him. And right on cue, a gorgeous girl is staring at him. Yup, it is Seo Minyoung. We both know she is the female lead now, making Dojun gulp hard as he feels her eyes on him. Inside his car, Dojun passes a note to Assistant Kim, telling him to quietly dig up info on these two. Assistant Kim hesitates, asking if he should use the Conglomerate's private intel team. Dojun cuts him off, asking if Kim can handle simple background checks on his own. If it is just basic stuff, keep it off the grid. Kim agrees, and Dojun nods. Meanwhile, harsh sunlight beams through the window of Oh Se-hyun's office as the older man walks in looking absolutely exhausted. Before he can even sit down, a relaxed voice catches him off guard, asking if there are any fresh rumors about the Hajin Motors deal. Oh Se-hyun turns to find Dojun chilling with a juice box, looking totally unbothered. He asks why the kid is not in class and working so early, but Dojun just asks if he reads the news. Dojun smirks, saying the country is on the brink of collapse, so studying law is a waste of time. Se-hyun asks if he is actually stressed about the Southeast Asian financial crisis. Or are you planning to cash in on all those US dollars you stockpiled overseas? Dojun plays dumb, asking why he would ever do that, but Se-hyun is already connecting the dots. He assumes Dojun is also sweating the foreign exchange crisis. But Dojun is playing chess, thinking about dropping a tiny hint just to test how the older man reacts. He mentions Southeast Asia is turning into financial hell, and 4 major Korean giants have already collapsed since April. Yet we still boast about being one of the 4 Asian dragons. Sticking around for a storm is just smart, right? Before Se-hyun can even process this, Dojun drops a massive bomb. You are feeling the heat too, aren't you? Dojun knows Se-hyun is a sharp guy who tracks global money flows and would definitely notice the warning signs. There is no way he missed the signs of this storm. Se-hyun sighs, mentioning rumors that Daeyoung is targeting Hajin, but they are running dangerously low on cash. If a few heavy hitters team up to squeeze them, they are toast. Dojun is thrilled that history is repeating itself perfectly, since his grandpa blocked the Hajin acquisition 6 years ago. But 6 years have passed now, and the ultimate moment to rewrite history is finally here. Dojun looks straight at Se-hyun, his voice turning cold and sharp. Uncle, why don't we just swallow Hajin ourselves? Se-hyun freezes, totally shocked by how cold-blooded this kid is. Dojun already has a master plan, and history is about to change. Forget Daeyoung buying them out. Instead, an overseas firm called Fantasy International is going to sweep in and hijack the entire deal. Over at Soonyang, the boardroom is exploding with rage. Chairman Jin slams his fist down, roaring that the rival group is copying the exact strategy they built 6 years ago. What kind of game is he playing? The executives keep their heads down, terrified to speak as the chairman's temper reaches a boiling point. We poured everything into securing HBO Steel, but now our pockets are empty and we cannot afford to buy out Hajin Motors. Is this whole mess just a trap set by Daeyoung's chairman? There is no backing down now. You and I are about to find out what happens if our rivals actually manage to swallow Hajin whole. Yo, stick with me. We're about to watch this auto director shake in his boots as he stammers. Our market share is literally tanking. Boss! Chairman Jin just glares up and roars, "Get me Oh Se-hyun right now!" The terrified director turns pale, nodding like a clueless puppy, before getting ordered to make a move immediately. The deadline is literally tomorrow. Even though he is totally powerless, he has to take it. The chairman waves them off, screaming for everyone to get out. The executives scramble out like their lives depend on it to escape his rage. Sensing the heavy tension still in the room, the chief secretary carefully asks, "Chairman, should we quickly sell off that 7% of Hajin Motors we secretly bought under proxy names?" Chairman Jin glares at him with razor-sharp eyes. "Sell it? Are you seriously not planning to fight this out until the very end? The secretary tries to explain, if Daeyoung takes over Hajin, we are totally going bankrupt. The chairman snaps, and why is that? Because Daeyoung is literally using the exact blueprint we created 6 years ago. If we had not gotten tangled up in that corruption scandal, Soonyang would have already bought Hajin back then. He grits his teeth, remembering his once perfect master plan. So can we actually make use of those shares? We cannot just sit here and watch. Those shares are scattered everywhere. So to pull them together, we need a representative to step up, the secretary answers. Chairman Jin flashes a calculating smirk. I know the perfect guy. Oh, Si-hyun. The secretary is absolutely stunned by how ruthless this move is. Now watch this, the old man plots to make Si-hyun the fall guy for Hajin, using those proxy shares. Plus, they still have a massive slush fund stashed away in fantasy investment. This is the chance to reclaim it. The secretary is floored, trading billions from a secret slush fund just for 7% of Hajin Motors. The chairman definitely has not lost his touch. The next morning at Oh Se-hyun's office, he is talking with Do-jun. I just met with the director Lee. Your granddad must be losing his mind. Do-jun nods. It is because of Daeyoung, right? Exactly. The chairman wants to use his 7% Hajin shares to flip the script, and he wants me as the face of it. He also brought up the 100 billion slush fund we are holding in fantasy. He wants to use that cash to buy up stock and demand control. Do-jun calmly replies, of course you rejected him, right? There is zero reason to throw money into a stock that is totally crashing. Do-jun analyzes the situation. His uncle is not the type to bring up a rejection just to dwell on a loss. It seems like he has got something else on his mind. Do-jun looks straight at his uncle. Oh Si-hyun suddenly gets dead serious, asking, is taking over Hajin Motors actually your real ultimate goal? Do-jun answers instantly, yeah, absolutely. Si-hyun continues, this is a massive conglomerate with 14 trillion won in revenue. If we buy Hajin Motors, we are basically buying the entire Hajin group. Just hypothetically, if we actually pull this off, what is your plan? Do-jun calmly fires a question back. Depending on what you mean, how do you want me to handle this? Si-hyun replies seriously. Logically speaking, we need to restructure all 28 subsidiaries, cut the dead weight, balance our assets, sell off the scrap metal, and reset the usable parts to their original value. Do-jun is a bit surprised by this. You are planning to sell even the most valuable assets? Oh Si-hyun looks straight at Do-jun, dead serious. Even if it is worth just 10,000 won, I am selling it. Now I know what you are thinking. Is Si-hyun just bluffing? Do-jun knows it is a reckless bet, so he asks, what if we do not use logic? Oh Si-hyun laughs, sounding mysterious. We do it right. Cut out the rotten parts, patch it up, and pump in some fresh capital. Do-jun asks, and then what? His smile fades a bit. Oh Si-hyun stammers, well, that is as far as it goes. I do not have the confidence to run a massive conglomerate myself. I want to, but it is way out of my league. Do-jun calmly answers, if that is the case, how do we even get there? Once we make it, we can figure out the details later. Oh Se-hyun sighs. First off, even if we join the bidding war, our chances are basically zero. Actually, it is straight up impossible to win. Do-jun smirks. So why are you suddenly so interested? You are not the type to play a game with such terrible odds. Being questioned directly, Oh Si-hyun stutters a bit. If we get your granddad 7% of Hajin Motors, we can easily use it to audit them from the inside. And what else? Do-jun presses. Oh Se-hyun glances toward the portrait. Chairman Jin, your grandfather. Do-jun immediately catches on. Obviously, without piggybacking on Soonyang's power, this is going to be incredibly tough. Oh Si-hyun continues, if it is just buying Hajin shares, your cash is plenty. But you know we need more than just money. We need the muscle to sway the board, creditors, and even politicians. Is there any group besides Soonyang that can match Daeyoung? He looks at Do-jun like a kid begging for a new toy, asking softly, I get it, so we are on the same page now? Oh Si-hyun smiles, but Do-jun knows it is just an older guy's smile, not a power move. Do-jun thinks to himself, 28 subsidiaries, over 50,000 workers, 14 trillion in revenue. A massive prize for the winner to swallow whole. He keeps thinking, that money is raw ammunition. Stepping into this war could literally wipe out the livelihoods of tens of thousands of families. Instead of getting hyped, shouldn't we stay completely calm facing the collateral damage? Oh Si-hyun hesitates. I will go meet Director Lee, but before he can finish, Do-jun cuts him off. I am going to meet Chairman Jin Yangcheol of Soonyang Group myself. Oh Si-hyun looks at Do-jun with pure trust, and Do-jun responds with absolute confidence. Sunlight floods the room, hinting at a smooth road ahead. Back at the mansion, the chairman is grilling his grandson. Why on earth is this kid skipping school? The dean actually called me to complain about you. Do-jun nonchalantly replies, my goal was just to get admitted, not to graduate. Besides, I have been studying so hard lately, so shouldn't I get a little time to play around? The chairman snaps, play? You dare lie to this old man now? Do you think I don't know you went to Miracle instead of your lecture this morning? Do-jun secretly cheers. Assistant Kim's report must have reached his granddad. He says, well, to me, that definitely counts as playing. The chairman chuckles, but his tone is sharp. And trust me, you and I can see he is cornered when Granddad warns him about suspension and school fund cuts, asking, why is your attendance worth more than tuition? Stick with me, you and I are about to watch this kid completely outplay his own family. Dojin calmly claims charity is a win, even though Grandpa just wrecked his 7-year college plan. Things are going to get chaotic soon. He figures taking a break from school after this semester is his best move. The chairman grills him on what he learned from Oh Si-hun at the office. Dojun basically says he got some solid tips and is now looking into Hazen Motors, making Chairman Jin Young-chun completely lose his cool. What, Hazen Motors? The old man gasps as Dojun drops a bomb, predicting the car company is totally going bankrupt. Grandpa is like, no way, why do you think that? Dojun breaks it down. With the market crashing and Kwangsung Motors running massive promos last year, Hazin is totally bleeding cash and their reserves are completely bone dry. Daeong Group is already squeezing them for debts. So the chairman asks, okay, and what if they actually crash? Dojun hits back fast, simple. Whoever is big enough will just scoop them up, exactly like how you snatched Hanbo Steel. Hearing such a savage, blunt answer, the old tycoon freezes before flashing a smug, super satisfied grin. He rates that answer an 8 out of 10. Dojun is a bit salty, asking why he did not get a perfect score. Grandpa chuckles, saying to get 100, you have to guess exactly who is going to reel them in. Right now, nobody actually knows that. Didn't you say Daeong is already choking them out? Dojun just flashes a knowing smile. Have you ever been so lost you couldn't find your way home, Grandpa? Nothing is guaranteed. We can't be sure Daeong actually gets Hazen Motors until the deal is fully closed. Pay attention here. This is where the mind games hit a whole new level. Grandpa crosses his arms, questioning why nobody is buying Hazen Motors in this trash economy. Dojun nods. Yeah, you mean the massive financial crisis blowing over from Southeast Asia. Exactly. We gotta protect our own empire. Tons of top-tier tycoons are already going down. Everyone is hoarding cash and cutting budgets. Hazen Motors needs heavy buyers like Soonyang or Daeong. But we have already burned through all our liquid capital. Dojun drops a massive flex. Aren't there still some crazy hidden players lurking in the shadows like, oh, I don't know me? The chairman just bursts out laughing. Sure, kid. But as his laughter fades, a terrifying realization hits him like a truck. Wait a second. The chairman almost screams, his face twisting into pure shock. Dojun, what did you just say? He stares at his handsome grandson, completely mind blown. Dojun just keeps his poker face. I said, me, Grandpa. It is like a bolt of lightning struck the old man. He stutters in disbelief. In a cinematic slow-motion standoff, they lock eyes. Dojun breaks the silence to calm him down. If you pass out right now, we are going to have a massive problem. You good? The chairman is still buffering, trying to process this insane claim. Okay, hold up. Say that one more time. What did you say? Dojun stands tall and flexes. I said I have the power to buy out Hazen Group. Hearing this, Grandpa looks like he is about to have a literal heart attack. Dojun panics. Grandpa, are you okay? Should I get your meds? Shut up. You little brat. The chairman snaps. You think I am some fragile old man who needs pills? Dojun quickly scratches his head, playing dumb. I was just worried, Dojun chuckles. But Grandpa presses him. Wait, you don't mean you want Hazen Motors as a college gift instead of a car, right? No, I mean I am buying it with my own cash. Dojun then smirks. Wait, you don't seem that shocked? Grandpa laughs out loud. Why should I be shocked? Am I supposed to gasp at how rich you are? Or do you want me to praise you for a job well done? Dojun stays chill. We can do rewards later. Right now, my personal funds are actually bigger than Soonyang Group. I figured you would be shocked to see me surpass the #1 conglomerate. Hearing this, Grandpa flashes a sly, cunning grin. You brat, I know you want to flex, but buying Hazin requires massive, next-level capital. Honestly, I was already shook enough just hearing you declare you want to buy them out. Grandpa adds, I am dying to know where you got all that cash, but right now is not the time to satisfy my curiosity. Curiosity is not our main play here, Hazen Motors is. Dojin suddenly realizes the core truth. Curiosity is a massive bait, but in this high-stakes game, it is never the top priority. At Soonyang, things move crazy fast. When you are sitting at the absolute top of the world, knowing exactly what to prioritize is literally a matter of survival. You lock your curiosity away and focus on what needs to be done. That is why Dojin only asks what is absolutely necessary, looking straight at his grandpa. So, what is your estimate for the remaining buyout cost of Hazin? Grandpa crosses his arms and flatly says he has no clue. Dojun is stunned. The absolute king of the empire does not know the core numbers. Because I never planned on taking them over, Grandpa explains. 6 years ago, I calculated every single detail, but the game is completely different now. Dojun pivots instantly. Will you back me? Grandpa replies, I need time to think. I have to know why you want Hazen Motors, and what kind of fat profits it brings to Soonyang. Dojun is shocked. What is this old man hiding? You and I both know this old man is calculating. Is this real family love, or is he just protecting his empire? After a heavy, tense silence, Grandpa finally lets Dojun do things his way. Dojun goes from shocked to totally hyped, though he secretly wonders if Grandpa is going to double-cross him. Grandpa continues with a savage, calculating tone. Assuming my grandson Dojun owns Hazen Motors and I own Soonyang Motors, we will merge the two companies. This unexpected, brutal curveball completely forces Dojun to recalculate his entire game plan. He panics. Did the old man see right through his plan to use Hazin as a stepping stone to steal Soonyang? So, what's your ideal merger ratio? The chairman acts like the merger is already a done deal. Dojin fires back, why are you assuming we have to merge? What if we don't? Do you really think you can shield Hazin Motors from Dayoung's takeover for even a single year? Or do you think business is that easy? Dojin smirks, you don't need to worry about my business. I have my own methods. This wild confidence forces the chairman to scan his grandson closely. Is that so? If you have that kind of leadership, then why would a merger lead to bankruptcy? Dojin realizes Grandpa is baiting him again. He shoots back, that's exactly why I suggest you don't get too ahead of yourself with that scenario. Grandpa shakes his head. No offer is non-negotiable. If the scales are off, we balance them. He looks straight into Dojun's eyes. Now spill the merger ratio. What am I putting on the table? Dojun blurts out a ratio of 1 to 0.2. You thief, Grandpa roars. Dojun tries to explain. Trust me, you and I are going to love this next part. All right. You and I are diving into the ultimate chaebol revenge. Strictly on paper, Soonyang Motors' actual tech and market share only equal 20% of Hajin's. This is what the auto experts say, not my personal take. You know I do not do technical stuff. But the chairman fires back. What about when you separate the car division's massive hidden value? Did you forget the stock price? Soonyang Motors' stock is double Hazin's because of the massive controlling shares they hold over the entire Soonyang group. Controlling Soonyang Motors basically means controlling half the whole conglomerate. We absolutely must secure Hazin Motor. Dojin thinks to himself. The chairman asks if he's going to weigh that hidden value, enjoying how he just baited his grandson to make him sweat. The chairman tells him to show exactly how he calculates it. Right now, Dojun realizes his own secret is taking over Soonyang, while his grandfather's deepest secret is desperately hunting for a worthy heir. Even though this answer isn't perfect, Dojun flashes a sly smirk. For now, this is more than enough, Granddad. Chairman Jin speaks up, his voice dripping with suspicion. I need to satisfy my curiosity. This insane pile of cash is way bigger than Soonyang's reserves. Where did you get it? Dojun plays it straight, saying he invested his land sale cash into foreign tech companies, and the stocks just blew up, bringing insane returns. The chairman grins big. Seeing 100 times return, that OC Yoon guy must be absolutely thrilled, right? Dojun quickly plays it down as pure luck. The chairman keeps digging, asking what his actual position is in that fantasy investment firm. Dojun flexes confidently, saying he is the majority shareholder with 98% of the stock. The chairman is stunned. 98%? What about Oh Se-hyun? He is just the CEO. Dojun casually says, you know how it is. Professional managers only get a tiny slice. Hearing his grandson drop these facts, the chairman is utterly blown away. After a quiet moment, both of them sit there calculating their next big power moves. The chairman finally breaks the silence. So you already know my money is parked in your firm? You mean the 100 billion? Dojun replies, that pile has already grown quite a bit. If you give me 7% of Hajin Motor, I will return everything with interest. The chairman bursts out laughing, agreeing he would never rip off his own blood. Dojun acts totally innocent, saying he hoped it was just a college admission gift. Suddenly, the chairman gets dead serious. He booms with authority. Dojun, if you want a 100 billion won island, I will buy it. If you want a private jet worth that much, I will buy that too. But I will never give you cold cash. Dojun immediately fires back. Is it because with actual cash, I can achieve absolutely anything on my own? The chairman's face turns dangerous. Exactly. He drops some harsh survival wisdom, telling him that when your employees do a killer job, you should only ever hand out indirect rewards. Take them to a bar and buy them a multi-million won bottle, sure, but never hand them cold, hard cash. Dojun smirks, realizing it is all about selling fake hope, making them believe that grinding harder will eventually earn them a reward as valuable as that luxury bottle. The old man is super pleased seeing his grandson pick up the lesson so fast. Dojun flashes back to his past life, remembering how this exact guy used to hand him millions just for bar tabs after working all night. He calculated everything to replace actual bonuses with cheap alcohol. Back then, he even got an unlimited company card. The chairman snaps him back, calling his name. Until Hajin Motor is locked down, act like you know nothing. Stay in the shadows and let Oh Se-hyun take all the heat. Dojun grins. Way ahead of you, old man. Wait, so Granddad also, of course. The chairman cuts him off with a sly laugh, noting that even Lee Hak-jae has no clue. Dojun smiles back in silent agreement. Now pay attention to this hilarious standoff. They stare each other down like a dramatic soap opera. The chairman breaks it, asking exactly how much cash he really has. How much will you have left after buying Hajin? Dojun just shakes his head, keeping his face dead serious. You should not be snooping in other people's wallets, Granddad. If you need cold cash, just ask. I'll lend you some. The chairman just gasps out a what? They lock eyes in dead silence. Suddenly, the chairman leaps off his expensive sofa, face turning red with rage. Dojun actually flinches, heart skipping a beat. Crap, did I push the old man too far? The chairman slowly walks over, suddenly slamming his hand onto Dojun's shoulder, making him jump. His face softens, his voice dropping to a warm tone. You rascal, you did good, you have grown up. Dojun is left utterly confused by this wild mood swing. Next day, you and I can feel the crazy tension at the estate. It is ready to snap. The old corporate fox orders his secretary to round up the sharpest minds to dig up Hajin financial secrets the second the shareholders' meeting wraps. The secretary bows respectfully, saying everything is locked and loaded, but their ultimate rivals at Daehyun have already planted spies in the upcoming meeting. The emergency forces them to cook up an immediate counter-strategy. The chairman sits there like a statue, making everyone sweat buckets until he suddenly explodes in pure rage. Slamming the files onto the table, he folds his arms, yelling that everyone needs to grind like they did 6 years ago when researching Hajin. The executives panic like a kicked beehive. Some ask if they are actually buying the motor company, while others shakily try to stop him. The corporate war chest is dry, and they do not have the firepower for a bidding war. But the chairman coldly shuts them down, declaring they are not buying it. They are just blocking Daehyun from taking a single bite of this juicy target. The minions just stand there clueless, totally blind to their boss's master plan. One brave idiot actually asks, if we block Daehyun, who takes the prize? Are you really targeting Daehyun instead, sir? Another executive backs out, arguing that the opponent has deep American funding, making this a near-impossible fight. Watching his completely brainless minions argue and doubt his plan, the chairman's patience completely evaporates. He roars, "Do you think I am blind to what you little punks know? Shut your mouths and follow my orders. Your deadline is 1 week, fail and you are dead." And trust me, you and I can see they are terrified. Hey, stick with me because this boardroom is about to explode as the terrified minions scurry away to avoid the wrath of the chairman. He is still absolutely fuming, calling his secretary over the top-secret order to set up a private meeting with Song-Hoo Jiang, the head honcho of Ain Moto. The secretary nods like a good little employee. But his head is literally spinning with massive questions. Why on earth does a merciless tyrant like the chairman suddenly want to meet up with a complete loser? What kind of shady move is this old fox planning anyway? Cut to Oh Se-hun's headquarters the next day, where our stressed-out puppet director is desperately asking Do-jun if the deal between him and his grandpa is actually going to work out. Do-jun just chills and says everything is completely under control. Grandpa is going to fund the whole thing, so they just need to sign the paperwork, gather the main players, and they are golden. Oh Se-hun is still super paranoid about why Do-jun is hiding in the shadows for this deal. The kid just sips his milk, smirks, and says showing his face would make it a total joke. Nobody would take a teen seriously. But the director is still not buying that simple explanation. Oh Se-hun demands to know the real reason, so Do-jun slowly explains that the throne of their massive family empire has way too many greedy eyes locked onto it already. Enemies inside and out are sharpening their knives. Hearing this, Oh Se-hun nods along. He realizes if Do-jun exposes himself now, those old snakes will use his grandpa's favoritism as an excuse to completely tear him apart. He warns that time is running out. Before Ain Moto drops their final big announcement, their side needs to lock down the entire situation. Oh Se-hun mentions that their top accounting crew is already double-checking every single paper that has been released to the public. Look closely at his face while he digs through files looking way too happy. Do-jun is just watching him, but trust me, under that calm look, a massive storm is brewing in his mind. Even though he has trillions of won and can live like royalty for 3 lifetimes, the dark ghost of his brutal death from his past life still haunts his nightmares every night. Those old memories are so vivid it feels like he just woke up from a nightmare. Do-jun tells himself he did not jump onto this dangerous path just out of fear or to live like a rich slacker. He craves the thrilling rush of fighting every single second, wanting to crush every enemy under his boots to build his own unstoppable empire. He wants to see that glorious ending with his own eyes, even if he has to stand completely alone at the very top. Oh Se-hun suddenly snaps him back to reality, asking why he is being so quiet and what he is plotting. Do-jun just looks at his partner's totally clueless face. Do-jun acts totally serious and says he is thinking about having to hand back 100 billion won of black money to Grandpa after swallowing the shares. Oh Se-hun practically jumps out of his seat, screaming that half the cash is already spent. Do-jun just stands up casually, saying it is the rule of the game, and they have to play fair since Grandpa helped them out. Oh Se-hun scratches his head in total confusion, asking if he seriously has not told the old man that he is the actual mastermind behind fantasy investment. You are still keeping your ownership of the company a total secret. Do-jun coldly says he kept quiet because he needed Grandpa to clear his path first. This leaves Oh Se-hun completely shocked, realizing that even though Grandpa knew Do-jun was the major shareholder, he still demanded the cash back. Meanwhile, this was a golden chance to legally pocket 50 billion won. Do-jun stares into the distance with a sharp look, saying that if Grandpa was the type to easily leave slush funds around, the Soonyang group would have fallen to his oldest uncle a long time ago. Oh Se-hun can only sigh in pure admiration, admitting the old man is incredibly sharp, but still wonders how they can make it legal. Do-jun looks out the window with deep, serious eyes. He coldly declares that if Grandpa was sloppy enough to leave a trail of dirty cash, the Soonyang Empire would have belonged to his oldest uncle ages ago. Honestly, we both know he is right as Oh-hun mutters about how sharp that old fox is, proving the more talented they are, the more brutal they get. Dojin nods, saying he simply has to survive and navigate through a pack of vicious wolves. Oh Se-hun just stands there speechless, completely stunned that a kid this young could be so sharp and incredibly mature. The scene cuts to the headquarters of the Dahoon group. Suddenly, an angry roar shakes the entire building as the chairman yells, asking why the police are still sitting on their hands like stone statues. The secretary trembles like a leaf, replying that the cops say it is extremely hard to move on vague, circumstantial evidence. The chairman explodes in anger, screaming that they have a living witness right in front of them, questioning why such a simple task is so hard for them. The terrified secretary stutters that it would be super easy if they were just dealing with ordinary powerless citizens. But since these targets are incredibly powerful players with massive influence, the Supreme Prosecution Office warned that they must tread lightly and act with extreme caution. The chairman completely loses his mind, roaring about who cares if they are powerful, and demanding to know why the media vultures are acting so incredibly weak and useless. He yells that he ordered them to leak celebrity drug scandals to distract the public, while his employees just stand there silent, not daring to say a single word. It is tough being a low-level lackey because you always get screamed at and just have to swallow your pride. The trembling secretary reports that Ain-moto seems to have an incredibly powerful shadow force backing them up, which is exactly why all the major news outlets are being highly cautious and holding back. Another guy quickly jumps in to add fuel to the fire, pointing out that even the Hansung Daily, the most powerful paper in the country, is staying suspiciously quiet. The angry chairman fires back, asking why they did not just bribe the Hansung Daily with massive advertising money to shut them up. The employee keeps his head low, whispering that he tried absolutely everything, but they flat out refused to print even a single line about it. The chairman flops onto his sofa in pure rage, screaming about what is going on, and wondering if the rumors of a secret alliance with Soonyang are actually true. His minions agree, noting that if they successfully take over Ain-moto, their biggest rival Soonyang would be the one taking an absolute devastating blow. The old boss is completely furious that everything is working against him at such a critical moment. He screams about selling out his own grandson just to kiss up to the other side, exactly like they planned. The government finally steps in to protect and bail out Ain-moto to stop a massive domino effect of corporate bankruptcies, officially placing them under the bankruptcy delay agreement issued on April 21, 1997. To grab this lifeline, Ain-moto had to sign away their business rights, and trust me, we are just getting started. You and I are jumping right into an insane corporate war where the union just agreed to massive wage cuts and a temporary takeover to buy 2 months of survival. Ain-moto is already moving their carefully hidden slush funds, and the masterminds pulling the strings behind this shady play are none other than Chairman Song and his slick advisor, Oh Se-hun. Hanging out at the chairman's massive mansion on a nice day, the old fox starts digging around, saying he already heard some crazy rumors about it. He asks if Se-hun really helped Dojin multiply that cash 100 times over, making Se-hun sweat absolute bullets because Dojin clearly hasn't properly updated his grandpappy yet. Se-hun didn't just help it grow. That cash didn't just hit 100 times, it multiplied into an absolutely massive mountain of money. Trying to play it super cool, Se-hun says he just got lucky and is just glad he hasn't lost track of the starting principle, which keeps him sane. The chairman smirks, calling him fake humble, and says it'd be awesome if those god-tier skills were fully dedicated to working for him instead. Se-hun plays dumb, saying he is flattered, but the chairman cuts straight to the chase, mentioning this dirty money can easily be swept under the rug. Dojun is holding on to a massive 270 billion won, but once the bankruptcy delay contract ends, the government will seize everything, so they have to wipe the trace before then. If they get caught, Chairman Song and the entire board of directors are going straight to prison to serve some hard time. Looking pleased with the report, the chairman asks if he wants to retire or launder the cash, and Se-hun shamelessly admits he is down for the laundering. The old chairman starts acting all thoughtful, pretending to plan some absolute big-brain chess move. Now here is where it gets crazy, watch this. Dojin suggests handing that cash to the board as fake retirement funds, but the chairman just laughs and tells him not to worry about those greedy old foxes. Those guys are seasoned players who definitely already lined their own pockets for a comfortable retirement. The big boss asks Se-hun about moving all of it to their US fantasy branch, leaving Se-hun completely shocked, wondering if they are seriously going all in. The chairman nods happily, suggesting they reinvest the cash back into Ain-moto, making it look like fresh foreign capital. He figures stuffing the greedy haters' mouths with massive bonuses and salaries will keep things quiet, but hearing about these astronomical numbers makes Se-hun's hands shake with hype. He calculates that while it's a genius way to legitimize the cash, trying to pay out 270 billion won in salaries is straight up wild and unrealistic. It is totally insane, and Dojin silently watches Se-hun's every reaction from the side. Dojun realizes his grandpa has likely found a loophole to bypass touching even a single cent of this cash. Sehun worriedly points out the main issue. The employees over there are restless and demanding cold, hard cash immediately. Most of them have already packed their bags, submitted resignations, and are demanding their cut before they leave. The chairman coldly snaps that while others look for excuses to cheat employees out of money, Sehun is being too naive by serving them cash on a silver platter. He slams the files down hard. The second that cash leaves your pocket, those people will turn their backs on you in an instant. They might even team up with your enemies to bite you back hard, because to those who lost Ain Motors, you are just a hated thief. Sehun is absolutely spiraling from this, completely stressed out because this ruthless old tycoon is twisting his brain into knots. I know what you are thinking, but check out Dojun. He realizes Sehun only sees numbers on paper, completely blind to how fast these fake friends will stab him in the back. Crossing his arms, the chairman drops a brutal, cold, hard truth. Money and power is both a whip and bait, so you must hold it tight, releasing it slowly to tame these wild animals. If employees knew you were putting 270 billion won back into the company, they would literally bow at your feet for mercy. Sehun gets incredibly pale, completely terrified, while Dojun takes a slow sip of tea, plotting to let Sehun experience the absolute brutality of this ruthless old fox. After all, they are going to face off in this savage business world for a long time. Breaking the silence, Dojun asks his grandpa if he is just stalling to dodge paying his debts. Stunned for a moment by the blunt question, the chairman bursts out laughing like he found a soulmate, jokingly asking if Dojun wants to turn his grandpa into a shameless thief. Sehun just stands between these two wealthy masterminds, looking totally clueless and completely lost in their conversation. The chairman presses Sehun on his plan, asking if he wants to pay up or just make a flashy show for everyone. Freaked out, Sehun quickly yells that if there is a way out, he definitely is not giving up the money. Smirking, the chairman says nobody pays debts they don't have to, so Sehun should convince Chairman Song this is the absolute best move. He promises to handle Ain's hidden assets, locking them safely in Fantasy's vault before the government even gets a chance to investigate. Sehun jumps up and bows deeply in absolute gratitude, but the chairman waves him off, admitting he is only doing this to pave the way for his grandson. As Dojun gets up to leave since the meeting is over, the chairman signals him to stay behind for a little private talk. Sensing the family drama starting to heat up, Sehun quickly bows out and scrambles to make his escape. He rushes straight out the door without looking back, and once they are alone, the chairman asks if Dojun is taking a leave of absence from school. Dojun is shocked by how fast the old man found out. He literally just signed the paperwork this morning and is already getting interrogated. Dojun just flashes a fake smile and says yes, leaving us hyped for what comes next. Hey, stick with me here because we are jumping right into a wild family war, where Dojun politely makes excuses to his furious chairman grandfather that family drama is keeping him from school. The chairman totally dismisses that, asking who is even forcing him to study like normal kids. Just show up once in a while to keep up appearances, since he already ordered the school to shred that leave request. Dojun helplessly sighs out a frustrated plea to his grandfather, but the stubborn old chairman refuses to budge, forcing him to do exactly what he says. Then the old man lowers his voice, saying he knows exactly what his grandson is sweating over. Dojun plays dumb, totally shocked by how easily the chairman reads his mind. The chairman calls him out, asking if he is just hiding under a harmless student label to dodge the jealous, toxic eyes of those vulture-like relatives. But sooner or later, he is going to have to face those wolves. He cannot just hide in his shell forever. The old man lectures that when it is time to fight, you grab a weapon, and when it is time to save allies, you reach out. Dojun just acts clueless while listening. He warns that when the time comes, that naive student label will become a fatal weakness. But Dojun just retorts, asking what is wrong with that. Since the chairman is the one holding all the real power anyway, the old man almost loses his mind seeing his grandson blindly trust him like that. He laughs it off, asking if the kid thinks Soonyang Group is some corner grocery store. Even his absolute power has its own limits. If the old guard directors of the subsidiaries gang up to back his oldest uncle, the entire Soonyang empire will shake. Now Dojun is finally feeling the tension. And look closely here, our boy realizes the old man is crazy sharp as he plans his ascent to the throne. The old veterans of Soonyang will still see him as some wet behind the ears kid. Power would end up in his uncle's hands, leaving him with absolutely nothing. Understanding the game, Dojun bows obediently and says he got it and will do exactly as his grandfather arranges. The chairman praises his obedient grandson, but inside, Dojun is smirking because he knows the old man's trust has already tilted completely to his side. Cruising in his luxury ride, Dojun orders his assistant to drive him over to Jongdong. But as the sleek car glides past the massive Soon skyscraper, Assistant Kim hesitates, clearly hiding something on his mind, before finally speaking up to say he has something urgent to discuss. Dojun tells him to just spit it out. Assistant Kim nervously admits that he might be paranoid, but someone has been tailing them lately. Hearing this, Dojun's face darkens. He demands to know when this started, but Assistant Kim just shakes his head nervously. He confesses he has no idea when it began, only noticing it recently. Dojun frowns and tells him to explain everything clearly. Assistant Kim stammers that even though he cannot identify them, a car keeps tailing them, tracking every single route they take. Dojun narrows his eyes, his mind racing to figure out who is behind this. Kim then mentions that the spy works at a guest house. So how did he even spot it? Assistant Kim turns around, adding that Captain Shin was the one who warned him. He warned that a bunch of suspicious people have been lurking around lately. Dojun is shocked to hear Captain Shin's name. After all, he is their strategic planning manager. When Dojun asks if it is just reporters, Assistant Kim is positive it is not the paparazzi. I know what you're thinking. Is his trash oldest uncle finally making a move on him? Assistant Kim glances back nervously, explaining that Captain Shin is already hunting the culprits down. But it looks like they are testing them. He asks if Dojun wants to confirm it himself. Dojun's eyes light up as he happily tells him to drive carefully. Kim gets serious, telling him to buckle up as he floors the gas. With that, he slams on the gas, making the luxury engine roar as they shoot down the wide avenue like an absolute rocket. Later, inside a secret meeting room with a glowing projector, a voice rings out saying they do not need to worry about the other sons. One brother only knows how to kiss up to the eldest, while the other is in the movie business, totally ignoring Soonyang. A spy reports to a powerful woman, asking if the second son, Jin Donkey, is the actual key player they should target. She replies that Jin Donkey's true talent is way beyond what he actually shows. He is the mastermind who built their heavy chemical industry to the top, earning massive praise from the subsidiary directors and the entire board of leaders. Even though he only manages the hotel division, his subordinates absolutely love him. Another man chimes in, confirming that is indeed the case. At this rate, Jin Donkey will likely control their science and heavy industry. The man with glasses then asks about the only daughter. She has massive ambition but zero actual talent, so she can only manage their shopping malls, golf courses, hotels, and cultural stuff. Suddenly, the daughter screams out in anger, but the glasses man snaps at her to shut up and listen carefully. He orders his subordinate to keep going, who reveals that during their investigation they stumbled upon an unexpected wildcard, the grandson, Dojun. The glasses man gasps, asking about the youngest grandson. The subordinate confirms it is Yonki's youngest son. What is so special about him? Is not he just a bookworm studying law at Seoul National University? The subordinate explains that he barely attends class, spending his days working at Dae-young Group and visiting the chairman's estate. The glasses man falls into a deep silence when the name John Group is suddenly brought up, and that's where we leave it today. Trust me, you and I are about to see this kid break the entire system with his secret wealth. Yo, you and I are about to dive into some insane money moves. Glasses guy casually asks how much we are talking, and his lackey drops a bomb, up to 100 billion won. Glasses guy completely freezes, his eyes popping out. 1 billion? Did Chairman Jin really just hand over that mountain of cash to some random little brat? The lackey keeps spilling the tea. He says yeah, he gave him cash, but there is a wild catch. 10 years ago, the chairman gifted Jin Do-jun a random plot of farmland which just happens to be right where the new mega city of Bundong stands today. Hearing this, everyone in the room is completely shook. Glasses guy gasps at this cheat code level luck, a cheap piece of dirt exploding into a massive 10 billion won gold mine. The minion adds that the cash was dumped straight into fantasy investment, run by Oh Se-hyun, who happens to be Do-jun's old buddy from his study abroad days. The old man crosses his arms, looking salty as he asks if there are any real clues, complaining that this boring report makes it look like some little kid just got insanely lucky. The servant quickly drops the ultimate gossip. This kid had VIP access to the chairman's private study all summer long, making everyone sweat because their grandpa-grandson bond is looking way too tight. With that info, the old snake narrows his eyes, recalculating his next moves. The daughter, who was quiet this whole time, suddenly loses her mind. She heard her fiancé whining that the chairman's office is Soonyang Group's ultimate high-security vault, not some open-air market. Even the vice president and the older cousins have to wait in the lobby like total losers, while this single kid gets private tea time with the big boss. The lackey pours gasoline on the fire, pointing out that even Vice President Jin Donkey never got that privilege. He is always chaperoned by Secretary Lee, who is the only one allowed to talk to the chairman alone until now. The old man coldly orders his daughter to go grill her fiancé for intel, demanding to know exactly what kind of power play kid Do-jun is pulling in that snake pit family. Keep your eyes glued right here because this greedy old boss is ready to launch an all-out war. He tells them to sharpen their claws until they can snatch Chairman Jin's entire empire. His daughter nods, her eyes shooting daggers filled with pure jealousy and rage. Meanwhile, in a quiet parking lot, Do-jun coolly asks Assistant Kim if he is absolutely sure they have got a real tail behind them. Kim nods, confirming that car has been sticking to them since they left the mansion, but the driver is playing it safe and hiding. Do-jun takes a sip of water and chuckles. He knows exactly who is sending spies to stalk family members. his eldest uncle, who is desperately trying to seize the throne. Mapping out his next chess move, Dojun pulls a thick packet from his pocket and slides it to Kim, telling him to play this trump card when things get messy. Kim stares at the fat envelope in complete shock, totally clueless. Dojun just drops a casual line to spend it wisely, leaving the poor assistant low-key terrified by this sudden massive VIP treatment from his young boss. Dojun's face goes serious as he drops a brutal business lesson. He says anyone who just bows and takes orders is cheap as dirt while real talents are lining up for Soonyang's crumbs. Hearing this heavy philosophy from a kid makes assistant Kim sweat bullets, thinking he is about to get fired. But Dojun hits him with a mind game, explaining that inside the corporate jungle he must decide his own fate. Step 1 is choosing the right play, and more importantly, using that cash to buy the loyalty of some useful pawns on their board. With that, they lock eyes. Alright, let's pause for a second because our main character is playing massive chess while his poor assistant is just playing checkers. He dumps his cup, tells him to move out, leaving Kim totally shell-shocked by this crazy flex. The next morning looks bright, but a massive storm is brewing at Oh Se-hyun's office when his gorgeous receptionist runs in looking pale as a ghost with terrible news. Both of them are completely confused, but when the name of Daeyoung's chairman gets dropped, it hits like lightning, shocking them to the core. A panicked Oh Se-hyun tells the receptionist to buy them some time. Dojun quickly tells his partner to keep his phone line open for wiretapping while he hides next door to cook up a plan. Oh Se-hyun nods furiously, knowing that if that old fox spots a famous Soonyang grandson hanging around, their whole operation goes up in smoke. Dojun quickly pulls his hoodie up to mask his face and slips out of sight. As Oh Se-hyun forces a polite smile for his guest, talk about bad luck. The moment Dojun steps outside, he runs straight into the massive entourage of Chairman Ju Dae-young. The old predator thinks the kid looks familiar, staring him down intensely. Dojun has to keep his head low and walk fast to escape that dangerous high-stakes radar. When the door opens, Oh Se-hyun bows deeply to welcome the billionaire inside. The old chairman acts all friendly, offering a handshake and thanking him for hosting an uninvited guest. Oh Se-hyun quickly plays along, saying that in this entire country, nobody would ever dare call him an uninvited guest. Once seated, the chairman flashes a smug, calculated smile, throwing some major shade. For a rookie investment firm to completely swallow Ah-in Motors, they must be total beasts, so there is no need to play humble with him. Oh Se-hyun's face turns pale as the chairman claims they do not need to hide anything. He says they are practically family. Oh Se-hyun sits down and tries to test the waters, asking if this is just wild gossip, or if Daeyoung's intelligence network is just that insane. The chairman thinks to himself that even with the cold hard facts, he expected the guy to lie through his teeth. He is actually impressed by his chill vibe. It saves them the headache of playing mind games, making things easier. The old man waves his bodyguards out because this is top secret business, and they quickly scram, locking the door tight. The chairman relaxes and says since he is being direct, he won't beat around the bush either. What do they really want? Oh Se-hyun smirks and says Ah-in Motors, obviously. The chairman counters, asking if they are not just an investment firm. Isn't turning a profit their ultimate goal? If he just names his markup price, they can end this war right now, right? Oh Se-hyun frowns, asking if he is seriously trying to buy them out to settle the score. The chairman grins like a predator, saying absolutely, after all, it is just a show to jack up the price. Pretty clever play, right? But Oh Se-hyun shakes his head, telling him he's got it wrong. Investors like them have cash to burn, and they are honestly just doing this for fun. He just smiles and says everyone loves cars, so why not buy a whole factory? The old man is absolutely fuming that some brat is buying empires for fun. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to watch him regret doubting our boy. Yo, stick with me. You are about to see a massive corporate showdown. This old chairman guy is already threatening to run a hit piece, accusing foreign capital of straight-up looting the country's assets just because negotiation failed. You think you will have anywhere left to hide, he adds. Korean patriots do not mess around when it comes to their country. Oh Se-hyun just smirks, saying the bidding results will show who the real patriot is. Hearing this, the old man's face goes completely pale, and even his ringing phone suddenly cuts out. The tension between these two becomes crazy suffocating. The annoyed chairman cuts straight to the chase, asking, "What do you actually want?" Oh Se-hyun replies, "Empty out your treasury, and let us compete purely on acquisition price, a win-win, right?" He sneers, knowing that no matter who wins this battle, the financial damage will be kept to an absolute minimum. The chairman gets serious. So you want both our companies to share the debt load and just fight fairly on the purchase price? Oh Se-hyun almost loses his mind right there. Exactly. After that, the debate hits another dead end. Oh Se-hyun has to speak up, saying, since the chairman started, let me throw in my 2 cents. When a fight has rules, it becomes a classy sport, which is way more civilized, right? This makes the chairman boil with rage, but the old fox keeps his cool and replies, "You are an interesting opponent. It has been ages since I had a fair match," he says, looking like a literal cold-blooded killer in the dark. Our Daeyoung reputation was not built on class. It was carved out of dirty, muddy street battles. Hearing this crazy wizard-like speech, Oh Si-hyun breaks a cold sweat, totally speechless. The old man storms out in a rage, slamming the door shut. The second he is gone, Oh Se-hyun collapses, completely drained of all his energy. That is when Dojin sneaks into the room, still acting a bit cautious. Oh Si-hyun asks anxiously, is this move actually going to work? Will he really accept these terms? Dojin is absolutely sure he will accept. Pay attention here because he knows Chairman Ju is an old-school tycoon, and no business mogul would ever turn down a deal that cuts massive costs. Meanwhile, over at the DJ building, the executives are begging the chairman to sign the deal, pointing out that Ajin Motors is carrying 3.28 trillion won in debt. If they write off 1.58 trillion of Conan Steel's debt, the remaining 2.52 trillion becomes an investment. This is a crazy good deal to wipe out 7.38 trillion in liabilities. The chairman gets a massive headache listening to his minion explain how much cash Daeyoung actually has to drop. But if they mess with the debt write-offs of fantasy, they have to start over, whereas partnering up means they only pay the raw acquisition price. The chairman then asks, does that punk have that kind of money? How many trillions can he actually throw around? The underling replies that just like fantasy, nobody really knows the limits of our own financial power either. That side is backed entirely by American capital, but he suddenly hesitates. The chairman snaps back, what is with the hesitation? The minion quickly adds that according to their US sources, their war chest is loaded. They are talking about a major powerhouse backing Hollywood movies in America. Up until now, literally every single massive Hollywood blockbuster has been funded by fantasy. The chairman looks like he just swallowed a fly listening to his staff ramble on, but the assistant keeps preaching about their undefeated, legendary track record. He confidently claims that not a single investment deal they touched has ever failed. Another executive jumps in, hyping them up to the sky, saying the opponent's investment instincts are absolutely top tier. An old fox that smart would never dive headfirst into a death trap just to lose all his cash. The minions keep pleading desperately. They even quote the chairman's own philosophy, saying sometimes swallowing your pride and shaking hands with the enemy is the best move to survive and avoid a useless, bloody war. Let us pause right here. The old chairman actually starts seriously considering this smart diplomatic proposal as sunset falls over the massive, insanely luxurious Soonyang family estate. Sipping his hot tea, the big boss turns to Dojin and asks if that old man Ju Dong-woo has shown his face yet. Dojin nods, reporting that the old geezer backed down and offered to pay them off if they just drop out of this acquisition game. The chairman just scoffs. Mocking him, he says that stubborn old man must be completely cornered to make such a painful compromise, choosing the hard way over the easy path. An obstacle showed up at the absolute worst moment. The chairman demands to know what happens next. Dojun calmly explains that they told him to play fair, telling him to compete strictly with raw cash and leave government favors out of it. Hearing this, the chairman is absolutely thrilled that they saved a massive fortune. He immediately asks how the enemy reacted. When Dojun repeats his bold challenge to have a fair face-to-face duel, the old chairman bursts into a massive, hearty laugh. His booming laughter fills the entire room. Dojin playfully asks if his old rival is going crazy with anxiety, then asks his granddad for some wisdom. Taking a sip of tea, the chairman wisely says that Dojin probably already knows exactly what Chairman Ju's next move is going to be. If I were in his shoes, I would also be losing sleep trying to figure out how to destroy this annoying proposal, the chairman says, testing Dojun. He calmly explains that the old man will just have to bite the bullet, since the debt reduction is already set in stone. He would not be stupid enough to risk adding another dangerous wild card. The chairman nods in total agreement because his grandson hit the nail on the head. For these shrewd, old-school businessmen, unpredictable wild cards are the scariest thing in the world. Dojin quietly realizes these two old foxes think exactly alike. The chairman suddenly shifts his tone, warning Dojin that he has already played his last trump card. Before Chairman Ju even makes a move, he is going to launch a massive counteroffensive. Dojin quickly guesses that it will be a media blitz, right? The chairman confirms that the media will step in to brainwash both the creditors and the judging panel. Not to mention the government, parliament, and the Blue House, which Daeyoung has been secretly funding for ages, will all put on suffocating pressure. Dojin asks, so no extra help is needed. The chairman sighs, admitting his hands are completely tied. Seeing Dojin looking totally lost, he explains that Chairman Song Huijiang blocked all of their possible backup options himself. This move makes him wonder if Old Man Song is eyeballing a piece of Ajin Motors. But thanks to that restraint, the Daeyoung faction is staying quiet for now. I guess it is just mutual respect between top predators. But Dojin knows that is not the whole story. The chairman adds that those corrupt officials will be trapped in a corner. Stick around with me, because their loyalty is about to face the ultimate test. Yo, stick with me because you and I are about to watch this old boss explain how they are going to rip their scapegoats completely to shreds, while Dojin sits there listening closely. He is low-key thinking this old man talks a big game but has zero pity for those sacrificial pawns. The grandpa is definitely cooking up some deep, shady scheme, but Dojun cannot read him at all. Dojun plays the good kid, capping that he will cooperate perfectly with director Oh Se-hyun. Hearing his grandkid talk so confident and bold, the old chairman is honestly left completely speechless. Dojun just smiles and asks what is wrong, or if he needs to beg anyone else for help. But grandpa just casually asks if he is really that close with Oh Se-hyun. Dojun simply replies, yeah. The chairman presses further, asking if that guy is actually trustworthy. Dojun just laughs it off and says, so far, so good. My dad even swore that although Oh counts cash for a living, he is not the type to betray his crew for money. Suddenly, the chairman flashes a wicked, knowing smirk. Dojun is totally cornered and completely freezes up, not knowing what to say. Grandpa goes right back to his lecture on ruling people. Dojun, there are only two kinds of people you need in your circle. First is a talented, reliable partner to handle big business, like Oh. Hearing this, Dojun asks who the second type is. The chairman cold-heartedly replies, it is someone who is willing to lay down their actual life for you. Now Dojun is completely mind-blown and confused. Sacrificing their life? In this day and age, what could possibly make someone want to die for another person? The old man casually drops that those fanatical martyrs will find you themselves when your main character energy is shining the brightest. No need to look for them. Dojun just stays quiet, letting him ramble. The chairman looks so smug, like he just blessed the world with ultimate wisdom. He chuckles and waves him off, saying the guests have arrived, so Dojun needs to go upstairs and change. Now pay attention, because the real show is about to start as night falls on the chairman's insane mansion, and a massive crowd of elite guests begins to flood the place. The crowd is packed with gorgeous people and filthy rich moguls. This insanely lavish party is stacked with top-tier gourmet food everywhere you look. They have got giant 4 to 5 tier cakes, strawberry chocolate fountains, and sweet treats galore. Soon, the bride and groom make their grand entrance, surrounded by roses in the most flex-worthy, extra setup ever. The bride is rocking a diamond ring, with a rock so ridiculously massive it could literally knock someone out. Meanwhile, our main character Dojun is walking around holding a banana milk carton, like he has got a lifetime sponsorship deal or something. Dojun checks out his cousin Shangjin, and judging by those loving eyes, the guy seems genuinely in love with his fiancée. In his past life, Dojun remembers they only met twice at family gatherings, with barely any real interaction after that. Dojun low-key finds it so baffling. Does the absolute power of money really make people catch feelings that fast? Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out, hyping up Dojun's looks. Turns out it is his future sister-in-law, who is totally plotting something. She calls Dojun the family's #1 handsome guy, forcing him to activate his actor mode and congratulate her back. Shangjin quickly thanks him, does a brief intro, and rushes off because his parents are calling. He leaves his fiancée behind, telling her to have a little chat with his cousin. Dojun just stands there, feeling so awkward his face is turning red. After some awkward small talk, Dojun is totally out of words. Luckily, the sister-in-law smoothly breaks the ice, calling him the absolute dream boy for every girl, which totally catches him off guard. She starts playing mind games, pointing out that Dojun is tall, handsome, super smart, and the youngest son of this massive family. Since they are chaebols, he does not have to fight for the inheritance or stress in the brutal business world. He can just kick back and enjoy a luxury life. I know what you are thinking. Dojun plays dumb, but he low-key knows this fake nice talk is actually a trap, right? He plays innocent, acting like family money will never reach him anyway. She laughs it off, saying there is no way the chairman's favorite grandson has to worry about cash. But right after, they fall into a heavy silence. Dojun gets that being background checked is just standard protocol for anyone trying to become the eldest daughter-in-law of the Soonyang group. Dojun keeps up his poor me act, laughing and asking what kind of favorite grandson he is supposed to be. All my older cousins got fat stacks of stocks and cold cash when they grew up, but grandpa only gave me a supercar. I do not even have a license yet, so I cannot drive it. She acts totally shocked, comforting him that grandpa will probably give him something way bigger later, then low-key disses him by saying he is such a model student who never spends cash. Dojun quickly denies it, capping that he has no money to spend. But if he had the dough, he would be out there flexing and blowing it just like anyone else. Holding his drink, he secretly thinks that if this sly fox knew about the massive millions he has already burned on big business deals, she would literally faint on the spot. She generously promises to sponsor his fun budget and put in a good word with Seongjin. Dojun quickly thanks her over and over, reminding himself he has to keep playing the perfect, sweet little brother to keep this dangerous lady on his good side. She stands there acting all shy and giggly, but her eyes are still full of suspicion. Sensing the vibe, Dojun makes an excuse to slide into the restroom. She smiles him off with a top-tier friendly actress face, but as he walks away, her look turns sharp as a knife. She low-key knows this kid is no rookie, visiting the stock market daily with investment big shots while claiming he is totally broke. Sanjin comes back and asks his wife what she thinks of him. The couple both stare at Dojun's back like they are sizing up a piece of merchandise. She notes that the young cousin is super guarded, but that effortless rich kid vibe is unmistakable. Songjin smirks and nods, bringing up how Dojun used to be just a weak, pathetic kid who would shake in fear. He thinks there is no need to be paranoid, and that he can easily turn Dojun into a useful pawn who will jump whenever he is told to. Hearing her husband talk big, she flashes a sly smile and wraps her arm around him, acting cute to remind him about that allowance. Songjin laughs and agrees instantly, since a sister-in-law hooking up the youngest with pocket money is just standard protocol in this wealthy clan. Meanwhile, in the men's room, Dojun walks in complaining about how annoying this fancy suit is. But right as he is about to handle his business, a voice behind him calls out "Young Master," scaring him half to death. He turns around to see Assistant Kim standing right there like a literal ghost. Even a bathroom break is not safe. Dojun is shocked because he told the man to rest, but Kim drops some serious emergency news. His assistant's crazy tense attitude gives Dojun a bad feeling that a massive storm is about to hit. And that's where we leave it for today. Trust me, you do not want to miss the massive storm that is coming next. Yo, let us dive right into this crazy revenge ride. Our boy is feeling totally sketched out by that dude's shady behavior. He dashes to the parking lot to find his ride, but this massive mansion of the ultra-rich is just ridiculous. It is so freaking huge, like a giant maze, making him wander around forever just to find his car parked in some random lonely corner. The second he gets inside, Dojun demands to know what kind of crazy drama is going down right now. But Secretary Kim plays dumb and tries to dodge, telling him to chill and wait for team leader Shin to explain it himself. Dojun narrows his eyes, totally suspicious, asking who this hyped-up team leader Shin even is. Kim respectfully confirms that he is the genius mastermind of the strategy team he mentioned before. Does he not remember him at all? It finally clicks for Dojun, and he asks if it is that sketchy guy who caught them wiretapping. Right when the tension is peaking, a random shadow suddenly creeps up to the glass window, making Dojun jump and almost lose his mind. This mysterious guy bows politely and introduces himself as the legendary team leader Shin. Looking at this guy, Dojun feels like he has seen him somewhere before, but he cannot pull the name from his brain. Team leader Shin quickly bows and apologizes for interrupting, and even though Dojun says it is fine, he still feels super suspicious. Turns out, this guy was the exact driver who drove him home on that fateful morning after their crazy clash at the mansion. Dojun smacks his forehead in shock. No wonder he looked familiar. He vaguely remembers saving this guy's butt back then, leaving a little bait to see if he would bite. But since the guy ghosted him for so long, Dojun just forgot about it and moved on. Watch closely because here is where things get super real. Team leader Shin wastes no time and drops a massive bombshell. He reveals that his crew, the third generation, has been stalked by some shady shadow group for a whole month. Dojun's eyes widen, and he asks if literally everyone is getting targeted here. Shin nods, explaining that the stalkers are not tracking every move but are camping out on their routes. Even his brother Jin Songjin is on the hit list. Dojun's brain starts racing. Is his oldest uncle really cold enough to spy on his own biological son? If that is true, this play is beyond toxic. But if it is not him, who has the guts? Shin bitterly admits their team is hopelessly small, making it impossible to track down the mastermind pulling the strings behind this. They are just paper pushers, not secret agents ready to fight back against assassins. Dojun narrows his eyes, wondering why this guy is leaking such classified secrets to him of all people. By the book, he should have reported this to his boss, Secretary Lai Haj, or the Intel Department instead of him. Shin knows the rules but clenches his fists to gather courage, admitting an embarrassing yet cold, hard truth. He wants a powerful shield, a lifeline to escape this dark trap. Dojun is stunned, asking what lifeline he is talking about. Is it the kind of connection he is thinking? Shin nods, saying the strategy team is like a sinking ship now. Their future is so dead that everyone is quitting, and veterans like him see zero hope. But Dojun is still not buying it. He points out that he is just the youngest, powerless kid in this massive Soonyang empire, so how can he protect anyone? Secretary Kim tries to step in, but Shin shuts him down with a desperate plea. I know you are thinking he is begging, but he literally asked Dojun if he is just going to leave him to rot. Dojun stays ice cold, saying he cannot just team up with anyone. Is there really nobody else in the family to back him up? Hearing that, team leader Shin's expression shifts completely as he gets dead serious and makes a wild proposal. He suggests they test each other's loyalty, claiming that if even one trustworthy hand is reached out, he will follow them to the death. He yells emotionally that he would spit on anyone else, but out of all President Jane's spoiled grandkids, only Dojun is genuine and plays a clean, honest game. Shin bows low again, swearing to work like a dog under whatever rules Dojun set. And if he ever falls behind, he is ready to get cut loose without crying about it. Dojun finally speaks. He says straight up that he does not need blind loyalty, just a clean business deal. The strategy team gives him intel, and he pays the right price. We are talking fat stacks of cash or that bright future you dream of. Shin is taken aback, asking if his cold vibe is because he does not feel like he belongs to this Soonyang empire. Dojun snaps back that his trust in them is a big fat zero, so it is strictly business. If they want more, they need to prove it with actions first. Dojin silently recalls that in his past life he never saw real loyalty, knowing that a useless person's loyalty is trash anyway. He barks an order, making Secretary Kim jump out of his skin, announcing he will take taxis from now on. Kim's new job is to tail the guys spying on them, taking it slow because slow and steady wins the race. Then Dojun starts bossing Shin around like a true king. He orders that from now on, all secret strategy reports go straight to him first. Once he sets a boundary, they cannot leak it to the higher-ups or anyone else. He drops a final flex, telling them not to stress about cash or starve themselves. Whatever money they need for operations or lifestyle, just ask. This rich boy will fund everything so his crew never struggles. Hearing Dojin promise to pay for everything makes both guys almost cry. He then closes his eyes, flexing in his luxury car. And trust me, we just witnessed a total masterclass. He exposed a fake friend and got himself a loyal spy squad, all in one day. The next morning at Osun's headquarters, the TV blares a massive news flash about Fantasy, trying to take over the AIN group with shady cash from Japan. Yo, you and I are about to watch some crazy media play as the news claims Japan is using AIN motors to invade Korea, making Seun completely lose his mind. He turns to Dojun and screams that they need to call a press conference right now to clear their name. This is a massive blow to national pride, and if they get labeled as traitors, they will never wash that dirt off their names. Dojun calmly asks if there is actually any real proof or if this is just fake news, but Si-hyun freaks out because their enemies are using a major Japanese power bank company as a shield. Since it is a huge listed company in Japan, everyone will buy the lie that they are Japanese puppets. Dojun frowns, asking if trying to explain now is just useless. But a hopeless Si-hyun groans that the news is already out, meaning the entire deal to buy AIN Motors is basically dead. Dojun gets annoyed and says if the ops are playing dirty with media, they must use their ultimate trump card and get Chairman Song to step up before the union starts rioting and ruining everything. Si-hyun is shocked, calling it their absolute last option. Dojun coldly snaps that holding back now means they are completely done. He realizes these rich corporate elites play incredibly dirty, literally using a national broadcast station to spread unverified fake news. Classic Mad Dog style from the DJ group, they are absolute pros at throwing shade from the shadows. At the chaotic press conference, a pack of vulture reporters spam their camera flashes. Si-hyun tries to stay cool, claiming the rumors of Japanese funding are completely made up. Fantasy was just flipping investments in Japan and walked away with massive cash. That money is pure profit, not some shady loan. A sharp reporter fires back, asking if those Japanese yen still count as foreign cash. Si-hyun tries desperately to explain that they are literally using the Japanese money to save a struggling Korean brand. Now watch this, because this thirsty reporter refuses to let up, calling our guys a vulture fund trying to buy a dying car company. He argues that this kind of risky move will never pay off, and since the risk of losing everything is super high, there must be a catch. He asks if Si-hyun is taking this risk because he is a puppet for the Japanese auto industry, which totally triggers Si-hyun. Losing his temper, he screams into the mic, demanding to know who spread that absolute trash rumor and where they got it. The entire room gasps at his wild outburst. The reporters press hard, asking if he denies everything and if he is willing to swear on his life that it is all fake news. Dojun watches from the shadows, shaking his head. He thinks his uncle is a total amateur at handling the media. Who tries to fight a pack of hungry vulture reporters with pure emotion like that? It is a rookie move. Suddenly, a powerful representative stands up and proudly declares that he knows every single detail of the technical relationship between AIN and Japan. He says he stakes his honor that Japan has absolutely zero involvement in this deal, but the gossiping reporters still refuse to drop it. Another guy targets Chairman Song, pointing out they are in the exact same boat, and asks if Song is secretly backing Fantasy to take over the entire brand. Chairman Song stays cool as a cucumber, replying that they absolutely are, and it is not just him. Every single employee at AIN is on board with this. The union literally swore to freeze their own wages and promise 0 strikes until the company makes money again, as long as Fantasy takes over. He calls this a make-or-break choice by the union, sending the reporters into a wild frenzy of flashing cameras over this crazy news. You and I both know that is a massive move, as Song drops the ultimate double promise from Si-hyun, separating ownership from management and swearing there will be absolutely 0 layoffs during this transition. They also claim they will pump endless cash to save this sinking ship. Si-hyun is not even mad anymore. He just sits there quietly soaking in every word the chairman says. Then Chairman Song keeps going, his voice getting even sharper, adding that he wants to throw in 2 more critical points. He says businesses are not just greedy groups chasing profit, they are also homes and workplaces that put food on the table for thousands of citizens. If the big Daehin group takes over AIN, they will not hesitate to kick more than half of these hard-working employees straight to the curb, all in the name of corporate restructuring. Song's bold words sound like a straight-up declaration of war. Dojun watches from the sidelines, completely shook by how crazy intense this is getting. Because this is exactly the kind of message they needed right now. Song continues, his eyes looking sharp as daggers. Plus, if Dae-hin takes over Motors, they will automatically rule the scene, owning nearly 70% of the domestic market. If a giant monopoly only cares about chasing easy money, the choices of our everyday customers will completely vanish, leaving them with absolutely nowhere else to turn. Now the reporters start whispering among themselves as if they had this pre-planned, agreeing that the core value of AIN should not be ruined by any alleged Japanese connections or rumors, especially since the government has poured tons of public money into this group. Song's voice is hypnotic as he talks about making AIN a national pride, drawing a clear line between ownership and management instead of just wasting public funds to make all these huge companies bigger. Instantly, a massive round of applause erupts in the room, making Lucy smirk with pure satisfaction. Song's speech completely hits the mark, reaching everyone, but playing this hand right now is a risky move that needs some serious calculation. This crucial press conference should have happened exactly a day before the official review scheduled, with the main goal of giving the giant Dae-hin group absolutely zero time to think of a solid counterattack. Being too hasty and pulling their secret card early gives Dae-hin a free pass to lay low and scheme. They can calmly plan their next big counter-moves. In the brutal global car market, a massive war started a long time ago, and only the top 10 companies in the entire world will actually survive this cutthroat game. The sales structure of Daewoo Motors already expanded overseas, going way past the domestic market demands. If AIN and Dae-hin merge together into one giant brand, they will definitely create an unstoppable competitive power. They will secure a huge breakthrough by syncing car designs, optimizing the part supply chain, and closely linking their sales networks. When that happens, everyday consumers can easily buy awesome cars at a much cheaper price. But you and I know that means a ton of people are getting fired. Listen up. You and I are about to dive into this wild corporate battle where Chairman Song basically begs everyone to look at the bigger picture and trust his giant company. He is out here hyping up thousands of new jobs once Daewoo Motors finally goes global and crashes straight into the top 10 worldwide ranks. Sounds like a total dream. Do-jun kills the TV screen after seeing this, thinking his old television is looking pretty ancient and seriously needs a massive upgrade. He lets out a heavy sigh, losing all that smug confidence. Meanwhile, Oh Si-hyun is literally vibrating with pure stress, his nerves totally fried. Do-jun asks about the stock price, but the older guy says Dae-hin is completely flatlining. Do-jun complains that this whole plan is doing absolutely nothing. Oh Si-hyun explains that the market is stuck because two massive groups of investors are fiercely clashing right now. Half the people think buying out AIN Motor is a massive trap, while the other half sees it as a golden ticket. It is a dead-even tie. Do-jun realizes both sides basically accepted that Dae-hin is taking over AIN anyway. Oh Se-hyun just shivers, mumbling about how terrifying the whole thing is. Like, even if you are a massive advertiser, how do you completely pull the strings of the entire news media like that? Do-jun hesitates for a second, then tells him they do not fear the rich elites. It is the media puppets writing the stories they should worry about. They only write for cash, trading their integrity for favors. Oh Si-hyun just stands there, completely shocked that this teenager is lecturing him on life. This kid talks like some ancient wise master. Do-jun quickly laughs it off, saying he is just quoting some smart stuff his grandfather once said. Whenever bad news breaks, the very first step is always to silence the press. That is exactly what the old man did back then too. Do-jun sighs, thinking he probably shouldn't have blocked his grandfather from taking over AIN Motors years ago if he knew it would be this messy. Check this out. We're about to see if our genius main character finally hit a dead end, with his brain spinning in total confusion. Do-jun tells his uncle to just drop the business talk and go grab some heavy drinks. Oh Si-hyun flinches, totally shocked because this kid has literally never asked him to go party before. Do-jun asks if he is not allowed to drink now that he has grown up. His uncle quickly waves his hands, asking if he even knows how. He asks if Do-jun has ever tried it. Our boy just remembers his past life, where he drank enough alcohol to completely destroy his liver. If he saved all the cash he spent drinking away his stress back then, he could have bought 5 luxury apartments. The memory makes him chuckle. Standing up, he says it is time to test his tolerance. He pulls out a sleek black card that practically radiates wealth and says they are using this tonight. Since it has zero limit, he tells him to pick the most expensive, top-tier place in town. The uncle is completely shook by the unlimited card. He snatches the card, asking what it is. He recognizes it as a Hansung Daily Premium Pass, wondering how the kid even got it. Do-jun casually replies his future sister-in-law hooked him up with pocket cash. The uncle is floored by how ridiculously rich and powerful this kid's entire family is. The uncle's jaw literally hits the floor, but Do-jun is not done flexing yet. He claims this is all about preserving the pride of third-generation heirs, telling him to spend like crazy. If they are going to burn cash, they might as well show the future sister-in-law how absolute legends spend money. Hearing this young kid talk about throwing around millions like it is pocket change makes the older guy feel slightly depressed about how broke he actually is. I know what you're thinking, but wait until you see how this plays out. because the uncle finally laughs and agrees to join the kids' crazy night out. The chairman asks why he is here so late, knowing it is not just for a drink. Dojun gets straight to business, saying things are not over. The confused old man asks what trump card he has left. Dojun replies bluntly that the chairman is actually holding his final winning card right now. The old man is shocked, asking what he could possibly hold. Dojun demands Soonyang Motors, asking him when he plans to quit the game. The chairman is completely frozen as Dojun pressures him further, announcing the merger of Hazin and Soonyang Motors will totally flip the board. Dojun demands they speed up the deal, using the ratios they discussed before. The chairman immediately reads between the lines of every word. It is finally time to show his true ambition and make a power move. After a long silence, the chairman asks what Dojun is bringing to the table, explaining that a merger requires both of them to pool their assets. He points out that he owns Soonyang, while Dojun still does not own Hajin. Dojun fires back, saying the merger announcement is their ticket to win. The method might change, but Hajin Motor is still ending up in his hands. But the old man starts backpedaling, claiming the deal was just a test. He asks if Dojun really thinks he can't just cancel the whole thing. Dojun shoots back that turning crazy dreams into cold reality is literally the entire point of negotiating. There is no deal in this world that cannot be made. If the scales are off, we just have to adjust the weight. To get this merger announced, Dojun is ready to offer way more. The old man just grins, impressed by his confidence. He agrees to announce it early, but warns him that it still does not guarantee a victory. But Dojun instantly cuts him off right there. He says the merger will trigger an absolute clash of giants, but the old man claims Soonyang still easily crushes Dang in raw brand power. Now the media, creditors, and judges will judge Soonyang versus Dang instead of focusing on fantasy. So what is the final piece of the puzzle? And that's where we leave it. You and I know this peace of mind is about to break him. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes play where fantasy investment's bad rep completely vanishes, leaving old chairman Jin Yang-xiao lost in deep thought. Staring at his filthy rich grandson, the chairman mutters, the scale still doesn't balance. Dojun instantly shoots back. We can easily fix that by tweaking the merger ratio, Grandpa. But the old man just keeps that smug, superior smirk. Too bad, kid, that's still not enough. Dojun is shocked that all his hard work still isn't satisfying this greedy geezer. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, thinking, this greedy old man, am I seriously not even worth your time? Do you have zero intention of handing over Soonyang Motors to me? Or is this test still going? Dojun drops his voice, dropping a bomb. I've already swept up every single share of the subsidiaries that Soonyang Motors currently holds. The old man's jaw drops. Wait, you literally said we should spin off Soonyang Motors, Dojun smirked. Combining 8 subsidiaries including Hajin and Soonyang Motors gives us a massive, unstoppable automotive empire. Hearing this, Chairman Jin Yang-xiao actually starts wavering under Dojun's incredibly bold and savage pitch. Dojun watches the chairman's face and freezes. What does this look? The desperation burning in his grandfather's eyes is way more intense than anything he has ever seen before. I need to figure out exactly what he wants if I'm going to close this deal. Dojun frowns, calculating his next crazy move. He plays his hand, asking, isn't announcing a complete spin-off to merge with Hajin Motors a little too hasty, Grandpa? Now watch closely. This spin-off move is going to crash Soonyang Motors' stock price instantly, and the old man is completely blindsided by his grandson's insane strategy. Dojun keeps laying it out. Once the stock hits rock bottom, I'll buy it all back under a shadow company. The chairman holds his breath. Once they merge with Hajin, Dojun casually adds, then we just act like the whole spin-off never happened. It's a clean slate. This will completely lock down Soonyang Group's dominance. We can even fully merge Soonyang and Hajin. Now the chairman is starting to sweat bullets. Dojun knows risk-averse investors will bounce, so he drops a cold metaphor. Our massive carriage is moving forward. We can't stop for tiny pebbles. The chairman asks, so with all those Soonyang Motors shares you just snatched up, does that make you a major shareholder of the main Soonyang company? Dojun smirks. Isn't that an awesome gift? If the stock price rockets, I rake in massive cash and don't pay a single dime in income tax. The old man grins, totally thrilled. This kid is absolutely fearless. So young, yet he is already out here rewriting all the rules. Dojun is slightly thrown off by the weird compliment, but quickly regains his cool, flashing a winning smirk. Alright, we got him. Immediately, the chairman barks at his staff. We are acquiring Hajin Group. The 2 execs just stare at him like he's completely lost his mind. The secretary is panicking internally. Summoned in the dead of night, he realized this was huge and tried to shut it down immediately. But Chairman, Hajin has practically signed with Young. We have 0 prep time and more importantly, we do not have the cash. The other guy chimes in, saying jumping in now is suicide. But the chairman just cuts him off. We only need to get 1 foot in. And that foot is you. He yells the secretary's name, scaring the poor guy half to death as the 2 execs exchange utterly confused looks. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. If Fantasy buys the group, Hajin merges with Soonyang Motors. That is exactly what needs to happen. Soonyang Motors is the only logical partner for Hajin. These two auto companies will start fresh, and Yoonki will be the one running the show as CEO. The guy next to him can't take it anymore. But chairman, no matter how we twist the ratio, Fantasy is still going to be the largest shareholder. The chairman snaps. Soo-yoon from Fantasy already made his move. If we sit back, Soonyang will just end up doing all the dirty work for others. We'll build a brand new auto company, wrap it up beautifully, and hand it to our Soonyang. The secretary asks, but what about Fantasy? They are just money players. They'll be happy with the expensive wrapping. I'll handle chairman's son myself, so don't sweat it. Just go get Yoonki ready. The next morning at Oh Si-hyun's office, the vibe is way more relaxed. Wait, did your grandfather seriously agree to hand over Soonyang Motors to you? Si-hyun asks. Dojun shakes his head. Not quite. He's not the type to just give away something he spent his entire life building. Then why? If he spins off the Motors division and Hajin goes to you, doesn't Soonyang Motors basically become yours? He knows Fantasy is your company, right? That's because the merger ratio isn't locked down yet, Dojun smirks. If he doesn't compromise, the true master of that throne is going to change. Si-hyun looks completely baffled. What kind of crazy scheme are you running now? Why accept the merger? Dojun breaks it down with absolute confidence. Grandpa isn't the type to just steal someone else's assets and hand me a piece. He'll seize absolutely everything first and then decide what tiny scrap to throw my way. Hearing about the chairman's ruthless play, Oh Si-hyun is completely speechless. Meanwhile, Dojun knows Si-hyun will never understand Chairman Jin, a man who puts raw ambition way before family blood. Without that ambition, Soonyang wouldn't even exist. So is the merger ratio decided yet? Si-hyun asks. Not yet. We'll settle that once the Hajin Motors acquisition is fully wrapped up. Dojin stands up looking out the massive window. I'll take care of it myself, don't worry about it. Gazing at the city, he starts cooking up a new plan to outsmart his grandfather's cunning mind. By the time the Hajin acquisition finishes and the merger starts, the coldest economic winter in history will hit. Soonyang Daeyoung, and even the government will be completely broke and begging for help. At that exact moment, Dojun plans to hand the old man a glass of wine, and his grandfather will have no choice but to accept it with absolute gratitude. The next day, the press conference begins. The spokesperson announces Soonyang Motors will officially spin off and merge with Hajin Motors, securing their spot at the top of the auto industry. Reporters go wild, flashing their cameras. Si-hyun stands representing Fantasy, proving they aren't just greedy speculators. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they take this entire auto industry to a brand new era. Yo, you and I are dropping right into absolute chaos. Is there a secret link between Fantasy and Soonyang? Director Yoon Jae-ho, speak up. What happens to Soonyang now? The whole place is practically on fire. Meanwhile, over at the Dang Mansion, another TV remote gets absolutely smashed to pieces. Chairman Yang is losing his mind over this crap, screaming at his minions. How did we not get a single leak about this? We had eyes on both Song Hai-trang and Oh Hun. A terrified lackey stammers out that up until last night, neither of them made a single suspicious move. This just makes the chairman explode even harder. Are you idiots blind? No news is the biggest warning sign of all. How many calls did it take for them to meet and seal this deal? They must have met dozens of times. What the hell were you guys actually doing? His face is literally turning purple with rage. We got totally blindsided without a single heads up. Now start talking. How do we fix this mess? But his entire team just stares at each other, dead silent. First blind, now mute, he shrieks. Why is nobody talking? The suits just exchange looks in dramatic slow motion, totally clueless on what to do next. He slams the table. You have 2 hours to find a way to flip this. Call in every favor from our in-laws and start a massive lobbying campaign right now. Government officials, news reporters, bankers, I do not care. Put the squeeze on every single one of them. He roars like a cornered beast who is ready to tear everything down. Now keep your eyes on this next scene. The oldest son busts through the doors, totally losing his cool, and screams, Dad, this is absolute garbage. But Chairman Jin Yangshiol is terrifyingly calm. He just gestures to a chair and says, sit down first, have some tea with me. Giving up the Motors division? Are you insane? The uncle is still fuming, but the chairman just shrugs. There is nothing left to care about. I threw all our garbage to their side and wiped our hands clean. This casual brush-off just makes the son completely explode. Dad, how could you do this without saying a single word to me? This is a massive restructuring of our entire group, and I have to find out from the news? Is my title as vice chairman just some kind of joke to you? Honestly embarrassing. Chairman Jin just silently watches his son throw this massive tantrum, reminding him that Director Yoon Jae-ho brought all the approval paperwork right to him. He went ahead and publicly announced the Soonyang Motors merger right after getting your official stamp of approval. The son gets louder. Are you seriously treating me like a brainless puppet? Chairman Jin Yangshiol cuts through his son's massive tantrum with a voice as cold as ice. Done? Are you finished throwing your little fit? The uncle freezes up, totally clueless. Let's pause here because the chairman's next words are brutal. Since you are done crying, let's move on. Did you really come here just to scream? That question makes the son's face twist even more. He yells, Dad! Seeing him lose total control, the chairman goes red, slamming his hand on the table with a loud bang that definitely hurt like hell. He roars, "That is enough, you brat." The son finally realizes he went way too far, freezing up like a stone statue. Now it's the chairman's turn to unleash hell, screaming, "What? Are you seriously embarrassed to be Soonyang's vice chairman? A puppet? If you are so humiliated by that title, then quit right now." The uncle panics, trying to calm the old man down. "Dad, please, just calm down for a second. That title you are so ashamed of," the chairman continues to spit, "is something the entire country would literally kill to have. Your only achievement is being born as my eldest son. Since you got that title handed to you on a silver platter, you don't even know its real value." The son stammers, "That is not what I meant." "What do you mean, not what you meant?" The chairman barks. "You were over 40 before you even got this role. If you weren't my blood, would you even have a shot at being a manager?" The uncle stands there frozen, completely devastated by the brutal truth. After a super tense, slow-motion standoff, they finally back down. The next day at headquarters, the managing director orders his staff to keep a very close eye on Dojin. The kid is playing messenger between Oh Se-yoon and the chairman. And that recent merger? That brat definitely knew all about it from the very start. The two assistants listen but still don't get the big picture. One asks, "So does this mean the final heir position goes to Jin Do-jun?" The director glares at him. "No, not a chance." He thinks to himself, the chairman has adored the boy since childhood, but he didn't even blink when the kid chose to go to law school. With Dojin's brains, he could easily top the class at S. But if the chairman wanted top lawyers or prosecutors, he'd just buy them. Word is, the kid isn't even trying to study seriously. All my dad wants is a shiny trophy to brag about, showing off how insanely smart and successful his favorite little grandson is to the world. He only wants Dojin to bring honor to the family name. If he actually wanted to hand him the keys to the empire, he would have put him in business school. The assistant then asks, "But why leave Jin Do-jun with Oh Se-yoon at Fantasy? Isn't he just a shiny ornament?" The director chuckles, because that shiny ornament actually knows how to get things done. Maybe the old man recognized the kid's real genius, his crazy ability to manipulate cash, what you'd call a natural gift for money. He might even take over the group's entire financial wing, from life insurance and pension funds to education. Then he adds, "But hey, don't sweat it. This war is going to end fast with one final blow. Now, you and I need to watch closely to see if they can pull this off without making any mistakes. Yo, stick with me here. If we rush in now, the whole game is ruined." Then he asks his lackeys, "Soonyang Motors stock is currently tanking, right?" His assistant quickly nods, saying the smart money is already pulling out. The boss smirks and tells them, "Grab every single share once it hits rock bottom, and do not split the branch." The guy is completely stunned, like, "Wait, didn't we literally decide to split it?" That is when the director flashes this super shady, evil grin. "My old man would never throw away his hard work to some randoms. Once we take back our top spot, the stock is going to skyrocket, and our grip on the whole empire gets locked down." He warns them to prep everything perfectly with zero mistakes, and the two lackeys instantly bow and yell, "Yes, director." The next day, at this insanely fancy dinner, Dojin is living it up, enjoying some high-class food while sitting right across from his annoying curly-haired cousin. The cousin asks if Dojin already knew about the Soonyang Motors merger. Dojin is just thinking, how did this clown even say that with a straight face without giving himself away? Time for a direct attack. Dojin calmly replies, "Yeah, I knew a whole day before it hit the television news." The cousin is like, "How?" The cousin is getting super salty. Dojun just keeps chewing and explains, "Oh, actually, Director Saiyan of Fantasy asked me to pitch the merger plans and conditions directly to Grandpa." Hearing this, the cousin literally slams the table in a rage. "Why the hell did he ask you? He could have just met Grandpa himself." But Dojun just shrugs. "Bro, the group is watching Director Saiyan like a hawk. If he went to see Grandpa directly, everyone would have found out instantly. Now watch closely here." Dojun is silently wondering how this idiot found out. Was it his uncle, or did this punk hire someone to stalk him? The cousin frowns, asking if that is really all. Dojin acts completely clueless, like what else could there be? This just pisses the guy off even more. He snaps, asking if Dojin was really just a glorified delivery boy this time. Dojin acts all scared, whining about his cousin yelling, making the guy sit back down in frustration. Dojun sighs with fake relief, then drops a bomb. He says there is a secret contract between Grandpa and the director, but he absolutely cannot talk about it. "I have to keep it on the down low until the official release," he says. The cousin loses it, yelling, "What do you mean? Am I some random stranger to you?" Dojun is loving this, thinking about how to push his buttons even more. He looks him in the eye and says, "Well, yeah, you do not have any power right now, Sungjun. Did you not know?" The cousin screams. "So that is why you would not be my right-hand man? Just to leech off Grandpa?" Dojun smiles, "Nah, I actually want to go head-to-head with your dad." Dojun keeps his cool, telling him to stop scowling, because he is really just sitting back and watching how things play out. Besides, the youngest son is just the youngest. I do not have a shot at Soonyang anyway, so I have zero corporate ambitions and honestly, nothing to lose. Sounds cocky, but if I hit the books, I will easily crush the bar exam in 2 years. I am crazy smart and you know it. The cousin asks, so what? You and I both know what comes next. Dojin flexes about becoming a big shot prosecutor or judge, bossing people around, getting endless respect, and never worrying about cash. Plus, my dad is a total rock star in the movie business. The moment he starts a new project, gorgeous actresses are practically begging to work with him. A third-generation chaebol prosecutor who is also the son of a major movie studio boss. What girl would say no to that? Dojin is bragging on purpose just to rub it in. Have you ever been so lost you could not find your way back? It is hard to guarantee Daeyoung can finalize the buyout of Hajin until they actually hold the keys. The cousin is so mad he is practically spitting blood, but he is completely powerless. He growls, asking if Dojin is really abandoning his spot in Soonyang. Dojin just laughs. Wait, who said I was giving up? Suddenly his face goes dead serious. If we are talking about the ultimate top spot, then yeah, maybe I would consider it. But right now, you are not the big boss, Sungjun. Roasted again, the cousin just sits there eating his anger. He tries to throw a punch back, snarling that if he takes over, he will kick Dojin out immediately. After all, they have plenty of other cousins around, and you probably would not last a single week against Soonyang stock attacks. Inside, Dojin mocks his fragile ego. Seriously? This clown is actually resorting to trashy threats now? He fires back with a calculated cold reply telling him he has absolutely zero regrets. Just holding on to what my family already owns is enough to make everyone else insanely jealous. Dojin decides it is time to wrap up this little chat. He has planted enough doubt in his mind and convinced him they have no major corporate ambitions. Now, it is time to drop the final seed of insecurity. Honestly, being the youngest family member is way more chill. My brother dropped out of college to do art in New York. He does not chase things out of his reach. The cousin is completely caught off guard by that. Dojin smiles, knowing he just needs to let that seed of paranoia and doubt grow in his mind. Listen, bro, I am only saying this once. Our uncles, aunts, everyone is incredibly greedy. This whole inheritance war is not going to be simple. They will not let Soonyang Group fall into your hands without a fight. The cousin snaps back. You think I do not know that? My dad will handle them. We are not just sitting around. But then he freezes, staring at Dojin with pure suspicion. Wait, does that secret contract you mentioned have to do with who inherits everything? Even the cousin is completely terrified by the sudden realization hitting his brain. Meanwhile, back at the chairman's house, the intense meeting is still going. The oldest uncle stands there frozen, muttering under his breath, Dad, you are being way too harsh. The chairman absolutely loses his temper. Too harsh? Look at yourself, acting like a total puppet. You have the nerve to talk back to me like this? Staring at his oldest son in disappointment, the old man sighs, calming his voice. Youngki, I get why you are mad about finding out on TV, but that is how I play public opinion. Instead, you need to focus on what comes next down the road. Get ready and find out the actual benefits our group gets from this massive merger. He adds, that is the job of a vice chairman, not crying and throwing tantrums. He pats his son's shoulder, telling him to work just 10 minutes harder than others to claim the crown. Trust me. You and I are definitely going to see this empire crumble. Listen up. You and I are about to watch this old chairman warn his son not to ruin the family empire. That is literally all you have to do, okay? The oldest uncle just bows like a good boy. The chairman pats his grown-up son on the shoulder, low-key laughing at himself for still having to babysit this giant toddler when he is literally over 70 years old. Meanwhile, in some fancy VIP room, the tense face-off between Dojin and his annoying cousin is still going strong. The cousin stares at him looking mad sus, trying to speak but keeping his mouth shut. After some awkward silence, Dojin finally says, Are you going to spit it out or what? This clown literally screams, making Dojin glare at him like, Are you seriously raising your voice at me, bro? The cousin immediately panics, acting soft and innocent like a clueless little bunny. Come on, Dojin, think about it. I am the eldest son of this family. They cannot just toss me out like trash. Dojin just smirks. Bro, a real throne has to go to the eldest son, then the eldest grandson. It is all about keeping things stable. Pay attention here. Dojin tells him that if the younger sons take over, it is a bloody war, so power belongs to your dad and then you. So you need to be the boss of Soonyang to save our family cash from getting wrecked. The cousin immediately lights up, nodding like an idiot. Totally, our genius Dojin gets it. This guy thinks he is so smart, but Dojin is literally just playing him with some massive smokescreens. Dojin sighs dramatically, keeping up the act. Regarding the Soonyang motor merger, they are moving all the motor shares over to a completely different subsidiary company. And this new company controls the whole group, right? The cousin acts smart, saying, Exactly, bro. But what if someone else gets that key company instead of your dad? The cousin completely freezes, asking if that is some secret contract clause. Dojin just keeps him hanging. Honestly, you do not even need to be a genius to figure this out. It is not some big secret, it is literally written in the files. The corporate restructuring plan. This news hits the cousin like lightning. Dojin adds, My dad did his best to help you out, you know. Now saving it is up to your dad and you. The cousin just stammers some confused replies, but his brain is totally fried since he only knows how to live easy. Seeing him struggle makes Dojin feel so good. Looking at this greedy family, he thinks, let the sharpest claws come out. It is time to play. Let us see who is the strongest. You and I are jumping next to Oh Se-hyun's office since the author keeps drawing it. The old man is checking out his own pictures and news in the papers. Things have finally reached this point. He mutters, we are getting bought out, but I am scared of getting sucked into Soonyang's mess. Dojin chugs his banana milk and asks when they are paying. Oh Se-hyun drops his paper. After merging 1.2 trillion won, we have to send $1 billion. So next year at the latest, right? Oh Se-hyun tells him to ask his grandpa. If the deal wraps up by year end, it is $3.2 billion total, and the exchange rate is getting insanely high. Dojin bites his straw. How much cash is tied up? Oh Se-hyun replies, 600 million. Like you said, I am just saving, not investing. We will get that 600 million back next year. Dojin finishes his milk. Managed right, that is a ton of cash. I use my memories to get 100 times return on our cash. What if some Wall Street fund manager reincarnated instead of me? That would be crazy. They would easily become the richest person alive. In the office, Oh Se-hyun offers to transfer $1 billion right away. Dojin stops him. No rush, we do not have to pay until the end of the year anyway. Oh Se-hyun is totally confused by this kid's math. He goes, wait, did you actually predict the exchange rate was going to go crazy? Isn't everyone just pretending to ignore it? Dojin fires back. The dollar jumped 250 in a month. It is rising like a tide. But won't that fix the market? Oh Se-hyun asks. Dojin thinks this smart guy is asking some really dumb questions. Everyone feels the storm coming. Company collapses and election drama, but they are all just trying to act like nothing is wrong. He breaks it down for his uncle. There is a massive difference between a rising exchange rate and the dollar losing value. If you hold billions of won while the dollar skyrockets, your cash is practically garbage. Compared to 10 billion won on a deserted island, a loaf of bread is worth way more. Oh Se-hyun just smirks. Are you talking about US dollars? Dojin looks at him. Yeah, he knows the financial crisis is about to hit, and back then, you could not find greenbacks anywhere. Oh Se-hyun keeps digging. If the rate keeps climbing, are you using dollars to buy Hajin Motor? No way, Dojin answers. Dojin says he is going to negotiate. Negotiate what? I will demand they let us pay for Hajin Motor using the exact US dollars we have. Oh Se-hyun is stunned, then bursts out laughing. Haha, right, we are holding gold. Why would we throw it away for a cheap life jacket? Right now, dollars are literally like blood. If the blood stops flowing, the body dies. The guy holding the blood bag can easily take all the gold from the dying patient. Oh Se-hyun looks at Dojun with pure respect as the country's cash reserves hit zero. Are you going to be the savior, Dojun? Dojun just smiles. Aren't I the secret boss of fantasy? Oh Se-hyun grins. What, too young to show your face? Are you two hiding some big secrets? Dojun asks, if you had 1 trillion won, what would you do? Bribes? Inheritance? The world won't let you show off that cash. Oh Se-hyun gets it and Dojun just shrugs. Oh Se-hyun grins warmly. Fine, from now on I am your horse. Ride me however you want. Pull the reins and swing the whip as much as you want. But time is ticking, kid. I am 50. I only have 5 years left. Even if you take over, I need to chill. Dojun is shocked. Retiring at 50? Bro, you are literally in your absolute prime right now. Oh Se-hyun shrugs. I am too rich. If I do not enjoy it, it is a waste. And trust me, you and I both wish we had his problems. Yo, stick with me, because you are about to watch one insane revenge story. Dojun straight up cannot believe his ears as Oh Hyun points at him, saying he's treated him like a real nephew for 5 years, but now wants to retire to some deserted island. After dropping that bomb, he leans back with a smug, satisfied face. Dojun just stands there in dead silence, staring at his uncle, totally speechless because there's nothing left to say except talk about cash. The next evening at Soonyang Group headquarters, the big boss chairman is listening to a report from his oldest son. Are you serious? He asks, double-checking the wild news. Yes, father. Dojun saw it with his own eyes. Hearing that, the chairman slams his hand onto the desk with a loud bang. And dude, that smash must have hurt like hell. He grinds his teeth in pure anger. His dad literally patted his shoulder and promised him a seat on the board, but behind his back, he's secretly plotting to reshuffle the leadership, whispering sweet lies to his face while hiding his shady moves from his own son. Thinking about this, his eyes narrow like a fake plotting fox. The uncle tries to keep things chill, even if his voice sounds forced, saying that if splitting the motorcycle division is a must, they can just tweak the structure a bit. The whole foundation might shake, but it is nothing to stress about. The son asks impatiently, but father, what if the motorcycle shares transfer to the chairman abruptly cuts him off in pure rage, yelling that he knows exactly how to handle it? As for production, just focus on keeping things running smoothly. Do not miss this golden opportunity and show me what you are actually made of, kid. The son's arguments are completely crushed by his dad's savage shutdown. He just bows his head, muttering that he understands, before rushing out of the room like a coward. Now, pay attention here because this is where the old man loses his absolute mind. Left alone with his thoughts, the chairman suddenly turns his boiling rage on a crusty old desk phone, wondering why he's even using this ancient trash. He screams like a maniac into the receiver, telling the planning department to get to the meeting room right now. then slams the phone onto the floor. Smashing stuff to let off steam? Real mature, dude, he thinks to himself. Father, before you pull any more of your crazy, unpredictable moves, I need to speed things up and make my sprint now. Right after that, the loyal secretary and the younger brother step into a private room. The younger brother rushes to greet him, asking if he is interrupting such a busy man. The secretary just smiles and says it is no big deal, because no matter how busy, he always makes time to eat with the chairman. The brother immediately starts acting super fake, laughing and telling him to sit. He claims he is still wondering who benefits more if they merge Soonyang with Hain. Obviously, the chairman handled this perfectly. The secretary chuckles back, agreeing that he is also pretty confused since everything is moving way too fast. Seeing the secretary agree, the brother gets annoyed but tries to play dumb to the end. He asks directly if splitting the motorcycle division means Director Do will have absolutely nothing to do with Soonyang anymore. He whines about how sad that would make him. The secretary, sick of his fake trash talk, calls him out directly, asking if he's being real or just testing him. If you are testing me, I am seriously disappointed. The chairman's son freezes up completely, realizing his gut feeling was totally spot on. The master plan wasn't to partner with Hain, but to swallow them whole. The director quickly fakes a bright laugh, asking why he would ever test him, claiming it was just a warning. The secretary just glares at him and says he has followed the chairman for over 30 years, and in all that time he only opposed him once. You and I both know this snake has no clue. The director just pretends to listen, thinking it was probably back when they started that oil refinery business in the Middle East. The secretary continues, explaining how a massive war broke out, causing a major crude oil crisis. He and the chairman had to rush to Texas to sign an emergency supply contract. After driving down an endless highway, they stopped at a steakhouse. But the brutal heat had completely exhausted him, leaving him with zero appetite. The chairman ordered a giant steak and shared it with him. Even the smallest steak there was 600 grams, he recalls, looking totally nostalgic. The director tries to play along, laughing about how amazing that Southern-style steak must have tasted. But the secretary snaps back, saying he protested because he wanted his own plate. Seeing his reaction, the director asks if he just wanted another trip. The secretary gives him a dark, sinister grin and says yes. The greedy director secretly thinks he was about to hear some epic, life-changing story, only to get clowned on. But then he gets the hidden meaning. Not wanting to share the meat was a protest against splitting the business division. He tries to play it smooth, saying Director Do might hate sharing, but he personally cannot stand seeing good stuff go to waste. If it is too much, it just gets thrown away. Secretary Do shoots back coldly, telling him that he and the chairman ate the entire thing. It looked like a lot, but I handled it. 600 grams is nothing if you actually try. Director Donkey completely freezes, turning pale as he starts to overthink. These old-school business dudes might just be employees, but they still protect Soonyang like it is their own family heirloom. Even when the driver of the carriage changes, the crew still panics and worries non-stop about whether the vehicle is going to break down. That is just how basic workers think, but to win the carriage you need a legendary driver first. Then, Director Donkey puts on his fake smile again. You have been eating pretty well lately, Director Do, right? Secretary Do cuts him off, saying he cannot eat like that anymore since he is getting old. Well, seeing how healthy you look, I do not think you are old at all, Director Donkey says, smirking maliciously. You devoured a whole 600-gram steak after all. Secretary Do starts getting ticked off because he keeps calling him Director. He calls him out directly, Donkey. Director Donkey quickly answers with respect, yes, brother. Secretary Do looks at him dead serious. Vice Chairman Yoonki is your older brother and the firstborn, so there is nothing left for you. Director Donkey snaps back, complaining that his brother has zero talent anyway. Secretary Do calmly replies that since he is the capable one, he should just stay by his side and back him up. Why shouldn't he support me instead? Donkey demands. Secretary Do replies smoothly, how can a useless person help someone with actual talent? It will just cause drama. Donkey pleads once more, calling him brother, but the secretary shuts him down. You cannot dream up a fantasy where your brother helps you. That idea will get thrown out immediately. Director Donkey tries to suck up to him again. I will set up some subsidiaries for my brother to run so we can split the empire. But Secretary Do refuses to back down. He says that even though he is just a simple farmer at Soonyang, he is proud of helping this land grow, and he will not stand by and watch it get ripped to shreds. But Director Donkey grinds his teeth, refusing to back down. He is going all out now. And trust me, you and I are about to see how far his greed will take him. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch the ultimate corporate revenge. I'm building an empire here, but Secretary Ju is about to shut down his whole vibe. He says the chairman is not just handpicking some heir. He looks right at the oldest son, Yoonki, telling him to stop daydreaming. Yoonki is like, bruh, I am literally wide awake right now. What do you mean he won't decide? Secretary Ju explains that the old man is basically going to keep grading his kids like a school project until the day he dies. He might just drop the name of the new Soonyang boss in his final will. Yoonki gets mad, asking if they are trying to avoid getting wrecked by massive inheritance taxes instead. Are you seriously blind to that? Secretary Ju shrugs, saying that compared to taxes, the actual survival of their massive empire is way more critical. Yoonki is completely losing his mind here. He is like, what was the point of your speech then? Didn't you make it sound like I was inheriting the whole gig? Secretary Ju just sighs and stands up, saying it was just his own opinion since the boss asked. Yoonki instantly freezes, realizing he totally just ran his mouth too much. He is thinking, is this a warning? Like, don't disrespect the driver who actually holds the keys, and do not even think about trying to hijack this ride. He knows that the opinions of guys like Ju carry heavy weight with the big boss. Even so, he just cracks a smirk like a total clown. This war hasn't even started yet. Pay attention here because the real mind games are beginning. Secretary Ju just smirks and walks away without saying another word. Next morning, some guy with glasses is grinding at his desk when a sudden guest pops in. He looks up and asks, "What brings you all the way over here?" "Hey little bro, am I not even allowed to drop by?" Why the shocked face? The guest is actually Donkey, the chairman's second son, wearing a smug smirk. The guy in glasses stands up to shake hands, saying it's been 10 whole years since he visited. Donkey is like, wait, has it really been that long? Time flies when you're busy grinding, Yoonki says with a smile. Donkey goes quiet, probably thinking about all the youth they wasted fighting for the crown in this family. "I heard you made bank, but why do you look so beat up?" Yoonki replies that even if he made money, he could never flex as hard as his brother. Yoonki's reply clearly annoys Donkey, who snaps, "Looking at you as a total eyesore. Tomorrow I am sending some of my people to your place. Clean up your office and start dressing like a boss." But Yoonki shut him down immediately, saying he can't because he is still massively in debt to someone. This totally shocks Donkey. In debt? For what now? Did you steal corporate bonds? Yoonki just waves his hand, telling him to chill since it wasn't corporate bonds. Dojun actually backed this business startup. Did you forget I literally had to sell my farm just to get the cash? So yeah, this guy is Dojun's dad, and he doesn't care about their power games. He casually says, when you borrow cash, you've got to pay it back. Donkey laughs, saying there's no such thing as a free lunch. But when Dojun's name pops up, Yoonki immediately shifts the vibe and tells him to change the subject. So what wind blew you into my office today anyway? Donkey freezes up, looking totally lost, like he forgot why he even showed up in the first place. He presses Dojun's dad if he is really staying on this path. Let's pause for a second. Yoonki has absolutely no idea what kind of scheme his brother is cooking up. He asks if that movie is done yet, basically throwing shade. Dojun's dad looks pretty bummed, asking if he really expects absolutely nothing from his film distribution company. Yeah, you and your kid. Donkey suddenly gets dead serious, saying he really doesn't want to lose his youngest brother in this upcoming corporate war. They stare at each other intensely. Yoonki is like, what are you saying? We still have our oldest brother. Donkey coldly replies that guy stopped being his brother ages ago. He says their older brother is just a puppet playing a role. This wild claim sends Yoonki into deep thought, making Donkey suddenly look a bit panicked. What, do you have your own secret ambition now? Yoonki calmly replies that it's not ambition, he just wants to actually act like a real father for once. So what is Dojun's deal? Donkey asks. Yoonki says the kid wants to build an empire just like their legendary grandpa, which totally startles Donkey. Yoonki quickly adds, don't get it twisted. He is not trying to run some tiny side branch. He wants to build his own massive empire from scratch. His brother thinks they are totally delusional. Yoonki adds that he is going all in to support Dojun, leaving his brother wondering what this has to do with their business. Yoonki crosses his arms, saying even if he's the outcast youngest son, he still carries the Soonyang bloodline. He says he won't reject the offer, but without a solid deal, he'll just take his lawful share of inheritance. This gives his brother a massive headache before he suddenly realizes something and shuts up. Yoonki flips the script, saying for him to act like this, something massive must be going down. He asks if this stock crash was caused by Soonyang Motors. His brother snaps, saying that is not it before standing up. He tells Yoonki to just side with him, promising to fund Dojun's dream once he wins the crown. What if the oldest brother wins, Yoonki asks. His brother says if he wins, Yoonki has to fight him to prove he is a real dad. With that declaration, Dojun's dad stays quiet. His brother stands up, but his eyes suddenly lock onto a poster of the movie Titanic hanging on the office wall. He blankly asks what movie that even is, and what Titanic means. Yoonki replies that it's a film his company is releasing next year, and they are currently scouting theaters. His brother actually acts nice, offering to buy out all the tickets if they don't sell. Yoonki is super hyped, thanking his brother for the generous offer. Late at night at the mansion, the oldest son and his wife are facing Chairman Jin. The old man just sighs, asking if they seriously came here this late just to borrow cash. He frowns, looking totally stressed out by this family mess. First, their sister came in the morning, and now they are showing up at night. Are you completely blind to what's going on in your own family? How does a department store boss end up begging a movie director for cash? Is your daily profit really that pathetic compared to a single movie screening? Her brother is totally embarrassed. The sister defends herself, claiming that when their dad took over Handu Steel, he completely drained all their liquid cash. All the cash in my department store is completely frozen, even though I send you every single report. Her brother is terrified, asking what kind of mess she made this time. She blames her husband entirely, yelling that dad locked their accounts because he wants to run for mayor, leaving her unable to touch their department store funds. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are watching this sister interrogate her totally shocked brother. She goes, I heard you hit the jackpot this year, so where is the cash? But he angrily snaps back, asking how much a successful Korean movie can even make. He growls, do you even know the production cost? With only 670,000 viewers, we barely pulled in over 4 billion won. After paying for distribution and production, there is basically nothing left for us. Hearing that 4 billion won figure, the brother-in-law just snorts, smirks, and stands up with a totally cold look. He tells his brother-in-law to just pretend he did not hear anything. Then the couple gets up and leaves, realizing this guy has a sharp tongue but is actually dirt poor. The dad rubs his head, completely stressed out from being nagged for cash all morning. As the greedy couple slinks out, Do-jun gets home and spots them. He politely calls out, greeting his aunt and uncle, and asks if they had some urgent business at this late hour. Seeing her handsome, rich nephew, the aunt gasps happily, calling his name. Do-jun then heads straight into the living room where his dad is sitting. He greets his dad, who tells him to sit down for a quick chat. Do-jun apologizes for coming home late, promising to make it back earlier next time. Do-jun promises, but his dad bitterly replies that he does not have the strength anymore to police a grown man about coming home on time. He explains that Uncle Song-ki came over this afternoon, and Aunt Song-mi visited tonight. Do-jun says he actually just bumped into Aunt Song-mi right outside the gate. Pay attention here, because things get crazy tense as Do-jun feels super uneasy while his dad sips coffee and stares him straight in the eyes. He asks why Do-jun is nothing like him despite being his son. Hearing this, Do-jun freezes, feeling like his mind is literally splitting in two. One half is his past self, the other is current Do-jun. His dad proudly brags about his own artistic taste, noting that Do-jun does not care about pop music at all. Pop music is just not your vibe, and while financial math bores me to death, my own son has this absolute cheat code talent for high-stakes investing. He points out how different they are, which completely panics Do-jun. He nervously asks why his dad is suddenly bringing all of this up. Did he figure out that I am a fake? Seeing his son totally freeze up, the dad asks why he looks so incredibly shocked. Do-jun tries to stay cool, stammering that he just does not know what to say. Suddenly, his dad looks at his handsome, ultra-rich son and flashes a super proud smile. He reveals that Oh Se-hyun actually spilled the tea a while ago. Do-jun's heart drops, wondering what exactly his business partner confessed. His dad says he knows his son is sitting on over 3 trillion won, bought Hasen Group, and secretly calls the shots at a Hollywood investment firm. Do-jun immediately blames his partner's loud mouth, cursing that old man under his breath. But then he stops. He realizes that when his dad and Oh Se-hyun were young expats in a foreign land, they had nobody but each other, making them tight for life. Honestly, keeping secrets from a best friend of 10 years would actually be super weird. His dad chuckles, saying he looked just as shook when Oh Se-hyun first told him. Do-jun quickly bows his head to apologize for keeping him in the dark, but his dad just waves it off, admitting that not knowing about it sooner was actually a major blessing. Like, imagine a high schooler managing 20 billion won and speaking fluent English. Do-jun stands there frozen, terrified his dad might suspect he is not his real son. We both felt that, right? His dad just laughs, saying he did an amazing job, making Do-jun's eyes well up with tears. This is the very first time his dad has ever genuinely praised him. His dad then gently asks if he wants to take over Soonyang Group. Do-jun just smiles, saying that the company is merely a tool for his future, not his end goal. The dad asks what his son's ultimate dream actually is then. Do-jun stands tall and confidently declares his goal is to build an empire that completely crushes Soonyang. He explains that to build this empire, he needs a rock-solid parent company, which is why he is buying up the Soonyang Motor subsidiaries. Naturally, he plans to snatch up branches from other giant conglomerates too, instead of just hyper-focusing on Soonyang. His dad smirks sarcastically, asking if Soonyang is just some small grocery store he can buy like a neighborhood corner shop. Do-jun fires back with a bold grin, saying he does not want his granddad to just hand the company over to him on a silver platter. He refuses to let people gossip that he only got rich because he was born into a chaebol family. Hearing this, his father locks eyes with him and asks exactly how he plans on buying it up. Do-jun calmly explains that simply waiting to inherit Soonyang's core companies, like some valuable gift, is just a weak dream that he has no interest in. His dad flashes a mischievous grin, saying that in this case he probably cannot help him out, though he has actually been plotting some truly major things. Do-jun is shocked, asking what he means. His dad explains that he was looking for a way to help him pull off this wild dream. He says if needed, he will exert his legal rights as the chairman's son to make a power move. Do-jun is completely stunned, wondering what his dad is plotting. Suddenly, his dad stands up, puts a hand on Dojun's shoulder, and speaks with real warmth. He thanks Dojun, saying he is ready to battle his own siblings even if it completely tears the family apart, maybe demanding cash or shares from various subsidiaries. Dojun is absolutely floored by this sudden, unexpected plot twist. This was definitely not on his radar. While Dojun stands there completely frozen, his dad starts walking toward the stairs, saying he is tired of fighting. He says fighting is exhausting, but asks if Dojun needs that leverage. He tells him to go to bed before heading upstairs, leaving Dojun to snap out of it and call after him. He yells, "Wait, Dad, that's not what I meant." He even tries to act cute, begging his dad to stay and talk a little bit longer. But his dad is already gone. The next morning, Dojun wanders through the chairman's massive mansion parking lot, which is filled with a ton of insane luxury supercars, leaving him totally awestruck. He remarks on how packed the place is, before slowly climbing up the massive stairs leading into the chairman's estate. Meanwhile, inside the main boardroom, things are getting incredibly tense. Every single dollar, yen, or mark pouring into the conglomerate has to be reallocated immediately to settle those urgent payments overseas before it is too late. So where do we go from here? The banks are freezing up, fighting over dollars while the chairman listens in silence. Let us dive into some crazy corporate drama, guys. With the exchange rate going wild, foreign profits look solid, but converting that cash is a total nightmare. Secretary Ju is standing there looking deeply stressed. He asks, "Did you get a hold of the deputy prime minister yet?" The chairman snaps back, "Did you even try calling him yourself?" Secretary Ju replies, "I have been dialing like crazy, but he is totally ghosting us." The chairman roars, "He obviously knows a call from you is a call from me. He is probably just pretending to be too busy talking to those useless economists." Then he angrily asks, "If we scrape up all the spare cash left in the group, what is the total?" The secretary reports, "If we clear our urgent debts by the end of the year, we will have about 400 billion left, but our foreign reserves will hit rock bottom. Hanbo was a massive money pit, and we are still bleeding cash." Hearing that, the chairman completely loses his mind. He roars, "Stop pouring money in. We need to pull our cash out right now and flip it all into US dollars. No matter how high we set the rate, we cannot let some random underlings mess this up." While everyone is crying over the dollar shortage, the chairman glares at the guy speaking out of turn. But that stubborn employee stands his ground, insisting there is a massive catch to all this. Even if the rate jumps to 2,000 or 3,001 per dollar, they are so rare we still won't find any. After a suffocating silence in the meeting room, where everyone is just sweating bullets to pass the time, the secretary finally speaks up. The moment he mentions Hazen Group, the chairman habitually yells out, "Did they hide a secret vault of dollars in some basement?" "No, sir. The acquisition fund of over 1 trillion won is still intact." "Wait, watch closely here." Chairman Soonyang suddenly snaps out of it, his stress turning into pure joy. "That money is from fantasy, right? It is all in US dollars." The secretary happily confirms, "Yes, we get the US cash and pay them back in won. We can cover any shortage with bank loans. We have plenty of won, just $0. Plus, we can totally issue Soonyang bonds to absorb every single US dollar that Fantasy is currently holding onto. If we offer a higher interest rate than Fantasy's annual profit, this deal is a lock." Then, an employee asks Manager Lee if they are also feeling the heat of their own currency crisis. "If we double the exchange rate, they are going to walk away with double the foreign exchange profits. Will they actually want those bonds?" The secretary clarifies, "We must pay over $1 billion based on the exchange rate. I am talking about the interest rate applied to the surplus dollars after the deal is done." The employees secretly celebrate this brilliant move. The chairman sits back, totally pleased, and laughs out loud. "I can handle this." The employees are left completely stunned by this sudden mood swing, watching him grin like a maniac. He explains, "I am super close with Fantasy's real boss." The secretary warns, "Sir, Oh Se-hyun is definitely no walkover. He knows the value of his dollars better than anyone." The chairman smiles warmly, giving a sly look before asking, "Manager Lee, you actually think Oh Se-hyun is the boss?" He drops a bomb. "I told you I am close with Fantasy's actual chairman. Oh Se-hyun is just a frontman." I know what you are thinking, absolute mic drop, right? The entire room freezes at this massive news while staring at the boss. "Don't get it twisted, that is not my cash. You lazy bums can't expect me to magically have those dollars. It is because you all slack off that my pockets are empty." The secretary stands there, silently mourning his own laziness. The chairman slams his hand on the table, trying to look tough despite the pain, and yells, "Get out, every single one of you. Do not mess this up." The relieved employees pack up and bolt, leaving only the secretary staring at him with a complicated look. He bows and walks out, still feeling frustrated after holding his tongue through that entire brutal meeting. As for the chairman, he chuckles with smug satisfaction, thrilled that his sneaky plan is coming together. Outside, the staff scatters happily, thinking the storm has finally passed. Dojun sits on the couch, watching them leave. They look hyped, like they just finished a wild karaoke session. He sips his banana milk. "I heard they called an emergency meeting over a massive crisis. I thought they would be stressed, but they are all smiles. Is Soonyang really that bulletproof?" Suddenly, the chairman opens the door with a huge grin. Get in here, has the master arrived? Dojin steps inside, totally thrown off by this weird energy. Master? Did he just name me his successor during that emergency meeting? He tells himself, no way, he would never do that. Chairman Jin glares at Dojun, his warm gaze replaced by the cold look of a serious rival. My grandson? No, should I call you the owner of fantasy? Dojun knows this title swap means trouble. He diffuses it. Why the sudden nickname, Grandpa? It is starting to freak me out. The chairman laughs. Stop acting. Your mask has officially slipped, and this is getting fun. Dojun thinks that is his smug look, not mine. The upper hand controls the game, leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. He realizes neither grandparent holds total power, but both are hiding a secret trump card. My cards are on the table, but what is Grandpa hiding that keeps him so relaxed while a massive currency crisis is looming? Chairman Jin cuts straight to the point. Got the cash to buy Ajin? Dojun acts clueless. Wait, what is there to prep? Just wire the funds from my overseas account and we are done. The chairman grins. You are using dollars, right? Now, Dojun gets it. Exactly. To prepare for the looming currency disaster, my funds are sitting in a US bank. Since it is in dollars, we are converting over 1 trillion to 1.2 trillion won. The chairman calculates, the rate is 1,200 won, so that is $1 billion. Dojun confirms, yep, let us make the deal tomorrow. Hearing this, Dojun smirks. He slowly leans back and drops a flat, savage response, I do not want to. That blunt rejection wipes the smile right off the chairman's face. What? Dojun adds coldly, it is too complicated, just use bank loans. Why do we need overseas accounts? Chairman Jin gets even angrier, practically screaming, are you crazy? Dojun cuts him off, laughing. I have my own eyes and ears, Grandpa. Trust me, the dollar is skyrocketing, and this kid is playing chess while you play checkers. The lender just signed the acquisition papers, so we're up for the payment phase next. But honestly, delaying that cash out is way better for me. Chairman Jin Yangqiao, sitting right next to him, is practically itching to kick this cocky kid out. Like, is this punk being too greedy? But plot twist, the old man doesn't even lose his cool. He just bursts out laughing, looking totally satisfied. He is hyped because this is his real grandson. Trust me, you and I are about to see this game get way more interesting. Dojun looks at his granddad with a mix of pity and straight-up shade. Like, is this old man going senile, or is he just laughing to buy time to counterattack? The chairman offers to adjust the price to $1,500. But Dojun starts haggling, asking for a bit more. Granddad laughs, calling him a little robber before giving in. Even 1,601 isn't enough, so Dojun shakes his head. That's when Chairman Jin Yangqiao drops a major guilt trip. Kid, didn't you get all those dollars by selling the farm I bought you? Did you forget? But Dojun claps back, bringing up a past deal. It was a fair trade. Remember when I was a kid? I studied like crazy, got perfect scores, and made you proud. You gave me that farm as a reward. I know you dropped tens of millions of won on it, but exchanging that cash for your happiness was a solid deal. Besides, tens of millions of won to you is basically like pocket change to regular people. The chairman scratches his head, totally impressed. This kid is savage. You seriously remember all that? Dojun just smirks, saying Granddad was the one who brought up 10 years ago. The old man laughs out loud. Looks like I fell right into your trap. He decides to stop playing games and get straight to the point. Fine, what is your price? Name your price. Dojun sits up straight, pulls his chair way closer to his granddad, and calls him with this sweet but totally calculating voice. Granddad, hear me out. If you want to trade trash tier 1 for dollars that are literally worth more than gold, the scales are totally uneven. You need to put something of actual value on the table. The chairman is shook. Waste paper? But he literally cannot find dollars anywhere due to the massive shortage, which is exactly why he had to come to Dojun. If cash can't even do its job, isn't it just fancy paper? Dojun lays down the facts. Hearing his grandson's razor-sharp logic, the chairman actually panics for a second. His eyes narrow as he starts running some serious calculations. He rests his hand on the expensive wooden table, tapping his fingers in a super menacing rhythm. With his granddad staying quiet for so long, Dojun gets a bit nervous. He wonders if he pushed too hard. But seeing the old man sweat like this, he is definitely cracking under the pressure. Maybe I should throw him a bone and give him a reasonable amount? Dojun quickly checks himself, trying to stay professional even though he totally holds the cards. No way, what am I thinking? I cannot let soft family feelings ruin this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, Granddad stays silent, still tapping away on the expensive wood table. Finally, he asks, how did you even know the country is running out of dollars? Dojun plays it cool. From the news, the chairman is shocked. What? The news? Yeah, the media is literally flashing red flags. Reporters are desperately trying to find a fix, but even they know it is already way too late. The old man tries to defend his side, claiming the media just loves clickbait. They are just blowing things out of proportion to scare people. Dojun realizes that Granddad trying to downplay the threat means he is definitely feeling the heat. So, he drops a bizarre metaphor. Granddad, the truth is just like poetry. The old man is lost. Poetry? What is that supposed to mean? Dojun politely breaks it down. See, almost nobody actually reads poetry, yet new books keep getting printed anyway. But poets still win Nobel Prizes. The chairman nods, totally getting it. You are right. The truth is insanely powerful, but almost everyone chooses to look the other way. He gets serious. Fine, so what do I need to put on the scale to balance this deal? Pay attention here because Dojun is about to drop a bomb. He isn't dumb enough to just hand over the cash. Right now, Soonyang Group is sinking fast, and Dojun is the only one holding the life jacket. He is going to wait until the water is up to their noses and they are forced to throw away their gold to stay afloat. Only then will he help. John smirks at the thought while Granddad snaps, just tell me already. Dojun straight up tells him to put the merger ratio on the table. The chairman looks totally lost, repeating, the merger ratio? Dojun grins like he just won the lottery. Feeling backed into a corner, the old man points a finger at his grandson, calling him a sneaky, dark-hearted little snake. Dojun laughs internally. Gotta admit, the old man is sharp. His ultimate condition is transferring Soonyang Group shares into Soonyang Motors, rigging the entire merger ratio to favor him. Dojun says, I wouldn't call this dark-hearted granddad. It is just a completely reasonable move to make during a high-stakes negotiation. The chairman grunts, calling him a slippery little fox who is way too ambitious. But Dojun claps back like a seasoned business mogul. Like who in this world is not ambitious? Business is literally just the process of crushing everyone else's dreams to fully fuel your own big brain plays. You and I both know the chairman had no choice but to sit there and take this lecture. Dojun then challenges him, saying other people's greed always gets hate anyway. Since people are going to hate on me regardless, I might as well dream massive. Dojun locks eyes with the chairman, absolutely refusing to back down. His sheer confidence actually makes the old man freeze. A highly satisfied smile creeps onto the chairman's face as he corrects himself, calling Dojun a beautifully wicked grandson. Dojun immediately plays along with a sweet act. Duh, I always know how to keep my favorite grandpa happy, don't I? I studied hard as a kid and now I have got all the cash you need ready to go. You won't find another grandkid this loyal. But the old man responds, you gave me something way bigger than money. Dojun is confused by this sudden deep talk, but the chairman keeps going. When I built Soonyang from a tiny startup into a massive empire, absolutely nobody dared to challenge me. Everyone just bowed down while secretly trying to steal from me. I clenched my fists and waited, but nobody had the guts to actually steal from me. Dojun looks at him, totally baffled. Is this 70-year-old man seriously trying to start a rivalry with me? Like, is he using his own grandson as some kind of final boss? The old man happily declares, I might share my wealth, but I will never let anyone just steal from me. Seeing him so fired up makes Dojun a bit hesitant. Granddad, that bigger thing you mentioned, it is not about us fighting over money, right? The old man just gives a menacing knowing grin. The old man is ready to reignite his old fire. Exactly, he says. And trust me, you and I are about to watch this dying spark turn into an absolute wildfire. Yo, stick with me. We are diving into a wild match between a savage grandpa and his genius grandson who secretly loves seeing the old man fired up. Their clash starts low-key, but the fun games are officially over. The old man drops his grandpa act and goes full cold-hearted businessman mode on him. Since Dojun is loaded with cash, the old man makes the first move. He wants to decide the merger ratio based on subsidiary shares dumped into Soonyang Motors. Take the deal, kid. What I hand you on a silver platter is worth way more than what you are fighting to steal. I am your family. Why would I screw you over? Dojun smirked, throwing back the old man's own words right at his face, claiming he is just a loyal, loving grandson. The old man gets hyped, asking if that means he accepts the deal. Hearing that, Dojun just lets out a cocky smirk. He adds that this sweet grandson might just ruin his grandpa's entire mood. The old man is shocked by the sudden savagery, but laughs because a real man never surrenders. Obviously, you are going to reject my first offer. Dojun asks for option 2, but Grandpa calls it a straight-up threat, warning him that he is going to regret passing on the first deal. Dojun feels a slight chill. What kind of crazy card is this old guy holding to act this confident? Right now, there is literally nothing to blackmail him with. The old man cancels the merger between Soonyang and Ajin Motors since Dojun said no. Dojun's jaw drops as he utters a shocked what. Tomorrow, Director Ju is telling the press that the Ajin deal failed because Fantasy Investment made a bunch of ridiculous and greedy demands. He mockingly apologizes to the public, leaving Dojun completely frozen by this brutal chess move. Watch closely here. The old man is celebrating his victory, but when Dojun calls out to him, his sweet voice suddenly drops to a chilling tone straight from hell. Your little threat is kind of pathetic, old man. The chairman freezes solid, totally speechless at this absolute disrespect. They lock eyes, and Dojun pulls off his signature handsome, innocent look like he did not just disrespect his boss. The old man is too out of touch to get what weak means. He snaps, asking if losing the Ajin acquisition actually means nothing to him. Are you treating this massive deal like a joke? He glares angrily, asking if his grandson is trying to chicken out because things got tough. The deputy prime minister is literally begging allies for loans on TV. Dojun calmly replies that he is not talking about his grandpa's fading power. Just as the chairman smirks, Dojun lands a devastating mental blow, telling him his influence is not just fading, it is completely gone. Grandpa's smirk instantly freezes like he got slapped. He growls, while Dojun calmly asks if a single phone call from the old man even carries weight anymore. Dojun acts totally clueless, and the old man cannot believe how savage and ruthless his own grandson is. Dojun keeps talking with a creepy, polite tone, telling him to face reality. Even if his power is shrinking, having to restart the bidding is not a disaster. Honestly, I should thank you because with no other competitors left, this entire auction becomes a private playground for fantasy. Think about it. In this economy, 1.2 trillion won is dead. If I offer 800 billion, those banks will crawl to fantasy anyway. The old man sits frozen, schooled by a kid. Dojun plays dumb again, mentioning how Chairman Ju of Daeyoung must be celebrating right now. If he blew $1.2 billion on Ah-jin, he would be bankrupt by now. Realizing he got outplayed, the chairman quietly calls out, "You and I both know Dojun is holding all the cards." He raises his hand, demanding the final word while his grandpa listens in silence. Deep down, the old man desperately wants this national financial crisis to somehow disappear, but Dojun's voice suddenly drops, becoming colder than ice itself. He warns him that it is never going to happen. The old man stares at his increasingly ruthless grandson, totally paralyzed. Dojun keeps going without flinching, telling him to face the brutal truth that the entire nation is about to go bankrupt. But deep down, Dojun feels this weird tension because everyone, including his grandpa, shares this blind, stubborn belief that a massive economy like Korea could never actually crash. Dojun knows it is just pure denial to mask their secret terror. The old man asks him if he is absolutely sure. Yes, the storm hits in a few days. So Soonyang desperately needs that $1 billion in my hands, right? Dojun boasts that the national reserves are only $2 billion, and he owns half. Once he injects that cash, every major bank will be begging at Fantasy's door. The old man jokes that he might need to take a ticket just to talk to his grandson. Dojun keeps acting polite. Not at all, Grandpa. Your number is 0 because you are already talking to the boss himself. After that, they start planning their next moves. The chairman feels mixed emotions, hyped that he has a worthy heir, but crushed by the brutal reality. He knows he has to move fast, laughing as he tells his secretary Lee Hak-jae to set up another meeting with Dojun. Dojun is confused about the name, but realizes his legendary grandpa just backed down for the first time ever, actually listening to his terms. Despite the massive win, Dojun does not even smile, suddenly declaring that this game is not even fun for him anymore. The old man snaps, asking if a little foreign cash makes him think he can play games. Dojun says he is dead serious. Dojun says he needs to wrap up the Ah-jin deal fast because he has bigger fish to fry. Chairman Jin stares in pure disbelief. What could possibly be more important than deciding where this massive fortune goes? Dojun calmly lays it out. Yeah, I am taking my cash to buy other conglomerates at a discount, and trust me, you and I are going to watch him rule them all. Yo, stick with me because you and I are about to watch this legendary tycoon get totally schooled by his own reincarnated grandson, who is flexing massive cash like a straight-up boss. Dojun realizes this is the second time he has completely stunned this old man. Chairman Jin Yongcheol, the absolute legend of Soonyang, just got totally outplayed by a teenager in a split second. Dojun is secretly smirking while the old chairman's face turns bright red in pure frustration, demanding to know exactly how much foreign cash his grandson has. Our boy just grins like a savage. He says he can't just flash his wallet, but it's easily enough to buy out Soonyang Motors. The chairman completely freezes, stuttering, asking if this kid seriously has enough cash to steal his company.
Yep.
Dojun stays cool as ice, casually dropping his master plan to acquire both Ah-jin and Soonyang Motors, creating a massive automotive empire that will easily crush all their biggest rivals. Slapping his hand on the table, Dojun promises to snap them up and hands Soonyang back to the old man. The old man is shocked, suddenly feeling a weird sense of respect for his grandson's crazy loyalty. Dojun adds that this is his second massive gift to prove he is a good grandson. He tells him to huddle up with the board and make a second offer before the crowds outside get too impatient. The chairman gets totally pissed that Dojun is talking to him like an equal. Pay close attention to this moment because the old man growls, warning that this brutal war is not over until it is actually over. He quotes Dojun's own words back at him, admitting they actually make sense. Our boy just chuckles, knowing his grandfather is trying to salvage his pride. Dojun fires back, reminding him about knowing when to quit, a lesson he learned directly from him. The old man just busts out laughing at that. They both laugh like they just hit the lottery, but the vibe quickly dies. Chairman Jin sits alone in the massive boardroom, nervously tapping his fingers on the luxury table. He questions himself, realizing that while he knew danger was coming, this crisis is on a whole different level. This isn't some basic money issue. The government can't just bail them out by borrowing cash from America, Europe, or Japan. Tapping the table, he remembers Dojun's warning that the nation cannot avoid this crash. He realizes this financial storm is going to hit way harder. Even with global loans, if their reserves drop to only $2 billion, it is like having tons of food but absolutely zero drinking water. You will die of thirst, not hunger. Chairman Jin imagines himself drying up in a desert, a pretty pathetic way to go. Let's pause for a second, because right as he's drowning in fear, a knock shatters his panic. He snaps back into boss mode as his scared employees walk in, expecting a massive beating. And he delivers. He barks orders to the electronics team demanding every single cent of export cash be kept in US dollars, using loans for all other bills. They nod desperately. He screams at construction, telling them to slash overseas bids by 20% and accept absolutely zero excuses. The only thing that matters is locking down the advance payments and brokerage fees as fast as humanly possible. The construction chief just nods his head like a broken toy. He targets finance next, ordering them to pull all cash out of foreign assets immediately. He doesn't care about massive cancellation fees, they just need to hoard every single dollar. The insurance boss panics, saying this will completely ruin their financial sheets. The chairman just roars, telling him to shut his mouth and get moving. Every single director bows their head in terror, totally silent. Even the sarcastic secretary stays dead quiet, not wanting to catch those hands. But since he is a natural brown-noser, he gathers enough guts to tell the boss to chill, claiming he has already handled everything. He boasts about controlling the subsidiary's foreign cash, but the chairman shuts him down, saying saving lunch money isn't enough when they need to prep to lose a limb. The terrified secretary asks if he's tried talking directly to the big boss of fantasy. Just hearing that name triggers the old man. His icy grunt instantly turns the entire room into a frozen hell. The crew immediately gets the hint that the massive deal fell through, and their billion-dollar lifeline is totally gone. The secretary pushes, asking if they got rejected. The chairman bitterly replies that even during the war, he still made bank. But now his face twists in pain. He admits he is actually terrified, sending a massive shiver straight down his assistant's spine. If the ultimate boss is shaking, what about his employees? The suits stand frozen, wondering if their luxurious lives are about to vanish. He mutters that some shadow player has way too much cash, someone he can't get rid of, who even dared to threaten him. He has never met anyone so ruthless. The old man is genuinely spooked by this new beast. The secretary tries to guess who the mastermind of fantasy could possibly be to humble him. The chairman snaps, roaring at everyone to brace themselves for absolute chaos. On November 19, 1997, the new finance minister is appointed, arrogantly declaring they will crush this crisis without begging the International Monetary Fund for help. But just 2 days later at 10 p.m., he holds an emergency press conference to announce they are actually begging the International Monetary Fund for a bailout. They officially beg for massive funds to stabilize the collapsing currency, free up trade, and force corporate transparency, totally shattering the entire country's pride. The next day, the president gives a national speech addressing this humiliating economic bailout. This kicks off the ultimate national crash. Korea's credit rating drops straight to trash tier, the stock market plummets 400 points, 9 major banks freeze, and giant conglomerates declare total bankruptcy. Meanwhile, on a totally normal day, Oh-sun is furiously screaming into his phone at the office. He yells that they agreed to pay after the merger is finalized, telling the guy to read the contract since they have until next February to negotiate. His eyes widen when they demand dollars. He screams that they will pay that 1.2 trillion using their license instead. He slams the phone down. Dojun asks if it is the bank, and yeah, you and I can see the chaos has officially begun. Yo, you and I are about to watch the ultimate power play unfold. Do-jun is chilling, completely unbothered, betting that Chairman Jin will not play nice just because they are blood. Oh Se-hyun laughs out loud at how savage they are. He calls Chairman Jin a beast, but reminds Do-jun that he is also trying to bleed his own grandpa of every single dollar. Then he asks what happens if the exchange rate skyrockets to 2,001 per dollar. Do-jun just shrugs and smiles, saying that is actually way better for them. 3 trillion won becomes 5 trillion won. Oh Se-hyun narrows his eyes, totally curious. He asks how it feels to be a 26-year-old boss holding 5 trillion won. Do-jun smirked and told his uncle he does not need to show him how to spend money. Honestly, he is already itching to take that mountain of cash and live lavishly in Europe. Oh Se-hyun is shocked. He raises an eyebrow and shoots back, then go do it, what is stopping you? But is it cooler to be the king ruling the whole country, or just some filthy rich kid blowing cash in Europe? Oh Se-hyun, who never had that kind of money, sighs and calls him boring. Do-jun smirked, telling his uncle to be patient. Once he becomes the ultimate conglomerate king of Korea, he will fully fund Oh Se-hyun so he can retire like a super-rich European noble. Oh Se-hyun cracks up at that, laughing out loud and nodding in agreement to wait it out. Because honestly, having a golden grandkid fund your entire lifestyle is basically the best dream ever. Now, pay attention here, because tension is building up at Soonyang headquarters. Under a blood-red sunset, a terrified lackey is literally begging on his knees, while a pissed-off Chairman Jin tells him to cut the fake brown nosing. Your only job is to lock down those $2 billion and bring them straight to me on a silver platter. The loyal subordinate scurries out like he just received a holy decree from an absolute god. Left alone in his office, Chairman Jin drops his secret files and shuts his eyes to find peace. But his old secretary standing nearby is not about to let him rest. He is ready to pop a question. He asks if the chairman can leak who is pulling the strings behind fantasy. He offers to go handle them directly in a do-or-die face-off to protect the family. Chairman Jin waves his hand, telling him to stop overcomplicating things. He says he will handle that side personally. Just go scout the rival factions, bring some high-end gifts to grease their wheels, and get straight to the point. If they secure those $2 billion, the entire business association will fully back the next administration. The secretary knows he cannot get any more info out of this clever old fox, so he quickly bows out and rushes to execute the secret order. After an intense battle of wits, Chairman Jin finally gets a rare moment of absolute quiet. He glares at the shady documents on his desk, picking up that life or death contract. The figure of 17.7% is staring back, making him calculate how Ajin Motors fits into Soonyang's belly. The weight of 17.7% is not just about grabbing $1 billion. It is a game-changing currency play. That kid keeps claiming he will return everything to Ajin after the merger, but there is no way he actually means it. He is a sly fox who steals everything for himself and never spits out a single penny. The old man slams the paper down, thinking he cannot keep spoiling this kid anymore. Even if he splits the fortune among his 5 useless children, each only gets 20%. And yeah, I know what you are thinking, passing up his own sons for his grandkid? But let us face it, Do-jun is practically the only one worthy of that throne. Looking straight into the kid's highly ambitious eyes, it is like staring in a mirror at his own ruthless younger self, knowing the pure rush of snatching wealth from others. Once the prey is targeted, they can never escape. For Do-jun, 17.7% is not the finish line, it is just the opening shot for a massive corporate takeover. A cold-blooded monster who values profit over family. Since he is targeting Ajin, the rest of the useless family members are going to end up completely broke. The old man actually shivers when he thinks about his grandkid's massive greed. He knows Do-jun will turn Ajin into an absolute fortress, raising high walls and deep moats to block anyone else from ever setting foot in his domain. At least the kid still has some heart, being a good son. He used his crazy talents to make his dad's wild dreams a complete reality. The old man is deeply unsettled thinking about this young genius, but tells himself to drop any soft emotions and focus strictly on Soonyang's ultimate survival. He sighs heavily, comforting himself that even if he gets robbed blind, at least the robber is his own flesh and blood. Chairman Jin is left sitting all alone in his massive empty office, looking incredibly lonely, like he is completely isolated from the world. Next up, tension rises back at the office. Oh Se-hyun looks over the files Do-jun handed him and frowns with serious concern. He asks which big company has the best chance of surviving this crash. Do-jun answers, obviously the top predator with the best tech will grab all the massive profits. He asks if Do-jun plans to pull off a massive, crazy cash grab. Do-jun smirks and says he is absolutely going all in, then immediately starts picking apart the files line by line. Oh Se-hyun takes careful notes on the red flags, wondering if the massive construction giant DEVOUR is really about to collapse like everyone says. They still have tons of cash reserves and endless global orders. Do-jun just smirks, asking if his uncle still doubts his absolute cheat code level foresight. Right now, only Ajin and Daeyoon have what it takes to survive the upcoming financial storm. The rest of those small players are just weak candles waiting to be blown out. His uncle stubbornly argues that even if things get bad, DEVOUR can still survive if the government decides to bail them out. Seeing his uncle being so stubborn, Do-jun knows he won't listen to logic, so he just flashes a mysterious smile. Knowing his uncle needs to see it to believe it, he stands up and tells him to just wait and watch. Oh Se-hyun is left absolutely steaming, totally clueless about what this kid is planning. Meanwhile, Do-jun casually leaves alone. He walks down to the garage, leans back in his luxury car seat, and tells Assistant Kim to drive straight to the chairman's place. Assistant Kim yells a quick yes and slams the gas. The car shoots onto the wide highway like a roaring rocket, disappearing into the dark night. But hey, you and I are going to find out soon if DEVOUR construction is as solid as rock or about to crumble like dust. Yo, stick with me. If this weak-ass company can't even stand on its own feet, why even bother investigating it? After the brutal, soul-crushing storm of the 1997 financial crisis, Korea is straight-up diving into a ruthless dog-eat-dog era, transforming into a savage, merciless jungle where elite predators hunt down helpless little prey just to survive. In this wild place, the big-shot predators can't even hide their true savage nature anymore. But from now on, it's a total jungle out there, a crazy world where only a few bloodthirsty beasts actually have the guts to flash their fangs and rule. And if you're dead set on claiming the crown in this lawless wasteland, you gotta strike lightning fast and show zero hesitation. Right then, Assistant Kim calls out with absolute urgency in his voice. He reports that based on all the intel he has gathered lately, combined with the secret files Captain Shin snatched up, the Hansung Daily has secretly planted spies to shadow him everywhere. Hearing this, Do-jun glares with razor-sharp eyes and shoots back a question. Isn't the Hansung Daily our family's future in-laws? Assistant Kim doesn't hesitate for a single second and replies, yes, young master, that's exactly who they are. Do-jun stands there stunned, thinking to himself that this is totally insane. He thought this drama was just an internal family feud, But now some greedy outsiders are already drooling over his wealth. Assistant Kim keeps talking, breaking down the details. He admits he knew about this spy stuff early on, but since those guys are about to marry into the family, he wanted to play it safe, which caused the delay. Besides, the chairman already knew absolutely everything from the very start. Now check this out. The security team was actually ordered to pretend they saw absolutely nothing, confirming Kim's worst fears. Hearing this crazy report, Dojun is completely blown away by how deep this family conspiracy actually runs. He thinks of the old chairman. The man knew everything but chose to play blind. What kind of twisted, high-level scheme is the old man cooking up? Sure, Hansung Daily isn't even a threat worth sweating over, but maybe the old man is stepping lightly because of the marriage alliance. Either way, Dojun knows he has to carefully dissect every single move the old chairman makes. The way the old man micromanages these tiny details is exactly what makes his grand strategy so deadly. While Dojun is deep in his thoughts, his ride pulls up to the massive family mansion. As the richest player in Korea, his estate is literally size of an airport, requiring a drive of several miles just to reach the main gate. Dojun hands Assistant Kim a mysterious, sleek black card and gives him a quick instruction. Use this card today to treat the advising team to a massive luxury feast, and don't even worry about the price tags, just buy the most expensive stuff. Kim bows down in pure gratitude while Dojun tells him to go wild. Assistant Kim looks like he just won the lottery and quickly thanks him. Thank you, young master. Dojun steps out, slams the car door, and tells himself he's going to max out his future sister-in-law's black card with zero regrets. He walks inside, where the old chairman immediately asks him how he's feeling about everything. Did that finally satisfy you? Dojun grabs the document from his grandfather and flips it open, only to see the number 17.7% written inside. Dojun quickly calculates that 17.7% of the AIN Group shares, combined with its 8 major subsidiaries during the upcoming merger, means this massive new company is basically going to be all his. Then he plays dumb and asks, "Grandfather, is this number just a one-time business transaction? Or is it my actual inheritance that I get to keep forever?" This cheeky question instantly annoys the old man. I know what you're thinking, but the old chairman just bursts out laughing and asks, "Kid, how huge is your ambition? Inheritance? Why would I ever give you my empire when I only pass it down to my actual kids? You should be getting your inheritance from your parents." Dojun innocently fires back, "Well, since my dad isn't a powerful billionaire tycoon like you, I just wanted to secure my own bag first." The crafty old chairman just smirks and says, "That is your problem, kid. Deal with it yourself." Dojun realizes that dividing the estate among his children means his own dad is only getting crumbs. Right then, the chairman demands in a stern voice that this is his absolute final offer, so sign the deal and wire $1 billion immediately. Dojun figures he shouldn't push his luck by bargaining any further. If he tries to dodge the question, the old man might snap. Even a tiny pebble can trigger a massive wave of destruction across a perfectly calm lake. No matter how much his grandfather favors him, one bad move could shatter their fragile trust instantly. And Dojun absolutely cannot afford to make a single mistake right now. So Dojun agrees, saying he will prep $1 billion at a rate of 1,600 won. The shocked old man gasps 1,600 won, while Dojun just smiles and asks him why. Yeah, why the shock? Did you think I'd make you angry again? The old chairman stares in utter disbelief at his grandson, who suddenly acts like the most loyal, loving kid ever. Dojun adds that he is always on his grandfather's side, acting as his loyal advisor, so since the old man yielded this much, he shouldn't get too greedy and overplay his hand. The chairman doesn't buy this sweet talk for a second. Smirking, he asks his grandson what kind of sneaky game he is actually planning to pull behind his back this time. Dojun pretends to be offended, asking what he means, but the chairman fires back, asking if Dojun really thinks he can easily lead him by the nose with sweet talk. Dojun looks at the old man, thinking he never lets his guard down. He says, "Our deal is officially closed today on the 8th, with the exchange rate sitting at 1342. Since I agreed to pay you at 1,600 won, there is no way I am scamming you." But the old man warns that the rate could easily explode past 2,001. "If you give me that $1 billion now, you are going to take a devastating, massive financial hit." Dojun thinks he needs to test the prediction skills of the AIN Economic Institute. Is it true the old man bought out the brightest minds in the country to feed him info? So he plays dumb, asking if the rate will really hit 2,000. The old man confidently replies there is a 90% chance it will hit 2,201, based on expert predictions. Sure, those PhD paper pushers aren't always correct, but occasionally even a blind squirrel finds a nut and they get it totally right. Even though their success rate is basically a total gamble, sometimes they get lucky. Hearing the old tycoon throw out such a massive number, Dojun is secretly a bit rattled. Right after, the chairman smirks and asks if his grandson is crying inside over the soaring exchange rate. Dojun calmly replies that he already warned him it would break the records, but he has no regrets. He says wishing for his own grandfather to fail would make him a trash grandson. And that is exactly where we leave things today. The old man nods, admitting his grandson is crafty as hell, before scowling and snapping. Stop beating around the bush and tell me what your real catch is. Stick with me here. Dojin knows trying to fake out this paranoid old chairman is totally sus. So instead of playing games, he decides to just lay his cards on the table. He flashes 2 fingers, saying he needs 2 tiny favors. The moment the chairman smells a massive business deal, he bursts out laughing, totally loving the vibe. He tells the kid to spit it out already and prove if this is actually worth his time or just a trap. Dojin casually pulls a paper from his pocket and rolls it on the table. The old man looks at the map of Seoul covered in red ink, his eyes going totally wide. Dojin points and explains that those red circled spots are municipal state-owned land. His insane plan is to scoop up all this prime real estate for dirt cheap. The chairman narrows his eyes, asking if the kid wants to use his clout to bully the Seoul mayor. Dojin shakes his head, saying the current mayor is basically a washed-up politician. His actual target is the guy who's about to take over the office next. Hearing this, the chairman's face drops in shock. He asks if Dojin is seriously planning to throw his completely useless uncle straight into the tiger's den. When the kid nods without hesitation, the old man totally loses his mind and rejects it. But Dojin keeps pushing, promising he'll fully bankroll his uncle's campaign. Once his uncle secures the mayor's seat, he'll sell off the public land cheap. All the chairman needs to do is lobby the council to greenlight the whole deal. In fact, they'll probably hand it over on a silver platter out of fear. The chairman loses his cool, screaming that he already strictly banned this political nonsense. Now pay attention to this absolute masterclass. Dojin argues that during this brutal recession, if Seoul sells off junk land to fund food relief, the public will literally be cheering him on. The old man gets so mad his head is practically smoking as he glares at his rebellious grandson. But Dojin shamelessly asks why he's so dead set against the idea. The chairman bluntly says it's because that guy's last name is Choi, not the royal Ajin bloodline. That petty reason leaves both of them standing in awkward silence for a second. Dojin complains that the uncle is way too weak to ever threaten the group anyway. But the old man reveals the truth. The son-in-law is just a puppet for his power-hungry wife. Dojin finally gets it. His Aunt Yoon wants to use politics as a shortcut to bridge her own massive gap in the family power struggle. The chairman saw right through her ambition. If her husband gets that power, she'll analyze every single dark secret of the group under a massive microscope. She'll use that leverage to demand an equal share of stock alongside the sons. Dojin completely reads the board. He flips the script and suggests turning both of them into their own puppets. Let them work themselves to the bone cleaning up the trash until they finally reach the mayor's seat. That basically makes them useless scarecrows. The chairman worries that if the group's dirty laundry gets leaked, they'll all go down together. But Dojin confidently promises he'll hold all the leverage, basically keeping a knife to their throats. He tells the old man he can sleep completely soundly. The chairman stares in shock, asking him to repeat that. But Dojin drops the ultimate blow, saying he'll act as their personal cash cow, letting the chairman utilize them freely. The old man grumbles that if Dojun pays, he's just pulling strings, so there's no need to ask permission. Dojun smirked, knowing that without the ruling party boss nodding along, his uncle wouldn't even stand a single chance of getting nominated. The chairman is completely shook by the kid's sharp, calculating political mind. He never expected this kid to understand the dirty political world so easily. Dojin flashes 2 fingers to lock the deal in, telling him to let his uncle be their puppet mayor of Seoul for 8 long years. That's plenty of time to rake in cash and sweep everything under the rug. Let's pause for a second, because the old man is totally taking the bait. He stares at Dojin's fingers, weighs the risks, and finally asks about the second condition. This is where Dojin drops the hammer. Are you trying to completely swallow DEVOUR construction? The chairman asks, totally baffled. What on earth is the point of dragging another company into this mess? Dojin doesn't even flinch, telling him to choke off their financial lifeline and block all government bailout money from reaching DEVOUR. The old man is utterly stunned by the cold strategy. Dojin points out they can't just leave that valuable land as a boring parking lot. They need to build something absolutely massive and legendary on it. To do that, they need a small construction company as a stepping stone. The chairman snaps, asking if Dojin thinks DEVOUR is just some cheap junkyard shop. DEVOUR is ranked among the top 500 major contractors, but Dojin doesn't even hesitate to reply. Grandfather, I am the one running Ajin and I also own Soonyang Motors. Compared to our massive unstoppable business empire, DEVOUR construction is basically nothing more than a tiny neighborhood convenience store. The chairman stays completely silent, absorbing Dojun's entire insane pitch. Finally, he cracks a dark, knowing smile and tells Dojun he has some serious guts to chase this kind of crazy wealth, leaving the kid totally confused about what he did. He continues, saying the kid wants the world to know he built his own empire. Instead of asking for a piece of Ajin construction, he plans to conquer DEVOUR. Dojun immediately fires back, asking if the grandfather would have just handed it over if his dad asked. The old snake plays dumb, casually saying maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. Dojun glares at the cunning old man, thinking there is no way he'll fall for these cheap, provoking mind games. Then, the chairman thinks it over, muttering that DEVOUR is a solid choice. He notes that no business can survive the brutal financial crisis currently ripping the world apart. DEVOUR is definitely starving for cash, and cutting off their government lifeline will cause them to completely collapse in no time. Dojun looks him dead in the eye and declares he'll swoop in and buy them out when it happens. The chairman turns around, staring intensely at his unbelievably sly grandson. He nods slowly, saying DEVOUR is just a sick company that only needs a small financial blood transfusion to be totally revived. So will DEVOUR and Uncle Choi's sole mayor campaign fit perfectly on the same plate? Dojun casually asks. Yes, with my financial backing and my uncle's political growth, that partnership will definitely bloom beautifully. The chairman stays dead silent, absorbing every single detail of his grandson's crazy plan to make DEVOUR rise. Dojun continues, saying once it thrives, he will easily slap the Ajin name on it. Hearing his beloved company's name, the old man's frown instantly turns into a massive grin as he says those words make him incredibly happy, asking if Dojun even realizes it. And that's where we leave it. Dojun gets chills as the chairman claims only the two of them can grow the Ajin empire. Trust me, you and I are about to see this family completely collapse. Get ready, because you and I are about to dive into some serious corporate revenge. The old man fakes a smile and says he will think over those two things. He asks if their deal has officially expired, then tells him to step on the gas. The board members are shaking, so he needs to dump $1 trillion in immediately to make them feel safe. Dojun shrugs and says he will do exactly as he is told. He bows and walks out of the room, but he suddenly gets this crazy cold shiver running straight down his spine without knowing why. Meanwhile, the old chairman just stands there, staring daggers at Dojun's back. The more he watches the kid, the creepier he feels. But anyway, the mayor of Seoul is supposed to be the guy saving the entire national economy. Selling public land to raise relief funds is a brilliant move. Once he backs this mayor, grabs that prime land, and swallows the construction company whole, he can turn that dirt into a mountain of cash. It is a totally flawless master plan. To pull off this insane master plan, some punk is willing to throw hundreds of billions of dollars around for cheap, while the exchange rate is about to skyrocket. Does that mean the brat is confident enough to pocket hundreds of billions? The old chairman stares at his palm, thinking, he must be some kind of palm reading expert. Honestly, right after hearing Dojun's wild pitch, he had to force himself not to just nod and agree immediately. No way he is letting a kid take advantage of his power that easily. The old man clenches his fist, completely lost in his own thoughts. Now pay attention, because the old man is actually shaking with absolute terror. Under that pretty boy face hides the savage soul of the most bloodthirsty beast on the planet. If the kid wants to grab control, he will definitely swallow both Ajin Motors and Ajin Construction. The old chairman sits back, looking incredibly depressed. Walking away with shaky old steps, he laughs to himself. It is crazy, but compared to his lazy kids who just want handouts, he is actually proud of this grandson who wants to steal everything from him. The next morning at Dojun's cozy place, someone gasps out in absolute shock. 40 billion? His uncle-in-law nods casually, explaining that they need 3 billion for special party fees, 5 billion for the top political leaders, and another 30 billion just for the election campaign. With backups, it adds up to 40 billion. And Dojun is the only one. Dojun is rolling his eyes, thinking 40 billion is not pocket change. These idiots are completely clueless about the real world. How do you ask for that much cash without even presenting a real plan? But he plays dumb and gasps, acting like it is a fortune. His aunt asks why he is so shocked, wondering if he is too broke to afford it, so Dojun pretends to be poor. He claims he is short on cash and has to pull funds from his dad's cinema project. His aunt quickly panics, saying she can put up 15 billion if he can just cover the other 25 billion. Dojun nods, saying that works. She gets hyped but then admits she cannot pull 15 billion out all at once. She tells him to prepare 3 billion first for the early party fees. Dojun is secretly laughing, wondering if all rich heirs are this brainless and clueless about reality. Seriously, who casually borrows billions of dollars from their 20-year-old nephew, but outwardly he just smiles and says he will get it ready, before casually asking if they should write up a quick contract. The couple freezes. A contract? What contract? Dojun shrugs, saying that since there are no receipts for this kind of massive cash flow, they at least need a legally binding deal, right? They exchange blank looks. The uncle chuckles, saying he is too young to understand how politics really works. Who on earth signs a contract for dirty campaign money? The aunt chimes in, saying he is probably just used to dealing with normal investors, and thinks his money is going to vanish forever. Dojun just smiles. You and I know they think he is just some rich, gullible kid, so he keeps up his totally innocent act. He apologizes, saying he forgot to explain. He tells them to wait a second because someone is coming to explain the details, leaving the couple super confused about who is showing up. Dojun looks toward the stairs and calls out, saying his aunt and uncle still do not get it. Right on cue, a sharp-dressed man starts walking down the steps. Oh Se-hyun steps into view and greets them with a smirk. Dojun is loving every second of this. The next day at the office, Oh Se-hyun admits the aunt is definitely no pushover. She was desperate when begging her nephew for cash, but the second she realized this was a political business deal, her face completely changed. Remembering his aunt's pissed-off face, Dojun just laughs and points out she does have their grandfather's ruthless blood in her veins. Oh Si-hyun sighs, saying he does not know when Dojun will drop this bomb, but begs him to wait until he retires and flees the country instead of sending him to jail. Dojun takes the secret contract. Oh Si-hyun points at him in disbelief, amazed that a college kid already knows how to weaponize a legal bomb like this. But Dojun casually says he plans to hand it over to his grandfather. Oh Si-hyun completely freaks out, screaming if he has lost his mind since giving it to the chairman ruins his leverage. Dojun explains that the old man does not care about the business, he just wants dirt on the players. This contract keeps his aunt and uncle on a tight leash. The grandfather will only let his uncle run for mayor of Seoul if he is absolutely sure he can control him completely. Oh Se-hyun changes the subject, asking if that 17.7% is the controlling share of Soonyang he is currently holding onto. You theoretically need 80% to run Soonyang, though practically 10% is hard enough. So how much of his empire is the old man actually planning to leave you? Dojun tells him that his mind is empty, and his heart has absolutely nothing. Oh Si-hyun is completely stunned, but Dojun tells him he already knows the deal. Nobody else in the family is fit to be the CEO of Soonyang, but the old man only truly cares about himself and his own legacy. He is definitely not handing over his money when he dies. Honestly, he would probably take the entire company to the grave with him, leaving Oh Se-hyun looking totally doubtful. He says he gets the old man's greed, but is shocked by how chill Dojun is about it. Dojun just shrugs and says he is not completely sure either. When logic and feelings clash, logic does not always win. Oh Si-hyun can't believe his ears, but Dojun insists he really does not care what the old man thinks. He views the shares as a massive bonus. To the chairman, he is the perfect grandson, highly capable, totally disinterested in the inheritance, which is ironically why he is going to end up winning the biggest piece of the pie. Looking over the secret papers, because this contract is the ultimate weapon. Trust me, you and I are about to see step 2 of his master plan kick off right now. Let's dive into this wild ride where our reborn main character is about to drop a bomb. He turns to Oh Se-hyun. Yo, we still got 2.2 billion bucks left from Soonyang, right? Oh Se-hyun is completely shook. Dude, what are you gonna do with all that cash? Gotta flip it while it's hot, Dojun smirks. Once the election ends, a new government takes over. I'm using that massive bag as a little congrats gift for the new president. Oh Se-hyun basically screams. Are you out of your mind, bro? Trying to copy those old school tycoons? Dojun laughs. Nah, we aren't building Media City just for residents. Dojun explains his big brain move. We're baiting massive core that fit our vibe. Think huge TV broadcasting networks. Bro, broadcasting is way out of our league, Oh Se-hyun protests. But Dojun just grins. Terrestrial cable, we're taking it all, step by step. He breaks it down. The Sangam project is a goldmine for the country. New infrastructure creates mad jobs and gives the whole economy a massive boost. The new government's plan actually makes sense. Oh Se-hyun's eyes go wide. Wait, you're just handing them $2.2 billion? You've gone completely mental. Nah, why would I just give them my cash? Dojun laughs, they're gonna trade me prime assets for those dollars. Oh Se-hyun's jaw literally hits the floor. Like all that public land in Seoul, Dojun smirks. Exactly. South Korea is starving for US dollars right now. This investment package solves their biggest emergency. Now watch this. A private kid brings 2.2 billion greenbacks to build their media. The whole country is going to treat him like an absolute god. If Seoul's government plays ball, we might even score massive funding from the feds, Dojun adds. And honestly, nothing gets better than free government money. Dojun is hyped. Suddenly, Oh Se-hyun stares at him, totally creeped out. Are you a clone of your tycoon grandpa or what? How do you even scheme like this? Dojun plays the innocent card. No way, I'm just a sweet, loyal son. Oh Se-hyun literally chokes on his drink. Cut the crap, how is this about being a good son? Dojun chuckles. Once I turn Sangam DMC into a mass media empire, I'm handing the keys to my dad. Oh Se-hyun leaps up, totally speechless. Movies, TV shows, cable network, and the internet. We're owning it all. Dojun explains, my dad is the chairman's son, so he needs a massive playground to flex his power and keep his status. Plus, our investment firm, Fantasy, is already super tight with major US corporations. If we link them up, we're building a massive global media powerhouse, no cap. The old man puts on his reading glasses, scanning every single word on that official document. So you actually secured this bag? Dojun nods confidently. Yes, sir. With this dirt, even if my uncle-in-law becomes the mayor, he can never cross us. If this contract leaks, he goes straight to jail for illegal political funds and his career is ruined. Let's pause and watch the old man's reaction. He takes off his glasses. So you're letting me keep the rest? Dojun nods. All yours, Grandpa. Your aunt thought she was being so clever during the contract draft. Dojun laughs. My aunt? The old man asks.
Yeah, she has zero clue about how valuable public land actually is.
She told me to stop dreaming about trading campaign pocket change for public assets. The chairman smirks. How about I take the land and throw you a few scraps? Dojun knows he secured the win since the old man fell for the bait. Still, he plays dumb and keeps his innocent face on. Nah, flipping basic apartments isn't really my style. The old man shakes his head. This is risky speculation, kid. Even if my son-in-law Choi actually runs, he might lose. Dojun smirks back, totally confident. Well, his winning odds just shot up, because now you're finally willing to help us play the game. Chairman Jin sighs, admitting defeat. I can't outsmart you, kid. Dojun smiles. Whoever becomes his uncle's next political puppet is going to get absolutely wrecked, and honestly, he almost feels bad for them. Soonyang's team will dig up every single piece of dirt on them, one tiny slip-up, and the media will cancel them so hard they won't even know what hit them. Chairman Jin finally gives in. Fine, you gave me the perfect leash to control the mayor. I'll pull some strings behind the scenes during the election. Dojun bows politely. Thanks, Grandpa. But looking at his genius grandson, the chairman starts questioning things. Did he just let a teenager play him to get control? Isn't he basically just riding Dojun's coattails at this point? Hiding his saltiness, the old man asks, still not satisfied with this deal, kid? Dojun plays it cool. Nah, I'm good. The chairman smiles, trying to take back control. Don't pout, I've got a gift for you. Name anything you need help with. Dojun fires back instantly. Actually, I'm starting a brand new business. I'll pitch the whole plan once the election settles. The old man frowns. A business that requires government strings? What are you cooking? With how crazy things are right now, bringing in politicians is a massive gamble. Their sketchy deals are way messier than our business world. Those politicians don't just want help, they'll swallow any insult to keep their image clean. Dojun is shocked. Is this old man actually teaching him, or just testing him? Standing up, Dojun says, I'll show you the full plan later so you can judge it. If you hate it, I'll shut it down. Dojun smirks, knowing that's exactly what the old man wanted to hear. But Chairman Jin laughs. Kid, you're using your own money. Just go for it. Even if you crash and burn, it's a lesson. It'll be a killer lesson. Seeing that, this usually ruthless tycoon flashes a smile so warm it's actually kind of sus. Dojun stares back, realizing he still can't read the real mastermind behind those cold eyes and fake smiles. On the morning of December 19th, the news completely blows up. Candidate Kim clutches the presidency after teaming up with his top allies, just like our genius main character predicted. The next day, Dojun is chilling at a super cheap local pub with his college crew. His buddy orders some dried fish and Dojun is like, yo, fried or seasoned chicken? I'm buying both. His friends stare at him, totally shocked. No way a filthy rich heir like you actually hangs out in cheap pubs like this. Are you fooling us, dude? It's unreal. You and I both know his snobby cousins would never survive in a regular place like this. Honestly, they're missing out on some incredible street food and cheap soju. I hit these spots all the time, he tells them. My family usually just grabs barbecue anyway. We're always down for fish cake soup and soju. You guys think we eat at 5-star joints every night? Trust me, we don't have 12-course feast at home. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the life of our legendary reincarnated tycoon. Dojun tells himself he is basically a regular guy, so acting like a commoner is a walk in the park. This is his golden ticket to shake off that third-generation tycoon label. The crew is laughing and joking when suddenly a senior in the bar bows to greet him. Hello there, senior. The group turns around in shock. The senior says, sorry to crash your party with these soon-to-be graduates. Dojun stands up politely, saying it is totally fine, but the senior is visibly anxious and gets straight to the point. Dojun, I need your advice on something. With the new year here, can I just ask you straight up? Dojun gives a friendly smile and tells him to go right ahead. To be honest, the three of us applied to a finance firm that just went belly up, while 2 other companies canceled our offers. They are saying nobody is hiring any new rookies this year. Hearing this, Dojun's friends look super suspicious. The senior quickly clears the air, saying, hey, do not get me wrong, I am not asking you for a job. The real issue is the IMF and what America is going to do next. What is your take? You have access to way better intel than us. If the job market stays dead for another year, I need to pivot and prep for the civil service exam. Dojun sits up straight, locked in thought, while all his friends stare at him, waiting for his answer. Watch closely right here. Dojun is torn between spilling the brutal truth or just giving them cheap comfort. To buy some time, he slowly sips his drink. Even if I drop future spoilers on these kids, will they actually realize how brutal reality is about to get? Sighing deeply, Dojun sets his glass down and delivers some raw, unfiltered advice. My advice? Forget about landing corporate jobs. Just give up on that dream and start grinding for the civil service or bar exams. But the senior still clings to hope. Is next year really that hopeless because of the IMF? Dojun recalls the historical facts. From next year on, everything is going to get absolutely savage. Job opportunities will shrink to almost zero, and even elite Seoul University students are no exception. He warns that current workers are going to face massive, brutal layoffs under the fancy excuse of corporate restructuring. His friends and the senior freeze in absolute panic at the word layoff. The major conglomerates are going to slash at least 30% of their workforce. The IMF crisis is not just a simple cash flow issue. Dojun quietly drops the final hammer. Our country is literally standing on the edge of total economic bankruptcy. The squad that was just happily drinking now looks completely devastated, stressing over their future. The senior sinks into a deep silence. The concept of lifetime employment is officially dead, Dojin continues. Companies can fire anyone they want at any second. In fact, a brand new term is about to dominate the market. Non-regular employees? One friend looks totally lost and asks, what on earth is a non-regular employee? But before Dojun can explain this modern concept, someone else asks about taxes. Dojun turns to the senior and asks about their pensions. The guy responds with a blank stare, saying, how can part-timers ever expect to get a pension? What if the boss tells them to pack up and leave tomorrow? Well, they just have to pack up. Dojun nods and says, exactly, that is what a non-regular worker is. And this setup will not just be for tiny local shops. Even the massive conglomerates are going to adopt this style of hiring. Hearing Dojin break it down so clearly, the senior is completely speechless, and the rest of the drinking crew looks pale with worry. Dojin snaps back to reality, concluding that the economic recovery will take a very long time. If you guys are not ready for the exams but still dream of getting hired, just enlist in the military first. At least that delays your graduation and helps you dodge this absolute downpour. I know what you are thinking, that was harsh, right? Well, while clueless bystanders laugh, anyone who knows Dojin's secret tycoon identity is left completely shocked. Dojin figures this won't directly hit the fresh-faced freshmen just yet, but next year, when the layoffs hit and everyone around them becomes a victim of the crisis, they will understand why they had to dodge this storm. The senior looks up, admitting that Dojin's words completely sobered him up. Thank you. He looks at Dojin with eyes full of genuine appreciation. Dojin quietly thinks to himself that seniors definitely have a much more mature mindset. He replies, no problem at all. Maybe my outlook is a bit too dark because the corporate big shots around me are always preparing for the worst-case scenario. The senior raises his glass, agreeing that they must prepare for the worst since graduation is right around the corner. He apologizes for bringing down the whole vibe of the party. Now let us drink up and celebrate. He raises his glass high, adding that the younger kids still have plenty of time to dodge the storm and prep properly. Do not stress at all, let us just drink our worries away tonight. The students cheer up at the mention of beer and laugh. Dojin smiles, glad that the tense mood is finally lifting a bit. The squad starts clinking glasses across the tables, completely ignoring the bar door swinging open. Even Dojin, usually the sharpest guy in the room, is totally clueless. A pair of Nike sneakers steps inside the bar. A voice calls out, Jin Dojin, long time no see. Dojin freezes. Standing there is an absolute goddess. He silently realizes that after 40 chapters of this story, he has not seen anyone this breathtakingly gorgeous. Since Dojin is still young, he does not recognize her and just blankly stares. The girl points at him, teasingly asking if he forgot her name. Right then, the senior gasps, Seo Minyoung, what are you doing here? That name suddenly jogs Dojun's memory. Living 2 lifetimes must have made his brain a little laggy. This stunning girl is none other than Seo Minyoung. She sits down, grabs a beer glass, and playfully acts all elegant, telling them to pour only half since she just left the library. Dojin sits opposite her, staring like he is completely hypnotized. The senior remarks that someone prepping for the bar exam is on a whole different level, skipping graduation and summer breaks just to grind. But why are you visiting here? Seo Minyoung gives a sharp reply. From what I see, you seniors are way too busy to be wasting time chilling here. It only takes about 2 years to prep for the administrative exam, right? But the bar exam is a gamble nobody is 100% sure about. Dojun is left totally confused. What on earth is she talking about? What does this have to do with the financial crisis? Another senior cuts in, asking why she is suddenly bringing this up. Seo Minyoung just smiles and answers. Is it not because you seniors are secretly desperate and came here to get answers from Dojun? How bad is the business world right now? How long is this insane foreign exchange crisis actually going to last? Am I right? Dojun is totally impressed by her. Honestly, you and I probably thought she was just a nerdy student who only knew how to study. But she actually knows exactly how the world operates. Seo Minyoung drains her beer in one shot, slams it down, and trust me, we are definitely in for a wild ride. Am I right? Dojun kept quiet, but trust me, he was low-key impressed. Pretty good. Based on what the senior said, I thought she was just a boring teacher's pet dreaming of being a judge, but she actually knows how the real world works. Now watch this. Minyoung chugged her entire beer in one go and slammed the glass down on the table. You and I are about to witness the craziest rich kid flex in college history. Let's go. The job market out there is literally freezing cold, and graduates are crying because this recession isn't going away. But hey, we got lucky. Since we're studying law, passing the civil service exam shouldn't be too brutal. Dojun thinks, why is this girl sounding exactly like me? Then a senior chimed in, are you two actually dating? Who talks about the national economy on a date? Right then, a simp in the group jumped up. No way, that's impossible. Dojun is not from this planet, so how could Seo Minyoung date an actual alien? Seo Minyoung just laughed and replied, no, he said guys who flex their muscles are annoying, but flexing cash is just trash. Then that guy points at Dojin. This kid has money and power, wake up! He turns to Dojin, Jin Dojin, go back to your own world. You are supposed to hang out with filthy rich chaebol heiresses or date famous beauty queens and actresses. That is when Seo Minyoung finally spoke up, sounding totally annoyed. Why is it taking so long? I've only seen Dojun like 3 times since college started. How is that dating? A nearby senior nodded, saying she had a point. He has 0 time and 0 chances anyway. Dojun barely shows up to class, while Seo Minyoung just hides in the library or lecture halls. No way they can date. The other guys just chuckled silently, feeling a bit jealous of them. We are just a bunch of older dudes with dry souls and 0 romance left in our lives. Sometimes our manly instincts try to kick in, but work stress totally crushes it. Seo Minyoung stood up and said, "Well, I saw you, so I'm leaving now." But she suddenly spun around and called out to Dojun. "Hey, wait up, stay here for a bit, we need to talk." Dojun was confused, wondering what she wanted. Watch closely, because she is about to make a move that catches everyone off guard. She wants to clear things up, leaving Dojun's grandfather looking totally clueless. Clear up what, girl? After that, the two stepped outside into the chilly breeze. Dojun spoke up first, saying it's freezing, so what did you want to ask? Seo Minyoung was low-key dying of embarrassment, but tried to act cool. I am literally cringing right now, but you need to think carefully before answering me. Seeing her serious face, Dojun agreed, but Seo Minyoung kept hesitating, acting all shy and refusing to spit it out. Finally, she blurted out that her main goal and duty is to pass the bar exam before graduating. Dojun asked, I get the goal, but what duty? Seo Minyoung explained her whole family is in law. Everyone in her family passed the bar before graduating law school. If she fails, they will judge her forever, so she absolutely must pass. Dojun listened to her rant but still didn't get the point, asking, so what? Seo Minyoung suddenly stepped close, trying to use her charm, looked him dead in the eye, and said, my time to date you. Dojun stood there like he just got struck by lightning, utterly lost. Seeing his blank face, Seo Minyoung quickly snapped, I'm literally confessing my feelings here, and that is your only reaction? Dojun asked back in pure shock. I thought you hated people who flex money and power, and I literally have both. But Seo Minyoung just shrugged it off, saying, yeah, but you are handsome. Oh my god. Hearing that, Dojun had absolutely no idea how to respond. Seo Minyoung kept pressing him, complaining that his blank face is always the same. Seeing him still completely lost, she let out a tired sigh. She got back to the point. Basically, I have 0 free time, and you barely even show up to school. So here is the plan. We will grab food once or twice a month, no need for regular hangouts. Dojun listened to her rapid-fire decision, still totally confused about what she just decided. I know what you're thinking, this is the wildest confession ever. Even Dojun's grandfather, watching nearby, was totally baffled by this girl's insane logic. Seeing how pretty she was, Dojun just laughed and asked if she even had his number. He secretly thought, we only met 3 times and she already has my digits? High-key creepy. Dojun continued, just call me. I will send a ride to pick you up, Seo Minyoung asked. What kind of ride? Dojun replied, a private car. Did you forget? I am a 3rd-generation chaebol, so our dates can't be basic. You better brace yourself for some high-class treatment. She confessed in the most awkward way, and he accepted it even more awkwardly, leaving her unable to process what just happened. Dojun turned around and walked inside, leaving her alone in the freezing wind. Seo Minyoung quickly shouted, Dojun, this has to be a secret. If anyone asks, just tell them I forgot my homework and had to ask you for help. Dojun easily agreed, but the second he stepped back inside, the group of simping seniors stopped talking and stared at him suspiciously. Before he could even use his fake excuse to answer their questions, the door slammed open. Seo Minyoung poked her head in and screamed, I decided we are dating starting today. The guys were stunned, while Seo Minyoung slammed the door shut and vanished, leaving Dojun to deal with the burning, jealous glares of those angry simps. The next day, inside a brand new building, powerful elites in sharp suits hid their snake-like nature behind fake manners. It is an honor to meet you. I am Lee Jong-chan, a polite man said while shaking hands. Oh Se-hyun replied, thank you so much for taking the time to drop by today. Lee Jong-chan smiled and said, do not mention it, you are the one who saved Hanan from the brink of bankruptcy, so I should thank you. Dojun watched quietly, locking his laser-focused eyes on Lee Jong-chan. This immediately reminded him of a past chat with Soonyang's chairman, who admitted that this procurement head, Lee Jong-chan, was an incredibly dangerous player. He graduated from the military academy's 16th class, was a Democratic Party assemblyman, and held a major role in the Central Intelligence Agency back then. Back to the present, Lee Jong-chan stared at Dojun, asking who the kid was. Oh Se-hyun quickly introduced him as his personal translator. There are 0 secrets between us. I plan to debrief him on everything we discuss in this meeting, so I hope that is fine. Dojun bowed politely. Lee Jong-chan casually nodded, saying it was fine since they had nothing to hide anyway. Then, he brought up the real heavy topic. I heard from Chairman Soonyang that you want to transfer $2.2 billion in cash from New York to Korea. Oh Se-hyun nodded quickly, confirming it. What are the terms? Lee Jong-chan asked directly. Oh Se-hyun replied that they met today precisely to discuss those exact conditions. Oh Se-hyun slid over the SMC construction plan. As Dojun silently watched, you and I know this massive play is about to change absolutely everything. Alright, you and I are about to watch this wild ride where the old man doesn't even blink at $2.2 billion. Like, is he deaf, or does he just not get how insane that kind of cash actually is? After a quiet second, Chairman Lee speaks up. Why the hell do investors even want to mess around with construction, finance, and cement? Those industries do not fit together at all. Si-hun shoots back fast. This play is not about cement. Sure, it has a part, but we are looking at a totally different angle here. Keep an open mind here. Lee asks, if I do, will you actually dump those dollars into Korea? Oh, Si-hun is like spot on. The chairman sneers. Dump dollars, grab massive profits, and then run back to America. Is not that the obvious play? It is probably the exact same tragic future waiting for Han Jin. Fix up the market, split the company, sell it off, and ship the cash to the US. He glares at Si-hun. Am I right? Oh, Si-hun cuts in fast. No way, Chairman. We are doing the exact opposite. Opposite? The old man is shocked. Dojin steps up. Yep. Fantasy commits to taking our American profits and dumping them right back into Korea. We have already backed Microsoft, Hollywood Films, and Powerhand Japan. We made insane cash, and we are using that stack to swallow Hanjin Motor, the country's ultimate export champion. Chairman Lee scowls, then bursts out laughing. Man, this kid has jokes. Dojin fires back. Wait, isn't exporting literally just hunting down foreign cash for our country? We do not sell products directly, but we still bring home the greenbacks. Sure, for now, Lee chuckles. But watch closely because this next play is where they totally lock horns. Look, if we only chased exchange rates, our cash would have already doubled. But if this massive plan actually hits, our gains are going to blow way past that. He begs, please just take a look at this blueprint. Chairman Lee gets slightly swayed, slowly reaching out to grab the proposal folder. To these 70-something boomers, being an export powerhouse is the ultimate badge of national pride. People who saw Korea escape poverty through exports get totally triggered by cocky currency speculators. After scanning the papers, the old man speaks up. This Korean media development plan actually sounds decent. Are you seriously going to blow all $2.2 billion on this one sector? Oh replies, we are going wide, handing our American firm over to a local team so we can focus all in on the Korean market. Suddenly, Chairman Lee sits up straight and gets dead serious. So what about the actual tech? Oh, Si-hun is shocked this old-school politician even cares. But Dojun instantly smells blood, knowing this is either a trap or a goldmine. When a country crashes, governments always prioritize pumping cash into tech and culture ventures to jumpstart the economy. Strip away fantasy's American label, and this Media City project fits the new government's goals perfectly. Dojin jumps in, claiming tech will act as the ultimate cheat code to boost small businesses. Just look at Silicon Valley. Sure, that wild startup boom had everyone crying about a bubble at first. And yeah, we both know what comes next. With proper direction, the payoffs are huge. Lee is totally loving how smart this kid is. So are you investing in the IT sector? Lee asks. Dojin shuts it down quick. Fantasy has zero interest in investing in IT. Both of the old guys freeze. Lee's good mood instantly turns into absolute rage. What did you say? Dojin explains it cold and straight. Tech startups need raw innovation and core talent. If private money jumps in too early, they will just hijack all the ideas and tech. We can't let greedy capitalists ruin these young developers. Lee is stunned. So you are saying the government has to raise this industry? Exactly. Dojin nods politely. Yes, the state should build a solid incubator, lay down the tech infrastructure, and then just watch. The wins will roll in naturally. That is exactly how Silicon Valley grew. Lee starts doing the math in his head. Oh, Si-hun stays quiet, totally blown away by this high-level strategy talk. After a heavy silence, Chairman Lee wraps it up. Those are some incredibly sharp points. I will check out this plan and get back to you. Can you show me exactly how you plan to reinvest that $2.2 billion? I will look at this from a policy support angle. Oh is completely shocked while Dojun smirks. The chairman promising to review the plan is basically code for a done deal. After locking in the deal, Oh Si-hun reaches out for a handshake. Dojun watches them shake on it, mentally counting the bags and grinning. I was the one who made the killer point, but he shakes hands with Oh Si-hun. Classic hierarchy power play. Afterwards, they walk down the street together. Oh Si-hun asks, are you seriously not investing in tech? Dojun nods. Oh is confused. Why the hell not when the government is literally backing it? Isn't it a gold mine? Plus, a ton of startups are begging for our cash. Dojin sighs, dropping some facts. Uncle, we are going head-to-head with DEVOUR Motors. Startups are just a playground for kids chasing quick lunch money. We need to be playing in the big leagues. Oh frowns. You are being way too cocky. Just because we are huge doesn't mean we sleep on these easy opportunities. Dojin hits back with a cold reality check. A few years back when chips boomed, do you know how much Soonyang Electronics made? Nearly $2 trillion. The biggest startup out there isn't even a rounding error for Soonyang. Dojin thinks to himself, there are endless gold mines waiting. I don't have 20 years to waste on slow tech companies. Oh Si-hun remains patient, saying you have to watch the pennies to make the real bags. Who knows, maybe we will find the next big giant. Dojin smirked. Fine, go drop some pocket change on your little favorites. At least you will buy us coffee. The uncle glares at his stubborn nephew like he wants to murder him. Dojin keeps scheming, knowing the legendary companies haven't even spawned yet. According to his memories, Nexon's S-City started last year, and Ensoft's Jingle Bell drops this spring. Suddenly, Oh Si-hun screams from behind. Jin Dojun, do not get cocky. Dojin snaps back, what did you say? You think rubbing shoulders with elite politicians and touching billions makes you a big-time tycoon? Oh is absolutely fuming, and honestly, you and I are probably just as shocked as Dojin by this sudden rage. Yo, stick with me here. This is the first time in 10 years my uncle completely lost his cool. Oh Si-hyun cold dropped some facts, saying Chairman Jin only handles billion-dollar empires. He literally has to dine with top-tier politicians just to protect hundreds of billions. That is the crazy weight a real chairman has to carry on his shoulders. Those workers sweat for every single penny just to buy steel mills and build massive construction sites in China. That is how the real game is played. He made it clear no workers, no boss, no farmers, no landlords. And if you do not have the people, you have no king. But you? You have no workers or citizens, just raw cash. Are you seriously trying to play big boss already? The scraps they grind for can literally end up being worth billions. That is the real price of those scraps. Getting lectured by his strict uncle totally caught Dojun off guard, but deep down, he knew Oh Se-hyun was right. After 10 years of being reincarnated, this former low-level employee got way too cocky trying to mimic the swagger of a legendary conglomerate chairman. After checking his ego, Dojun bowed deeply. He apologized for being so reckless. Oh Si-hyun was completely stunned by how fast the kid humbled himself. He awkwardly laughed, saying it was great the kid learned so fast. Then he asked where they should invest next. Dojun looked at him calmly. He suggested his uncle make the call, but Oh Si-hyun shook his head. He said he could guide the ship, but Dojun's golden gut was the ultimate key. Now watch this. Dojun thinks for a second and says he is picking online gaming. Oh Si-hyun is totally blindsided because he does not know this field at all. Dojun explained they should split $2 billion between two major gaming companies and let his uncle manage the rest. Oh Si-hyun decided to deploy all 10 billion won. Those two game studios would get heavy funding, while the smaller cash would be spread out. Dojun nodded, totally down with the plan. He said as long as one hits the jackpot, they recover all capital. Oh Si-hyun laughed, saying the next government is pouring cash into healthcare, so multiple sectors will blow up. Dojun just smirked silently, knowing that in 5 years the guy he owed everything to would finally retire. Too bad the winter of 1997 was brutally cold, leaving the city dead silent without any Christmas music. Ice and snow completely swallowed the skyscrapers. But inside another skyscraper, high-ranking officials were having a tense meeting. The corrupt politicians whispered in fear, while the wealthy elites kept their cold silence, ignoring everyone. These billionaires who controlled the world's cash should have been living easy, praised by every bank on earth, but this financial storm had them freaking out. An old executive asked if the acquisition talks for Soonyang Motors were finally wrapped up. He wanted to know if they could start the takeover. Oh Si-hyun answered coldly that they had not signed any contracts yet. Soonyang Group is still adjusting its share structures. When the executive asked when they would finish, Oh Se-hyun snapped back, telling him to ask Soonyang instead of bugging them about it. Another director chimed in, claiming Chairman Jin had already made a promise, so the rest was just boring paperwork. And right then, Dojun drops a bomb, saying that is not all. Let's pause. You should have seen the look on those clueless directors' faces. One director asked Oh Si-hyun who the kid next to him was. Oh Si-hyun proudly answered that he called him in from their U.S. headquarters to run this entire high-stakes acquisition deal. Hearing he was from the States, the entire room of rich suits went dead silent before reluctantly standing up to play nice. They apologized for being rude, but Dojun knew they were just trying to size him up. They would definitely run a background check to see if this kid actually had the authority to pull the strings. The director stared at his business card, completely baffled by the name Hauko Jin. Dojun introduced himself as a second-generation immigrant, apologizing for using his English name. He knew they saw him as Hauko Jin, a brilliant young hotshot from Fantasy's US branch who was running their core investments during this crisis. It proved things in Korea were getting so bad that even the main headquarters had to send in their heavy hitters. A director politely asked him to continue. Dojun took his time and calmly stated that their main U.S. headquarters was currently conducting a massive, in-depth review of this entire acquisition deal. The directors instantly lost their minds. What do you mean, a review? Why are we doing a reassessment now? What is going on? Oh Si-hyun sat beside him looking incredibly grave. Dojun knew exactly how these guys worked. These powerful bankers would never waste their breath talking to some low-level pawn. They only negotiate with the real bosses. Oh Si-hyun scratched his head, saying the corporate system back in the U.S. was strictly automated and never listened to the directors anyway. Because of how their system works, they had to deal directly with this young man. He carries the exact mindset of the American investors at Fantasy, so they all needed to listen to his presentation. After staring at that powerful business card, the bankers were completely overwhelmed and dominated. Dojun started breaking down the case. Soonyang wanted Hain Motors, but they had drained all their capital by pouring cash into Handu Steel. That is when Fantasy stepped in to temporarily take over Hain, planning to flip it to Soonyang for a massive profit later on. He knew they saw this move coming, but the directors panicked, terrified that Do-jun was about to pull the plug on the deal. He analyzed the financial storm, warning them that Korea was drowning in a currency crisis. At 801 to the dollar, the original acquisition cost $1.5 billion. But at 1800, that value plunged to 670 million. If the exchange rate hit 2501, it would drop to 480 million. The bankers looked utterly terrified. One director quickly argued, claiming the IMF already stepped in to pump $2 billion into the economy to stabilize everything. He claimed it would never hit 2501, insisting it would drop under 2000 soon. Do-jun did not flinch, calmly shutting him down with absolute authority. They promised $55.5 billion, but only paid out $2 billion. Since the government changed, they have to renegotiate terms with the new cabinet. Getting $50 billion is not going to happen overnight. The three directors instantly fell dead silent, with one awkwardly adjusting his glasses to look cool. Another fake cuffs to hide his panic. Do-jun wraps it up, saying there are only 2 days left before 1998. Let's see what happens next. Yo, you and I are about to watch the ultimate financial chess game. They gotta wrap up this year's books, but looking at numbers won't save them once the new government starts merging the banks. If you old geezers want to survive, you better dump Fantasy's US dollars into the bank before the new year kicks off. You know damn well exporters are hoarding dollars while importers are totally starving for them. If Fantasy holds those dollars, these desperate companies will swarm in, sending foreign currency demands through the absolute roof. Do-jun drops this hard truth, but from Fantasy's perspective, South Korea is looking sketchy as hell right now. Global experts are doubting this economy can even bounce back. Korea is basically on the verge of getting downgraded to a third world tier. This brutal reality check completely stuns the entire bank boardroom. One terrified director finally gathers his guts to ask, "So what's your point?" Do-jun stares him down with ice-cold eyes and announces, "Even though we have the priority buying rights, we are completely walking away." The three directors gasp in shock as Do-jun casually adds, "In other words, we back out. If we do not buy Hazine, the Dieng Group will step up, right? Go ahead and negotiate with those guys." The directors get a massive pounding headache. Like hell Dieng would step in now. They are too busy putting out their own fires to buy anything. Back at the mansion, the chairman looks at Do-jun with a super shady grin. "You little brat, anyone else would look like a straight-up robber." 800 billion? Do-jun smirked back. "What kind of robber actually sits down to negotiate with you, Grandpa?" The chairman smiles slyly. Cornering a rat forces it to make a choice, and that choice is a knife. Do-jun stays quiet, absorbing his grandpa's savage wisdom while remembering the 800 billion deal he offered the bank. The panicked bank director asks in a trembling voice, "Isn't that price barely 60% of the original deal?" Holding all the cash, Do-jun is radiating pure boss energy. He says, "If you accept my terms, I will wire $400 million to your designated account before this day ends." Now watch closely, because those greedy directors want the cash but hate the low price. Do-jun knows they are sweating bullets, and there is no way they can flat-out reject his insane offer. Back in the office, the chairman says you did great by giving them no time to think. Give a cornered rat too much time, and it will find an escape route. Do-jun confidently replies, "If they wait until morning, everything will vanish into thin air." The chairman smiles, "So next, we seal the deal to lock in your terms, right?" Do-jun looks at him blankly and nods yes. But deep down, he is slightly creeped out by his grandpa's sharp, calculating gaze. He adds, "You should prep a senior advisor spot in Soonyang and I will cover all the costs." The chairman smirks his grandson, "Wow, you sure pick up bad habits fast." Do-jun laughs internally, thinking, "I learned it from the guy who trained your sons, and now they pass it down. I am just observing and stealing their moves." The chairman nods, fair enough, and hands Do-jun a secret folder. Do-jun opens it and his mind is completely blown by the detailed list of banks lined up to be sold off and merged. The cunning old man chuckles, "I had no idea what to do with this info, but it turns out to be the perfect gift for you." Do-jun plays completely dumb, asking, "Wait, so all the banks on this list are getting acquired too?" The chairman chuckles proudly, saying, "Trash info like this does not even reach a high level like mine. Keeping tabs on Dang already keeps me way too busy." Do-jun is utterly shocked, completely frozen in disbelief. The old man goes on, "This restructuring will be ruthless, so consider this your lucky day. Once those banks realize they are getting kicked out, they will literally beg you to save them. You and I both know Do-jun is a savage, but even he is kicking himself right now. If he had known this sooner, he would have offered 50% instead of 60. His grandpa calls his name, snapping Do-jun back to reality. Early next year, Soonyang is launching a massive restructuring campaign. Do-jun calculates that moving power through $1 billion is way harder than expected, since the old man has never restructured his subsidiaries before. How many companies is he going to axe in this purge? That is an incredibly heavy call, Do-jun remarks. The chairman lets out a sigh, "Well, it is for the best anyway. I am going to round up every single useless, blood-sucking department that cannot compete and wipe them out completely. Nobody will dare accuse big bosses like me of firing workers unfairly anymore." Right then, Dojun realizes he missed a crucial detail. This economic crisis is actually a golden ticket for massive conglomerates to kill off weak links and monopolize the entire market. Grandpa stands up with absolute authority in his eyes. Our family will use this chance to settle old business. You are in your 20s now, so I owe you a nice gift. Dojun is totally shocked and hyped. The old man continues, I will hand over a slice of the conglomerate's shares. I will slip it into the restructuring plan so you can buy them cheap. Dojun is baffled by this sudden wave of generosity. The chairman laughs out loud, you crazy kid. You already took over Soonyang, yet you are getting excited over a few tiny shares? Over at Ose Hyun's place, the phone starts ringing. 400 million US dollars have been successfully wired to the lending bank's account. Oh Si-hyun immediately alerts Fantasy in New York. The very next morning at Hasen's main bank, dozens of sharp lawyers are reviewing the acquisition contract under Dojun's newly adjusted conditions. By that afternoon, the contract is officially signed. Today, Dojun finally becomes a major shareholder of South Korea's second-largest car company. On New Year's Day 1998, the vibe at the chairman's mansion is warm and incredibly fancy. Right in the middle of this glowing family party, Dojun shows up. Hey Sangjun, I heard you are studying music? The chairman walks over. Sangjun quickly bows. Yes, I am training to be a composer, sir. A composer? The old man looks surprised. Yeah, the guy who produces albums for singers. Grandpa huffs in annoyance. Of course I know that. You think I am too old to tell the difference, Sangjun? Terrified to see his grandpa act like this, he nervously asks, is that okay? What is? That I changed my major without asking. The chairman surprisingly softens up. Just crush whatever you want to do, that's enough. This weirdly sweet side completely shocks Sangjun. The chairman turns to his second son. Tell your kid to learn from your dad. I heard you are the boss of the biggest film company in the country now, right? Dojun's dad quickly waves his hands. Oh no, we still have a long way to go. The chairman keeps grilling him. So in the last 10 years, what did you actually achieve in that tiny rat tail industry? His son mumbles, our company is taking the top spot this year, so stop nagging. The chairman presses him even harder. For 10 long years, what major results did you actually bring home in that insignificant little movie field that is barely the size of a rat tail? The son boldly talks back, our company is taking the top spot this year, and honestly, you and I are going to love watching his epic rise. Stay tuned. Yo, you and I are jumping into a crazy reincarnation revenge story where this kid, Sandung, is dealing with his hot-headed grandpa who just lost his mind again. Even Sandung's mom is totally shook because her usually terrifying father-in-law is suddenly acting like a super chill, harmless old man. But then the big boss chairman calls out Sandung's name, making him jump out of his skin. He quickly stammers out a yes, sir. The old chairman dumps some heavy expectations on him, telling him to speedrun his school days and transform into an absolute savage boss at the top in 10 years. A top-tier winner cannot let him down. Sandung is totally stunned by how shockingly soft and gentle his terrifying grandpa is acting right now. Hearing this, Sandung's fists clench rock solid. He bows his head deeply and confidently declares that he will become the most cracked, overpowered genius alive, promising never to disappoint him. Meanwhile, Dojun just stands there in silence, wearing a sneaky, knowing smirk on his face. The first major news flash of the new year drops a bomb about a massive takeover of two giant banks. One is a historic institution built back in 1929, called the Citizens Savings Bank. The other is a local bank from 1959 that later pulled off a massive glow-up into a nationwide powerhouse. What blows everyone's minds even more is that both of these prime banks are listed as top targets for foreign megacorporations to swoop in and greedily snatch them up first. After all, everyone treats these banks like the country's ultimate gold vault and financial lifeline. So the public is absolutely furious, seeing red when the International Monetary Fund steps in with a bailout deal. Any sense of gratitude I had instantly vanishes into thin air. I finally realized the painful truth. They are not actually sending emergency relief cash, they are just using loans as a trap to steal our banks. Now watch closely, because as millions watch this dirty move, I am the one standing there with my jaw on the floor, unable to believe my ears. I have literally read my past life cheat sheet notebook a dozen times, but there is absolutely no mention of this. Honestly, it makes sense. Back in my college days, I only cared about partying all night, so why would I ever pay attention to boring financial news? Now, two conflicting thoughts are constantly looping in my head. If I had known earlier, could I have bought these banks, and is there still any chance for me to snatch them up now? Every major corporation is drooling over this juicy target, but they are completely powerless to stop it. If I can somehow steal this bank, I will get a massive power-up, growing wings to fly straight to the top. Just how much would it cost to buy them out? Tens of billions of won, or maybe trillions. The math is driving me crazy. My hype about ruling the car industry totally evaporates the second this massive, delicious new target suddenly appears right in front of my face. Something way bigger and juicier. The burning fire of ambition and the urge to hunt down this prey is making me shake with excitement. Outside the chairman's massive, ultra-rich mansion, a crazy swarm of reporters is camping out, buzzing like a broken beehive. Line after line of ultra-luxury, insanely expensive cars pull up in a massive, glittering flex of wealth. The chairman's private parking lot is already packed to the brim with high-end rides, leaving absolutely zero open spots. Some fancy ladies are gossiping, saying they only got to see this place thanks to her. Seeing the Xuanzang Group chairman's estate up close is wild. Another lady gasps, calling it the ultimate golden glory of their family line. With such a crazy rich legacy, every kid in this family is gorgeous, which explains the hype. Where is the happy couple going to live anyway? A villa in Hanamdong or some ridiculously expensive luxury penthouse? The young bride smirks and brags with major pride, saying her new husband's family owns a massive private mansion with endless space. She is officially entering the ultra-rich wife club, starting her new life as a daughter-in-law. But another friend throws some low-key shade. I know what you are thinking. This lifestyle is crazy old school, and her friend even jokes they are stuck in the Joseon dynasty. But the bride giggles and calls her stupid, saying she would cling to this rich family no matter what. Like, what kind of royal would ever choose to live outside the palace? I am marrying the vice chairman of Xuanzang. There is no way I am doing chores or cooking like some maid. My only job is to sit at the table for breakfast and dinner and look pretty. That is literally all it takes. The braggy bride adds, elite royals deserve to live the absolute high life anyway. In another corner of the massive courtyard, a group of guys are gossiping, wondering who is going to be the leader of their rich crew now that Jin Songjin is getting married. Another guy scoffs with pure attitude, asking if they actually believe that garbage. He says marriage is just a fake formality and a boring chore they have to get over with. Jong-un is still going to party hard and get wasted with us, so there is zero to worry about. The groom, Jin Seongjin, lets out a massive, exhausted sigh before his face turns dead serious, telling them they sound like a bunch of single losers since he is actually the last one in the squad to tie the knot. We just feel bad for you, man. After getting married, everyone in our group turns into a total simp, clinging to their wives. We are just warning you not to fall into that pathetic trap. Another friend chips in, saying those other guys have filthy rich in-laws, so they are on a tight leash, unlike Jin Songjin who can run wild and do whatever he wants. Jin Songjin stomps out his half-burnt cigarette with his shoe and sighs. Yeah, right. Once I am married, my secret party days are over. The old man is forcing me to work a real boring job now. Then, grinding the cigarette butt under his expensive designer shoe, he admits that even if he completely ignores his new wife, he still has to stay on his best behavior around his powerful father-in-law. Everyone has a father-in-law to deal with, so partying needs to have limits. His squad nods along, saying they totally get it. Jin Songjin waves them off, yelling that he is going on a romantic honeymoon, but wants to throw a massive drinking party once he gets back. As he says this, he slyly locks eyes with one of his boys. The two of them slip away into a quiet corner to whisper. Jin Songjin asks if that hot actress from yesterday was actually there. You mean the side chick from the movie? Jin Songjin smirks and tells him to fly her out in 2 days. Trust me, you and I are about to see some messy drama unfold, so stay tuned for the next part. Stick with me, we are diving into a crazy story. A buddy tells our main guy to hook up a Korean broker, hyping him up as an absolute master player. Jin Songjin pats his friend's shoulder and laughs, saying there is no way he is spending a 10-day honeymoon with some random stranger. He needs his own space, no cap. I have to enjoy myself and get some real privacy. His friend sighs and says, fine, I will set it up for you, stop stressing. Just take this as a late wedding gift from me. Cut to this insane mansion where a bunch of corporate yes-men are bowing down, yelling congratulations to the powerful chairman. Congrats, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Soonyang politely thanks them, but suddenly an older booming voice cuts through the crowd. My fellow chairman, actually, my in-law. An old man walks straight up to shake hands, muttering that this massive guest room is way too extra for a small wedding. He claims his precious granddaughter should feel completely at ease at their place, admitting he went overboard. The two chairmen shake hands, but the tension is so thick it feels like a literal duel, making Soonyang fake a smile. I have some things to discuss, can we take this to a private room? Chairman Hong, unable to decline, smiles and agrees. They head to a private room with a table so massive it takes up the whole space. Sitting on opposite ends, the vibe is low-key as awkward as a first blind date. Chairman Soonyang slowly puts down his tea and calls the other guy out. Chairman Hong, we are family now, so it is time to stop playing these petty games. Hong is totally clueless, asking what he means, but Soonyang's face immediately turns cold. Now pay attention, this is where things get real. Stop spying on my family. Hong's face totally freezes up. Soonyang drops a heavy warning, reminding him his granddaughter is marrying under his protection, so he better back off. I tolerated you checking out our family background, but that little investigation of yours ends today. No more free passes. Hong desperately tries to deny it, but Soonyang is absolutely not having it. He snaps, telling him to shut his mouth and just do as he is told. With less financial power, Hong has to swallow his pride and stay quiet. Soonyang keeps flexing his authority, calling Jin Songjin totally immature and reckless. He is still running wild despite being over 30. You probably think he is an easy target to control, but Hong quickly denies it again. No way, sir, I would never think that. But Soonyang keeps the pressure high, saying even if the kid messes up his entire life, it is fine because he is his grandson. Hong does not dare interrupt, sitting there taking a massive lecture while squeezing his legs in pure frustration. Soonyang warns him not to summon his grandson over. There is no reason for them to meet outside of work. If you miss your granddaughter, just call her back home instead. Today is the last time Jin Songjen meets your family. Future meetings will strictly be business, maybe for a promo shoot or something. Hong is totally fuming, wondering why he has to listen to this trash talk, but Soonyang is not done. He bans anyone named Hong from stepping foot inside a Soonyang building. Even the powerful writers of the Hansung Daily can be snapped by Soonyang's crazy money. Hong stays completely silent, proving that lacking cash is a massive L. Soonyang coldly walks out, leaving one final warning at the door. Do not dare look down on what I just said. Hong sits there frozen in anger, absolutely losing his mind over those insults. But then his brain starts plotting. He wants his grandson to stay away from the wife's family. This means he finally accepts Jin Sung as the heir. Old heads like him and Chairman Jin Yangcheol are running out of time, but the youth still have a bright future. That goes for both Hong So-young and Jin Seongjun. He wants to warn everyone not to touch Soonyang, but time is ticking fast. Late at night, the office lights stay on. Here is a pivot you didn't see coming. The chairman and his youngest son face off. The son nervously asks what his dad wants. The chairman gets straight to the point, demanding to know if his movie business is actually thriving, since movies survive exchange crises. But pulling in film investors during a major financial storm is no joke. The son replies, "It is hard, but we are holding strong. Other industries are facing a brutal fight for survival, not just minor struggles." Hearing this, the chairman actually smiles warmly for once. Folding his arms, he offers to give him a helping hand, making the son immediately guard up. "Stop playing, Dad. I am not that weak kid you can easily manipulate anymore." The chairman sighs heavily, and after a brief silence, the son asks him to just spit out what he wants. The chairman closes his eyes, calculating his next move before speaking. "Fine, keeping it simple. I will hand over Soonyang's Medical Foundation and Human Resources Development Center to you." The son is totally stunned by this sudden generosity. Soonyang's Medical Foundation Hospital is a top 3 facility nationwide, with its annual tax alone reaching 1 billion. But the Human Resources Center is just an independent branch training everyone from rookies to top executives, meaning it is not exactly a major money-making business. The dad stares at his son. "Why that face? You think this is still not enough?" The son figures he might as well take whatever is handed to him since his expectations are low, but then he remembers Dojun, his beloved son. Gritting his teeth to suppress his rage, he tells his dad that yes, this is still way too little. The chairman is shocked by this sudden greed. They just stare at each other in dead silence. "You think it is too little? I thought you completely gave up on the family succession battle and stopped caring about the company. Why the sudden greedy ambition?" "No, I just need to step up as a father," the son replies. The old man is taken aback. "A father's duty? Are you talking about Dojun?" The son looks straight at his dad and nods. The chairman sighs, telling him to go ask Dojun himself what the real value of that hospital and center is. If that smart kid knows, he might raise both hands to celebrate this. The son is stunned because he never cared about non-business assets. After all, the wealth he has was built by his genius son. "Just protect what I give you and hand it to Dojun when the time is right. I will look after him myself, but I am not giving it for free. I will sell it cheap." The son is shocked, selling to his own grandson. But the old man snaps, saying Dojun will get it. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next." "Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild family drama." The son smells a massive deal and shuts his mouth, while the chairman warns him that spies are watching, so keep it totally secret. The dude bows to thank his old man, who just waves him off. Cut to a super high-class flight where the newlyweds are sitting completely alone in an empty private cabin. The fresh bride looks around for anyone to talk to but finds 0 people. She asks her husband Jin Seongjin if he chartered this whole plane. The rich husband just snorts and laughs. He tells her no way, he only bought out first class and business class. The business class seats are just for his 6 bodyguards. The wife is shook, gasping if this is how elite families roll, since even their own fathers could never flex this hard. In the quiet luxury cabin, the vibe gets ruined. The wife pulls a file out of her designer bag and tells him to take a look at it. Now pay attention, because here is where the drama starts. He takes the file, opens it up, and goes from bored to shocked as he realizes it is detailed intel on his own family. His face goes red with rage. Getting this much dirty laundry requires 24/7 spying. The wife just smirks, enjoying his reaction. The biggest targets are director Jin Yangki and especially Jin Do-jun, who has officially teamed up with the chief executive officer of Fantasy. "You crazy lunatic," he roars with a face like a literal demon. "I already figured out the youngest kid's game, but how dare you stalk my entire family like this?" Seeing him lose his mind, the wife starts shaking. He shreds the papers to pieces, screaming if she thinks she is already the queen of this family. Gross. The flight attendants nearby see the absolute chaos, quickly close the partition doors, and run for their lives. They do not dare come back. After ripping the files, he glares at her with pure evil in his eyes. Let us pause here because this guy is a total psycho, telling a former reporter girl to know her place. Your only job is to birth me a son. If you ever step out of line without my permission, I will lock you in a dark room for the rest of your life. Keep that in mind. The poor wife just covers her face and cries, too terrified to fight back. The husband yells for Secretary Choi. Yes, sir, we are separating our bags when we land. Find me a hotel immediately. Keep her on a tight leash. Only let her out to go shopping, and absolutely do not let her do anything stupid. Got it? Secretary Choi can only say yes, even though he feels bad for the crying bride. The husband stomps off to find another first-class seat to sit all by himself. He thinks she is repulsive, but honestly, this drama works out perfectly for him. This is his golden ticket to enjoy a 10-day solo honeymoon. He is proud of himself for breaking her spirit on day 1. Now he does not have to wait 3 days to make his moves. That same night, over at Dojun's mansion, the kid tells his dad he bets Grandpa is secretly using the hospital. His dad is shocked, but Dojun explains that rumors say Soonyang Hospital is hosting tons of very important people. High-level politicians hate sharing their medical files, so they sneak into Soonyang for total privacy. Famous celebrities do the exact same thing. His dad is blown away, and Dojun keeps cooking, saying all these VIPs will start hitting up his dad for favors, slowly building a massive network. When producing movies, you can hook up directors at Soonyang Hospital. Trust me, you and I are watching a genius builder expand his empire. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal corporate power game. To get promoted, everyone has to survive the training institute first. It does not decide promotions directly, but it weeds out weak candidates fast. His dad is totally shocked because everyone knows the Soonyang Training Center runs a ridiculously tight ship, just like a hardcore judicial academy with zero room for error during workshops, exams, and assessments. But while chatting with his dad, Dojun slickly flips the script on him. If you want to be a major player in the group, Dad, you definitely need training at this development institute. That way, endless people will crawl to you for favors, building you an unstoppable network. His dad, the Soonyang director, looks pretty pleased. Yeah, he will easily build powerful connections inside and outside the conglomerate this way. Dojun grins, saying, since you finally want this, grandfather wants to make them your people. His dad chuckles and says, they are not mine, kid. They are going to be yours. Dojun just smiles, keeping his mouth shut. His dad is baffled and asks, how do you read your grandfather's mind so fast? Dojun replies, it is just because you do not really care about these things, Dad, so you did not see it coming. His dad quickly changes the subject, asking about the institute's current share structure, and their accumulated assets too. Dojun gets dead serious. Yeah, this is not just about networking. If this was not a secret and the uncles found out, they would absolutely lose their minds. His dad frowns, getting a major headache. Is there seriously another secret behind keeping this a secret? Dojun chuckles. Grandfather is a man of endless secrets, Dad. The dad sighs heavily. You are way more like him than me. Being a good father to a kid like you is tough. Seeing his dad soften up, Dojun just smiles in silence. But then things shift to a totally desperate scene at a rundown dump called DEVOUR Construction. The workers are still showing up, even though they are not getting paid. They are clinging to the tiniest sliver of hope that they will get at least some cash. And honestly, this fake hope is pure torture. Watching from outside, Dojun asks in a cold tone, what is going to happen to them? Pay attention here because Oh Se-hyun just chuckles. You have to be their savior, Dojun. Pay them and throw in a bonus to boost their spirits. Cut to the president's office. Time for a brand new showdown. A fat executive stands up. Hello, I am Kong Moo's son, director of DEVOUR Construction. Dojun and Oh Se-hyun are there, facing 3 other corporate guys. Dojun thinks with pure disgust, just managers in the owner's office, seriously? Fantasy Investment bought 5% of DEVOUR right after getting word from major shareholders. Staring at the empty main chair, Dojun knows that buying shares in a dying company means they must move fast. Plus, when a giant predator like Fantasy shows up, these guys lose their minds with fear. Director Kang squeezes out a fake laugh, saying they are shocked a big investment firm cares about them. Dojun fires right back. Is he just nervous or genuinely terrified? Our company is way too small for Fantasy to care. Could you share the reason? Ose flashes a classic fake business smile. Investors do not need a big reason to buy shares. It is obviously all about the cash. Then some old geezer interrupts. Trying to look smart, he says, you guys do not read the papers? Buying shares in a total train wreck like DEVOUR Construction right now is a massive, stupid risk. Nobody invests in stocks anymore unless they want to go broke. Another old geezer chimes in, saying they should just put money in the bank since interest rates are high. Oh Se-hyun immediately scowls in disgust, glaring at the old man. Is your rank higher than the director? His face hardens. If you do not have a high title, get the hell out. Just summoning 5% shareholders like us to meet the director instead of a proper representative is annoying enough. Frankly, this whole setup is making me highly irritated. Who even are you to butt in? The old man turns pale from the shout, shutting up in embarrassment. Now you and I both know Oh Se-hyun is absolutely furious here and Dojun just watches. The chubby director jumps up, bowing and asking for understanding. We are just trying to raise capital to save this company, Director O. He even had to meet with the assistant of Soonyang Credit Union. He glares at the embarrassed old geezer who gets the hint, stands up, and bows low in shame. I was rude, please forgive me. Oh Se-hyun crosses his arms, cold as ice. Then you should know your place and get out. I need private space to talk. The fat director nods to the old man and another guy. They get the message and quietly slip out. Once they leave, the chubby director shamelessly tells Se-hyun to keep going. Why do you suddenly want to buy our shares? Oh Se-hyun snaps back instantly. Before I answer that, shouldn't you tell me why you wanted to meet us in the first place? Do-jun watches him closely. It is the first time he has seen his partner act this aggressive and completely ruthless. He must suspect the DEVOUR board is bleeding the company dry. The fat director explains, I only wanted to know because you are clearly aiming for something specific here. Just lay it out. It is our job to listen to shareholders. Oh Se-hyun replies, I already told you I want to make money. That is literally what investors do. The director spreads his hands. Well, if you want a profit, you have to sell those shares for more than you paid. But that is obviously impossible right now. Oh Se-hyun fake scratches his head. I am not so sure. Feels like someone will be desperate to buy them back at a premium, right? The director freezes. Ah, I see. Could be. Let us review this. There are still plenty of people who believe DEVOUR Construction is going to make a massive comeback. Those guys are definitely gearing up to buy back most of our shares. Do-jun realizes these corporate snakes are playing dirty. Oh Se-hyun says, since you went to all that trouble, our visit today was totally worth it. So, can you find that buyer quickly? The director promises they will hunt them down as fast as humanly possible. He is plotting whether they will cancel their plans before he wrecks everything, or if they are just delaying to buy more time. Oh Se-hyun stands up. We have said what we needed to, so we will take our leave. The director quickly acts polite, offering a handshake, glad the shareholder is happy. We will find the right buyer, and make sure your pockets are filled with cash very soon, director. Oh Se-hyun flashes another fake smile. Yeah, do it fast, your deadline is tomorrow. The fat director panics. Tomorrow, director? Oh, tomorrow is way too tight for a deal like this. Oh Se-hyun replies coldly, is that so? Then I will call an emergency shareholders meeting for the morning after. If you want to stop it, you better move fast. Bye. He and Do-jun walk out, leaving the fat director in absolute shock. In the car, Se-hyun yanks his tie. These corporate dogs are dirty, but trust me, you and I are going to watch them fail. Let's dive into a wild revenge story where Do-jun plans to strike immediately, demanding a full audit and asset check of DEVOUR Construction starting tomorrow. Oh Hyun laughs, asking if he already mastered this slick move, but Do-jun just smirks and says the apprentice still has a long way to go under the master. The old man pulls out his legendary brick phone, dials up, and tells the other side to assemble the appraisal team right now, ordering Samjun Accounting to drop everything and deliver the company profiles immediately. Tell the field investigators to stand by. The meeting starts in 10 minutes. Cut to the chairman's massive mansion. Sitting with folded arms, he asks why Do-jun is keeping him cooped up inside, to which Do-jun bluntly replies that he needs his help. The old man smirks and says he will listen first, then charge him a hefty fee. Do-jun laughs inside. Grandpa talks big about cash but always ends up giving way more. He always soft spots his favorite grandson. Do-jun drops the bomb. I am going after DEVOUR Construction. It is the key to locking down the Mapo SMC project this year. The chairman grunts, saying the intro is too long, so get to the point. Do-jun coldly explains that the corrupt executives are busy looting the last scraps of a dying company, and he wants to snatch the whole thing before they finish gutting it. What do you think? Now watch this, the old man's jaw drops, but a massive smirk creeps onto his face as he laughs at this crazy lucky kid. Do-jun decides it is best to act like his grandfather already knows the entire scheme inside out. The old man ponders deeply, asking who the CEO of this construction firm actually is. Some guy named Kang? Do-jun nods, confirming it is Director Kang Mun, and his sneaky younger brother Kang Run-shu is holding the executive director spot. The old man asks if he already met him. Do-jun replies that he went in person to confirm that these scumbags are definitely stripping the company clean. Exactly the moment Fantasy grabbed 5% of DEVOUR, they panicked and reached out, offering to buy it back. The chairman is shocked. 5%? He heard of sharks on Wall Street pulling moves like that and asks if this was Hyun's idea. Do-jun steps up to explain. Yes, with DEVOUR Construction failing and rumors of bankruptcy flying, we do not need much cash to take over. Using 5% to shake up a company is not just for dying firms. Some raiders buy stakes in perfectly healthy companies, become major shareholders, and then flip their shares at insane prices. But buying 5% of a healthy company takes serious cash. That is why ordinary wolves do not dare try it. The chairman strokes his chin. They are definitely going to panic. If you call for a shareholder meeting tomorrow, they will be losing sleep. Do-jun replies, you and I both know a shareholder meeting is too slow, so tomorrow he plans to audit their books for solid proof of asset stripping. Grandpa asks if he wants them jailed, and he says yes to reclaim everything stolen. Once we clean up the company and give it a fresh start, won't it build an epic reputation? Do-jun stays silent, watching his grandpa. The chairman thinks for a second, then points out that director Kang Musen's family holds a massive chunk of shares. If we secure those, taking full control will be a breeze. Dojin replies they will face heavy fines on embezzled cash. If the Kang family hands over their shares to DEVOUR Construction as compensation, we will not need to buy many more shares to secure absolute management control. The old man grins since the representative director controls the company's shared assets. Dojin smiles, confirming that is exactly how it works. The chairman adds that they are running out of time on this long road. They need to acquire DEVOUR Construction and stabilize everything by next month, so they can launch the Mapo project together with his uncle. By then, your uncle will be the mayor of Seoul. Dojin nods, saying that is the exact timing where he needs a huge favor. The chairman is startled, wondering why then. He ponders for a moment before telling Dojun that time is a priceless treasure money cannot buy. Dojun calmly fires back that while money cannot buy years, it easily buys human lives after all. Grandpa bought the lives of 100,000 Soonyang employees with salaries. The chairman stares in utter shock and amusement. This kid is giving him a massive headache again. First, we must slap a travel ban on the Kang family. The Justice Department is already on it due to heavy overseas transfers. Dojun's eyes light up, immediately massaging the old man's shoulders. Please lock down that travel ban for me, Grandpa. The old man tells him to keep massaging, then dials his phone, asking Inspector Kim if he is busy. With our economy currently drowning, how can we just stand by and let a failing company get looted by executives who only care about hoarding cash? The chairman cuts in with total authority, saying they must first block them from fleeing abroad. He promises to look into it and report back later. They need a private chat. Securing his goal, the chairman hangs up and smirks at Dojin, asking if he is satisfied now. Dojin cheerfully massages his shoulders. Thank you so much, Grandpa. The old man keeps commanding, saying an audit is not enough. He needs at least one solid piece of evidence to charge the executives with embezzlement. If the tax service and prosecutors strike together, they will definitely surrender. Dojin blinks in surprise. Surrender? What exactly does surrender mean in your master plan? The chairman closes his eyes, asking Dojin what his ultimate goal with DEVOUR Construction is. To guarantee the SMC project succeeds. Hold up. The chairman advises him to take the next step slowly. Dojin reflects on this wisdom, realizing he must focus completely on his immediate targets and urgent moves. The more urgent things get, the more you must narrow your focus to short-term targets over distant dreams. Grandpa adds that if he wants to team up with his uncle after the June local elections, he needs to control DEVOUR Construction by early next year. Exactly. But if prosecutors start investigating the embezzlement, freezing and reclaiming those stolen assets could drag on for several years. Meanwhile, DEVOUR will collapse and creditors will liquidate everything. At best, it takes 2 years to secure it. Dojin finally realizes the real bottleneck here is time itself. He asks to speed things up, and this is Grandpa's answer. So, the surrender actually means giving them an easy escape route. The old man smirks. Prosecutors and taxes are just leverage to force them to choose prison or giving up their assets to flee. Trust me, you and I are about to see a masterclass in leverage. Alright, you and I are about to witness how insane raw power really is, controlling prosecutors and tax offices like absolute puppets. They start and stop investigations whenever they want. Honestly, $1 trillion could never buy that kind of crazy influence. Grandfather used time to patch up budget holes and cash to buy off dirty officials. Once they sell their souls, he owns them for life. That is the savage cycle of Soonyang power. Dojin fingers start shaking as he massages his granddad. The line about money buying time hits him hard while the old man stays lost in deep thoughts. Rich folks always have to scheme. Dojin quickly gets his head straight and says, I will handle the surrender part. Just keep using the prosecutors and tax agents like we planned. The chairman laughs like a maniac, saying he is waiting to see some real action. Do not just talk big, show me, he playfully warns. Dojin politely replies, tell me what you want and I am all ears. The chairman thinks for a second, then says, if you take over DEVOUR Construction, you have to pack the empty board seats with my people. Dojun goes totally stiff, so this was his real play. If the chief executive and every single decision-maker are the old man's puppets, who actually owns DEVOUR Construction anyway? Chairman Jin stares at Dojun, throwing shade by saying the kid does not have enough trustworthy allies to run it. If you do not use my crew, who do you have in mind? Dojun drops his solution, pointing out the top-tier talent left over from those bankrupt Dongwoo and Gusung construction firms. Promoting those department heads to director positions at DEVOUR will fix this whole mess in a heartbeat. The chairman is shocked, asking if the kid is seriously planning HR moves now. Dojin fakes a laugh and asks if that works, but the old man just crosses his arms mockingly. You and I both know that is a bad idea. Construction CEOs are just site thugs who only know how to boss around laborers. They drink rice wine at lunch and intimidate local residents. Promoting trash like that to high offices is crazy. Dojin stays dead silent. He totally underestimated how wild the human factor is in this business. I figured anyone higher than a CEO could just play politician. Looks like I made a huge mistake with this move. The chairman spots his grandkid hesitating. You are sweating it, right? worried whether the glass of water I am offering is poison or medicine. You are scared my crew will take everything and hand it to Soonyang, aren't you? Hearing this, Dojun freezes. The old tycoon is a beast, absolutely nothing gets past him. Dojun tries to play it cool and says smoothly, I already told you I would hand Daiha Construction over to Soonyang. Chairman Jin laughs coldly. Why should I believe an ambitious kid like you would just give it away? Dojun goes numb. How does this old man read him so easily? Seeing his grandkid standing there like a statue, the chairman asks with a mysterious smirk, what is with the serious face? He provokes him further, saying, all you have is cash. You have no time, no real authority, and zero workforce. If you reject my offer, not only Daiha but even SMC will vanish into thin air. Dojun realizes the bitter truth. The old man is right. I should only worry when I actually have choices. But the key asset Granddad always shares is manpower. He compromises on staff, except for the chief auditor role. That spot has to go to Oh Se-hyun's guy. The chairman smirks slyly, asking if he wants the key to the treasure vault. Dojun stays dead silent. The chairman gets super serious, dropping truth bombs based on years of blood and sweat. Dojun, construction executives are absolute masters at skimming budgets and stealing company funds. Let that sink in for a second. They can mobilize hundreds of workers instantly. You think that is all? What if they swap out expensive wood worth millions of won for cheap scrap worth pennies? Do you think Oh Se-hyun, who only knows how to type on computers, can even tell the difference? They will steal steel weight and even pocket money from the laborers' cafeteria meals. Dojun is totally shocked, realizing he completely overlooked these dirty tricks. Chairman Jin grins, do you still not get it? Dojun thinks deeply, then it hits him. Construction is the ultimate hotbed for corporate crime in Korea, full of backroom deals and embezzlement. Is he telling me to take control of this dirty system? Sometimes you have to get your hands dirty to see the real truth. The chairman looks at his grandson with pure pride. If you can control these construction bosses like puppets, it means you have learned to manage servants. They will automatically know how to fetch the cash you need. And when you need to make shady deals under the table, no place is safer than these firms. Dojun suddenly realizes he only guessed half of his granddad's actual plan. Taking over Daiha Construction is not just a stepping stone, but a clever way to protect his secret slush funds and avoid any financial traps. He smiles at his sneaky grandfather, knowing he is receiving the ultimate real-world business masterclass. The chairman says, I am sending Soonyang Construction's audit team tomorrow. Seyun is nothing compared to these ruthless auditors. They only need to dig through tax files and receipts to expose everything. Dojun thinks to himself, Granddad helped so much, if I cannot swallow Daiha whole now, I am completely useless. He bows deeply and thanks his grandfather. The old man snaps back, save your thanks for when the job is actually finished. Dojun looks up, totally confused. What do you mean? You must realize this is not just for your sake, kid. It also serves the interests of Soonyang. Do not complain about this old man and cry about getting your hands dirty. The chairman laughs out loud, totally thrilled. Dojun sighs, this guy always plays these crazy mind games, pushing me into a corner. Cut to the Daiha construction lobby. The employees are all staring blankly at the main entrance. The receptionist freezes as a powerful crew struts in, led by Oh Se-hyun with an intense vibe that steals the show. The chubby manager rushes over in a panic. Director Oh, what is the meaning of this? Se-hyun calmly strokes his chin, asking if they should talk here in front of everyone. The fat manager turns red with anger but cannot argue. Please, step into the meeting room. He holds his head as Se-hyun walks in smoothly, then demands to know what game he is playing. How did you find a buyer overnight? I said I would handle things today. Oh, Se-hyun just replies with total chill. Has the CEO in charge of this mess not arrived yet? What? Well, it is over. From now on, we are stepping in to protect the shareholders' rights ourselves. The fat manager stares in shock. A sharp suit in Se-hyun's crew steps up. Under Article 14, Clause 5 of the Audit Law, and yeah, you and I are about to watch these guys crash. Yo, you and I are about to watch these corporate snakes get absolutely wrecked. Legally, shareholders can inspect any business doc anytime, so after paying, hand them over. Hun snaps, did you hear me? Bring the last 2 years of financial statements and every single receipt straight to this meeting room right now. As a shareholder, I seriously doubt this management team has any brain cells left. How did you ruin this company? I am investigating this mess myself. The fat director turns pale as a ghost, completely frozen as this new crew just takes over the entire place like they own it. One of Oh Se-hyun's crew coldly barks, Director, what are you waiting for? Bring those documents right now unless you want this to get way worse. The fat director is sweating bullets. The scene cuts to another room where some guy is screaming. Fantasies people want an audit? Waiting in the meeting room? What is going on? Yesterday you promised to handle this quietly. The fat director stammers. I told you I wanted to sell my shares, but they totally blindsided us. The other guy rages, how are you this incompetent? Turns out this is Daiha Construction's CEO, Kang Moo-sung. The fat guy shuts up, totally speechless. Kang Moo-sung grabs the desk phone and dials, saying into the receiver, this is CEO Kang. Suddenly he panics. What? You got hit too? They already swarmed your accounting office? The voice on the other end just stutters in absolute terror. Now watch closely. You do not want to miss how these Kang brothers panic in their private room as the older one paces. The fat brother smirks. Those trashy foreign investors will never find what we hid deep in those files. They are just bluffing to get a better deal. It is not that easy. Kang Moo-sung stays quiet, but his brother is still bragging. Those idiots do not even know what to look for. They will definitely call us begging once they drown in that mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, in the massive archive room, tons of files are piled everywhere on the desks. Dojin's team is hunting for embezzlement clues. Everyone is laser-focused, carefully digging through every single detail. Dojin himself is staring intensely at a piece of paper. An employee runs up to Oh Se-hun. "Director Oh, check this out. This looks like a super sketchy foreign exchange transaction." Oh inspects it, and the guy adds, "Plus, the last cash transfer was never sent back home." Oh Se-hun asks, "So they ignored the exchange rates and pocketed the dollars?" "Exactly, they faked raw material imports to get dollars, then used that foreign cash to gamble on the market. With rates swinging wildly, they are siphoning cash like crazy." Dojin asks, "So those raw material imports were all a lie?" "Spot on. Check this invoice. They allegedly imported luxury interior stuff like chandeliers. This amount should have filled 6 shipping containers, but they only received 1 single container. These scumbags bribed customs." Oh Se-hun stares at the paper, then looks up and asks, "Are you absolutely sure?" The employee nods. "Positive. We have handled this stuff 100 times. I do not know what their houses look like, but I know the exact size and value of every item." Oh closes his eyes, looking dead serious. He stands up and declares, "All right, let us head straight to the director's office." Dojin stops him. "Wait, let me call first." He dials and the other side picks up, asking, "What is it?" Dojin says, "You sent your best people, and in under 2 hours we found their dirty secrets. I know what you are thinking. We totally have them cornered now." The chairman laughs over the phone. "See? I told you they were pros." Dojin replies confidently, "I saw it with my own eyes, so I definitely get it now." The old man continues, "I will call the prosecutors today. They will get a search warrant ready." Dojin quickly thanks him. "Thanks, grandfather." He hangs up satisfied, then turns to his crew with a grin. "Let us go." They enter the office and the fat director jumps up. He fakes a warm welcome. "Oh, why are you guys back so fast? There is still time to audit. Do you not want to see the files everyone is waiting for?" Kang Moo-sung gives a smug smile. Dojin just smiles back at both of them and says, "Looking at you two, I completely understand why this company is trash. Did you honestly think we spent the last 2 hours just flipping papers around?" The brothers panic. "Who are you to talk to us like that?" Dojin chuckles. "I am the guy who just reported your entire board to the prosecutors. Is that enough to make you speak politely?" They both jump up in absolute shock. "What?" Dojin says calmly, "You probably have 3 or 4 insiders there, right? If you do not believe me, go check." They exchange looks and the fat brother dashes out to verify. Kang Moo-sung points angrily, "What the hell are you playing at? We are destroying everything. When this company goes bankrupt, your shares will just be cheap tissues." Dojin looks at him like he is watching a clown show. Oh Se-hun just scoffs in silence. Suddenly the fat brother rushes back and screaming, "Brother, the Western Prosecution's financial team just issued the warrant. It is happening way too fast. Someone major is putting massive pressure on them." Kang Moo-sung grinds his teeth and swears. Dojin smirks. "Acquiring Hazen and taking over Soonyang Motors is done. We need eyes and ears in these deals. Mr. Kang and his crew broke our agreement. Director Kang Moo-sung, does it count as bribery if government officials are just volunteering to help us? I wonder. I am sure your massive experience can give me some great advice." Kang Moo-sung is absolutely furious but completely powerless. Dojin turns to the Kang brothers, his voice freezing cold. "Your entire family and board are banned from leaving the country, so do not try running away. Just enjoy the ride." The Kang brothers stand there completely shell-shocked. Oh Se-hun steps up to twist the knife. "Oh, and if you are too scared facing investigators, just call me. You have my number, right? Do not go making up lies now." The Kangs are completely paralyzed. That night, you and I are taken to the chairman's estate for an emergency meeting with all the top construction tycoons. The chairman looks around. Who is the youngest person here? Soonyang Construction's Song Chun stands up. It is Director Kim Yun-ki from the support division. "Yo, get ready because you and I are about to watch an epic corporate power play." Director Kim immediately bows down, shocking the chairman. "When did this dude even get promoted?" "Last spring, after his review." "Upgraded in just 1 year?" "You are riding a lucky wave," the grandpa comments, throwing the whole room into total chaos. "Promoted to executive director in just 1 single year," the secretary explains, adding that a big transfer is coming. "Better pay, higher rank than Soonyang Construction, basically jumping up 1 or 2 whole tiers." Panic spreads fast. "A transfer? If it is not a direct affiliate, is this not just a sneaky way to demote him?" The secretary keeps reading. "Announcing Executive Director Park will be appointed as the new representative director. Yoon Chang-ti is now vice president while Kim becomes business managing director. Everything is shifting. What even is this new company? If it is on par with Soonyang, we are totally winning. But what if it is not?" The secretary drops a massive bombshell name. "Your new home is DEVOUR Construction." The entire room absolutely explodes. Wait, DEVOUR is literally going bankrupt. Plus, it has zero ties to Soonyang Group. That is when the chairman speaks up, his voice sounding like a straight-up death sentence. Let me explain so you all chill. The crowd sits right down. The old man laughs. Dia is falling to fantasy. You guys know fantasy, right? Someone replies. They took over Hazin and merged with Soonyang, right? Exactly, that is the investor. The partnership is happening right now. In 2 months, they will be DEVOUR's biggest shareholder. A chubby, balding director cuts in saying DEVOUR is declaring bankruptcy. The chairman stays dead calm. I will control it before it crashes and get it back on track. Do not interrupt me while I am talking. Everyone bows, apologizing fast. Basically, your job is simple. Make sure DEVOUR gets back to normal as fast as possible. Yes, chairman. The old man closes his eyes, smirking like a boss. Once DEVOUR stabilizes, it will become an affiliate of Soonyang for 2 years instead of merging directly. If they merged immediately, too many of your positions would get axed. Now pay attention, because here is where the real mystery begins. A senior director with glasses interrupts. Excuse me, sir, but what is the actual relationship between Fantasy and Soonyang? Could Fantasy be an investment firm you secretly built? That one question straight up freezes the entire room. Chairman Jin just smirks. I wish I owned Fantasy. Word is they are sitting on a massive mountain of cash. The old guy is still lost, but the boss folds his arms, shutting down. The secretary Lee Hok-jae holds his breath, too scared to make a sound. Will he finally figure out the answer today? Chairman Jin suddenly drops a hint. Fantasy's majority shareholder is someone I trust completely. Just like you guys here. You could say they use their own cash to build that whole empire from scratch. Lee Hok-jae is completely stunned. Only one face pops into his mind hearing that high praise, Jin Dojin. He tightens his fist. Dojin? The secretary stares at Jin Yang-xial's knowing grin. The final puzzle piece just clicked. The chairman never backs anyone unless they share his own bloodline. The only person he trusts completely, the key mastermind hunting down massive domestic assets for Fantasy, has to be Jin Dojun. Wait, you and I both saw this coming, right? The inheritance is going to the grandson, not the sons. At the prosecutor's office, the vibe is totally tense. Buried under stacks of files, Chang Min-jun sits right across from Dojun, Oh Se-hyun, and another mysterious guy. Dojun starts speaking with a slick negotiating tone. President Chang, is there really any deal better than mine? Chang just scowls in silence. Dojun presses hard, giving him zero room to say no. You get to keep your money and you do not have to flee the country. You can stay right here in Korea. But if you refuse, every single dime of salary paid to your kids will be labeled illegal and snatched back by the company. Chang Min-jun glares at the mushroom-haired guy casually eating, absolutely grinding his teeth in pure rage. He flashes back to a chaotic confrontation. That same guy pointed at the seal, warning him. Chang roared, "You dirty dog, how dare you!" The mushroom-head guy just puffs his cigarette. You scumbag. While the country is collapsing because of a dollar shortage, you were busy looting everything. Would anyone even care if you got executed? Chang just seethes. The prosecutor calmly offers him a cigarette, asking, "Wanna smoke, bro?" What a joke. Why target me? The prosecutor takes a drag. Who has absolute power in Korea today? Chang panics. Is it some high-ranking politician? Nope. Right now, whoever holds the dollars is king, the prosecutor replies. Fantasy Investment has the dollars and is negotiating with the government. Their boss promised to inject cash if they acquire DEVOUR Construction. Too bad for you, President Chang, you became their target. Chang feels his world shatter. Plus, the evidence of embezzlement is crystal clear. We have witnesses, staff, and documents. You are completely cornered. Chang mutters, so you are saying I am going to get prosecuted? If you want to survive, stay out of the crossfire. Chang snaps out of his painful memory, staring at Dojin. Fantasy Investment, huh? He finally asks Dojin, what do you really want? Dojin answers, bring back all the money you stole and we will buy your family shares at a fair price. That money will keep you comfy in retirement. Dojin smirks, promising that this whole investigation will disappear into thin air immediately. Chang turns pale, knowing he is totally reeked. He bows his head in defeat. Fine, I will cooperate, but you better keep your word. Dojin grins like he just won the lottery, because he finally took out this piece of absolute garbage. Later, Dojun's luxury rides speeds down the highway. Inside, Oh Se-hyun starts crunching the numbers, guessing they secured about 8 billion from this. But Dojun shakes his head. Try at least 150 billion, making Oh's jaw drop as he gasps, wait, 200 billion? Yup. Oh grinds his teeth. What absolute parasites. That 8 billion was probably just the tip of the iceberg from last year. Trust me, you and I are going to love watching this old fox pay back every cent he stole. Dojun cold smiles, totally ready to make him suffer. Yo, you and I are about to watch some epic revenge because Oh Se-hyun was still boiling, wanting to strip that trash clean. Imagine that scumbag retiring rich on fat stock money. But Dojun coldly shuts it down, saying there is no way in hell that is happening. Every single cent is getting seized. It is all going straight back to the company budget. Hearing this, Oh gasps, asking if he is seriously planning to make the guy completely broke. Dojun just shrugs and smiles. Hey, reincarnation is an art form. You do not just need lucky parents, you need a totally overpowered beast of a grandfather. Oh is left completely speechless, staring at his crazy nephew. Dojin turns to the window, staring out with a deep, dramatic look. Man, this life is honestly just one giant, twisted, dark comedy. The world just spins however the elites want. The rich treat life like a giant theme park, while broke people are stuck living in absolute hell. He knows this brutal truth down to his bones. Cut to the Grand Executive Office. The old chairman sips his bitter coffee, asking if that stubborn Director Kang really gave up without a fight. Dojin reports that the guy confessed to embezzling 80 billion gold. Right now, Soonyang audit team and some absolute math wizards are tearing apart every single shady record from the last few years. And with the prosecutors backing them up, they are going to expose a massive treasure chest of dirty secrets. The old chairman narrows his eyes, asking if Dojun actually plans to pay cold hard cash for those shares. Now watch this part, because Dojun just smiles. That kind of money is huge, but secrets always leak. Since his embezzlement is out, he is desperate to avoid rotting in jail. So, I will just use his own stock money to pay back the company. The chairman laughs, saying Director Kang is about to become a literal beggar on the streets. Dojin's face turns stone cold, radiating pure murderous intent as he says, I have zero mercy for trash like him. The chairman asks in shock, no mercy. What on earth made my calm grandson get this incredibly pissed off? Dojin replies angrily, even if times are tough and paychecks are late, if he had just spared a little cash to pay his low-level workers, I would have been nice enough to throw him some spare change to survive. Instead, he only cared about himself, leaving 2,000 workers completely broke and hopeless, scraping by just to survive. With banks freezing all credit lately, people had to rely on corporate bonds just to buy food. A jerk like Director Kang needs to taste that exact same bitter, desperate hell they went through. Hearing this, the chairman sighs deeply. Wow, you really never know how life turns out. How do you even understand the painful struggles of regular working-class people so well? Dojin looks down in silence. He used to be a regular working guy too. Back then, seeing a single month's pay cut meant his family was instantly ruined, drowning in a black hole of endless debt. He knows that gut-wrenching feeling better than anyone else. Dojin replies, I can never forget the absolute despair on those Day A employees' faces when I first walked in there. The old chairman closes his eyes in deep thought. Good, never forget that feeling. No matter what happens, you must make sure your employees can eat. There is literally nothing more miserable in this world than going hungry. Dojin looks up in surprise, staring at the old man, thinking, wait, does he actually have a human side? This guy is usually cold, ruthless, only caring about profits and cutting costs. He did not even blink when workers literally died on his construction sites. Let's pause for a second, because the chairman drops a major truth bomb. Desperate people will betray you when cornered. When their food is taken, they snap. Just look at Day A right now. Every single employee who handled those shady financial documents is totally united, trying to track down the secret cash stash Director Kang is hiding, right? Dojin suddenly snaps out of it, realizing that the old man's feed your employees speech actually had a sneaky, hidden motive. The old man continues, only two types of people will betray you. First, the desperate ones who are pushed to the brink. Second, the greedy monsters who never get enough. For the first group, it is your fault for not keeping them fed. For the second group, that is on you for failing to judge their character correctly. You need to lock that lesson into your brain. Dojin acts totally respectful and nods, but inside he knows this is not empathy. The old man is just being incredibly cautious and paranoid. On May 25, 1998, South Korea's new president officially takes office, stating, My beloved and respected citizens, today I officially step up as the 15th president of the Republic of Korea. On a bright day, inside a massive skyscraper, Oh Si-hun and Dojin are chilling with some high-ranking government officials. Oh says, I am looking out for the innocent employees of Day A. If the lenders could show just a little mercy, those workers would not lose their jobs or end up completely homeless on the streets. An official asks, What exactly do you want us to do here? O slides over a stack of highly classified documents, leaving the officials completely stunned. O continues, Looking at this organizational chart, you can clearly see our ultra-tight, unbreakable connection with the massive Soonyang group. The officials start buzzing, whispering frantically to each other. O leans in and asks, So what do you guys think? By now, I bet none of you doubt that an investment fund focused on profit actually knows how to run a massive construction empire. The officials just stare at each other, totally silent. The guy in the middle, speaking for the whole group, says, I agree. The board at Fantasy Investment has some serious foresight. So what does this Fantasy Alliance actually want from us? Just spit it out. O replies, We need you to extend our credit line for at least 1 year. The officials ask, Anything else? O continues, We want interest rate cuts, deferred payments, and debt exemptions. Plus, we need you to hand over the voting rights for the Day A shares the bank currently holds. The officials exchange tense looks again. A heavy-set guy speaks up, Those shares are our final line of defense to monitor and control our debtors' business. Are you seriously asking us to just hand over those shares? O confidently replies, We will return them once we successfully stabilize a sinking ship like Day A. And trust me, that leaves the whole room dead silent. Meanwhile, over at the Soonyang Group headquarters, the eldest uncle is holding a massive high-stakes personnel order. He thinks to himself, how did a bunch of construction directors quit all at once without giving me a single warning? Alright, you and I are jumping into a wild revenge game. The lackey reports that Gu took orders from Chairman Ha, and hiring the boss was entirely Hong's master plan. All the quitters are secretly gathering to work at Fantasy. Over at Jagudo, the uncle literally loses his mind when he hears Fantasy and Ose-hun mentioned in the same breath. The minion nods like crazy, confirming that Fantasy stealing Soonyang Motors is definitely connected to the old man himself. Talk about some massive family betrayal going on. The uncle clutches his head, trying to process this. He swears Fantasy cannot be his old man's secret cash stash. Like if that old fox was hiding a mountain of gold, why would he make so much noise for the world to see? Furious, he barks at his crew for better intel, absolutely petrifying his lackey. The dude stammers and begs for mercy, whining that the other side is locked down tight and everything is top secret. Our vice chairman wants to spy himself, but he is too proud for that. He just snarls that his dad's people are sly foxes who won't leak a thing. The lackey gets a quick brain blast and suggests Kim Do-sik. This young guy is totally desperate for power and wants to climb the ladder, so one snap of the vice chairman's fingers will have him running over instantly. Sounds like a plan. The uncle immediately sets up a secret dinner, warning his crew to keep it chill so they do not tip off the enemy. At a fancy dinner, the uncle acts super fake, pouring drinks to congratulate the guy's promotion, even if it is late. Kim Do-sik panics and frantically denies the hype, but the uncle plays totally dumb. He asks why the guy submitted a resignation letter right after getting a promotion. Now, pay attention here because this is where the mind games start. Kim claims he left in a rush, but the uncle just laughs it off, saying they are all Soonyang family anyway. He stays quiet for a few seconds, intensely reading the guy's face before dropping the real question. Is working with Director Oh's Hun super stressful? Kim honestly spills that Director Oh lived abroad for a long time, so he is blunt as hell. The uncle realizes this guy has his guard totally down and starts baiting the hook. The second he asks about work, Director Kim starts talking a mile a minute about buying out DEVOUR Construction and the massive Sangha Media City project. Everything is ready to go, just waiting to pull the trigger within 6 months. The uncle is completely lost, wondering what kind of crazy digital city nonsense this guy is spitting. Getting hyped up, Kim lets it slip, praising Dojun as a total young genius. Honestly, he feels like that kid is the real final boss pulling the strings, not some rookie apprentice. Like father, like son. Hearing Dojun's name, the uncle flinches, demanding to know if it is his youngest nephew. Kim is stunned, asking, wait, you did not know your nephew is basically running errands for Director Oh? The uncle cannot believe his ears, wondering what his golden nephew could possibly learn in that dump. Kim apologizes for spilling it, but the uncle just shrugs and scoffs that it is fine. He's way too busy to care about a kid's little games, so he tells him to just spit it out. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Is this kid really aiming that high? Kim drops the bomb, saying Dojun wants to be an investment shark and M&A king. The uncle is secretly absolutely thrilled. He figures if the kid is playing businessman outside instead of fighting for Soonyang's throne, he will never, ever have a real shot at taking over the empire. He sighs in relief. He thought the kid would become a prosecutor, but he is actually just money hungry like the rest of the family. He pours another drink to get Kim totally buzzed, asking if that massive trillion-won project is actually a sweet deal. Hyped up, Kim boasts it is a 100% guaranteed win, zero chance of failure. Hearing that huge trillion-won number makes the vice chairman think of his old man, leaving him completely dazed for a second. Kim snaps him out of it, and the uncle shrugs it off, claiming that even if it succeeds, Fantasy will swallow the whole thing, leaving Soonyang out. But then, Kim accidentally blurts out that the chairman said otherwise. Hearing the word chairman, the uncle freezes like he just got shocked, perking up his ears. He is lost thinking about his dad's schemes until Kim snaps him back to reality. He plays it cool, nodding and agreeing that it is true. Even if the project succeeds, merging it with Soonyang Construction is a long shot. Fantasy will definitely swallow DEVOUR, but Kim stammers that the chairman has a completely different plan. Hearing about the chairman's move, the uncle instantly gets serious, putting up his guard. He tells Kim they are just talking business and tells him to eat. During a super tense showdown at Soonyang, the uncle spots the second uncle chilling in his office and gets straight to the point. Why did you not call before stopping by? Not happy to see me? I am still annoyed, but employees from next door actually came over here. They have never set foot in here before, the second brother warns defensively. The oldest brother just smirks, cryptically asking if he knows about all those Soonyang construction managers quitting en masse. It is causing a massive buzz everywhere. Of course I know, the brother replies carefully. But do you actually know the real reason behind it? Just rumors, nothing certain. Does it involve Si-hyun from Fantasy? Yeah, word on the street is they are highly active over at Edu. The oldest brother knows his guess was spot on. This guy's spies are sharp, and he definitely knows this is a move to take over DEVOUR Construction. He drops an even more vicious question, asking if he knows the connection between their dad, Fantasy, and Os-hun. The second brother stays cool. You noticing something? Do you not care? Not yet, the brother replies. Why do you think it is Yoonki? Dad loves Dojun, so obviously he will value Yoonki. Plus, the kid is making some serious bank lately, so maybe dad wants to hand him something big. The oldest brother frowns, asking if dad gave Yoonki both construction and motors. Do you not think dad is favoring him too much? You mean Daya construction? The brother replies that Daya's assets are barely half of Soonyang's. Dad is not splitting Soonyang for him. Hearing this, the oldest brother smirks triumphantly, gearing up to launch another attack. Since you are so chill, you probably do not know what Daya's first big project this year is. The brother secretly admits he has no clue, wondering if his brother has the secret intel. I know you are dying to ask, but your pride won't let you. The project Daya is targeting is a massive trillion-won deal, making the second brother jump up shocked. Wait, a trillion-won project? Exactly. And if it works, Daya rivals Soonyang. Trust me, you and I are about to see everything go up in flames. Bro, stick with me here. We gotta find out why dad handed this massive project to someone else. The younger brother is shook, like, are you for real? The whole country is literally ruined by the IMF. What trillion-won project? Especially for a dead company like Daya that is literally going bankrupt. They should be using that cash to pay off their massive debts. But what if the mastermind behind this whole puppet show is actually our dad? The older brother drops the hint. The younger brother just stares at him, totally sus, trying to figure out if this guy is actually serious or just playing some mind games. The oldest brother pushes on. Like you said, dad gave Yoonki a whole car company. So what about this other trillion-won business? Are we supposed to believe that is just another free gift for Yoonki? This is getting too wild. The younger brother clenches his fists, losing his cool, and yells, what are you trying to say? What do you want me to do? The older brother stays chill, saying, just go ask dad who he is trying to protect and why. In this brutal war for Soonyang, you and I are the only ones who matter, right? The younger brother is about to lose his mind. You always do this. Every time things go south, we go crying to dad. Aren't you worried he'll get sick of us? After his angry outburst, he finally shuts up and actually thinks about his brother's words. The older brother keeps plotting. If we tell dad that we are buying Daya and going all out to make this project succeed, that is real business, not just whining. If we do not want dad seeing us looking like desperate beggars, we need to share our intel first. The younger brother is highly annoyed by his brother acting like some big boss. He calms down and snaps, it is not Yoonki. I already talked to him. This is not what Yoonki wants. He just wanted to hand over something big to Dojun. The oldest brother, Yoonki, is shocked. Yoonki did that? The younger brother nods. He is a dad too. If he actually wanted to hijack Soonyang, he would never have said those things. We just need to make sure we do not let him down. Compared to Yoonki, Dojun is the one holding all the real power. Dad absolutely adores Dojun, and the kid has literally never let him down. Now pay attention here. The oldest brother figures it all out. Dad is secretly training Dojun to be a god-tier financial expert. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. The kid is currently working under Oh Se-hyun to learn the ropes. But the younger brother shuts him down. If that was the case, Se-hyun would have been kicked out ages ago, and Hwa-young stands zero chance of getting in. The two brothers fall into a deep, silent panic, completely clueless about the mystery player pulling the strings behind the scenes. That night, at the chairman's massive estate, the old man confronts his two sons. Did you two seriously ask if I have ties with fantasy? Jin Yoonki and Jin Donkey stay dead silent. The chairman is extremely pissed. He calls them out one by one. You, Jin Yoonki, and you, Jin Donkey. Listen up, you guys need to learn the difference between someone holding a knife and someone bringing roses. Do you really think you even deserve to talk about who inherits the Soonyang group? The two sons are completely frozen by their dad's brutal, straightforward question. The chairman snaps, did you seriously forget? Just about 3 months ago, those guys brought $1 billion and demanded to swap it to local currency, including exchange fees and even the shares Soonyang Motors was holding. In my entire life, I have never seen such a shameless thief. And yet you two dare to ask what my connection is to them? The oldest son is sweating bullets, too terrified to speak. The second son asks, if they are so dirty, why did you accept their shady deal? The chairman shoots back, and what if I did not accept it? The second son instantly realizes he just made a huge mistake. Back then, the company could not survive 10 days, let alone 2 weeks. We were totally desperate, facing instant bankruptcy. Even if their demands were way more insane, any of us would have been forced to accept them. He quickly bows his head, apologizing, I am so sorry, Dad, I spoke out of turn. The chairman, still looking extremely annoyed, continues, I used Soonyang Motors and a tiny slice of group shares to survive the IMF crisis. Do not act like you got ripped off. Let's pause here because we all know they are dug in deep. The oldest son complains they did not have to help a literal thief, but the furious father snaps, go think about why I did it before making excuses. How hilarious that you two actually dare to question my choices. The sons quickly panic, saying, Dad, do not misunderstand, we did not mean it like that at all. We only asked because we wanted to understand your genius mind better. The chairman goes on. What do you call it? In that famous war, they built a massive wooden horse packed with hidden soldiers? A Trojan horse? The oldest son asks, totally stunned. Hearing this, the chairman just smirks with pure cunning. Exactly, I am getting back every single cent plus interest. The two brothers finally get the picture. In the end, they are just oversized kids, already over 50 years old, still running back to daddy for help. But the dad still has not answered about Dojin and Daya construction. The chairman looks over at Dojin, who is standing his ground, and his mysterious smirk grows even wider. He speaks up, fantasy is trying to use me. They want Soonyang's raw power and connections to swallow Daya construction whole and pull off that massive project. They will grow insanely huge. Then, Daya will break into the AIN group, and that is when we step in and hijack AIN completely. So losing Soonyang Motors was just the price to pay, and getting AIN construction in Daya is the jackpot, right? The oldest son feels like an absolute clown listening to this. The chairman adds, I do not know the exact timing, but you two will probably be the ones to execute it. The oldest son is hyped, replying, I will definitely remember your words, Dad. But the second son sitting next to him is still locked in deep thought. He knows damn well this is not the whole truth. Their dad always acts like he spilled everything, but he is definitely hiding his real trump cards. The second son questions, even if we take back AIN Group and Daya Construction, the final owner will not be Soonyang. The chairman is shocked. What are you talking about? The second son goes on. Soonyang Motors has been completely split off. I think we should hand this sector over to Yoonki. Obviously, the main priority is still reclaiming AIN first. The chairman is totally stunned to hear his second son bring up Yoonki. The oldest brother stands there, grinding his teeth. How dare this punk try to bypass the eldest grandson of this family? Meanwhile, the chairman quietly watches his two sons. He sees the oldest brother barely holding back his pure rage, while the second son acts totally chill but is actually plotting some shady moves. He wonders, who is actually protecting who? They are just standing by like clueless losers while their young nephew robs the company. The chairman barks at his second son, Donkey. The second son quickly answers. The old man asks, highly irritated, where did you get the habit of treating my property like it is your own? He tries to act nice but gets scolded, bowing to apologize for Dojin's sake before the chairman cuts him off. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the ultimate corporate war. The old man tells his sons to back off and focus on taking back what they lost. The kids just nod. He adds that AIN Group's big relaunch is happening at the end of the month, so they better show up and put on a fake smile. Also, they need to back up Director Du-ho on his own battlefield. Then, looking at his sons, he softly tells them to watch their precious Soonyang fall straight into someone else's hands. You boys get it, right? Both sons clearly catch the hidden threat. Saying absolutely nothing, they turn around and walk away. Once they are gone, the old chairman lets out a heavy sigh. He secretly thinks that keeping his grandson safe from these vultures won't be easy. He laughs at himself, feeling like a total clown for lying at his age. Cut to the massive relaunch event for AIN Moto, where the new director steps up to the mic. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to make this day complete for us. Once again, I find myself standing right here after nearly ruining the entire company. He pauses, faking some heavy emotion before continuing. He talks about how a young company must always look toward the future, staying fully prepared to pull off the impossible with creative thinking and pure, unbreakable willpower. This is the brand image we must fight to regain. From this exact second, we are completely throwing away the old names of AIN and Soonyang, rebranding everything as AIN Moto. We promise to make this legacy last forever. Meanwhile, at the massive mansion, the chairman is shocked when Dojin shows up way too early, acting like a sweet, perfect grandson. Now, watch closely because this reunion is about to get intense. Dojin greets his grandfather, who wonders why he left the party early. Dojin says it is all thanks to him. The kid politely replies, how could he celebrate alone? He wants to share a victory drink with his granddad, but the old man just raises an eyebrow at the glass. Wine from a bankrupt company? Dojin just smirks, saying this bottle actually holds 70 years of history. The original founder, Jang Hak-seo, probably never expected this brand to survive for so long. Even though the actual company went under, BWA wine is still selling everywhere. He looks his grandpa dead in the eye, promising this brand will never fade. The old man takes the bottle, checking the label, agreeing that good brands outlast their owners. He raises his glass, liking the kid's attitude, and tells him to drink up. The old man definitely catches the hidden meaning, that this wine represents Soonyang's future. Or simply put, as long as you share the bloodline, anyone can be replaced. The chairman raises his glass, saying he is super proud of his grandson. At your age, I only had a few gold bars, but at 20, you already own what took me 40 years to get. Dojin stands up to thank him. That's because you weren't handed $1 million estate at 10 years old, Grandpa. The kid bows, saying it's all thanks to him, not his own talent. The chairman proudly disagrees, pointing out that other rich heirs get massive estates too, but by their 20s and 30s, they are just useless party animals. But you multiplied that farm 10,000 times. This epic achievement isn't some gift from me. You made this miracle happen with your own hands. You should be proud. Dojun gets a bit smug hearing this. It's so weird the old man is acting unusually hyped and super nice today. He downs his drink, complaining he's had this wine too many times and can't even taste it anymore. Dojun plays with his glass, thinking to himself, but honestly, you and I both know the real storm is brewing. The old man suddenly shifts gears, asking how the DAEA construction bank talks are going. Both sides are starting to compromise. The finance team is crunching the numbers to claw back all the cash director Kang Moo-sin stole. The chairman fakes some sympathy, saying the prosecutors worked hard. Dojun paid them off big time, but Kang still refuses to hand over his shares. Even when the cops threaten to lock up his daughter and grandson for embezzlement, Dojun tells his grandpa that money is terrifyingly powerful, making people hold on no matter what. The chairman pauses, saying it is not about the money, which totally catches Dojun off guard. Those shares are his absolute last weapon. He explains that Kang believes it's too early to completely throw in the towel. Dojun is confused because the old director is practically out of time. If his whole family gets locked up, all his shares will be seized anyway to pay off the fines, right? He has literally 0 cards left to play. The chairman just laughs like a true boss. Dojun is still a complete rookie in this brutal power game, staring blankly while waiting for an explanation. That money goes straight to the state treasury, meaning even we can't touch it. Dojun starts calculating. If Kang gives up the shares, his family avoids jail. If he refuses, the state gets everything, and his family goes to prison. Giving up the shares is clearly the smarter move here. Everyone sees Kang has no way out, so why does Grandpa think he still has a chance? Chairman Jin looks at him with a cold, ruthless stare. You are letting useless emotions cloud your judgment and miss the real prize. You've completely forgotten the core mindset of a true business owner. Dojun immediately fires back. Useless emotions? No way. I'm just trying to stabilize DAA construction by securing that massive pile of cash. Chairman Jin suddenly yells the word justice, completely startling Dojun. The old man continues, saying he is just mad because of his childish morals. That Kang and his family stole from a dying company to live in luxury while their own workers starved, and you think they absolutely must be punished, right? But Kang sees you as a real businessman. He expects you to offer him a deal to squeeze out maximum profits, and that's why he's holding out. Dojun is shocked by his granddad's absolute genius. Chairman Jin declares that real businessmen don't waste time playing moral judge. How other people live or think is none of our business. Our only job is to move every single penny from their pockets into ours. Those brutal cold words hit Dojun like a truck. He realizes his anger toward Kang is just pity for the victimized workers, a soft, useless emotion that his grandfather is trying to wipe out. Chairman Jin commands him to think it over carefully. Now, what do you and I think? Is Dojun going to let his emotions ruin his master plan? He tests the old man, asking if he should let Kang's family off easy. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the most brutal corporate chess game, where the old chairman claims if the guy returns half his dirty cash, his prison time gets cut. This is huge for the company, but Dojun is absolutely seething, realizing he is just a pawn in his grandfather's grand plan, and the old man can totally read his mind. He warns Dojun not to look for other options or try to hoard the money to settle scores with Kang later. He says secure the cash first and throw morality out the window unless manager Kang becomes a direct threat. Dojun is completely shook by how cold-blooded his grandpa actually is. Bowing his head, Dojun promises to think like a ruthless businessman, though he feels totally crushed under the weight of this raw, unforgiving, money-hungry capitalism. The next morning, at a high-security prison, Dojun sits across from Kang Moo-sun, asking with mock politeness if he is enjoying the terrible prison food. Kang scoffs, claiming he only ended up here because he underestimated a nobody company like Fantasy. Dojun is instantly annoyed by the old man's trash-talking behind bars. But Dojun admits the guy is still sharp as a knife. Remembering his grandpa's warning, our main character decides to cut the small talk and get straight to business. Visiting hours are short, so he delivers the ultimatum. Is Kang going to return all that stolen cash to the company, or is he handing over all his shares instead? Kang smugly snarls that they just want to seize his assets, making Dojun sigh in relief and promise that the prosecution will drop the case. His prison sentence will be suspended, and they will hire him as an advisor for DAEA construction with a fat salary, as long as he plays nice with them. Watch closely as Dojun offers to totally wash away the old man's shameful thief reputation. They will spin it as a misunderstanding, claiming he only made mistakes while trying to help the firm. The media will eat it up and completely clean up his dirty image. Dojun knows this arrogant boomer cares way too much about his public image, and being a DAEA advisor beats rotting in a jail cell for embezzlement any day. Kang finally asks what Dojun actually wants, and our boy says return every single dollar you stole. He promises they will buy out his family's shares at a fair price, so the old thief will still have plenty of money for retirement. Kang chuckles, saying their boss is quite thorough, but suggests an advisor like him deserves a much bigger cut. Dojun just shrugs, mentioning taxes will eat most of it anyway. The old manager laughs out loud, stands up, and offers a handshake, saying honest taxpaying is every citizen's duty. Dojun shakes hands with the old criminal who literally just scammed his own company, casually replying that he will get the advisor contract ready. Later that afternoon, Oh Hyun is totally shocked when Dojun casually tells him the old man agreed to hand over all his DIA shares. And in return, all he gets is an advisor's salary, even if it is a bit on the high side. Oh Hyun is still skeptical. Dojun calmly explains that Kang's whole family was heading to prison anyway, so trading his shares to pay the fines was his only real play to avoid losing absolutely everything. When Oh Hyun asks about the payout, Dojun reveals Kang wants 3 to 4% of the stock value. Oh Hyun agrees that it is enough to keep him comfortable, and it is definitely way more than what he used to make as DEVOUR's director. You and I know Dojun is petty, and he deviously explains it is only temporary. He plans to pay the promised amount for just a few months and then slowly cut it down, making the greedy old man suffer without his cash. When Oh Hyun looks confused about how he will pull this off, Dojun brings up the country's crashing economy, forcing everyone to tighten their belts. After all, the old man always promised his own workers that back pay depended on company profits, so Dojun is just using his own toxic logic against him. Now we see Dojun chilling on a plane, reading a book, while assistant Kim looks totally out of place next to him. Dojun tells him to relax. He tells him everything is on his tab, so order whatever food or drinks he wants, grab a glass of wine, and get some sleep. Assistant Kim nods, then drops some spicy tea about Vice President Jin Sung-jin, who just got appointed as a director, but only over Soonyang construction. The guy actually wanted to run the electronics division, but Vice President Jin Young-ki straight up ignored his request and sidelined him instead. Dojun chuckles, saying with Deha out of the picture, there should be plenty of open slots, making this a pretty brutal move to deny him a top seat. Kim explains that while construction isn't terrible, it is definitely not the prime piece of cake, prompting Dojun to ask for his opinion. He asks which role holds more actual power, the director of Soonyang Electronics or the permanent director of Soonyang Construction. Kim scratches his head, guessing electronics has more clout. Dojun mumbles something under his breath, then speaks up, claiming he could order any of the thousands of Soonyang employees to do basic chores. Assistant Kim is totally caught off guard by that statement, but keeps his mouth shut and continues to listen respectfully. Dojun then asks, since their relationship was built purely on business transactions, what would it take for them to break that barrier and actually build real trust between them? Kim stays quiet, thinking it over, while Dojun tells him not to just report facts, but to analyze the causes and predict future changes and their consequences. I want your sharp insights, Dojun demands. Assistant Kim bows, saying he understands. Our main character smiles, adding that trust is only built when your predictions are constantly proven right. A regular trader can be replaced anytime, but real trust is irreplaceable. Assistant Kim respectfully promises to remember this lesson. Admitting he needs to stop acting like a basic errand boy, he thanks Dojun for the warning. Dojun silently hopes Kim remembers, knowing many show grit but only a few prove it, and that's why we love this main character. He only trusts real results. As the plane flies toward the horizon, the scene shifts to a research room at ISG University in America. Yo, stick with me, because we are about to watch this kid build a literal empire. Right now, Dojun is chilling in a messy room stacked with books, facing a chubby middle-aged dude who is totally confused, asking why Hollywood wants him. The guy says he is just some nerd struggling with math equations. Dojun just smirks and says Hollywood is barely a tiny fraction of their master plan. He tells him they only hunt for startups with insane, next-level tech. Samuel raises an eyebrow and asks if he is actually targeting his company, Cognitech. Dojun tells the professor to break it down for him. Samuel thinks for a second before explaining his tech. Cognitech is basically a three-dimensional optical solution that measures metal parts and crazy machine layouts with absolute flawless precision. It is both the product and company name. Dojun just smiles. He does not care about the nerdy tech details anyway. This professor is a certified genius, and everything he builds is bound to change the entire world. Dojun straight up tells him he wants this company on his investment list. Samuel is shocked, like, wait, his list? Yup, exactly. Dojun explains he is looking for tech that sends camera data to users with almost zero lag or errors. Professor Samuel's completely mind-blown and asks how on earth Dojun even knows about that. Dojun plays it cool, saying he skimmed some article about artificial intelligence and computer vision systems. Well, actually his employees found it, so he only knows the basic vibe of how it works. Samuel asks if Dojun really thinks a simple concept like that is powerful enough to break through global barriers and conquer the market. Dojun rubs his chin, saying the real value depends on how they use it. He asks what field the professor wants to target. The professor says he has ideas but wants to hear Dojun's thoughts first. Dojun looks dead serious and says the eyes of a car. Dojun goes on to explain his insane vision of a car loaded with this tech. He asks, what if a tiny camera scans the entire environment and warns the driver about hazards with basically zero errors? It would predict and warn about crashes before they even happen. A rear bumper camera would stream everything to the dashboard screen, meaning absolutely no more twisting your neck to park. Plus, a front camera calculating exact distances to other cars would completely destroy the rate of road accidents. It could even slam the brakes automatically at red lights. Samuel gets hyped, saying he would focus on making lane detection 10 times stronger. That would stop cars from drifting off the road. By converting analog data to digital, they can easily hook it up to modern car systems. Dojin smirks. Exactly, the ultimate goal here is a car that completely drives itself, a literal self-driving vehicle. Samuel jumps out of his chair, completely hyped. Dojin just smiles and says it is time to cut straight to the chase. Samuel is confused and asks what the main point even is. Dojin tells him it is the whole reason he crossed the ocean. Samuel crosses his arms, pointing out he only has raw theory, asking if Dojin really wants to invest. Dojin tells him he has not even dropped his conditions yet, so he should hold his horses. Samuel gasps, saying the chance of actually building self-driving tech is basically zero. He says it only exists in sci-fi movies. It sounds fine on paper, but nobody knows when it will ever become reality. Dojun gives a mysterious smile, saying nothing beats turning wild dreams into reality. After all, their company name is Fantasy. He tells Samuel he is staying at the cider. Watch closely because Dojun is about to make this man an offer he cannot refuse. He tells the professor to think over the deal and call him anytime, including Cognitech. He says goodbye, leaving the professor completely frozen. The professor stammers that he will be in touch. Dojun just smirks and walks out without saying another word. This professor is about to become a massive shareholder in a 10 trillion won company holding the keys to self-driving tech. Dojun is ready to accept absolutely any deal the guy demands. He plans to use this tech to boost Hajin Motors' market share in Korea and crush foreign high-tech competitors. Suddenly, we cut back to the chairman's massive mansion. The old man is standing there with his arms crossed, totally fuming. He barks at Dojun, asking why he went to such a sketchy place. Dojun just gives a fake innocent smile. The chairman grumbles that he held back from calling so he wouldn't ruin Dojun's business. Dojun tells him he could have called, since he was just out getting some fresh air. The old man snaps, asking who flies across the globe just for fresh air. He tells Dojun to cut the fake talk, saying that is not even why he called him over. Just then, a knock rattles the door and the chairman's daughter walks in, surprised to see Dojun. The old man glares at his daughter and son-in-law, looking dead serious. Let's pause because this family drama is about to get messy. The old man tells them to sit, then asks his son-in-law if his mayoral campaign is running smoothly. Mr. Choi replies that everything is going perfectly. Dojun secretly watches them celebrate, knowing they think they have already won the first step and have the mayor's seat locked down. But then, the chairman completely rains on their parade. He tells them he has to drop a brutal reality check that they really need to hear right now. He reveals that the ruling party just chose Gogupil as their candidate, leaving the couple totally horrified. Dojun secretly recalls that in his past life, this Gogupil guy easily won the local mayoral election. The son-in-law just hit a massive brick wall. The chairman smirks at Dojun, teasing him that it looks like he just wasted a truckload of his cash. Dojun asks how he knows since the media has not reported a single thing yet. The chairman laughs, asking how else he would know. He says Gogupil called him this morning just to pay his respects and ask for a spot. Dojun is confused and asks why the guy would even need his grandpa's permission. The old man says anyone using his influence to climb the ladder needs his green light before they dare to go against his own son-in-law. He wanted to make sure the guy would not step out of line. Later that night, Choi is on his knees, begging his father-in-law for help. The entire room goes dead silent. The chairman scowls, totally annoyed, asking why it even matters who the opponent is. He mocks his son-in-law for wanting to win without any real confidence. Choi turns pale, stuttering that this rival was totally unexpected. His wife chimes in, begging her dad to just say one word to scare the guy off and clear the path. She says if her dad warns him, the rival will immediately back down out of sheer terror. She asks if it is really that simple. The old man roars in anger, asking if they think stopping one guy solves everything. What if a bigger monster is behind him? Do I have to clean up all your messes? The couple shuts up. And that is where we leave it today. You and I know Dojun is already 10 steps ahead of these clowns, watching them fail while he silently plots his next massive moves. You and I are about to see this kid play some major chess. He realizes the old man is subtly testing him, showing that securing absolute loyalty is no walk in the park. Dojun is thinking, is this another ridiculous test? Honestly, dropping a massive mind game like this on a 20-year-old kid is just straight-up overkill. The old man points right at Chang Jae and tells him to stop whining for help and go talk to the actual politicians. Yang Xiel yells that the biggest target in the upcoming election is the Seoul mayor. He demands they stop being lazy and find a real solution. The terrified couple bows out, leaving Dojun to watch them go while the old man just scoffs at their uselessness. Seriously, those spoiled rich kids start crying the second things get a little tough. The Choi family really has no clue how to raise their own children. Suddenly, Yang Xiel asks if Dojun knows who Go Kyung-jun is. Dojun laughs inside. Of course he knows, the guy is literally all over the news. During the mayor's term, the news was completely packed with his massive wins and failures. But Dojun just plays dumb and claims it is his first time hearing the name, so the old man breaks it down. The guy is a former diplomat and United States ambassador with a solid government track record. Sure, he is a bit old, but that actually makes him look reliable, so he should have an easy run. Dojun asks if his uncle is going to face major hurdles instead. Yang Xiao just scoffs, asking why on earth the son-in-law of Soonyang Group would ever get caught in a scandal. His father-in-law runs Soonyang and his wife owns a massive department store, so only a total idiot would ever take a bribe. Now pay attention here, because this is where the drama gets crazy. The old man warns that being tied to a conglomerate is actually a massive curse, since the media blames them for the economic crash. Dojun regrets not paying attention to politics sooner. He cannot even remember who the opponents were when Go Kyung-jun was mayor. When Dojun asks if his grandfather plans to help his uncle at all, the old man just stares blankly and asks, "Who, me? Why would he?" Yang Xiao sighs, explaining he has absolutely nothing to lose. Whether Go Kyung-jun wins or his own son-in-law takes the seat, neither of them would dare refuse his favors anyway. He smirks, bragging that he wins either way, though Dojun probably thinks it is a total waste of potential. Dojun frowns at his grandpa, smugly gloating. Yang Xiao is playing a waiting game because without the massive Media City project, DEVOUR construction is going to end up as a useless money pit. But the old man already sent a bunch of Soonyang people over there, jokingly saying they might starve. Dojun almost loses his mind, realizing his grandfather is just testing his reaction. If he begs for help, he is no better than his pathetic aunt and uncle. Instead, Dojun calmly points out that even Go Kyung-jun is human and will scream if they hit his weak spot. They just need to find that weakness. Plus, even though his uncle is tied to a massive conglomerate, that can actually be spun into a huge advantage. The old man sits up, intrigued. When he asks why, Dojun explains that because his uncle is already ridiculously rich, he has absolutely no reason to steal public money. He can even use the chairman's famous name to gain popularity. Yang Xiao is taken aback, wondering what he means, but Dojun just grins and says yes. He just needs to promise that the Soonyang chairman will build apartments and create tons of jobs in Seoul. The old man gets annoyed, asking why he should do business there, but Dojun tells him to chill. Everyone knows politicians tell empty lies anyway, but they still make promises just in case. Yang Xiao nods along, looking at Dojun with genuine interest. He admits it makes sense, but points out it is not a guaranteed victory. Dojun sits up straight, saying that elections are literally designed for this kind of intense competition. Dojun reveals he plans to meet Go Kyung-jun face-to-face. Zhang Xiao is shocked, asking what he could possibly want to say, but Dojun honestly admits he has no idea yet. The old man is incredibly skeptical. He points out Dojun already invested a massive fortune in his uncle, asking if he is seriously willing to throw all that money away. So let me let you in on a secret. I am absolutely not giving up 40 billion, I am going to make 400 billion instead. Yang Xiao is highly skeptical, asking if Go Kyung-jun would ever honor a promise made by a loser, especially when his uncle has been bragging about Media City everywhere. He concludes that the chance of them working together is practically zero. Dojun simply explains that is exactly why he needs a meeting, leaving the old man deep in thought. Early the next morning, Si-hyun pulls out a file showing the military draft records of South Korea's elite. Dojun looks it over and spots a massive exemption list. Si-hyun confirms that not only was Go Kyung-jun exempted, but his brother and son were too. Si-hyun jokes that they are practically demigods, and Dojun grins, saying they should leak this to the military first. In reality, the war had already begun before the official campaign even started. The absolute biggest weakness of Go Kyung-jun is dodging his mandatory military service. Meanwhile, his uncle's weakness is being tied to a mega-rich family. But while both sides are tearing each other apart, Dojun's grandfather introduces him to someone new. This guy is Go Kyung-jun's right-hand man and the absolute genius mastermind behind his campaign. If Go Kyung-jun actually wins the mayor's seat, this man is lined up to be deputy mayor. Kwang Hyuk walks in, asking if Dojun was the one who requested the meeting. Dojun hands over his card, introducing himself as Jin Dojun, while the man sits down, admitting he could not ignore the invite. Kwang Hyuk looks up, completely shocked to realize he is sitting across from the representative of the massive firm that bought out Jin Group. Dojun thanks him for taking the time to meet. He promises to keep it extremely brief and not waste any of his valuable time. Kwang Hyuk reaches into his pocket and hands over his card, introducing himself as Kim Kwang Hyuk. Dojun politely takes it and mentions that since Kwang Hyuk is incredibly busy, he probably has not eaten properly. He ordered a simple meal beforehand, hoping it is not too rude. The man is cold, telling him to skip the food and get straight to the point. Kwang Hyuk warns that no matter what Dojun wants to talk about, his answer is a flat no. He emphasizes that Dojun will absolutely never get a meeting with the candidate himself, asking if there is even anything left to discuss. Dojun just keeps smiling, amused by the guy's crazy impatience. He wonders if the man is looking down on him because of his age, but he is already highly experienced in dealing with arrogant bosses. Dojun drops a major card, looking straight at him. He reveals that the person he wanted to meet was actually Kwang Hyuk all along. And trust me, you and I are about to see this guy get completely hooked. I tell him straight up that I have zero interest in ever meeting Go Kyung-jun. He scoffingly laughs, sarcastically praising the young foreign investor for apparently knowing so much about the complicated world of local politics. Dojin quickly clarifies, explaining that the man completely misunderstood and he has absolutely no intention of opposing Go Kyung-jun. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate power play unfold. Our boy walks in, sipping his tea like a boss, and immediately starts calling out Won Hyuk for playing mind games. But Dojin doesn't flinch. He just repeats his real goal, telling him straight up that his only play is meeting director Kim. The director stays quiet, putting his teacup down to see what this kid is cooking. Then Dojin drops his polite mask and starts the real talk, tossing out a crazy question with a smirk. Has there ever been a time when the number 2 guy actually took the throne from number 1? Won Hyuk is shook. Because let's face it, number 2 always stays number 2. A big boss's right-hand man is just a tail that eventually gets chopped off once they're done using him. He's clearly triggered. But Dojin keeps poking, asking him where terms like right-hand man actually come from. Spoiler alert, it's not to make you look good. It's just a cheap mind game to make you think you're as important as the boss himself. In the end, that right-hand title is just a sweet excuse so the boss feels zero guilt after exploiting you, running you ragged, and tossing you aside like trash. Won Hyuk clenches his fists as old memories flood back. He remembers his boss promising they'd climb to the top together. Man, those sweet lies really hit different. Dojin gets a flash of his own past life, realizing he used to fall for that exact same garbage. In his past life, he gave everything, taking the blame for crimes he didn't even commit just to prove his loyalty. But he still got thrown away and murdered in a forest. Now here is where it gets crazy. Dojin knows exactly how to play this. He is just setting the trap, letting those dark thoughts twist in the director's head. Watch how he makes his move. He casually states that Director Kim actually holds Assemblyman Go's entire political future in his hands. He strokes the guy's massive ego, saying Go's career lives or dies completely on what Director Kim decides to do next. Am I right? Won Hyuk bites his lip, laughing nervously. You're one sneaky kid, the director mutters, breaking a cold sweat because Dojin reminds him of his old mentor. He tries to regain control and demands to know Dojin's actual endgame. Dojun doesn't hesitate and drops a bomb, saying he wants to buy the rest of the director's life. What? Kim is totally shocked. Dojin keeps laying it on, mentioning the goal of serving the next mayor of Seoul who might even reach the Blue House. But Dojun is brutally honest, saying the mayor gig is not a sure thing, and the Blue House is a pipe dream. In fact, Kim's chances of getting there are basically zero. So instead of chasing some weak, unstable political power, why not sell your future to me for a massive, ridiculous fortune? His hands shake as he asks what Dojun is playing at. But Dojun just acts like he forgot something, promising he will even secure his kid's entire future. With Kim looking shook, Dojun promises to bankroll whatever his kids want to do in life. If they just want to be rich slackers and enjoy life, I will foot the bill. No big deal, really. I do not want anything crazy from you, just one single sentence. Won Hyuk is not stupid, realizing that one line from him would completely wreck his relationship with Assemblyman Go. Dojun confirms it, but says if the candidate truly valued him, he wouldn't throw him away over one tiny slip of the tongue. He is totally seducing him with this plan, offering a perfect chance to test if he's actually the boss's VIP or just some disposable pawn. Let's pause for a second. You and I know that once you plant a seed of doubt in someone's head, it's game over. Dojun's psychological warfare is working, and the tension in this room is absolute madness. Dojun says all it takes is one accidental comment that completely tanks Assemblyman Go's election run. Just make it look like a silly mistake. And then Dojun names his price, 20 billion won. Kim completely freezes up. Dojun casually adds that he can easily launder the cash through Sweden or the Virgin Islands. On top of that, he offers him a top executive spot at Fantasy Investment. If Kim wants to live abroad, Dojun will literally build a branch there just to hire him. He locks it in, promising all the insane perks that come with being a major corporate director. Dojun is incredibly confident because every deal comes down to the price. Drop a mind-blowing amount of cash and anyone will fold. He flashes back to his old boss, remembering a major lesson about dealing with greedy, powerful people. The easiest way to break them is throwing a massive, irresistible bribe of 100 million won right at their weakest spot. And 20 billion won to betray Go is a total steal. With that kind of cash, anyone can secure a seat in the National Assembly by paying some party fees, whether they are ruling or opposition. Dojun watches Kim closely, thinking how great it is to turn a right-hand man into someone who can finally make others their own puppets. He reassures him, telling Kim to trust the person who set up this secret meeting. Kim looks up, completely stressed out. Dojun gets up first, saying his offer is totally legit and promises their conversation stays between them. Dojun plays it cool, giving him 24 hours to decide. If he doesn't call by tomorrow, Dojun is moving on to someone else. After all, someone is bound to leak Go's dirty secrets anyway. Dojun gives a friendly smile as Kim stares in disbelief. In an era where people are literally selling their family gold to survive, plenty of folks would sell their souls for 20 billion won. Kim is frozen stiff. Later that night, Chairman Jin Yongcheol asks what went down. Who is this Kim Won-hyuk guy anyway? The chairman acts clueless, saying he just had an associate set up a meeting with Go's closest ally. He kept his name out of it to avoid drama. Dojun chuckles. The chairman is deeply intrigued, asking if his grandson is planning to swap horses in the race. Or did you bait him with campaign funding? Dojun casually replies, no, I just told him to betray Go. The old man's eyes go wide in shock. I promised him a completely brand new life. But Yang Xiao doesn't get it, believing it's much easier to just control Go directly. Why mess with the underlings? Dojun explains that Go fits his grandfather's era, not the future. And that's the genius plan. If he pulls this off, he's basically playing chess with everyone. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what wild move he makes next. Yo, you and I are about to watch Dojun play these corporate clowns like a fiddle. See, even if the SMC project goes through, that old man has to realize who is actually throwing him a bone. No way some beggar gets to look down on the hand feeding him. Dojun figured guys like his uncle or Kim Won-hyuk would practically break their backs, trying to pay back the massive favor they just got handed. He asks the old man if people who run the second he calls always bow down to him. Wee Cheon just cracks up. Is this kid seriously trying to buy people out while judging them by their age? Dojun waits to see how the old man reacts. Finally, Wei Cheon smiles, totally amused, admitting he had still been looking at him as just a little nephew. He thought Dojun would keep Gongjun all to himself using that Kim guy, but instead he threw mad cash at him. The old man is seriously impressed. He admits Dojun completely blew his expectations away. A chill runs down Dojun's spine, but deep inside he is low-key celebrating. The next morning, campaign posters of Gongjun are everywhere. Meanwhile, Won-hyuk is sitting there, totally lost in his own head. Won-hyuk remembers that insane promise. If he can just get candidate Kyung-jun to fail the election, he will get 20 billion won and a top executive spot at Fantasy. Clenching his fist, he recalls the deal. If he wants to live abroad, he just has to name the country, and they will build a branch there for him. Plus all the crazy executive perks, obviously. Right then, Kyung-jun walks in. Won-hyuk asks if everything is good, but the dude just starts cursing like a maniac. Kyung-jun is venting hard, complaining about being used and tossed aside. Won-hyuk stutters in confusion, asking what the other assemblymen are even doing. Loosening his tie, he grunts that the Soon politicians want to move their operations, so he already promised them half of the election funds. Won-hyuk starts sweating. It is too risky to double-check this right now, but this is the ultimate test to see who these people really are. Won-hyuk decides to take the leap. Stick with me, because this bold move is about to test Kyung-jun. He awkwardly speaks up, and Kyung-jun instantly glares, asking what is up. Won-hyuk makes up an excuse, saying he needs a week off for family stuff. But Kyung-jun instantly snaps, asking him what the hell he is thinking. He yells that the timing is way too critical to care about family. He shuts Won-hyuk down, asking how a smart guy like him could say something so stupid. He screams that nobody gets to balance family and work here. He has been sleeping in hotels for 2 weeks and barely remembers what his own kids look like. Won-hyuk is quietly fuming. Meanwhile, Kyung-jun keeps whining and orders him to buy dinner for the Soon assemblymen and local officers to show off their cash. Since they spent the money, they might as well flaunt it. Won-hyuk looks miserable but agrees. Suddenly, Kyung-jun calls out to Director Kim, making Won-hyuk hope he is finally going to ask about his life. He assumed his boss was just too busy to check in. But instead, the guy only asks if the latest approval ratings from last week are ready yet. Won-hyuk is totally stunned. After a tense pause, he snaps out of it and says that within the margin of error, the boss is still leading. Since the gap is widening, next week will look even better. Kyung-jun nods pleased and dismisses him. Left alone, Won-hyuk is deeply hurt that his boss did not care. He just wanted to hear a simple question asking if he was okay. He tries to hold back his anger. When your campaign manager asks for a week off, you should ask why. He should have asked what was wrong. Won-hyuk feels completely betrayed by this selfish clown. He spent years caring more about his boss's personal life than his own family. And yet, the guy can't even offer a single word of concern. Gritting his teeth, he feels the stinging unfairness. He served this man for 10 whole years without complaining once, and this is what he gets. He tries to calm down, telling himself not to rush to judgments. Surely his boss will ask him tomorrow. But a week quickly flies by, and he is just stressed out, chain-smoking. Lighting another cigarette, he crushes the pack in pure rage. Honestly, you and I knew he was going to snap. That very night, he finally makes his move. Dojun acts surprised, asking if Fantasy and Soonyang are really that close. Won-hyuk confirms it instantly, pointing out they even bought out Soonyang Motors. He asks if this is not just business, but a personal deal between the bosses. Is all this drama just to make the son-in-law the next mayor of Soon? Dojun thinks it over. So this guy basically wants to just sit back, take his share of the pie, and stop doing any of the heavy lifting? Dojun laughs, saying it is not about that. If Soonyang just wanted to get their son-in-law elected, they would not go through all these crazy hoops. Won-hyuk nods, wanting to cut the crap. He frowns and demands to know why Soonyang is so desperate to put their son-in-law in that mayor's seat. Dojin keeps his mouth shut since that is classified corporate info. Won-hyuk raises his eyebrow, mockingly repeating the words, "an outsider." Slamming the table in fury, he complains that he is already labeled a traitor. If Dojin shuts him out too, where the hell is he supposed to go? Dojun stays completely calm, telling him he only becomes an insider the very second Kyung-jun loses the election. Until then, he should just consider himself as the borderline. Won-hyuk laughs bitterly at himself, realizing this is what being a backstabbing traitor actually feels like. Burning your bridges completely is the only way to prove you are a real traitor, which is a tough pill to swallow. Dojun tilts his head, apologizing for being blunt. Breaking trust with friends and peers is indeed betrayal. But cutting ties with a terrible boss? That is not betrayal at all, it is just ending a bad business transaction. Won-hyuk freezes. Dojun pours him a drink and asks if he really has that close of a bond with Kyung-jun. Did he really serve him hand and foot without asking for anything in return? Won-hyuk holds out his glass as Dojun reels him in, saying this is the modern world, not the feudal era. Dojun's eyes go cold. Why be loyal when bosses just treat their subordinates like dogs? A loyal worker is not some obedient pet. Remembering his own past life, he argues people deserve respect. He warns Won-hyuk that he is not getting any respect from his current boss. Won-hyuk sighs, admitting he is just greedy for cash. Dojun calmly agrees, noting most people are, but sadly they never actually make real money despite being so greedy. Won-hyuk snaps, asking if Dojun thinks he is any different just because he has the money. But you and I know Dojun is about to offer him the ultimate choice. Yo, you and I are about to watch this sidekick make a massive power move. Stop being a loyal dog and run for Congress instead. Fantasy has your back. He had absolutely no clue that Dojun had already rigged the game, even though the 16th general election was still 2 whole years away. Ruling party, opposition, districts, who cares? You do not have the cash or the time to prep for this. Won-hyuk went totally quiet as the tension spiked in the room. He made his choice. Wire the cash to some Swiss bank right now. 2 days before the vote, when I call, make sure the reporters are locked and loaded. Won-hyuk burst out laughing, saying he is going to play a massive game. The MC just smirked, telling him not to sweat the cash since he actually values loyalty. Se-yoon was stressing out big time, pacing around and saying that even though the MC is hyped, this whole plan is going to be incredibly difficult. Only 10 days until the vote, and the gap in the polls is just getting wider. Se-yoon raised an eyebrow, asking if she is really quitting already. Se-yoon sighed, saying they do not want to quit, but the facts are facts. To flip this disaster, they desperately need some massive game-changing scandal, but they had already played all their cards. Her face went pale, remembering the warning that Fantasy invested $40 billion and should never be underestimated. He used American investor cash to buy out AIN and build DAA from scratch. He holds all the contracts. The old man warned them that if they show any signs of quitting, there is no telling what crazy moves he will pull. She needs to go talk to Se-yoon right now and figure things out. Now watch closely, because here is where the real fun starts. Se-yoon suddenly stands up with a cocky smirk, planning to flip the entire board while Se-yoon stands there totally clueless. At a shady dinner party, thick envelopes are slid across the table. No one needs to guess what kind of dirty cash is stuffed inside. Baekhyun sneered, mockingly asking director, "Oh, if this heavy bribe is going to give him some serious indigestion during dinner." Se-yoon just fake laughed, calling it pocket change. Who complains when their boss hands them cash? Even the president tosses his wallet around sometimes, and the reporter had to admit he was totally right. Then he cut straight to the chase, demanding they stop running trashy rumors about DAEA construction going under or hunting down the execs in charge. The reporter was totally stunned. Se-yoon just shrugged, asking him to understand where he was coming from. We need them to clean up the trash. Baekhyun waved the cash, mocking him for hitting his absolute weak spot, while Se-yoon frowned tightly and muttered that is all he is asking. He raised his glass for a toast, while right next door another group was partying hard, celebrating that candidate Go Gyeongjin is basically the next mayor of Seoul. Sejin's eyes went wide at the name Go Gyeongjin, while Se-yoon just took a slow sip, waiting calmly. It is showtime. Woobin was confused, asking if that guy was running. The reporter shushed him instantly, saying the voice sounded way too familiar as everyone leaned in, listening intensely. Let's pause. You and I know he is totally faking this. Se-yoon sighs, telling them to stop getting distracted and drink, but Woobin instantly shuts him up. Director, shut up, I need to check this. The reporters were starving for a scoop, straining their ears, absolutely terrified of missing a single word. Se-yoon's trap totally worked. The voice from next door boasted that only 1 day is left, so they should eat up to boost their morale. Once this election wraps, I will never forget your hard work. You are totally making me the next deputy mayor, right? But then the big moment hit. Who do you think Kim Gwon-hyuk is anyway? Do I look like some loser obsessed with a petty title? The reporters gasped, staring at each other in shock as they realized who was next door. Kim Gwon-hyuk. Even Jin was stunned since the guy next door was the absolute center of this entire election. The reporters immediately hit record, straining to hear every word. The lackey next door nervously coughed. Oh, my bad, you should be the actual successor to the mayor. Guanyuk gritted his teeth, clearly pissed off. Successor? He slammed the table. I am the one putting Go in office. Successor my butt. Go is the one who is going to bring me to the blue house. I am the one who cleaned up all his dirty laundry. Soonjai was completely stunned, asking if the rumors were true. Guanyuk raised an eyebrow, demanding to know what rumors. He brought up the draft exemption. Guanyuk scoffed, laughing right in his face. Are you naive or just plain stupid? Before brutally confirming everything. You think a high-profile guy like Go Gyeong-jun would let his kids get drafted? He sneered, saying the military draft is only for pathetic commoners like us. Saein sipped his drink, his sharp eyes locked on the room. The reporters literally froze at the words draft exemption, but the gossip was not over. How did he get all three of his sons out of the draft anyway? Guanyuk smirked, bragging that he personally forged dozens of fake medical records for them. He should have had his kids in America. If they had U.S. citizenship, they wouldn't deal with this draft garbage. But Soonjai immediately argued back. No way, even with U.S. citizenship once he ran for sole mayor, his sons would have had to enlist voluntarily to save face. Guanyuk nodded, agreeing with that. Someone suddenly asked why his third son was only sent to civil defense instead of getting a full exemption. Guanyuk took a sip, preparing to drop a massive bomb. He smirked and dropped the bomb because he is not even his real son. The reporters gaped in shock, an illegitimate child. Even Saehyun was completely stunned. Holy crap, even I did not know that one. As they kept eavesdropping, Guanyuk explained it all happened back when Go was working alone in Japan. A guy living abroad for years needs a woman, right? So he hooked up with a foreign ministry worker. Guanyuk smugly explained there was no other way around it. His wife was generous enough to let the kid on the family registry, but he still had to get drafted. The tea just kept getting hotter. So why civil defense? Bad eyesight, so he got off easy. The room fell completely silent. Saein smiled to himself because these idiots did an even better job than expected. Saein could not help but wonder, what on earth did Dojin eat to grow up this smart? As the reporters got hyped, Saein suddenly stopped them. Wait, you guys need to calm down for a second. Bacon whispered back, are you crazy? How can we stay calm? Saein blocked them, warning them not to print this yet. Drop it tomorrow to wreck them. You and I are going to love watching this absolute chaos. Alright, you and I are diving into some epic political revenge. Win calls it out, the guy broke 2 ultimate taboos. Half the votes from parents with kids in the military? Gone, just like that. And if he cheated? Boom, half the women's votes vanished too. Game over. Saehyun acts all high and mighty while breaking down the facts with a frown. Capability-wise, candidate Go is way better than Soonyang's basic son-in-law, Choi. Dropping Go over some stupid personal drama is a total joke, so let us just bury this news. But the old man strongly objects. You are a reporter, so how can you even say that? You have got to report the facts and let the actual voters make the final call. He grits his teeth, and that is when Saehyun drops a bomb. Are you guys only saying this because if Choi wins instead of Go, your cut of the pie gets way smaller? Wait, are they trying to save face here? Demon glares, snapping at him. What the hell are you saying? Everyone looks ticked off, but our guy just calmly plays it cool. If this story leaks, whichever outlet breaks it first becomes candidate Choi's #1 hero. Do you really think Soonyang is just going to sit back and do absolutely nothing about it? Saehyun throws out some delicious bait, hinting they will pump in way more ad money. Play it right, and you might just score a sweet 1-year ad contract. Saehyun mutters under his breath, do these idiots seriously need a full lecture to grasp how valuable a hot scoop is? He smirks to himself, totally pleased. He has laid out enough facts to convince even the chief editor. Gook Jae-in is the first to stand up, saying, Director O, next round is on me, I am heading out. The 5 of them bounce one by one. Saehyun is left dazed, trying to say wait, but nobody cares as they yell see ya. He shrugs and pours another drink. Our boy knew he nailed it. The next morning, the entire office is buzzing with crazy gossip while Gook-young's face looks completely dark. The old dude is totally finished. Every morning news outlet is blasting his sketchy military draft dodge and secret illegitimate kid. 3 staff got summoned and his rating plunged by 10%. Won-hyuk storms in like a total madman, screaming at the top of his lungs to find out which bastard leaked the story. He points right at Lee-wo, asking if it was him, then violently kicks another staff member in pure rage. Now watch closely, because the tension here is insane. Won-hyuk completely loses his mind, accusing everyone, before suddenly dropping to his knees and slamming his head on the floor. I am so sorry, sir, it is all my fault, he begs while crying. I had way too much to drink and let it slip. Just kill me! Guk-young just stares blankly into space. While sobbing like a baby and acting terrified, Won-hyuk secretly hides a smirk. In his mind, he is not a dirty traitor anymore, just a guy who messed up while wasted. The real traitor is hiding right among them. Outside, a massive crowd of supporters is cheering for candidate number 2, calling him the only real choice for Soon City. They hype up the crowd, shouting that he is the country's ultimate hope. Everyone is super pumped, screaming to secure a vote for the future and safety of Soon. Yang Xiaowoo sits in his car, listening to the news. He is highly curious about how this kid made a deal with Gook-young's right-hand man. What kind of scheme is he cooking up? Frowning, he thinks about how so many people completely throw their entire lives into politics. The real big players only chase the cash they need to grab power, while the lower-level minions see money as a cheap tool to gain control. Since this dude is Gookyong's right-hand man, he is definitely driven by pure raw ambition, not someone who is easily bought with a little cash. The driver respectfully says, "Chairman, we have arrived." The old man tilts his head to look outside. Moments later at the corporate office, the two look up in shock. They shout in unison, "Chairman, grandfather!" Yang Xiel just smiles, teasing that they both look incredibly busy. Se-hyun quickly stands up, saying they always have time for him. The old man nods, praising that Director O's vibe has totally changed and he finally looks like a real boss. He laughs awkwardly, saying he just gained a bit of weight because he skipped his workouts lately. Yang Xiel sits down comfortably with a grin. "I am not talking about weight, kid. I mean your confidence." Se-hyun looks a bit rattled. Tea is quickly served, and the old man admits he saw the news and everything went exactly as predicted. Yang Xiel curiously asks how they pulled off that deal. Dojin explains that Kim Won-hyuk is definitely not the type of guy to settle for second place or play the sidekick. His ambition is so massive that he will gladly step on anyone to create an opening for himself. Now you and I both know Se-hyun is an absolute master at smooth talking. He asks if the chairman got the election forecast yet, before quickly adding that a legend's top-secret sources must be way better than his own basic info. Yang Xiel smirks, boasting about a 7% gap. Dojin clenches his fist, excitedly revealing that their own investigation shows a massive 10% lead. If nothing goes wrong, Uncle wins it all. The old man confidently laughs it off, saying there are only a few hours left, so absolutely nothing can ruin this. Yang Xiaowoo asks Han if the project is over 50% done. Dojun is shocked, thinking only 50%. Since it is a massive Soon City project, he expected at least 70%, wondering if he underestimated the whole thing. The old man completely reads his mind. The guy setting the table and the guy eating are totally different. Just wait, because countless greedy parasites will soon jump in trying to steal a bite. If they cannot get a piece of our pie, they might literally flip the entire table in rage. He carefully processes this, knowing the old man understands the construction game better than anyone. This is definitely not a useless warning. The old man suddenly calls out to Director O and Dojin. They both answer quickly. He then asks what they think about handing the massive Sangha Media City construction over to him. He cannot believe his ears. Is this old tycoon seriously the very first parasite trying to grab a bite of the table he worked so hard to set? The chairman smirks, asking why they look so shocked. Not happy with that? Si-hun senses massive danger and quickly speaks up, asking what he means by handing it over. The old man coldly says it is exactly what it sounds like. He arrogantly explains that Soonyang Construction will sign the main deal with Soon City. Of course, DAEA Construction will still get to play a pretty big role in it. Se-hun is completely stunned, asking if Soonyang takes the whole project while DAA is just relegated to a subcontractor. The chairman just laughs, asking what he is even talking about. His eyes gleam with greed as he calls it a joint venture. A cold shiver runs down Se-hun's spine. No matter how greedy this old man is, how can he steal an opportunity his own grandson spent billions creating? Dojin lowers his voice, asking if he is actually serious. The old man just leans back, sighing, and asks if he has ever made a single joke when it comes to business. He throws out a heavy threat, pointing out that everyone says this project is way too big for them. Plus, the economy is tanking and construction companies are dropping like flies. He bites his lip, refusing to yield. And trust me, you and I know those surviving vultures are not going to let this juicy bait slip away. Alright, let's dive into this epic power struggle where the old man plays off his greed as national business, forcing Dojun to ask if he thinks they are just too weak. The old man bluntly says yes. Confused, our main character raises an eyebrow and asks why he wants to steal the whole pie instead of just helping them out. The chairman scoffs, calling it survival, not help. He warns that without him, others will rip this project to shreds, leaving them with 20% at best. He coldly explains that CEL Construction will flip the script and set up a whole new game board in a year or two. By then, DAE Construction would never recover. Frustrated, Se-hun speaks up, pointing out that most of DAE's leaders actually came from Soonyang anyway. To him, that is plenty of teamwork without dragging Soonyang Construction into this. The old man just sighs, wondering why these young punks are so slow. He snaps, shouting that he is not here to help anyone. If they cannot handle the business, then obviously he is going to step in and take the lead himself. The room goes ice cold. Dojun is seriously thrown off, constantly questioning why the old man is suddenly acting like this. How could someone who sees DAE and the HW group as part of Soonyang be this ridiculously greedy? Watch closely here. Does Megacash make this guy totally forget family blood? Dojun gulps, wondering if this is just how crazy rich CEOs roll. Tense, he speaks up. He points out that as Soonyang grew, the old man became surrounded only by bootlickers who just wanted to leech off his power. That is why he never leaves his study. But right now, the chairman actually dragged himself all the way out here. The old man's eyes flicker. He clears his throat, claiming he just wanted some fresh air. Dojin cheekily asks if he is just getting impatient. The chairman glares at him. Impatient? Why would he be? Dojin fires back, saying he will launch the project the second his uncle becomes mayor. Only his company is ready for this, and he seriously declares he will not let anyone else get their hands on it. The old man laughs. Clenching his fists, our main character asks if the chairman knows that missing this early window means losing the entire game. Is that why he rushed over? The old man freezes, fingers twitching. Dojin tells himself that whether this is a test or not, he must show his absolute resolve. He decides to gamble, even if the chairman thinks he is being incredibly disrespectful, but whatever. If he backs down now, he is no different from his spineless uncles. He admits they need help with construction, but they are not handing over everything. Dojun boldly declares they will run the show, while Soonyang is just a partner. Leaving Se-hun completely shocked, Dojun says this is his ultimate compromise. The old man sneers, warning that biting off more than he can chew will ruin him. But Dojun just grins, saying kids need to get hurt to grow up. He is ready to try. The pressure rises as the chairman asks if he wants to be his enemy. The tension in the room is insane. Se-hun breaks into a cold sweat, but Dojin smoothly denies it, saying Soonyang is still their best partner. The old man slams his hand down. He snaps that opposing him makes them enemies. Standing up, he warns Dojun to think carefully before the election ends tomorrow. Then they will talk. He tells Director Oh to think too, since this game is impossible without him. As he storms out, Dojin finally exhales in relief. Cruising in his luxury car, the chairman stares out the window with sharp, intense eyes, thinking that the time has finally come. The news reports candidate Choi leading the mayoral race at 42.1%. Dojin calls him with congratulations. Thrilled, Choi promises he will never forget this favor and looks forward to working together. Dojin decides to lock it in. He playfully asks if his uncle will take good care of him, adding that having a mayor as an uncle is plenty before hanging up. You and I both know the drill. 30 minutes after TV results is the perfect window to call, ensuring his uncle does not look totally shameless. Se-hun cannot help but complain that even with a win, it feels miserable, asking if they are actually going to obey the old man, or maybe launch a counterattack. Dojin sighs, deciding to play along one more time, but if that fails, he is striking back. Se-hun looks annoyed, mentioning he tried hinting at this to other construction bosses, but they all chicken out immediately. No surprise there, since those guys are all the chairman's puppets. Se-hun sighs heavily, looking like he got totally played. They only teamed up because they trusted President Jin, making handing over Dae a huge mistake. Dojin replies it was their best option back then. Without Soonyang construction, they would have never secured this much anyway. He looks at it objectively. Thanks to them, he secured the slush fund and blocked unwanted interference from other companies. The top divisions were left behind while the cash-draining ones got axed. Dojin advises his partner not to regret anything now. Worst case, they just hand over the SMC project and merge Dae into Soonyang, keeping things relatively stable. He views any losses as tuition fees for a valuable lesson. Se-hun grumbles that at least his partner learned something, but they still got stabbed in the back. Dojin smirks, saying that is the ultimate lesson. Trust absolutely nobody. Se-hun pouts. Even so, Dojin secretly believes his grandfather would not be ruthless enough to totally rob his own flesh and blood of a massive company like SMC. Dojin frowns, wondering what is really going on. He heads out to meet his grandfather directly, joking about being the dutiful grandson. And trust me, you and I are about to see this crazy family dynamic blow up. Alright, we're jumping right back into this insane chaebol drama. Did Uncle call? Yeah, he did. The second the election results dropped, my uncle rang me up instantly. Yang Xiao gets super hyped, asking exactly how fast that call came. Dojin thinks for a hot second and says it was about 30 minutes. The smug old man scoffs. Not even a minute after he called me. He was thanking me, claiming it was all on me that he actually won the seat. I told him I didn't do squat, the old man says. Dojin is totally speechless. Dude is thanking him fast precisely because he did nothing. To Grandpa, this was just a simple play to kick Uncle out. Dojin forces a dry laugh. Yeah, you should be grateful when a boss like him goes easy on you. He starts kissing up. Grandpa, you must have been so worried. Even if you say nothing, Uncle gets the hint and acts how you want. Yang Xiol praises his sharp eyes. Then the old man suddenly glares straight at the Jun. So, what about you? He cautiously responds. Before I speak my mind, I have a quick question for you. Yang Xiol is cool with it. Sure, shoot. So Dojin asks him straight up. Do you really want that Mappo project, or is there another play? The old man's eyes widen in shock. Another play? What's that supposed to mean? Dojun answers vaguely. Honestly, I don't know. Yang Xiao cools down. See, you're just overthinking things. He states firmly, I don't have any other tricks up my sleeve. Because Soonyang's cash flow is bone dry, of course I had to act. Dojin is shocked. So you snatched the food right out of your favorite grandson's mouth? Yang Xiao couldn't care less. What about you? Dojun is completely stunned. Excuse me? The old man casually points out. You loaned out $1 billion. No, wait, not a loan. Didn't you make a killing off those car companies by exchanging one? Even with the exchange rates adjusted, isn't that basically just straight-up savage extortion? Dojun is left totally speechless. Did the old man really hold a grudge and hit him back? He quickly presses him. Are you for real right now? Yang Xiao answers casually, of course I'm dead serious. The old man calculated everything. In the auto industry, our controlling shares took a massive hit, so I have to patch it up now. Dojun is utterly blown away. Now pay attention here. This is where the old man plays dirty. He chuckles, telling Dojun not to whine because he'll still keep him well fed. He asks skeptically, and how good is that, exactly? The old man rubs his chin. Well, enough for DEA to pay its debts and cover its staff's back pay. Dojun frowns seriously. Be specific, please. Yang Xiao gets straight to the point. DEA gets at least 30% of the entire project. Silence fills the room. He carefully sizes up the scale of the plan. While 30% isn't a massive fortune, it's definitely enough to keep them fed. This seemed like the most reasonable offer his grandpa could throw out. But those DEA construction execs would have to keep reporting to the old man. Dojun clenches his fists. Even though he feels betrayed, he has zero intention of firing them. He frowns, thinking they'll be useful when he finally takes over Soonyang. He starts probing the old man. You won't give anything else, right? The old man coldly warns. Don't get greedy, kid. You know 30% is more than enough. His resolve tightens. If he backs down here, the movie empire his dad worked so hard to build becomes totally useless. Since his goal isn't just about cash, even if 30% is comfortable, he can't agree to this. Dojun breaks out in a cold sweat. I'm really sorry, Grandpa. But Yang Xiao glares back with a threatening look. I know what you're thinking. Is he actually going to back down? Hell no. His eyes burn with pure resolve, totally catching the old man off guard. Dojun makes it clear. I've been thinking about this all night, so I won't change my mind. He smiles calmly. I can't back down this time. Yang Xiao loses his cool. What did you say? Dojun doesn't flinch. Even if my decision goes against yours, I'm still doing it. I'm sorry, Grandpa. The old man roars in anger. Are you for real right now? You're sure you won't regret this? He assures him firmly. Even if I don't get a single dime from SMC, I won't regret a thing. And I won't blame you either. After all, I only got this far because you helped me. Yang Xiao looks at him, highly skeptical. Are you actually being sincere right now? Dojun smirks sarcastically. Yes, but since you just robbed me blind, I won't be calling you for a few days. Hope you understand, it might get a little awkward. The old man goes quiet, wearing a strange smile. He looks amused. That's a pretty petty threat. You're not even going to call to say hi? He stands up to leave. Yep, but I'll try not to make it more than a week. Dojun bows. I'll take my leave now. Then he turns around. Dojun tenses up. From now on, he has to grind hard and strike first against his aunt and uncle. Suddenly, Yang Xiao calls out, Hey, Dojun. Dojun turns around, confused. Yes? The old man's gaze softens. Come early tomorrow morning. Let's go get some fresh air together before this war starts. Dojun's eyes go wide. Dojun is left dazed. Later that evening at Soonyang headquarters, Yoonki asks with a frown, I currently hold the most shares, right? Dong-hoon confirms it. Aside from the chairman, yes, that's correct. He keeps pressing, if I secure the shares, can I go toe-to-toe with my old man? Dong-hoon replies, that's highly unlikely. If you don't inherit those shares, you can't lock down management rights. Yoonki grits his teeth, clenching his fists in absolute frustration. Hypothetically speaking, if my father passes away, how will the ownership look? The two men instantly freeze in shock. Yoonki laughs, waving his hand. Oh, come on, why the shocked faces? Just look at how old my dad is. Even if he suddenly drops dead tomorrow, it wouldn't exactly be a miracle, would it? The inheritance plan isn't set and we have no backup plan for a crisis like that. I'm just asking. The two men finally relax. He explains that the chairman's shares would go 23% to his wife and 15% split among his kids. Yoonki then brings up a massive question. What about his will? Is there really no valid will? He answers honestly, we honestly don't know, sir. None of the corporate lawyers have received any private wills as of right now, but we don't know if his personal lawyer got one. Dong-hoon chimes in, but Vice Chairman, I honestly don't think a private will even exists. Yoonki questions him, why do you say that? He calmly explains, if it involves company shares, the inheritance tax would be insanely high. And trust me, we are about to see a massive corporate war. If a secret will actually exists, it'll blow the entire family's legacy completely wide open. His land houses and private assets. Alright, you and I are diving into a high-stakes family war over blood and money. Yoonki realizes that without some shady illegal transfers, the inheritance tax would wipe out trillions of their wealth, so these rich elites always hand over control under the table. Yoonki chuckles to himself, knowing his greedy old man would never pay a massive tax bill like that. He digs deeper, asking about the management power. Dong-hoon warns him that without a specific will, splitting the massive inheritance equally is going to get incredibly messy. The chairman's seat changes hands based on stock shares. Yoonki ponders, wondering what happens if his mom takes his side, but he still needs a bulletproof plan. But Dong-hoon suddenly remembers a key ally. The third son, Director Jin Sang-ki, is already on their side. As long as the mother and Sang-ki back him up, they have basically won. A smirk creeps onto his face, though Yoonki tries to keep his cool. He claims it is fine, but wrapping up this inheritance mess before his father kicks the bucket is critical. He slaps his forehead as another wild card pops up. Dong-hoon reveals that Soonyang Motors shares have already surged past 17%. He probes further, mentioning rumors that Daeun Motors and director Jin Yoonki are actually super tight. Yoonki completely dismisses it, claiming Yoonki only cares about making movies and won't get dragged into this family war. Rubbing his temples, he sighs and tells them he has heard enough. He orders them to get out, and they quickly bow and leave. Slumping back, Yoonki wonders if he seriously has to waste his energy keeping an eye on the youngest brother now. Donkey lights up a cigarette, taking a slow, heavy drag. He complains to himself, wondering just how much longer his old man plans on living. The guy can't take any of his wealth to the grave, yet he is still fueling a massive fire to watch his kids destroy each other. He plots in the dark, thinking he needs to watch the youngest brother, hoping the kids don't get dragged into this mess. He calculates that his brainless older brother is the real threat. Now pay attention here, because everything is about to take a massive turn. Early next morning, the car speeds down the highway as Yang Xiel sits in silence, leaving Dojun totally lost. Heading west on the highway means they are aiming for Cheongnam or Jeolla. The old man suddenly breaks the silence, calling Dojun's name, and the kid quickly answers. Yang Xiel chuckles, asking if he is curious about their destination. Dojun plays it safe, admitting he is dying of curiosity but didn't want to ask since his grandpa looked so serious. Staring out the window, Yang Xiel flatly tells him they are heading to the birthplace of Soonyang Group. He drops a major bombshell on Dojun. They are going to Gunsan. Dojun racks his brain. Gunsan was the origin of Soonyang, a piece of hidden history he never uncovered while studying the empire's past in his previous life. It is the site of the Joseon rice mill, a massive enemy property abandoned by the Japanese after liberation. Grandpa literally stole top-tier rice from that mill and used those massive profits to build the Soonyang Empire we know today. Dojun is totally shocked, asking if that legendary rice mill is actually still standing. Yang Xiel is genuinely surprised that the kid knows about the mill. Dojun realizes he slipped up and quickly scrambles for a solid excuse. He claims it was featured in tons of magazines and old interviews, arguing that basically every Soonyang employee knows about it. He laughs off his slip, asking how his own grandson could possibly be clueless. The old man laughs heartily, saying this is exactly why he loves the kid. Out of dozens of grandkids who only know how to blow cash, he is the only one who understands how to make it. Dojun sighs in relief. Yang Xiel explains that during the war, the U.S. military took over the mill, so his family had to abandon it. He took it back years later, and now it is a historical museum. He donated it to the state because of its deep meaning, letting them preserve his legacy for free. Since it is a history museum, Dojun acts totally innocent and asks if there are actually any cool records or stories about his grandfather's rise to power in there. Yang Xiel bursts out laughing at the ridiculous idea, asking if they would really put up an exhibit calling him a thief. Dojun suddenly realizes the truth of the heist. The old man silently agrees with a smirk. Yang Xiel was always insanely ambitious, realizing early on that a small-time thief gets thrown in jail, but a massive thief gets away with everything. Let's pause here. I know what you're thinking. Is this old man really justifying stealing? Dojun simply asks if it is because they're just too powerful to touch. Yang Xiel tells him it is because the big thieves hold all the real power in society. It is simple. If you just give back a small slice of what you stole, everyone gladly lets it slide. Dojun immediately senses the dark origins of corporate and political collusion. He cautiously asks if that stolen rice was used to bribe people back then. Exactly. I shared it with the most powerful men around. He looks out at his vast empire, explaining he used that money to build factories and launch his company, making more cash than he could ever count. Yang Xiel admits he poured every single cent back then into aggressively expanding, building endless Soonyang factories and massive skyscrapers. But now he flatly complains that spending his golden years protecting his massive pile of cash from getting stolen by others is just incredibly boring. Dojun is hit with an awkward silence and frowns. He asks if the real reason Grandpa disowned his eldest son was just to shield the Soonyang Empire from danger. He cautiously pushes further, consumed by curiosity. He wonders how the ruthless, iron-faced mogul felt after stabbing his own brother in the back. Grandpa confesses it wasn't personal, he simply did what he had to do to survive. Dojun silently judges him, feeling completely cold and detached. Did this man seriously believe betraying his own flesh and blood to survive was totally justified? Yang Xiao explains that the military regime was beating down the rich to win public support. His older brother was running the factory back then, but knew absolutely nothing about business. The old man knew Soonyang was a massive target for the greedy government. Either he or his brother had to take the fall and get crushed by the regime. Yang Xiao's eyes flare with madness. If he got dragged away, Soonyang would have been ripped apart by vultures, so he chose to sell his older brother out. Dojun intensely analyzes the situation, wondering if this was a tragic forced choice or just a cold-blooded betrayal to steal the entire empire. Suddenly, the old man flips the script. How about you? Dojun blinks, totally confused. Wait, what? I am asking if you would sell out your own family to protect your empire. Dojin freezes under his grandfather's intense, hopeful gaze, trying to find the perfect answer. He hesitates, caught in a massive dilemma, but just as he opens his mouth to speak, a brutal car crash cuts him off. He slowly wakes up to a white hospital ceiling. Dojin realizes he survived when he thought he was a goner. Butler Ha gently calls out to him, "And trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Yo, stick with me here. We're jumping right back into the madness." She gently tells him to wait, patting his head with a warm smile before he passes out again. Later, a bright light shines. Dr. Yu Dan begins the exam, but Dojin immediately cuts him off, asking if his grandpap is badly hurt. How is he doing? Packing up his tools, the doctor asks if the old man brought in with him is actually his grandfather. Dojin nods and Yu Dan reassures him. He is totally fine and should wake up soon. Out of the 5 victims in this crash, only one of them needs surgery, so do not stress. Dojin's eyes go wide. 5 people? How many freaking cars were in this crash anyway? He jumps out of bed. Doctor, my grandpa is the powerful chairman of the Soonyang group. Please treat him quietly before this hospital turns into a total circus. But the doctor just shrugs. Soonyang chairman? So what? You seriously expect VIP treatment just because of some minor car accident? We actually have to call the cops to investigate the scene first, Yu Dan explains calmly. This is just a local public hospital, kid. We do not have fancy VIP suites here. Dojin snaps back, I do not care about special treatment. Once my grandpa wakes up, he is going to want me there, so I have to be by his side. Seeing him is way more important than some checkup. Telling the family about this crash is something only grandpa should decide. For normal folks, this is simple. But since it is my grandpa, this crash will absolutely wreck the country's stock market. Dojin keeps quiet. This news cannot get out without an official statement. He runs to find him, and thank goodness Grandpa Yangxiao is already awake, joking, "Oh my little troublemaker, you okay? You are not hurt anywhere, right?" Dojin rushes over, saying it is just a scrape. "Are you okay, Grandpa?" Yangxiao smiles, saying the doctor cleared him, and he is just glad Dojin is safe. He pats his hand. Dojin looks around, totally confused because this looks like a private VIP room. Yangxiao laughs, saying they need absolute quiet for a couple of days. He chuckles, telling him he took care of it, so just forget the crash. Dojin finally relaxes, nodding okay as he stands right by Yangxiao. Either way, it is a miracle they are both alive and totally fine. But thinking back to the crash, neither of them saw it coming. He did not even think when he threw himself in front of his grandpa to block that oncoming truck. It was pure instinct, zero calculation, and Dojin sinks to his knees. Now he finally gets his own feelings. He stopped trying to be the perfect grandson just to win the Soonyang group a long time ago. Fighting back tears, he realizes this old man really is his family, and he is truly his grandson. Yangxiao gently pats his back just as someone knocks on the door. Officer Han Dan speaks up quietly, asking if he is interrupting their rest. Yangxiao tells him to come in. Han says they found the wallet of the crash victim in surgery. Now pay attention to this twist. Han hands over a card from the wallet, and Dojin's face completely drops. Why is this specific person in surgery? Dojin is in complete shock. Why is the guy who was supposed to go home and chill currently fighting for his life in surgery? Yangxiao reaches out his hand. Is that someone you know? Dojun does not hide a thing. Yeah, he is my personal bodyguard. He drove me here this morning, and I literally told him to head home. Dojun realizes what happened. Assistant Kim must have totally ignored his orders just to do his job with absolute loyalty. It hits Dojun hard. The guy risked everything to make sure he got home safe. He is stunned that his guard literally put his own life on the line, and his grandpa notices. Yangxiao asks Han Dan if the guy is going to make it, but the officer can only say they are doing everything they can. The old man pleads, begging them to save him because he is the one who kept them alive. Han Dan nods, promising the chairman they will. With that, the officer leaves. Yangxiao is impressed, telling Dojin he is lucky to have people so insanely loyal to him. Honestly, you and I can agree that having someone literally risk their entire life for you feels totally unreal. The old man nods, saying plenty of people went to prison for him, but no one ever offered up their life. He tells Dojin to figure out how to repay that massive debt. Dojin points out that he is not the only one who owes him. Yangxiao laughs, realizing he is also in debt. Dojin just smiles, telling him to get some sleep. Since they are stuck waiting on the surgery anyway, there is nothing either of them can do right now. Yangxiao lies back down, agreeing. He closes his eyes and quickly drifts off. But Dojin stays awake, staring into space with a deep, worried frown. Meanwhile, Chief Investigator An takes a call from Mayor Hakdae, thanking him for checking in, and asks if the mayor is up to speed on the crash. Jotting down notes, An says they need to do a full investigation. But the traffic experts already have a solid theory. After checking the skid marks, they know the chairman's car was just waiting peacefully at a red light. But out of nowhere, a truck speeding straight toward the intersection suddenly swerved and slammed directly into the chairman's vehicle. Hakdae raises an eyebrow, pointing out that the chairman should have been severely crushed, and gestures dramatically, explaining that there was actually another German BMW trailing right behind them. That sedan actually slammed into the truck before it could even reach the chairman's car. and explains that the skid marks show the BMW suddenly gunned the engine to block the incoming truck, completely deflecting the impact. Hakta listens in dead silence as adds they first assumed it was just the secretary's backup car, but that was wrong. He leans forward, demanding to know about the BMW driver, and confirms the guy took a massive hit. No matter how safe German engineering is, getting smashed head-on by an 8-ton truck is almost always a death sentence. Hakta composes himself, realizing the chairman's car was actually hit twice. He asks if they have identified the mystery driver yet, and nods, saying they managed to find his wallet at the scene. Do you know Assistant Kim Yoon-suk from the strategy department? Hakta racks his brain, wondering who that is, before deciding he will just look into it later. What about the truck driver? And assures him that the guy is locked down in the hospital. He has got detectives watching him, so there is zero chance he escapes. Hakta rubs his chin. But tell me, do you and I have to worry about something far bigger? Yo, get ready, because we're diving into a crazy story of rebirth where the chief brushes off a lethal truck crash as just some tired driver. But Han's not buying it and insists they keep digging. Han asks, can you hand over the driver's info first? And just like that, the chief agrees to it. Han pulls out the files. This has the truck's plate and the driver's background, proving they need to investigate more. Lee straight up tells him the district chief will call, asking for a cover-up. The chief is stunned. Lee does not even hide it. The chairman's crash is going to wreck markets everywhere. Since the victim is our own employee, there will not be any issues. Han stands stunned before finally catching on. Right, since this is Soonyang Group's business, we should keep things quiet, huh? Just do whatever works for you guys. Lee silently realizes his job here is finished. He rushes off. Now he has to hit the hospital and shut down any eyes and ears there. Chairman Jin asks if the case is dropped, and Lee nods firmly. Yeah, I had the chief wipe the tracks himself. I even warned the hospital director to keep his mouth shut about the crash details. The old man sits in silent calculation. Lee continues reporting, saying he ordered a secret probe on the driver. Digging deeper might reveal something crazy. Chairman Jin's eyes turn razor-sharp. Why, you think they'll find something? Lee tenses up, lowering his gaze, saying they have to prepare for the worst. I mean, is that not why you did not contact your family, sir, because of your own suspicions? The old man sighs, trying to convince himself. No one knew I was heading to Gunsan, so maybe it really was just a sleepy driver. The chairman decides to wait and confirm once the driver wakes up. Lee is incredibly sharp. He asks if the chairman brought Dojun along to Gunsan because of the historic rice warehouse where Soonyang first started. Now, check this out. Only a handful of people know where Soonyang Group actually started, and the real secrets are hidden deep in the basement. This is Chairman Jin's private vault, packed with personal relics that track his journey all the way from his dirt-poor childhood to his current empire. It is a private space to reflect on his legacy. In this very room, both his eldest and second sons were officially named as the heirs of Soonyang Group. Lee is totally stunned. Is the chairman seriously about to name Dojun as the third heir? Just as he shudders, the chairman straight up confirms it. Damn right, so what? Does Dojun still look weak to you? Lee quickly backtracks, saying the kid might be young, but he is an absolute beast. The old man chuckles, saying his greedy sons were thrilled when he told them to manage Soonyang Group, so he is highly curious to see what kind of face Dojun will make. It would be a real shame to miss it. Lee is left totally clueless, asking if a serious kid like him would not just stay completely chill. The chairman thinks he'll probably wave it off and decline. Lee is shocked, but the old man just laughs, wondering how sly the kid can get. Now think about this. He is only 20, yet his followers are already loyal enough to throw their lives away for him. He asks Lee if he would die for him. Lee is brutally honest. No way, because he still has a wife and 3 kids waiting at home. He adds that he is dying to spend his cash, so why waste his life? The chairman is surprised, teasing that Lee is getting old and fearing death. Feeling a bit guilty, Lee asks if he is disappointed, but the chairman just bursts out laughing. The old man brings up the past, thanking him for doing 3 years in prison. Lee casually jokes that cash speaks way louder than some sentimental thank you. The chairman is in a great mood. Seeing Lee act this bold makes him look out the window and realize how much time has actually flown by. A knock shatters the quiet. Han announces that someone is looking for the manager, and Lee quickly replies he will be right out. Lee bows, letting him know he called the guards and tells him to rest up. The chairman agrees, watching his loyal assistant leave the room. Night falls over the hospital as Lee breaks the news to the press that the chairman is resting up after surviving a major surgery. The doctors say they will have results tomorrow, leaving Yoonki shocked, while Lee closely watches everyone's reaction. Tension fills the room as Yoonki loses his mind, demanding to know why they left their dad in some basic countryside hospital instead of Soonyang. He screams to summon the best doctors, but Lee calmly cuts in, warning the vice chairman that even a minor shock could kill the old man. He urges them to wait until he is stable to move him, but Yoonki snaps back, shouting in total frustration. You expect me to just sit here and bite my nails? Donkey acts calmer, asking for the doctor's actual verdict, but Lee says they are clueless too. Lee keeps a straight face, telling them they must wait 48 hours. The room goes dead silent as everyone starts plotting their next move. While some are truly worried, Lee reads the room. Yoongi explodes again, demanding to know why Lee kept the phone call a secret. How does it make sense that his own kids are the last to know, a whole day later? But Lee does not flinch. He calmly states he was just following the chairman's emergency protocols. Lee bows without hesitation, offering a smooth apology for disappointing them all. Lee is a pro at hiding his cards. He actually suggested telling the family about the crash, and the chairman knew he wanted to test their reactions. Exactly. Someone is making a move, and this was no accident, it was a setup. The old man smiles, glad they are on the same page. Lee nods, asking if the chairman is not suspicious about why they rushed him into the intensive care unit in the first place. The chairman gives him the green light to play his game. He chuckles, saying that thanks to Lee, he finally gets a few weeks off. Lee reassures him, promising to explain the situation to Dojun since the kid is sharp. But Yoongi overhears and gasps, asking if Dojun is involved. Dojun is fine, he's recovering, Lee says before slipping away. Trust me, you and I are about to see this massive family war explode next. Alright, you and I are diving into some serious drama. The old man is playing safe, making Yoongi click his tongue. Donkey suggests they talk, and he agrees. Fine, I have questions too, he snaps. Meanwhile, the dad is totally over this nonsense. Did you seriously have to come all this way just to fight? Drop it already. He pats Yoongi on the shoulder, telling him not to stress over nothing. Then both of them walk off, leaving the old man completely isolated. That night at the hospital, they keep their shady conversation going. You knew about this, right? I was the only one kept in the dark. Yeah, I heard Dad wanted to ship Dojun off to Gunson, Donkey asks, playing it totally safe. What are you thinking, brother? Yoongi tests him. Donkey just laughs. Are you actually curious about my take? Or do you just want to brag about yours? Aren't you curious about mine, though? Nope, he says flat out. I already know what's in your head, so there's zero mystery. Donkey looks pissed as Yoongi points right at him. Now pay attention, this is where the real backstabbing begins. You suspect I caused that accident, don't you? Since I gain the most if Dad dies before handing over the crown to Dojun. Donkey fires right back. Nobody knows if you are actually the one who wins here. It would take at least 6 months just to sort out the share structure, right? He thumps his chest, getting hyped up. I am the eldest son. If Dad dies, I lead the funeral. My face is going to be plastered all over the news and papers. Everyone knows the throne is mine. Shareholders and the law will fall right in line behind me. Donkey just scowls, cursing under his breath like a total hater. Freaking typical. Being the eldest in a broke family is just a massive chore, but in a rich family, you basically hit the ultimate jackpot. You feel that tension too, right? Donkey smirks and says, oh really? You went all out with this gamble, didn't you? Yoongi's expression stiffens, silently owning up to it. He tries to shrug it off. You already know the answer. Donkey presses harder. Stop dodging. Finally, Yoongi owns it. Honestly, it is a tragedy that Dad might never wake up again, but personally, it works out perfectly for me. He doesn't even hide it. That is his cold-blooded truth. Donkey just facepalms in disbelief. But seriously, even you aren't dumb enough to orchestrate such a messy hit. So, what about Dojun? Yoongi suddenly throws the problem right back at him. Handle it yourself. Making people submit is your specialty anyway. Donkey shoots back, drawing a hard line. Just swear to me you won't touch the kid. He scoffs, dude, quit acting like the nice guy. Yoongi points out that if Dojun ever becomes a real threat, Donkey would be the first one to take him out. And just like that, we are left hanging at the absolute worst moment. As Dojun sits with Yang Xiol, 2 doctors walk in looking grim. The old man speaks first, asking if it is bad news. Is his condition,